Chef Ligu, bewildered and disoriented, found himself transmigrated into a parallel world as Martin, a police officer in the state of Florida. Upon his arrival, he was immediately thrust into chaos, confronted by armed drug dealers assaulting the police station. Gripping his service weapon, he stood frozen when two lines of text suddenly appeared before him. The justice system has awakened. Killing criminals will enhance abilities and skills. From that moment on, the atmosphere in Florida transformed into a surreal spectacle. He wielded a Barrett to combat drug trafficking, operated an Abrams tank to dismantle gangs, and piloted an Apache helicopter to intercept drug boats. When he aimed a Glock 19 at Chief Smith Head, the FBI was finally pushed to the brink of despair. "Please, don't shoot. Our chief has confessed," the narrative commences. "Where on earth have I been brought?" Ligu sprang from his office chair, as if propelled by a spring, his eyes wide with astonishment, scanning the surroundings in a state of panic. His heartbeat echoed in his ears, rapid enough to threaten to burst from his chest, and beads of sweat dotted his forehead. The environment enveloped him in a profound sense of confusion. The spacious and orderly office boasted neatly aligned desks, while filing cabinets stood meticulously arranged against the walls. The faint aroma of coffee lingered in the air. Judging by the decor, it was evidently a police station, albeit one starkly different from any he had known. Everything exuded an aura of disconcerting unfamiliarity. "Is this still my homeland?" Ligu murmured to himself, his fingers unconsciously tapping the desk as he attempted to unearth even the faintest thread of familiarity amidst the surreal, dreamlike scenario. However, before he could untangle the chaotic web of his thoughts, a sudden, excruciating headache struck him, as though thousands of steel needles pierced his brain. Simultaneously, the pain surged like a relentless tide, overwhelming him in an instant that he lost his footing, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Sweat poured from his forehead like rain, soaking his clothes in mere moments. Amidst the near-fainting agony, a stream of unfamiliar memories flashed through his mind like a rapidly projected film. These were the memories of a young man named Martin Riggs, encompassing his childhood, his moments of joy and triumph, his boundless suffering, and the unfinished mission that weighed upon him. This was Florida in 1992, a place where guns outnumbered people, and everyone was embroiled in chaos. That year, the Red Empire across the Bering Strait had just crumbled, leading to an influx of weapons trafficked worldwide. The world was enveloped in tumult and upheaval. Martin Riggs, at 24, had graduated from the University of Florida just a year prior. As the most distinguished graduate of his class, he was destined for a luminous future. However, an abrupt and nightmarish car accident irrevocably altered the course of his life. His parents were shareholders and executives at a technology company in Silicon Valley a year prior. They had embarked on a road trip to Florida for vacation, only to encounter a drug dealer fleeing from the police in a frenzied escape. The vehicle in which Martin's parents were traveling was violently hurled off an elevated bridge, transforming into a blazing fireball upon impact. Their remains were utterly obliterated, while the drug dealer vanished without a trace. Consequently, Martin's life underwent a profound transformation. Though the loss of his loved ones was profoundly sorrowful, it did not break Martin's spirit. Instead, it ignited a fierce determination within him, compelling him to vow at his parents' gravesite to bring those heartless drug dealers to justice. Thus, he resolutely abandoned the invaluable opportunity of pursuing both master's and doctorate degrees, preparing to don a uniform of a police officer. In the face of bewildered gazes from professors and classmates alike, he unhesitatingly enrolled in the Florida Law Enforcement Academy for officer training. Through his exceptional talents, diligence, and perseverance, he graduated with astonishingly remarkable results from the academy. Upon graduation, Martin declined offers from the FBI and state police, instead steadfastly applying to join the Lee County Sheriff's Office. This choice stemmed from the singular reason that his parents had met with their tragic fate in Lee County. He believed that only here could he unearth the group of drug dealers and ensure they faced justice. After joining the police force, Martin, though merely a trainee officer, was tirelessly occupied day and night. During daylight hours, he patrolled designated areas with his partner. By night, he diligently reviewed surveillance footage, perused case files, and pieced together clues regarding the incidents. However, at that time, the internet was still in its infancy, with cameras only situated in banks, shopping malls, and major thoroughfares. Consequently, The drug dealer's vehicles appeared in only a few frames of surveillance footage, lacking even a complete license plate number. The prolonged frustration and overwhelming fatigue ultimately took a toll on his once robust health. One morning, after an all-nighter at work, Martin collapsed at his desk and never woke again. Subsequently, the soul of Li Gu inadvertently took over Martin's body. Originally, Li Gu was merely a remarkably talented chef at a local university, occasionally learning the ropes from his mentor. After a long day's work, he habitually picked up his pineapple phone, merrily scrolling through Douyin. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from a video, and Li Gu realized that yet another Floridian had created a stir. As soon as the police lights flash, make haste to gather your papers and crouch down. Give it your all. Step on it. Watching the video culminate with the Floridian being emptied of his magazine by the police, Li Gu burst into laughter. Just as he eagerly clicked into the comment section to relish the witty remarks of fellow viewers, a sudden jolt coursed through him, inexplicably transporting him to this unfamiliar world. Transformed, he became Martin Riggs, a police officer in Florida. Alas, I shall never again indulge in playing on my phone. Who am I supposed to reason with about this? My friend, since I have taken over your body, I shall henceforth bear your name. This world shall no longer know Li Gu from now on. It shall only be Martin Riggs. Li Gu. I should now be called Martin. Martin sighed, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he shook his head in resignation, before he could fully assimilate the myriad memories embedded within this body. A hurried sound of footsteps abruptly disrupted his thoughts. Martin, what is the matter? A melodious and clear female voice reached his ears. Martin looked up to see a girl with golden hair and blue eyes gazing at him with genuine concern. With the memories of his predecessor, Martin instantly recognized her. Her name was Charlotte Thompson, his partner in patrol duty. She possessed radiant golden locks like sunlight, currently styled in a ponytail. Her neck, exposed and as white as jade, resembled the elegance of a swan. Those large, sapphire blue eyes held a depth akin to a tranquil, serene lake. Her straight nose resembled a peak, and as she spoke, her nostrils flared playfully, adding to her charm. Her lips, rosy and lush like ripened cherries, appeared irresistibly tempting. The slight upward curve of her mouth was accompanied by a warm and enchanting smile, capable of melting the ice of winter. Perhaps due to her ancient Greek lineage, not a single hair was visible upon her skin. Her complexion was as smooth and delicate as fine jade, radiating an alluring sheen. In Martin's eyes, Charlotte resembled an angel descended from myth. She was as breathtakingly beautiful as the girl he had seen cosplaying a celestial being on TikTok. However, it seemed that his predecessor had never truly regarded her, nor did he possess any significant impressions of other women. This struck Martin as peculiar. I'm fine, I just suddenly had a bit of stomachache, likely from something I ate this morning, Martin replied dismissively, though his gaze involuntarily flickered toward the entrance of the police station that a young black man wearing sunglasses was swaggering toward them. He donned multiple layers of pants, unmistakably embodying the quintessential West Coast style. His hands were shoved into his pockets, and the bulging fabric suggested he was concealing something. As the young man raised his hand, Martin finally discerned the object. It was astonishingly a handgun. Martin's heart constricted sharply, a wave of ominous premonition washing over him. Instinctively, he seized Charlotte, forcefully pressing her to the ground. In the next moment, gunfire erupted repeatedly. Bang! Bang bang! The young man fired indiscriminately. Several officers were caught off guard, collapsing as they were struck. The police station was instantly engulfed in chaos that Martin's heart raced uncontrollably, instinctively drawing his sidearm from his waist and gripping it tightly in his hand. Upon seeing the pistol, detailed specifications of the weapon automatically surfaced in his mind. Glock 19 handgun. Designed by the Austrian company Glock in 1988, mass-produced in 1990. Caliber, 9mm, firing 9 by 19mm parabellum ammunition. Overall length, 188mm, height, 136mm, width, 30mm, barrel length, 102mm, sighting line length, 164mm, weight of the empty gun approximately 500 grams. Standard magazine capacity, 15 rounds, extended magazine, 33 rounds. Muzzle velocity, 375 meters per second, effective range, 50 meters to 8 T. This juncture in 1992, It was one of the most affordable and reliable handguns available. Thick crab. Don't eat the sour radish. At that moment, other officers began to react, hurriedly seizing their radios to call for backup. ZZZZ calling the central office. This is Lee County Police Department. An officer has been shot, requesting armed support. Amidst the cacophony, Martin suddenly heard Charlotte, pinned beneath him, express her gratitude. "Martin, thank you for earlier." Her voice was devoid of fear, laced instead with an unmistakable hint of joy. Martin nodded, but the gunfire continued unabated. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. He understood that action was imperative. As the gunfire from the young black man ceased momentarily, Martin swiftly rose to his feet. Aiming at his target, he resolutely pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! 2 bullets struck the young man squarely in the chest, bringing him crashing to the ground. Simultaneously, a mechanical voice echoed crisply in Martin's mind. Ding! The host has eliminated one drug dealer. The justice system has awakened. The system detects that the host is in a realm of evil. The justice system will assist you in eradicating malevolence. Detection confirms the host has dispatched one villain, earning 100 justice points. Justice points can be utilized to enhance various skills and attributes. Every 100 points can be exchanged for 1 attribute point or 10 skill experience points. Host Martin. Current justice points, 100. Current attributes, Strength 7, Speed 6, Stamina 5, Intelligence 11, Spirit 4. Current skills, Advanced Learning 5300, Basic Firearms, 96100, Basic Hand-to-Hand Combat 45100, Basic Reconnaissance 10100, Basic Danger Perception 5100. Martin stood transfixed, momentarily rendered speechless. A system? Justice points? He had perused countless novels featuring such systems, yet never imagined he would one day find himself as the protagonist. Regaining his composure swiftly, he urgently called upon the system within his mind. System, please exchange 10 skill experience points and allocate them to firearms. Ding. Weapon level has increased. Current level, intermediate 6200. In an instant, Martin felt as if the Glock 19 in his hand had become an extension of himself. Every subtle movement flowed with an unparalleled fluidity, as if the firearm had seamlessly integrated into his very being. Martin, duck. There are more of them. Charlotte's anxious voice resounded once more. Upon hearing this, Martin instinctively sought refuge behind the desk. Though the desk offered little protection against bullets, it at least concealed his body, reducing the likelihood of being struck. Peering through the gap beneath the desk, he observed several young men wielding AK-74 assault rifles, charging toward the police station with fierce determination. He took a deep breath, gripping his weapon tightly, a flicker of astonishment crossing his gaze. These young men possessed automatic weapons. Wasn't civilian ownership of such arms prohibited in America? Before Martin could ponder or recall memories of his previous life, the young men had already pulled their triggers. Suddenly, gunfire erupted like thunder. Bullets rained down. The young men brandishing AK-74s leveled their weapons, raising them above their heads, unleashing a barrage upon the police station. In an instant, the glass within the station shattered, transforming into countless shards. Flames erupted, smoke billowed, resembling a hell's cape. Martin cowered behind the desk. The sharp sound of bullets striking metal filled his ears. The acrid scent of gunpowder and charred remnants permeated the air. Is this what freedom in America looks like? Truly, it is quite liberating. These drug dealers are akin to a pack of madmen. Martin felt bullets whizzing perilously close overhead, the whoosh of the projectiles echoing around him. He gritted his teeth, clutching the Glock 19, sensing the coldness emanating from the grip. Though his heart raced like a drum, his mind remained remarkably composed and clear. Martin, we need to devise a counterattack. Charlotte's voice came from beside him. She lay prone behind the desk, her golden hair matted with sweat clinging to her forehead. A resolute light sparkled in her blue eyes. Martin nodded, swiftly glancing at the situation outside. The few young men were frantically reloading their magazines, their movements somewhat disordered. Now's our chance. Martin inhaled deeply, suddenly lunging forward, aiming at the 2 closest assailants, and swiftly squeezed the trigger. Bang! 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 4 shots rang out. The 2 young men cried out in agony as they collapsed to the ground. The system's notification chimed once more. Ding! Detected that the host has eliminated 2 malevolent criminals, earning 200 points of justice. Martin had no time to revel in his success. He quickly retreated behind the desk, narrowly avoiding a retaliatory volley of bullets. His movements were fluid and precise, as if this body had long been accustomed to such heart-pounding combat. Charlotte gazed at him in astonishment, a glimmer of genuine admiration flickering in her eyes. "Martin, when did you become so formidable?" Martin offered no reply, merely smiling faintly, his gaze fixed intently on the remaining 3 young men. The trio soon emptied their magazines once more, and in that brief interlude, they noticed that only the 3 of them remained. Their companions lay sprawled in pools of blood. They exchanged fearful glances, each reflecting the terror that gripped their hearts. With no hesitation, they turned and fled, clutching their weapons. Thinking of escaping? Martin sneered coldly, swiftly raising his gun to aim at their lower bodies, emptying the magazine. Bang! Bang! Bullets whistled through the air, striking their targets with unerring accuracy. The 3 young men cried out in anguish as they collapsed, their weapons clattering to the ground. Ding! Detected host neutralizing 3 malevolent criminals, earning 150 points of justice. The system's notification chimed again, causing Martin to feel a wave of frustration. He quickly called out to the system in his mind. "System, can you mute the notification sound? The incessant dinging is quite bothersome." Ding! Notification sound has been muted. These 3 young men were undeniably unfortunate. Their attempt to flee thwarted, they found themselves struck by Martin's precise shots to their vital areas. Should they ever find their way out of prison, they might yet benefit from the dividends of America's political correctness. As the young men fell, the patrol officers who had rushed to provide support surged forward eagerly. Are criminals, once stripped of their ability to resist, still criminals? That was undoubtedly a matter of performance. Several officers disregarded the young men's injuries, pressing them to the ground with their knees. With practiced ease, they secured cold handcuffs around their wrists. At that moment, the officers in the precinct seemed to awaken from a dream. When they realized the gunfire had ceased, they finally understood that this harrowing gunfight had come to an end. As they relaxed, all eyes converged on Martin. Then, a thunderous round of applause erupted, resonating throughout the room. In this unexpected crisis, Martin's performance was evident to all. He exhibited extraordinary courage, remarkable marksmanship, and a calm demeanor in the face of danger. His actions were truly commendable. Among the many officers present, he alone had dared to seize the opportunity to fight back. With his solitary strength, he had eliminated 4 armed assailants and subdued another 3. Undoubtedly, at that moment, he stood as the most illustrious figure in the entire precinct. Everyone silently contemplated. This young man was destined for greatness. "Martin, you were absolutely heroic just now. If it weren't for you today, the consequences would have been unimaginable. You have saved everyone. You are undeniably the great hero of the precinct." In this exhilarating moment, Charlotte, like a fledgling returning to its nest, leapt into Martin's embrace. With her arms tightly wrapped around his neck and her long legs entwined around his waist, she clung to him like a koala. In an instant, Martin felt a warm and soft body pressing heavily against him. Charlotte's already extraordinary features underwent an indescribable transformation under the closeness of their embrace. It was as if 2 towering peaks had been forcefully compressed into undulating hills. The soft and ample sensation stirred Martin's heart. These foreign girls are indeed fiery in their enthusiasm. Could this truly be a test for a cadre? Which cadre could withstand such a trial? After all, Martin found it exceedingly difficult to endure. Ahem. At that moment, the officers who had been reveling in the aftermath of the crisis suddenly heard a deep, abrupt cough. Everyone turned in unison towards the sound. There stood a tall, imposing middle-aged officer, his countenance severe, his face, dark as if it could drip water, belonged to none other than Luke Thompson, the chief of the Lee County Sheriff's Department. "Sir," upon the appearance of their superior, the surrounding officers instinctively saluted in unison. Seeing this, Martin hurriedly and carefully set Charlotte down. He then stood straight alongside her and promptly saluted Sheriff Luke. With a stoic expression, Sheriff Luke returned the salute before immediately pointing at the unfortunate officers who had been shot, barking commands. "What are you all standing around for? Don't you see there are brothers down? Do you want them to wait for death? quickly call for an ambulance. He then turned to a group of officers who were standing idly. And you lot, stop dawdling there. Come over here to take photos, gather evidence, and check the firearm numbers of the armed assailants. And make sure to toss those mangled tables into the evidence room. Simultaneously, his gaze swept over a few officers stationed at the entrance. You there outside? Yes, no need to point at yourselves, I'm speaking to you. Immediately accompany me to the hospital to keep a close watch on the injured assailants. Yes, soon as they regain consciousness. We must interrogate them without delay. We need to uncover who had the audacity to orchestrate an attack on the precinct. Once we find out, I will ensure they face the full brunt of the law. After arranging these matters, Sheriff Luke paused momentarily. He pointed decisively at Martin and Charlotte, stating unequivocally, "You two, come with me to my office." Exchanging a glance, Martin and Charlotte followed Sheriff Luke to his office. Upon entering, Charlotte effortlessly opened the refrigerator, retrieving 3 bottles of cola, which she courteously placed on the desk. "Uncle, enjoy a cola," she said. Sheriff Luke, without hesitation, grabbed a bottle, opened it, and gulped down half. Martin, witnessing this, was left in stunned silence. Charlotte was, in fact, the niece of the big boss. It was astonishing that he had been partnered with Charlotte for so long without realizing such a significant connection. His mind was consumed with thoughts of revenge, rendered utterly hopeless. "There are no outsiders here, so you both take a seat," Sheriff Luke said, placing the cola down and gesturing for them to sit. "Thank you, sir," Martin replied, sitting closely beside Charlotte opposite Sheriff Luke. Once Martin was seated, Sheriff Luke began with a serious tone. "Martin, when you applied to join us in Lee County as a deputy, I personally signed the paperwork. We both understand your reasons for choosing to serve here." After a brief pause, Sheriff Luke continued, "However, I do not wish to hinder your resolve. Those drug dealers are indeed ruthless, and if we could catch them, executing them 100 times would not suffice for the grievances they've caused." His demeanor shifted, growing increasingly solemn. "Nonetheless, I would advise you to look forward. One cannot remain ensnared in negativity. After all, as police officers, our duty is to apprehend criminals and safeguard our loved ones, is it not? Thus, it is only by protecting those around us that our efforts hold true value." At this point, a glimmer of satisfaction appeared on Sheriff Luke's face. Previously, you had isolated yourself in the precinct like a lone wolf, lost in your own world. Yet, you have shown commendable progress, swiftly identifying danger and aiding your partner in evading gunfire. Moreover, you successfully neutralized several armed assailants, marking a significant achievement. After careful consideration, I have decided to promote you to a full-time deputy of Lee County. With that, Sheriff Luke paused, regarding the two with an enigmatic smile. "Additionally, I am granting you both an extra 3 days of paid administrative leave. You need not report to work during these 3 days as partners. How can you continue to treat each other as strangers? Take this opportunity to enjoy some time together and unwind. Once the holiday concludes, I shall assist you in processing your formalization. All right, you may tidy up and head home directly." As soon as the words were spoken, both Martin and Charlotte rose in unison. They saluted Sheriff Luke and responded in unison. "Thank you, sir." After exiting the sheriff's office, Martin and Charlotte proceeded to the changing room to don their personal attire. After a brief tidying up, they made their way together to the parking lot. It was only 11 in the morning, a time when they would typically be patrolling the streets. In that moment, Martin found himself at a loss as to where to go next. Just then, Charlotte broke the silence with a question. "Martin, do you have time for lunch? I would like to treat you to a meal as a token of gratitude for your earlier assistance." With nothing pressing to occupy him, Martin readily accepted. Of course, dining with a lovely lady is an opportunity one cannot decline. "Hop in." As Martin settled into the passenger seat of Charlotte's Ford F-150, she started the engine. Before long, they arrived at a Chinese restaurant in Fort Myers named Guangzhou Restaurant. Upon entering the establishment, Charlotte guided Martin to a table by the window. "The flavors here are exquisite. I used to visit often. This time, I wanted you to experience it." Martin surveyed the restaurant's decor, which exuded the charm of an ancient Chinese tea house. As a chef, his profession naturally piqued his curiosity about this Chinese dining establishment. "I have a fair understanding of Chinese cuisine today. I shall determine the authenticity of their dishes. Our Chinese dishes are undoubtedly authentic, I assure you. Once you start, you won't be able to stop." And no sooner had Martin spoken than a voice with a Cantonese accent chimed in from behind him. Turning around, he encountered a plump lady approaching with a menu in hand. Charlotte, long time no see. Is this your boyfriend? Chapter 4. The drug trafficking syndicate. Charlotte's face flushed slightly, yet she refrained from rebuttal. Absorbed in her own thoughts, she took the menu and began to order in a distinctly Americanized version of Chinese. Sister Zhang, please order for me a serving of General Tso's chicken, a portion of sweet and sour pork, half a roast goose, 2 bowls of exquisite soup, and 2 servings of rice. Thank you. All right, just a moment, replied the plump lady, jotting down the order before turning to head to the kitchen. Barely had she departed when 5 young black men pushed open the restaurant's door. Each of these gentlemen was tall and muscular, striding in with an air of brazen confidence, reminiscent of crabs scuttling sideways. Clad in loose-fitting hip-hop attire, adorned with heavy gold chains around their necks and shimmering earrings, they exuded an unmistakable air of arrogance. The group made their way directly to the table behind Martin, where they plopped down with little regard for decorum. One of them, sporting dreadlocks, bellowed loudly, "Waiter, I would like to place an order." Moments later, a young Chinese girl hurried over with the menu in hand. The young men, showing no courtesy, seized the menu and began to order with gusto. They ordered a veritable feast, laden with meat, leaving no dish unchosen. Once their orders were placed, they engaged in casual conversation while awaiting their meal. One of the young men thumped his chest with a resounding clap. "Hey, brothers, I'm not just boasting. Even if we're hiding here like rats, back in Miami, we're quite formidable. We have over 3,000 brothers in the organization." Another bald-headed man interjected with fervor. "Indeed. This time, the boss himself brought us to the county. And it's not merely to establish a small outpost. We aim to forge new avenues and expand our influence. More importantly, the boss intends to absorb the local factions, transforming the entire county into our territory. Eventually, we will use the county as a springboard to conquer all of Florida." At that moment, another young man, wearing sunglasses, exclaimed with unrestrained pride, "So, everyone, those coming from Mexico and Colombia by boat to join us can look forward to a brilliant future. Allying with the boss means wealth and women. Even if one were to die after a life of indulgence, it would all be worth it. It's certainly better than languishing in a godforsaken slum." With that, he let out a whistle towards a passing waitress, his gaze brimming with unbridled desire, causing her to blush deeply as she hastened away. Although Martin engaged in a light conversation with Charlotte, his attention was firmly fixed on the group of young men behind him. After a while, Charlotte noticed Martin's unusual demeanor and leaned her head to glance behind him. "Martin, you." Before Charlotte could finish her thought, she saw Martin gesture for silence. Understanding his signal, she nodded in acknowledgement. Although she was uncertain of Martin's intentions, her mother had always advised her that a wise girl should refrain from speaking unnecessarily. At that moment, 5 young black men unexpectedly mentioned the county police station, which jolted Martin's focus even further. "Have you heard that a couple of fools from the Nightingale crew lost a shipment worth $2 million? One of them exclaimed. "Hey, I know about that. A friend of mine smuggled himself over from Haiti with me. He's part of the Nightingale crew. Their leader is quite the character, driving around the streets, distributing goods as if he wants to be caught. No wonder the police are onto them. Just yesterday, while we were drinking, he told me their leader plans to raid the police station to reclaim the goods. Can you believe that?" The other 4 young men burst into laughter, thoroughly entertained. "Ha ha. Raiding the police station? Ha ha ha, that is hilarious." Due to their loud conversation, Charlotte quickly grasped the connection. These 5 individuals were affiliated with the group that attacked the police station. Martin, adhering to the strategy of patience to catch larger prey, had no intention of acting just yet. He gestured to Charlotte, signaling her to remain calm. Soon, the restaurant owner served the dishes ordered at both tables, prompting everyone to begin their meal. Martin sampled a few dishes and confirmed the authenticity of the Cantonese cuisine, which was worlds apart from the modified American Chinese food. "This place has excellent dishes. We should come here more often," he remarked. Charlotte smiled warmly. "As long as you enjoy it. I'll accompany you whenever you wish to dine." Approximately 40 minutes later, the 5 young men finished their meal. Seizing the moment while the owner was distracted, they hurriedly exited the restaurant. Martin suppressed his instinct to chase after them and calmly instructed Charlotte, "Settle the bill with the owner. We'll follow them in the car." Charlotte signaled to the plump woman on the phone with the police and called out, "Sister Zhang, please deduct the cost of this meal from my membership fee. We have something to attend to." With that, she joined Martin, and they both exited the Guangzhou restaurant. Upon stepping outside, Martin noticed the 5 young men getting into a Toyota Camry. He then entered Charlotte's Ford F-150, and the two trailed the Camry from a distance. The Camry sped south along Cleveland Street, soon reaching a suburban area characterized by undeveloped land, dotted with subtropical broadleaf forests. Scattered throughout were a few motels and food processing plants. Ultimately, the Camry came to a stop at a motel named Old Turtle Dove. However, after disembarking, the 5 young men did not enter the establishment. Instead of approaching the hotel's main entrance, Martin opted to venture towards the rear of the establishment. He was aware that the combination of leather pants over cotton trousers must have a reason, indicating that there were likely hidden secrets behind the hotel. Out of an abundance of caution, Martin decided to scout the area himself while instructing Charlotte to remain in the car. Should any unexpected events arise, they could make a swift escape. "Charlotte, I'm going to take a look around. Stay here and don't wander off. If you see me running out, start the car and pick me up. We'll make our getaway. If you hear gunfire, call for police assistance immediately, and do not, under any circumstances, come looking for me alone. Do you understand?" Charlotte nodded, affirming, "I understand, Martin. You go ahead. I'll be right here waiting for your return." Her mother had always told her that a wise woman does not hinder a man's endeavors. Martin retrieved his Glock 19, meticulously examining the magazine. With only 15 rounds. Having changed into civilian clothes when leaving the precinct without a spare magazine, he knew he had to conserve his ammunition. Just as he was about to grasp the car door handle to exit, he suddenly heard Charlotte's voice call out, "Martin, wait." At the sound of her calling, Martin halted, turning back in confusion. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a soft, warm body enveloped him, carrying the distinct fragrance of youth. As Charlotte suddenly embraced him tightly, almost immediately he felt her tender lips gently press against his. Chapter 5, 1 second, 5 shots. 6 seconds of supernatural skill. Charlotte's lips were imbued with a soothing warmth, and simultaneously, a sweet liquid began to flow into Martin's mouth, as enticing as nectar. Time seemed to stand still in that moment, rendering everything around him a blur, with only Charlotte's enchanting visage remaining vividly clear. Her eyes were shut tight, long lashes quivering, completely immersed in the fervor of the kiss. It was uncertain how long they remained in that embrace, perhaps only a fleeting few seconds. Or maybe it had been an eternity. Just as Martin began to feel a pang of breathlessness, Charlotte finally released him, ending the intoxicating kiss. Gazing into her eyes, which sparkled with affection yet bore a hint of dazed wonder, Martin felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. He knew that if he lingered any longer, it would be difficult to leave the confines of the car without leaving something behind. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself. "Thank you for the kiss of fortune. I will return, Charlotte." With those parting words, Martin resolutely pushed open the car door and exited without looking back. He treaded lightly, circumventing the somewhat dilapidated hotel, making his way toward the back. As he rounded the corner, the scene before him transformed dramatically. Due to the hotel's concealment, vehicles passing on the road were oblivious to the happenings in this secluded area. Who would have imagined that behind this automobile motel, enveloped by dense woods, lay a concealed metal workshop? Were it not for the 5 African Americans leading the way in their vehicles, the county's police might have never fathomed that drug traffickers would hide in such a place. Martin cautiously gripped his Glock 19. His footsteps slow and light as he approached the enigmatic metal structure. Upon reaching the side of the workshop, he halted, peering through the narrow gaps between the metal sheets with a watchful eye. Inside the spacious workshop, he discerned a colossal table extending over 10 meters, laden with a plethora of glassware in various shapes and sizes, including familiar beakers and test tubes, alongside peculiar and unrecognizable contraptions. Standing beside the long table was a Caucasian girl clad in a white protective suit, utterly engrossed in her manipulation of the glassware, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings. Scattered about her were 13 young African-American men, each wielding rifles. Most congregated in pairs or small groups, casually smoking cigarettes as they exhaled clouds of smoke while engaging in relaxed conversation. This appeared to be the drug traffickers' manufacturing facility. However, with 13 armed individuals present, Martin realized that subduing them with his current capabilities would be a formidable challenge. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled the justice system. System, display my current justice value. Attributes and skills. Host, Martin current justice value. For 150 current attributes, Strength 7, Speed 6, Stamina 5, Intelligence 11, Spirit 4 current skills, Advanced Learning 5300, Intermediate Firearms 6200. Beginner Combat 45100, Beginner Reconnaissance 10100, Beginner Danger Perception 5100. After reviewing his justice value, attributes, and skills, Martin resolved to exchange his justice value for speed. As the saying goes, in the realm of martial prowess, nothing is as invincible as swiftness. The same principle applies to gunfire. Speed translates to more shots fired. 9 seconds for 1 shot versus 1 second for 9 shots yields entirely different outcomes. System, convert my justice value to attribute points, allocating all to speed. Ding. Speed attribute increased. Current speed is now 105. In that instant, Martin felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body from the void. It was as though he had immersed himself in a hot spring, with countless gentle hands caressing him. This exquisite sensation nearly elicited a moan from his lips. As the warmth dissipated, he sensed his body becoming increasingly agile and light, as if he had cast off a heavy shackle. He lightly jogged in place a couple of times, discovering that his speed had indeed increased significantly. This pace should suffice. Martin peered through the gap once more, memorizing the positions of the individuals within the factory. He then approached the factory entrance, gripping his Glock 19 firmly. After mentally rehearsing the scenario, he forcefully kicked open the factory door. Without a moment's pause, he immediately pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. In a mere second, he fired 5 shots, accurately striking 5 individuals near the entrance. Taking advantage of the momentary confusion among the others, Martin rolled to the ground, seeking refuge beneath a long table. Only then did the remaining individuals regain their composure. As if awakening from a dream, they raised their weapons and unleashed a frenzied barrage in the direction where Martin had just been. A torrent of bullets rained down, mercilessly pounding against the sturdy metal door. Each bullet that struck erupted in brilliant sparks, resembling the dazzling fireworks that light up the night sky. However, Martin, with his agile physique and remarkable reflexes, swiftly repositioned himself to the opposite side of the table. He crouched low, poised like a cheetah ready to pounce. Without hesitation, he squeezed the trigger again, rapidly firing 5 shots at the 5 individuals across the table. Bang, bang, bang. Each shot found its mark with impeccable precision, targeting their heads without deviation. The remaining 3 individuals were left in awe, completely transfixed by Martin's extraordinary marksmanship, akin to that of a specter. They were oblivious to the fact that their rifles had run dry of ammunition, still foolishly brandishing their empty weapons in Martin's direction, attempting to mask their inner terror. Martin was aware that eliminating villains would grant him 100 justice points, while merely subduing them would yield only 50. To ensure he did not compromise his justice points, he had no intention of sparing the lives of these 3 individuals. Resolutely, he raised his handgun once more and pulled the trigger repeatedly, firing 3 more shots. With the crisp sound of gunfire echoing, the 3 individuals collapsed, meeting their end. Thus, this heart-stopping conflict transpired in a mere 6 seconds. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Martin had astonishingly fired 13 rounds, each finding its target, bringing justice upon 13 nefarious souls. This was the speed of 105, surpassing the limits of human capability. As the dust settled, Martin exhaled a sigh of relief, an overwhelming wave of elation washing over him. 13 individuals translated into 1,300 justice points. This substantial reward instantaneously transformed Martin from a destitute youth into a prosperous individual. Moments later, he gradually emerged from the euphoria of his sudden wealth. It suddenly dawned on him that within this dilapidated factory, there was a white girl clad in protective gear. He turned to look, and saw her crouched beside a long table, retching uncontrollably. Her body spasmed intermittently due to the violent heaving. Chapter 6, Ava's tragic fate. Though the girl appeared harmless, Martin felt no sense of security. In the company of a group of ruthless drug traffickers, one must exercise utmost caution, even with a child. Otherwise, one would inevitably find oneself in dire straits. Sensing Martin's scrutinizing gaze, the girl couldn't help but glance up. Her striking blue eyes were brimming with fear and panic, as if she dreaded that this grim reaper of a man would, at any moment, raise the dark muzzle of his gun and mercilessly deliver a fatal bullet. With an impassive expression, Martin approached the white girl and effortlessly subdued her, who offered no resistance. He secured her hands behind her back with one hand and pushed her forward, pinning her against the long table. The sound of a dull thud echoed as the girl let out a brief, startled cry. He then swiftly tore away the tattered protective suit she wore with the other hand. His sharp gaze, akin to that of a hawk, meticulously inspected her from head to toe, leaving no place unexamined where a weapon might be concealed. After a thorough search, Martin was finally assured that the girl bore no weapons. Once he confirmed her safety, he released his grip on her arms and stepped back slightly to create some distance. "I am County Officer Martin Riggs. You may address me as Officer Riggs," he declared, his deep, resonant voice reverberating through the empty factory. Upon hearing this, the previously terrified girl appeared somewhat bewildered, yet she obediently nodded and responded in a voice barely audible. "Hello, Officer Riggs. Now, tell me, what is your name? How did you come to be here? What is your connection to these ruthless drug traffickers?" Martin fixed his gaze on the girl's eyes, his tone stern as he continued to interrogate her. The girl revealed everything without reservation, disclosing all that Martin sought to understand. Her name was Ava Siwich, of Polish descent. At 18 years old, she was still a high school student. Since birth, Ava and her father had resided in Miami. Their family circumstances were dire. Her father was a severe drug addict with no stable employment, living off government assistance. Since last year, he had suddenly taken to heroin, incurring substantial debts to drug cartels to satisfy his addiction. Faced with the relentless debt collectors from a drug cartel, a deranged father made the heart-wrenching decision to sell his daughter, Ava, to the nefarious organization to settle his debts. Initially, the drug dealers, captivated by Ava's beauty, intended for her to engage in prostitution to generate income. However, they were unprepared for the extraordinary talent Ava possessed in the realm of chemistry. During a routine cleaning session, she inadvertently witnessed the entire process of drug production. Having observed it just once, she memorized every step and intricate detail. When she attempted to replicate the process, her performance astonished all who beheld it. Ava not only executed the entire drug manufacturing process with remarkable proficiency, but the purity of the drugs she produced rivaled even those crafted by seasoned masters within the organization. This revelation delighted the cartel's top boss, who exclaimed that a prodigy had emerged. Thus, Ava escaped the fate of becoming a mere prostitute and instead ascended to the role of a drug manufacturer within the cartel. Recently, Ava's father succumbed to a fatal overdose, leaving her utterly bereft and alone in this world. Subsequently, she found herself at a juncture where the organization was expanding, prompting her to request a transfer from Miami. Following the movement to a new stronghold in the county, she fortuitously, yet unfortunately, fell into the hands of Martin, the cartel's leader. "What is the name of your organization, S-Head?" Martin inquired after listening intently to Ava recount her harrowing tale, furrowing her brow in contemplation. Ava hesitantly replied, "Vulture? That seems to be the name, though it may not be his real name. I have only heard others mention it. I have never seen the cartel's leader myself." Martin, considering Ava's response, nodded thoughtfully. He held no suspicions regarding her honesty. After all, in such a vast and clandestine drug operation, the underlings rarely encountered the higher-ups. If even they were aware of the leader's identity, he would likely have been apprehended by law enforcement long ago. "How many people are there in your county? Are there other strongholds? Where are the others?" I only know that 7 groups came over this time. 6 of those groups are responsible for establishing channels, while my group is tasked with supplying the drugs. As for their whereabouts, I truly do not know. They always come here to collect the goods," Ava replied earnestly, her heart heavy with concern that Martin might doubt her words. Therefore, she maintained unwavering eye contact, fearful of showing any sign of evasion. Observing the girl named Ava before him, Martin felt a twinge of sympathy. It was indeed a struggle to survive in such a wicked land. "Your name is Ava Sivers, correct? While I empathize with your plight, this country has laws and order. If you have erred and strayed from the righteous path, you must face the consequences." With that, Martin bound Ava's hands with zip ties. With her in tow, they exited the corrugated iron factory, poised to rendezvous with Charlotte. 5 minutes earlier, Charlotte had heard gunfire emanating from behind the inn and promptly notified Sheriff Luke via satellite phone. As anxiety permeated the air, time seemed to crawl. Suddenly, the piercing wail of police sirens shattered the tranquility of the dense forest, swiftly approaching from the distance. In mere moments, 6 or 7 police cars sped into view, coming to a steady halt by the roadside. As the doors swung open, a dozen officers clad in crisp uniforms poured out in an orderly fashion. Leading the charge was a tall, stern-faced, middle-aged man, Sheriff Luke, Martin's immediate superior. "Charlotte, what is the situation?" Sheriff Luke inquired as he stepped out of the vehicle, directing his attention to Charlotte, who stood anxiously by the roadside. Despite her concern for Martin's predicament, Charlotte maintained her composure, succinctly recounting their pursuit of the drug dealers, Martin's daring infiltration of the drug den, and the chaotic gunfire that had just transpired. Upon hearing Charlotte mention Martin's pre-departure instructions, Luke nodded subtly, affirming his trust in Martin's judgment. "Everyone, stay close to me. Prepare for action," Sheriff Luke commanded, his voice resonating like a bell, echoing through every corner. At the sound of his orders, the officers sprang into action, meticulously checking their firearms. This time, unlike previous encounters, they were not merely equipped with standard sidearms. Each officer had been issued formidable weapons such as the 15 caliber and the Remington 700, sufficient for a small-scale assault. As the contingent of officers circled the inn and beheld the iron factory behind it, their expressions were one of astonishment. They had not anticipated such a hidden world behind the inn. However, their greatest surprise was the sight of Martin, who was escorting a girl with an upright posture and resolute gaze. Bathed in sunlight, he emanated an aura of righteousness. "Martin, what are you doing here?" RNTU Chapter 7. Governor John and Senator Elena Martin nodded, eschewing suspense, and saluted in report. Through the investigative tracking conducted by Officer Charlotte and myself, we uncovered a drug trafficking operation within the county's meth lab. Upon our arrival, we discovered 13 drug dealers guarding a chemist who was actively producing narcotics. These dealers were in illegal possession of automatic weapons, posing a significant threat. Faced with this peril, Officer Charlotte and I engaged in a gunfight with the dealers. As a result, we have neutralized 13 drug dealers on the spot, and the chemist has been apprehended. We seized 300 kilograms of finished heroin and 13 automatic firearms. Report concluded. Upon hearing Martin's report, Sheriff Luke's expression was a tapestry of emotions, interweaving shock and elation, marveling at Martin's bravery. Although Martin consistently included Charlotte in every statement, the essence of the matter had already been articulated by Charlotte herself. The fact that 113 managed to survive speaks volumes of their valor as his subordinates. There is also a sense of admiration for such an illustrious achievement. It has been several years since the Florida police recorded a result of this magnitude. 300 kilograms equates to 300,000 grams. At a valuation of 50 per gram, this totals a staggering 15 million. Sheriff Luke could not help but indulge in fantasies of promotion, envisioning himself addressing Congress and being personally received by the president. Reaching the pinnacle of his career, "Martin, you are truly commendable," Luke said, patting Martin on the shoulder before issuing commands to the officers behind him. "Seal off the scene. No one is permitted to enter or exit. Escort the drug manufacturer for thorough interrogation. Please contact Governor John and Senator Elena. Notify the major media outlets that the county police have dismantled a significant drug manufacturing and trafficking ring, and we will hold a press conference." As the sheriff of the county, Luke wielded immeasurable political influence within the region. In this territory, anyone trying to make a living would invariably grant him a measure of respect. Approximately an hour later, esteemed reporters from renowned publications such as the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, and the Washington Post began to arrive, alongside representatives from various major media outlets. The spectacle was truly astounding. Martin and Charlotte, as the principal contributors to this success, found themselves donning police uniforms once more, standing alongside Sheriff Luke for photographs in front of the bullet-riddled iron gate. Before them lay a harrowing sight. 13 bodies of drug dealers, each with a bullet wound to the forehead, lay silently in body bags, their eyes still reflecting shock, as if they had witnessed something incomprehensible in their final moments. 13 bloodstained AK-47 rifles were neatly arranged nearby, still seemingly exuding the scent of gunpowder. Even more shocking was the mountain of heroin piled beside them, now meticulously repackaged into countless small bags, emanating a deadly allure. A throng of journalists surged forward, their cameras flashing incessantly, eager to capture this heart-stirring scene. The brightness of the flashes illuminated the area, creating a dazzling display akin to a starry night sky. After the photographs were taken, the reporters were aware that more dignitaries were on their way. With a mix of anticipation and impatience, they waited for another 10 minutes, until the distant wail of police sirens echoed, growing louder as they approached. On the broad roadway, 4 police motorcycles led the way, their red and blue lights flashing as they raced towards the scene. Following closely behind was a formidable, armored Mercedes-Benz 600 Pullman Guard, its sleek black body exuding an air of commanding authority. As the vehicle came to a smooth halt, a burly bodyguard seated in the passenger side deftly exited. He promptly strode to the rear door, respectfully extending his hand to open it. Moments later, a distinguished gentleman and a lady, both clad in exquisite black attire, emerged before the assembled crowd. The gentleman stood tall, exuding an extraordinary presence, his face adorned with a confident and warm smile. The lady was strikingly beautiful, her demeanor both amiable and dignified. The elegance of her black gown accentuated her grace, making her resemble the most radiant star in the night sky, dazzling and captivating. At that instant, someone in the crowd shouted, "Wow, it's Governor John and Senator Elena." This exclamation rippled through the audience like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, shattering the previously serene atmosphere. Instantly, all the journalists present were ignited with fervor, rushing heedlessly towards the distinguished pair. The sound of camera shutters clicked incessantly, and flashes illuminated the scene. In the midst of this chaos, Sheriff Luke decisively turned to Martin and Charlotte beside him, saying, "Come on, Martin, Charlotte. Let us go greet our esteemed guest for this press conference." With that, he took the lead, forcefully parting the throng of reporters, laboriously making his way towards Governor John and Senator Elena. Martin and Charlotte closely followed Sheriff Luke, exerting considerable effort before finally reaching their destination. Once Sheriff Luke stood tall and straight, he first saluted the two before him with precision and respect, then spoke in a measured tone, "Esteemed Governor John, Senator Elena, it is my honor to present to you the latest developments in our case. After several days of relentless investigation, the county police have successfully identified the drug cartel's manufacturing facility within our jurisdiction." At this juncture, a glimmer of uncontainable excitement flickered across Sheriff Luke's face. In this thrilling operation, Officers Martin Riggs and Charlotte Thompson demonstrated remarkable valor and an unwavering commitment to justice. Confronting ruthless and armed drug traffickers, they exhibited no hesitation, resolutely engaging in a fierce battle. Ultimately, through extraordinary courage and exceptional combat skills, they successfully neutralized the armed drug dealers in the act of manufacturing narcotics. Moreover, they seized an astonishing haul of narcotics valued at approximately $15 million, marking this drug enforcement operation as a resounding triumph. With a step to the side, Sheriff Luke gestured to bring Martin and Charlotte forward. "This is the valiant Officer Martin Riggs, and beside him is the equally commendable Officer Charlotte Thompson." Upon hearing this, Governor John and Senator Elena shifted their gaze in accordance with Sheriff Luke's introduction, ultimately resting their eyes on Martin. The two individuals fixed their gaze intently upon Martin, scrutinizing him meticulously from head to toe, their eyes traversing from top to bottom and left to right. Their demeanor resembled that of a mother-in-law encountering her son-in-law for the first time, as if they sought to pierce through his exterior and unveil the essence of his being. As moments ticked by, Martin found himself somewhat flustered under the fervent attention of these two prominent figures. Yet, at that juncture, it appeared they had concluded their observation of him. Chapter 8. The Seaside Villa at Myersburg. Simultaneously, they slowly withdrew their gaze, exchanging knowing smiles and nods of acknowledgement. A shared expression of delight graced their faces, akin to one who has just acquired an exceedingly coveted treasure. "Sheriff Luke, Officer Martin, Officer Charlotte, you have all worked exceedingly hard," spoke Governor Joan, his countenance radiant with warmth as he greeted the trio. Then, with a deft shift in tone, Governor Joan continued, "In my view, we should promptly convene this press conference. Otherwise, our esteemed journalists might grow restless, and who knows what sort of reports they might concoct about us." As soon as he finished speaking, the room erupted in hearty laughter. The governor's humorous remarks lightened the previously tense atmosphere, transforming it into one of ease and joviality. Subsequently, the highly anticipated press conference commenced in earnest. Sheriff Luke ascended the podium with an air of composure, his smile exuding confidence and determination. He began by eloquently praising the diligent efforts of the county police. With vivid and animated language, he painted a tableau of valiant officers confronting malevolent adversaries. He emphasized that every penny entrusted to the county police by taxpayers was judiciously spent. After this lengthy preamble, Sheriff Luke finally delved into the crux of the matter. Drawing upon real circumstances and inspired by the detective novels he had perused, he commenced weaving a series of captivating tales of investigation. The protagonists of these narratives, naturally, were Martin and Charlotte, portrayed as astute and perceptive super sleuths akin to Sherlock Holmes. Faced with a labyrinthine case shrouded in mystery, the duo utilized their exceptional intellect and keen insight to unravel the layers of enigma, gradually revealing the truth hidden beneath the convoluted riddles. The unfolding of the investigation was a roller coaster of emotions, rife with unexpected twists and turns that held the audience in rapt attention. The plot, intricate and extraordinary, captivated the hearts of the journalists present below the stage, who listened with rapt focus. Each time they encountered a particularly thrilling moment, spontaneous applause erupted, creating a lively atmosphere. Thus, time slipped away unnoticed, and when Sheriff Luke finally concluded his narratives, the audience remained immersed, yearning for more. However, the press conference did not conclude there. Shortly thereafter, Governor John ascended the podium with a steady gait. He first expressed his heartfelt congratulations to the county police for successfully dismantling a major drug trafficking operation. He then acknowledged the police's past achievements in maintaining public order and articulated his earnest expectations for their future objectives. Governor John's address was coherent and resonant, earning him rounds of applause from the audience. As he finished speaking, Martin initially believed that this lengthy press conference was drawing to a close. However, to his surprise, Senator Elena took the microphone and continued her remarks. She skillfully shifted perspective, reinterpreting Governor John's statements with a fresh presentation. The repetition of similar content did not seem redundant. Rather, it exuded a captivating charm. As time passed, the clock struck 5 in the afternoon. At this moment, the sky gradually became shrouded in a delicate veil of shadows, and the light softened, as if the sun, weary from its daily toil, was preparing to retreat and rest. It was only then that this highly anticipated press conference truly came to an end. Sheriff Luke, accompanied by Martin and Charlotte, respectfully escorted Governor John and Senator Elena to their vehicle, watching as the convoy departed. Subsequently, Sheriff Luke turned to face the reporters who had yet to leave. With a smile, he greeted each individual courteously, expressing gratitude for their attention and coverage of the event. Once the formalities concluded, Sheriff Luke methodically directed his officers to package the seized heroin and rifles for transport back to the precinct's evidence room. As for the bodies of the drug traffickers, they were sent directly to the nearest medical university. Given the infamy of these criminals, no one would claim them. Thus, in accordance with protocol, these unclaimed bodies would be donated to the medical university as practical material for students. After Sheriff Luke and the other officers departed in their vehicles, the once boisterous scene fell into silence. At that moment, only Martin and Charlotte remained. Charlotte stood quietly, her gaze fixed upon Martin, her beautiful face illuminated by a shy yet unmistakable joy. Martin, my parents seem to have a good impression of you. Parents? Charlotte. Are you saying that Governor John and Senator Elena are your parents? Martin inquired uncertainly, finding the notion utterly astonishing. Charlotte nodded matter-of-factly, a look of confusion on her face, as if she did not comprehend Martin's question. Martin was taken aback. Had this person saved the world in a past life? Not only did she have an uncle who was a sheriff, but also a father who was a governor and a mother who was a senator. Charlotte noticed Martin's silence and, after a moment's hesitation, gathered her courage to speak. Martin, do you have a moment? Her voice was soft, like a gentle breeze caressing the strings of a harp. Upon hearing her question, Martin was momentarily taken aback, only to hear her continue. I have a cat that can dance. Would you like to come and see? Martin was tempted to inquire if the cat truly danced, but despite his capabilities and resources, he was eager to indulge in the comforts provided by the daughter of the governor and a senator. The thought of being pampered by such an enchanting beauty, one whose allure was striking and figure mesmerizing, silenced his curiosity. He feared that upsetting Charlotte might cause this opportunity for indulgence to vanish. Martin climbed into Charlotte's Ford 150. With a gentle press of the accelerator, she drove swiftly toward the seaside villa district of Myersburg. The scenic route unfolded like a painting, with the sea breeze softly brushing against their faces, carrying a hint of saltiness. Eventually, they arrived at a serene villa enclave, where they came to a steady stop in the driveway of an estate. The villa, designed in classic American architectural style, resembled a grand castle. Its exterior showcased an immaculate, pure white hue, harmoniously contrasting with the lush greenery surrounding it, exuding an air of elegance. Notably, the entire structure was perched upon a massive black cliff, the stark contrast of black and white providing a striking visual impact. From the villa's rooms, one could gaze down upon the renowned Myersburg beach, where golden sands stretched endlessly, and gentle waves lapped at the shore. Nearby, one could observe young women clad in light attire, their figures graceful and alluring. In the distance, the boundless azure waves met the sky, enriching the soul. For the formerly Gu, this place was a veritable paradise. Yet in this life, he had become Martin, already partnered with the stunningly beautiful Charlotte, thus having no need to covet the ordinary sights upon the beach. Chapter 9. The dancing cat. Martin and Charlotte slowly exited the vehicle, their silhouettes elongated in the golden glow of the setting sun. Hand in hand, they entered the magnificent three-story structure that stood before them, reminiscent of a palace. Upon entering, a spacious and luminous foyer unfolded before Martin. The walls were adorned with various oil paintings, and exquisite art pieces were elegantly displayed throughout. Charlotte pointed to the sofa on one side of the living room and smiled at Martin. Please, have a seat. Would you like something to drink? Coke, please. Martin replied casually, taking in the villa's opulent decor. Shortly after Martin settled in, Charlotte gracefully approached with a tray of delicate pastries and a chilled glass of Coke. She delicately placed the treats on the table before Martin and softly said, "Martin, you try these snacks first. I shall head to the kitchen to prepare dinner. My mother brought back some steaks yesterday, which are said to be quite exquisite. How about we indulge in beef Wellington tonight? What do you think?" Martin, without any objections, shrugged and replied, "I trust your choice. However, do you need any assistance?" "No. You can relax in the living room for a bit. I will be ready shortly." With Martin's consent, Charlotte turned with a cheerful demeanor, ascending the stairs gracefully, her figure gradually disappearing on the second floor. Although there was a grand open kitchen on the first floor, Charlotte deliberately chose not to use it, which piqued Martin's curiosity, yet he wisely refrained from asking. Once Charlotte had retreated upstairs, a wave of ennui washed over Martin. In his boredom, he reached for the remote and turned on the television in the living room. The screen was displaying a comedy titled The Ruler. Martin settled into the plush sofa, reclining slightly to find the most comfortable position. As he fixated on the television screen, he casually grabbed a muffin-like pastry from the nearby tray and savored it thoughtfully. Before he knew it, an entire episode had concluded. Although, from an experience perspective, the plot of the show appeared somewhat cliché and lacking in novelty, it undeniably served its purpose of passing the time quite adequately. As the closing theme played, Martin instinctively glanced at the clock on the wall, realizing it was already 7:30, despite having some snacks to stave off hunger. His stomach still grumbled in protest after a busy afternoon. Just as he pondered why Charlotte had not yet come down and considered going upstairs to check, he turned to find Charlotte standing on the stairs, carrying a tray, descending step by step. At this moment, Charlotte had changed out of her crisp police uniform and donned a plush pajama set resembling the character Totoro from a Studio Ghibli film. What was so special about this Totoro pajama? Why was she dressed this way? Martin wondered, stroking his chin in perplexity. At that instant, Charlotte noticed Martin's sudden gaze directed at her. Her cheeks instantly flushed with a delicate rosy hue, akin to ripe apples, radiant and alluring. She shyly lowered her head, unable to meet Martin's intense gaze. However, after a brief moment, Charlotte seemed to muster an immense amount of courage, gradually lifting her head. In a voice as soft and melodious as a warbler emerging from the valley, she gently called out, "Meow. I am a dancing cat. What do you think? Am I adorable?" Martin had indeed learned a few instructional videos in a past life. He often borrowed a moment to converse with the esteemed individuals around him, possessing a wealth of experience that rendered him impervious to such trivial temptations. Thus, he merely offered a faint compliment. "Indeed, this Totoro is quite charming and holds great potential. I have high hopes for you." Charlotte, elated by Martin's praise, approached the sofa. She placed the tray on the coffee table and lifted the lid to reveal 2 servings of Wellington steak. Martin inhaled the aroma of the steak. Aside from a hint of char, it was quite commendable. He graciously prepared to savor his portion entirely. However, as he neared the end, he unexpectedly encountered a hard object in his mouth. Upon retrieving it, he was astonished to find it was a men's sapphire ring. Just as Martin was engulfed in bewilderment, Charlotte had already taken the ring in her hand and knelt before him, her eyes brimming with anticipation. "Martin, would you be willing to be my boyfriend? I love you, and I wish to be by your side for eternity, unwavering and devoted." Martin stared at Charlotte in utter shock, his mind struggling to comprehend. Isn't it customary for men to profess their love and propose to women? How had the roles reversed? "Charlotte, are you serious?" Charlotte, sincerely half kneeling before him, was filled with emotion, not a trace of hesitation in her demeanor. "Martin, I truly like you. Ever since you joined the police department, you have occupied my thoughts entirely, even infiltrating my dreams. Please, do not reject me. Grant me a chance, will you?" Caught off guard, Martin squatted on the sofa, the sudden declaration leaving him somewhat flustered. He appraised Charlotte. He could not deny she was indeed a woman who matched his aesthetic ideals, fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged. Setting aside her father, a governor, and her mother, a senator, he found it impossible to refuse her. "Charlotte, I accept your proposal. However, if I am not as splendid as you envision, you must not hold it against me." Upon hearing Martin's response, Charlotte's joy was palpable, akin to winning the lottery. She placed the sapphire ring on Martin's finger and excitedly leaped into his embrace, her legs wrapping around his waist. Whispering in his ear, she added, "Martin, my Totoro pajamas are rather special." Martin, perplexed, felt a zipper and instantly grasped Charlotte's implication. Excitedly, He embraced her and made his way towards the upstairs bedroom. Morning dawned quietly, the first light gently piercing the horizon and gradually tearing open the delicate veil of night. The salty sea breeze, akin to a playful sprite, carried the unique essence of the ocean, softly caressing the pristine curtains at the window. The curtains danced lightly in the wind, as if engaging in a tender conversation with the sea breeze, or perhaps performing an elegant morning waltz. The golden sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains like threads of gold, intermittently cascading onto the grand bed within the room. Where the light fell, dust particles danced gracefully in the soft glow. Charlotte lay deeply ensconced in the mattress, enveloped in a profound slumber, her breathing gentle and rhythmic. Under the tender caress of the sunlight, her features appeared increasingly delicate and enchanting. Even in her dreams, the corners of her mouth curled upwards, adorned with a sweet smile, as if lost in an extraordinarily beautiful reverie, reluctant to awaken. Beside her, Martin had already stirred from his deep sleep. Initially, he instinctively shut his eyes tight, attempting to shield himself from the morning light. After a moment, he slowly opened them. As his eyes adjusted, he was greeted by the unfamiliar surroundings of the room. For a brief instant, confusion clouded his gaze as he scanned his surroundings, his mind a blank slate. After a while, the chaotic thoughts began to crystallize, and he suddenly remembered his journey through time and space to this strange world. Glancing at the still sleeping Charlotte, he gently pressed a kiss to her forehead. However, as he attempted to sit up, he was met with a profound ache in his back and legs, reminiscent of having just climbed a great mountain. Martin pressed his hands against his waist, a sharp pang of discomfort surging through him. Chapter 10. The Redwood Villa. This body possessed a commendable innate ability, yet its physical condition required significant enhancement. Contemplating this, a wry smile crept across Martin's lips. This simply wouldn't he do. He looked at the slumbering Charlotte, a bitter smile forming. With his current stamina, how could he hope to nurture their emotional bond at night? For the sake of future happiness, bolstering his physical strength was imperative. Gritting his teeth, he mentally commanded, "System, exchange 500 justice points for attribute points, allocating them entirely to strength." Ding. Stamina attribute increased. Current stamina at 10. In that electrifying moment, Martin felt as though the air around him had ignited. A searing heat, akin to molten lava, surged forth from the void and swiftly permeated his being. Unlike the previous enhancement, this energy was far more tempestuous. In an instant, he felt like a balloon being inflated, his form expanding noticeably. Every muscle cell in his body resembled ravenous wolves, voraciously consuming the heat and digesting the immense energy contained within. Under the powerful transformation of this heat, Martin's body began to undergo a remarkable metamorphosis. The scant excess flesh that adorned him melted away as if it were snow under the warm sun, visibly diminishing before the eye. The lines of his muscles, too, became increasingly harmonious and refined, as if sculpted by a master artisan. More remarkably, some old injuries from past sports, under the gentle caress of the warm flow, were instantaneously restored to their original state. Even the aches from last night's foreign language class vanished as if they had never existed. Martin attempted to move his body, and he genuinely felt that this physical form was entirely transformed. Whether it was explosive power or enduring stamina, both had evidently undergone a qualitative leap. With his current physical condition combined with an extraordinary speed that transcended limits, he was filled with confidence regarding future challenges. Just as he reveled in his newfound assurance, Martin suddenly detected a foul odor emanating from his body. He quickly covered his mouth and nose and stepped into the bathroom. He turned on the faucet, allowing warm water to cascade from the shower head. The cleansing water enveloped him in a mist. Once he had finished rinsing, the lingering foul smell finally dissipated. Martin deftly grabbed a towel to dry himself, and his fair skin, illuminated by the light, radiated a luster akin to jade, as if even his pores had vanished. After indulging in a moment of vanity before the bathroom mirror, Martin proceeded to the bedroom, where he gathered the scattered clothes on the floor, donning them one by one. He neatly folded Charlotte's garments and placed them beside the bed. Subsequently, he descended from the second floor and walked towards the open kitchen on the first floor, beginning to prepare two simple yet nutritious breakfasts for himself and Charlotte. Glancing at the kitchen supplies, Martin set to work. Soon, the delightful aromas of frying eggs and sizzling ham permeated the kitchen space. Once the two sandwiches were ready, Martin placed them on a serving plate, poured 2 glasses of milk, and carried everything back to the bedroom on the second floor. He set the plate on the tea table in the bedroom and glanced at Charlotte, who was still peacefully asleep. Only then did he quietly begin to enjoy his breakfast. As he ate, his gaze occasionally drifted to the bedside, keeping an eye on whether Charlotte would awaken. However, it was not until he had finished his meal that Charlotte stirred awake, letting out a soft, unconscious sound as she stretched languidly in bed. The blanket slipped silently from the bed due to her movement, revealing her flawless form. "Charlotte, the blanket has fallen. Be careful not to catch a chill." Martin hurriedly picked up the blanket and covered her, giving her a gentle pat, albeit with a hint of exasperation. Yet Charlotte, lying on the bed, extended her delicate arms, resembling lotus roots, and looked at Martin with a sweet smile. "Martin, hug me." With no option left, Martin bent down and embraced Charlotte. She nestled against him with immense satisfaction, and after a moment of warmth, she playfully requested, "I want you to help me get dressed." "All right, I'll help you dress. You've become quite the little one," Martin replied, retrieving her clothes to assist her in getting dressed. However, Charlotte grimaced after moving a couple of times, drawing in a sharp breath. "What is the matter? Did you aggravate your injury? Perhaps you should rest today." Charlotte assessed her injuries. Her legs ached with every movement, making it nearly impossible for her to walk. "Then, you should stay home and keep me company." Martin had no pressing matters to attend to, so he was more than happy to spend time with his girlfriend. He brought breakfast from the coffee table and began to feed Charlotte bit by bit. Throughout the morning, Martin remained in the bedroom, nestled closely with Charlotte. Their laughter filled the air, dispelling any sense of boredom. At noon, Martin prepared a sumptuous feast for Charlotte, featuring poached chicken, sweet and sour fish, steamed ribs and black bean sauce, boiled shrimp, and a delightful yam, corn, and rib soup. In the culinary realm, he was a true master. After tasting Martin's Chinese cuisine, Charlotte felt as if she were discovering a new side of him, her eyes sparkling with admiration. After lunch, Charlotte's condition improved considerably. Although she still walked a bit awkwardly, she was finally able to get up. Once she could move, Charlotte felt restless. "Martin, shall we go to your house? After all, I will be living there too." Martin recalled the memories of his previous life and remembered that he indeed had a villa here. He smiled and agreed, saying, "Certainly, let us set off now." Grabbing the car keys, Martin scooped Charlotte up in a princess carry and descended the stairs. Upon reaching the villa's yard, Martin immediately spotted Charlotte's Ford F-150. He hurried to the front of the car, opened the passenger door, and gently placed Charlotte inside. Then, he swiftly rounded the front of the vehicle and settled into the driver's seat. Thanks to the similarity in driving positions in both the United States and China, Martin felt completely at ease as he adjusted the seat, mirrors, and fastened his seatbelt. He then started the engine, which roared to life with a deep and powerful growl. As they drove, the scenery outside the window flashed by like a slideshow. The traffic was light, allowing Martin to navigate smoothly. The vehicle traveled north along Highway 93, before turning onto Highway 82, heading eastward. Eventually, they arrived at a stop on Buckingham Avenue. Martin exited the car, assisted Charlotte in opening the passenger door, and carried her out. Once outside, Charlotte was greeted by the sight of a tall, majestic redwood tree. Its sturdy trunk required several people to embrace, and its lush foliage cast dappled shadows in the sunlight. Beside the redwood stood a charming two-story country villa, its elegant off-white exterior harmonizing beautifully with a deep brown roof, exuding a rustic yet refined charm. Chapter 11. Practicing culinary skills for 2.5 years. Charlotte gazed at Martin in astonishment. "Here lies the Sequoia Villa, my abode, and soon to be yours as well." Martin patted Charlotte's back, gesturing towards the towering sequoia beside the villa. "When my parents first arrived here, they were instantly captivated by this majestic tree, which has stood for over 500 years. To possess this magnificent sequoia, my parents purchased this land and constructed this villa." At this point, a smile involuntarily spread across Martin's face. Carrying Charlotte, Martin entered the villa and retrieved the keys to unlock the door. A wave of stale, oppressive air rushed forth, with swirling dust prompting them to cough. "I apologize. I haven't visited in quite some time since my parents passed away," Martin remarked as he swiftly approached the windows, flinging them open one by one. Fresh air flooded in, dispelling the room's somber atmosphere. The layout of the villa's ground floor is straightforward. Upon entry, one finds the living room, furnished with a set of beige sofas adorned with colorful cushions, exuding warmth and comfort. To the left of the living room lies a modest dining area, adjacent to an open kitchen equipped with all necessary utensils. On the right side of the living room is a guest room, complete with an ensuite bathroom, ideal for accommodating visitors. Exiting through the back door leads to a yard enclosed by a wooden fence. Within the yard, a patch of woodland surrounds a natural lake. Its waters crystal clear, resembling a transparent emerald. Although modest in size and depth, The lake is ample for the family to enjoy boating and leisure. After a tour of the first floor, Martin said, "Come, let me show you the second floor." The upper level comprises 5 rooms. Martin's parents had occupied one, he another, while the remaining 3 are reserved for future children. According to their aspirations, Martin is expected to have 3 offspring. "This room at the stairway is my parents' chamber, and the adjacent one is mine," Martin explained, gesturing towards the 2 rooms at the staircase, then indicating the 3 within. "These 3 are intended for my future grandchildren." 3. "Indeed. Do you not feel the weight of such expectation?" Charlotte blurted out without hesitation. 3 it is. As long as you desire, I shall bear them, Martin replied, momentarily taken aback, gazing at Charlotte, surprised by her boldness. "Come, let us explore our room," Martin said, wrapping his arm around Charlotte as he pushed open the door. Yet, an instant later, the heavy air enveloped him, causing him to frown. He halted Charlotte, stepping inside first. He hurried to the window and opened it wide. After inhaling several breaths of fresh air, he finally beckoned Charlotte to enter. As she surveyed the room, both familiar yet foreign, Martin's heart was a tempest of emotions. Sensing his turmoil, Charlotte gently wrapped her arms around his waist from behind. "Martin, uncle and aunt are watching over you from above. They surely do not wish to see you so sorrowful." Martin turned, tenderly embracing Charlotte in his arms. Inhaling the fragrant aroma of shampoo lingering in her hair, Martin felt the weight of his past gradually dissipate. After regaining his composure, he managed to muster a smile. "Charlotte, please rest at home while I step out to buy some groceries. I shall prepare a delightful dinner for you later." Aware that her current condition rendered her a burden, Charlotte refrained from clinging to Martin. After bestowing upon him a tender kiss, she released her hold. Once Martin had gently laid Charlotte down, he did not immediately venture out. Instead, he seated himself at the writing desk in the bedroom. Slowly, he opened the drawer, revealing a solitary black bank card resting within. This was the inheritance left to him by his parents. According to their will, should they encounter misfortune, their stocks, shares, and real estate would be sold by an asset management foundation at market value. The proceeds would be deposited into this anonymous Swiss bank card, allowing the holder to withdraw funds at any bank in the United States. On this outing, Martin intended not only to procure provisions but also to ascertain the balance on the card. During the time Martin and Charlotte returned home, Elena Thompson, having toiled through an entire night, finally dragged her weary body back to the seaside villa in Myersburg. Meanwhile, Charlotte's father, Governor John Thompson, was engrossed in a highly publicized interview program, leaving him no time to return. As Elena gently brought her car to a smooth stop and surveyed the empty yard, she noted the absence of the familiar Ford F-150. A frown creased her brow as she pondered whether Charlotte had taken the car out. However, upon entering the villa, her fatigued steps alerted her to something amiss. On the dining table, 4 neatly arranged meal containers awaited, accompanied by a note. A flicker of curiosity ignited within Elena as she gracefully approached and picked up the note, her eyes scanning its contents before realization dawned upon her. It was a message from Charlotte, revealing that Martin had prepared the meals. It seemed he had spent the night at the villa. The thought of her daughter's little crush, which had consumed her thoughts for nearly a month, nearing fruition filled Elena with genuine warmth, prompting an involuntary, affectionate smile to grace her face. Her thoughts drifted back to a month prior when Charlotte first mentioned Martin Riggs. John and Elena had promptly taken action. Concerned for their daughter's affections, they initiated an exhaustive investigation into Martin Riggs. As the governor and a senator, their influence was formidable. Within a mere 2 days, a comprehensive dossier on Martin Riggs was laid before them. This file contained every record of Martin's life since birth, detailing even the color of his preferred underwear. After perusing the investigative report, John and Elena found their impressions of Martin to be quite satisfactory. Martin hailed from an elite lineage, though fate dealt a cruel hand, resulting in the untimely demise of both his parents. Nonetheless, they had cultivated an exceptionally nurturing environment for his upbringing, leaving behind a substantial inheritance. Martin himself was distinguished, excelling in intelligence, character, and personality, making him an exemplary candidate for a son-in-law. Consequently, Elena had been subtly encouraging Charlotte of late, imparting the wisdom that women must learn to take the initiative in matters of the heart. Indeed, her counsel bore fruit, returning her wandering thoughts. Elena elegantly settled at the dining table, unreservedly opening the 4 food containers before her. Inside lay white-cut chicken, sweet and sour fish, steamed ribs and black bean sauce, and poached shrimp, all quietly awaiting her. The aromas promised delightful flavors. Elena picked up a fork, delicately spearing a piece of white-cut chicken and dipping it into the accompanying ginger soy sauce. After a gentle whiff, she savored the morsel, and instantly, the piquant, savory notes enveloped her palate, followed by the succulent tenderness of the chicken. It was utterly delectable, rendering her unable to stop. With each bite, she consumed the dishes until the containers were emptied, yet she still craved the exquisite sensations they had bestowed upon her. However, the remnants of Charlotte's meal were limited, and any further indulgence would have to wait until Martin's next visit. Frustrated, Elena ascended the stairs and arrived at her bedroom door, pushing it open with purpose. As she entered, a faint, familiar scent immediately enveloped her senses, although the aroma had nearly dissipated due to the sea breeze. Her keen olfactory perception allowed her to identify it instantly. She hurried into the room, her gaze falling upon the disheveled mattress and the crumpled blanket. Witnessing the scene transformed her initial doubts into certainty, a flicker of annoyance igniting within her. Martin and Charlotte were both adults, and their romantic entanglements were hardly surprising. Even if they were to inadvertently cross boundaries, a hasty marriage could rectify the situation. However, for them to engage in such behavior within her mother's domain was decidedly inappropriate. Contemplating this, Elena could not suppress her irritation and seated herself on the edge of the bed. Yet, the elusive scent lingered around her, leaving her at a loss. Sitting alone at the head of the bed and nursing her vexation, fatigue from a sleepless night soon overwhelmed her. Within moments, she had stifled several yawns, struggling to resist the encroaching drowsiness. With a soft huff, she closed the window and drew the curtains, swiftly shedding her garments like a graceful mermaid. She dove beneath the covers with fluidity. Before long, he succumbed to a deep slumber. While Elena peacefully drifted into sleep, Martin boldly stepped out. Clutching the mysterious black bank card, he commandeered Charlotte's vehicle and sped towards the Walmart supermarket. Upon entering, he methodically adhered to his shopping list. He did not overlook Charlotte's instructions, first procuring a substantial box of essentials. Subsequently, he patiently selected several outfits for Charlotte to change into, ensuring to include sleepwear, undergarments, and a variety of socks and shoes, alongside toiletries and various odds and ends. Lastly, he also remembered to acquire a few minimalist garments for himself, complemented by an array of fresh ingredients. Once he had successfully gathered all the items on his list, Martin contentedly drove to a nearby JP Chase bank. Upon entering the bank, Martin conscientiously awaited his turn in the queue, his mind brimming with curiosity about the balance of the bank card. After the demise of his parents, he had been singularly focused on revenge, thus only retaining a vague awareness of the substantial inheritance they had left behind. However, he had never concerned himself with the exact amount. Soon, the customers ahead of him completed their transactions, and it was finally Martin's turn. He approached the counter with measured steps and presented the black bank card to the teller. "Please assist me in checking the balance of this card," he requested. The teller, adorned with a somewhat apathetic professional smile, accepted the card. Yet, the moment his gaze fell upon the balance, his expression transformed dramatically. Akin to a dramatic face-changing act in Sichuan opera, he immediately rose, cradling the card with both hands, and returned it to Martin with the utmost reverence. "Oh, esteemed guest, please forgive our oversight. How could you conduct business out here in the lobby?" His tone was filled with trepidation and contrition. "Kindly follow me to the VIP room, where our branch manager will personally attend to you." Martin had merely intended to ascertain the balance of the bank card, thinking the teller would simply relay the figure. However, witnessing the teller's obsequious demeanor left him with little room to express his discontent. Reluctantly, he followed the teller towards the VIP room. Once seated on the plush sofa within, the teller continued to exhibit warmth and courtesy, inquiring if Martin desired any refreshments or special services. He confidently proclaimed that at their establishment, every request from a VIP would be met with utmost effort. Observing the teller's almost servile posture, Martin could not help but reflect on the universal truth. In any nation, possessing ample wealth and influence elevates one to a status that commands reverence. Shortly thereafter, the manager of the JP Chase branch gently pushed open the door to the VIP room and entered with an air of grace. Martin looked up and was somewhat surprised to find that the branch manager was a woman. She was a Caucasian with cascading, wavy brown hair that elegantly accentuated her refined demeanor. Clad in a well-tailored professional skirt suit that beautifully highlighted her curvaceous figure, she exuded an irresistible charm. Upon entering, she greeted Martin with a warm smile, presenting her business card with a tone filled with respect and humility. "I am Amy Johnson, the manager of the JP Chase Bank at the Myers Park Avenue branch. Please, esteemed guest, You may call me Amy. Her voice was clear and melodious. Should you encounter any matters in Florida, feel free to call the number on this card, and we shall endeavor to assist you. Martin nodded slightly and took the card. Noticing it bore only her concise name and a string of digits. With a mere glance, the number etched itself into his memory, firmly lodged there. After putting the card away, Martin eagerly posed the question that had been on his mind. Ms. Amy, I came here primarily to inquire about my bank account balance. Would you kindly check it for me? Amy appeared momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised that a distinguished guest would be so uninformed about their own balance. However, she quickly replaced her astonishment with a sweet smile and responded gently, Esteemed guest, your bank account balance is $32,650,000. Upon hearing this figure, Martin felt his grip on the bank card tremble slightly. Over $32 million? Had he truly crossed over to become an instant millionaire? He took several deep breaths, striving to calm his racing heart. After all, he was someone who possessed a system, a traveler of worlds. He could not bring shame to his fellow transients. With such wealth, what should he do? He recalled the words of Mo Yan, who once said that money only becomes true wealth when spent. Keeping it is akin to possessing mere scraps of paper. Reflecting on this, Martin reminisced about his past. At that time, he had yet to embark on his journey. Merely an apprentice earning a meager $200 a month. Yet, he had resolutely invested every penny into the greater good, even if it meant subsisting on instant noodles to support national development. Now, having traversed to America, he silently vowed to reclaim double the losses he had once incurred in the stock market. Amy, you mentioned that your bank can handle any matter. Is that truly the case? Upon hearing this, Amy was momentarily taken aback. However, seeing no unusual glint in Martin's eyes, she felt a slight sense of relief. Chapter 13. Are robbers coming to the bank? Indeed, sir, as long as you have a demand, we shall strive tirelessly to provide you with the finest service. At any time and in any place, Martin gazed at Amy with satisfaction, retrieving the black bank card from his possession and presenting it before her. Please withdraw $30 million from this card and, in your capacity, assist me in investing in Oracle Corporation. Are you certain? Amy's voice was laden with disbelief. Her eyes widened as she fixed her gaze upon this extraordinary client, confusion reflected in her expression. Are you truly intent on investing the entirety of this $30 million into Oracle? She pressed again, her tone tinged with curiosity. She found it difficult to comprehend why this man would make such a reckless decision. Throughout her years in finance, she had never witnessed such audacious investment behavior. In the current financial climate, fraught with volatility and uncertainty, even the most seasoned investment experts would exercise utmost caution when confronted with such a substantial injection of capital. They would meticulously weigh the pros and cons, engaging in extensive research and analysis. Yet, here stood Martin, seemingly indifferent to the magnitude of this $30 million. Poised to pour it all into Oracle without a second thought. Is the realm of financial investment now so heedless and audacious? While Oracle is indeed well regarded within the industry and boasts promising prospects, investment has always been accompanied by risk. No one can guarantee that its market value will ascend uninterrupted. What if it were to falter next year? $30 million is not a trifling sum. Even a single misstep in decision-making could result in catastrophic losses. Amy's mind raced with countless scenarios and hypotheses, each one swiftly dismissed. However, Martin remained unconcerned with her thoughts. As a time traveler, he possessed a keen awareness of Oracle's stock price trajectory in another realm. In his previous life, he would often glance at the U.S. stock market, thus developing an intimate understanding of Oracle's stock trends. Predictably, Oracle's current stock price should hover around $3 per share, with a market capitalization exceeding $100 million. Yet by the year 2000, it would soar to $37 per share, becoming a behemoth with a market cap in the billions. Over the span of 8 years, despite potential brief downturns, a staggering increase of up to 120 times would be enough to set one's heart aflame. What could be more enticing than this? Investing $30 million now would yield a breathtaking $3.6 billion in 8 years. Moreover, post-2000, Oracle's stock price continued to ascend. Contemplating these astonishing returns, Martin's resolve grew ever firmer, as if he could already envision himself standing atop the pinnacle of wealth. Amy, I am absolutely certain. I would greatly appreciate your assistance in facilitating this matter, Martin declared, his tone resolute and unquestionable. Before the stock market closed today, I yearned to witness the outcome. Observing Martin's unwavering resolve, Amy realized that any further persuasion would be futile. She was merely a manager at J.P. Morgan Chase, not Martin's personal investment advisor. With the client's mind firmly made up, she could only proceed as instructed. Shortly thereafter, Amy instructed her subordinates to swiftly prepare the proxy investment agreement. Once Martin affixed his signature to this document, J.P. Morgan Chase would immediately act on this investment intention. Martin, for his part, merely needed to assume the role of a silent benefactor, unfamiliar with the intricacies of investment. Martin's decision to invest in Oracle was driven solely by his prescient intuition as a time traveler. Naturally, he had no objections to the agreement and promptly inscribed his name. Within an hour, Oracle's official website announced J.P. Morgan's substantial investment. J.P. Morgan, acting as a proxy, infused Oracle with $30 million, thereby acquiring 27% of the company's total equity. Simultaneously, J.P. Morgan, acting as a proxy, secured the right to dividends but renounced any decision-making power within the company. The announcement's abruptness elicited a visceral reaction from the stock market. Oracle's shares surged like a rocket, soaring 57 in a mere 15 minutes, igniting fervor in the market and ushering in a brief period of exuberance. Investors buzzed with speculation about the enigmatic benefactor behind the scenes. In no time, Oracle's stock became the centerpiece of financial discourse. As Amy engaged in light-hearted conversation with her esteemed client Martin in the VIP lounge, an unexpected series of 3 muffled gunshots resonated ominously from outside. Bang, bang, bang. The sound was jarring and disquieting, echoing sharply within the tranquil bank. Instinctively, Martin swiftly drew his Glock 19 from his waist, his movements fluid and deliberate. This sudden act startled Amy, who turned pale in shock. "Fear not, Amy. I possess another identity. I am the county sheriff," Martin reassured her, presenting his badge in an effort to calm her nerves. "This is my badge." Amy, battling her trepidation, tremulously accepted the document from Martin's hand. She scrutinized it intently, her gaze fixed upon the details. Recognizing Martin's resolute visage and the name Martin Riggs inscribed clearly beneath, she exhaled, her taut nerves beginning to ease slightly. "Officer Riggs, why did you suddenly draw your weapon?" Amy's voice quivered. "You startled me. I thought we were facing a robbery." As she spoke, a faint smile struggled to escape her lips, in an attempt to alleviate the palpable tension in the air. "No, it must be my oversensitivity. Surely, in this world, there exists no such dashing, affluent criminal as Officer Riggs." With that, Amy let out a few light giggles, blissfully unaware of the peril that enveloped her. Martin's countenance remained stern and unyielding, unmoved by her jest. He held his weapon steady, advancing cautiously towards the door of the VIP room, his movements both agile and deliberate. Slightly turning to the side, he carefully cracked open the door, just enough to peer through the narrow opening. His gaze was fixated on the bank lobby outside. From his vantage point, he could discern a bank employee sprawled on the ground, mercilessly dragged away by a pair of robust hands. Behind the employee lay a pool of vivid crimson, starkly illuminated under the lights, an unsettling sight. The sound that had just echoed was gunfire. A bank employee had been slain. Martin lowered his voice, his expression grave, as he conveyed this to Amy. Upon hearing his words, her complexion drained of color, her lips, once tinted with life, now devoid of any hue. Although encounters with robbers are not uncommon for those working in American banks, it is a different matter entirely when lives are lost. When no one dies, it suggests the robbers may simply be motivated by greed, retaining a semblance of a moral boundary. In such cases, the safety of the employees remains intact. However, the death of an individual signals a shift into a realm of extreme danger and complexity. It could indicate a gang operation, characterized by brutality in numbers, or an encounter with a remorseless, vicious criminal. In either scenario, for those unarmed employees, it is akin to teetering on the brink of hell, facing monumental threats to their lives. "Officer Riggs, I know my request is unreasonable, yet I implore you to protect us." Amy's voice trembled, her eyes brimming with desperation and plea. "Rest assured, safeguarding justice is the duty of a police officer," Martin asserted with unwavering determination. Though internally he added a silent vow. "If you perish, I shall ensure your vengeance is exacted." "By the way, Amy, do you happen to have a schematic of the bank's layout?" Martin inquired casually, thinking it would be a boon, though he could manage without it given his skills and experience. To his surprise, Amy indeed had one. "Officer Riggs, please hold on. I will retrieve it for you," she exclaimed, hastening to a corner of the VIP room to open a small safe. He carefully extracted a blueprint from within, gently unfurling it upon the table. Martin, holding a handgun aimed at the entrance, cautiously retreated to the side of the table. His eyes swiftly scanned the details on the blueprint, his mind racing as he committed each intricate feature to memory. A vault, a cash room, an armory? His gaze lingered on the armory's designation on the blueprint, and he furrowed his brow in mild confusion, inquiring, "Amy, does your branch really have an armory?" Amy's eyes flickered uncertainly, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face as she explained, "The bank frequently encounters robbers, and our security measures are somewhat inadequate. Thus, we applied for an armory from the Armaments Bureau, housing some rifles to bolster our defenses." Martin did not dwell on the underlying intricacies of her statement. His mind was preoccupied with meticulously planning his next course of action. Moments later, he turned to Amy, his face grave as he instructed, "You must call the police. Then remain in the VIP room. Once I leave, remember to lock the door and do not venture out. Understood?" After taking a deep breath, he strode out, gun in hand. The bank's lobby was eerily silent, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The once open doors were now securely locked, and the floor bore the remnants of a gruesome scene, stained with blood, irrefutable evidence of the recent violent event. Martin cast a cursory glance. Relying on his wealth of experience from memories past, a mere sweep of his eyes revealed that at least a dozen individuals had perished in this calamity. "This gang of robbers is merciless," he murmured, a glint of coldness flickering in his gaze. With a crouched posture, his steps light yet assured, Martin navigated his carefully plotted route. He traversed the bank's lobby, cautiously making his way toward the armory behind the security room. Just as he reached the corner of the corridor leading to the security room, his keen eyes caught sight of a robust Caucasian man clad in a silver-gray suit, emerging from the security room while brandishing a .16 assault rifle. The man was large and muscular, his attire splattered with blood, disheveled and chaotic. Without a moment's hesitation, upon recognizing the man as one of the robbers, Martin fired his Glock 19 before the man could fully exit the security room. Bang! The sharp report of the gun shattered the stillness, the bullet striking the man's temple with lightning-like precision. Blood gushed from the wound, and his body crumpled forward like a deflated balloon. His throat quivered as if attempting a final gasp, but he had already succumbed to death. Martin cautiously approached, keeping his gun trained on the fallen figure while casting a vigilant glance towards the security room. The security room lay in a gruesome state, a chaotic scene of carnage with bodies sprawled haphazardly across the floor. Some of these corpses appeared to have been slain within the confines of the room, while others bore the marks of having been brutally transported from elsewhere. As Martin's gaze fell upon the exquisite corpse of a woman draped across a desk, his brow furrowed with a sudden intensity. The clothing of the deceased lay scattered about, and the remnants of violation lingered upon their forms, inducing a wave of nausea within him. The depravity of these assailants was utterly abhorrent. Moreover, their proficiency was alarmingly lacking, as merely 3 minutes had elapsed since the gunfire erupted. Casting a glance at the muscular man lying lifeless on the ground, Martin could not suppress a contemptuous spit in his direction. As for the M16 in the man's hand, Martin merely regarded it with indifference, having no intention of claiming it for himself. He understood that subsequent investigators, such as prosecutors and the Bureau, would arrive to meticulously examine the scene for ballistic evidence and fingerprints. He had no desire to complicate his report by having utilized the weapon of a criminal. Once satisfied that the security room posed no further threats, Martin continued his deliberate advance down the corridor. Shortly, he arrived at another corner, where the bank's armory awaited on the other side. This time, Martin wisely refrained from recklessly exposing himself, knowing that the recent gunfire would have undoubtedly captured the attention of the robbers within the armory. The assailants were situated on the first floor, while he occupied the second. He took a moment to deliberately step in place, his footsteps heavy and resonant. As anticipated, a barrage of gunfire erupted almost instantly, bullets ricocheting off the corridor walls like a torrential downpour. The cement of the walls shattered and splintered, clouds of dust enveloping the entire corridor in a thick haze. Martin concealed himself around the corner, attentively listening to the gunfire. Drawing from his prior experiences, he deduced that at least 2 M16s were discharging simultaneously. The standard magazine for the M16 holds 30 rounds, uniformly equipped across standard issue. Silently, he began to count the shots, and within approximately 5 seconds, he reached a total of 60. In a flash, akin to a cheetah, he brandished his Glock 19 and charged into the armory, undeterred by the swirling dust. The rapidity of his movement left no time for the assailants to react. Bang! Bang! Driven by instinct, his fingers unfalteringly squeezed the trigger, and 2 bullets found their mark, striking the foreheads of the robbers with pinpoint accuracy. In an instant, blood blossomed from their temples, their eyes reflecting a mixture of disbelief and defiance. Their bodies swayed momentarily before collapsing to the ground, devoid of life. One of the assailants was a tall, robust black woman, while the other was a burly white man. Both bore the unmistakable signs of frequent military training, likely mercenaries or similar operatives. Martin stood at the center of the armory, his gaze scanning the surroundings with vigilant intensity. Only after confirming the absence of further threats did he allow himself a slight exhale of relief. He swiftly conducted a mental inventory of the armory. The modest room contained 10 empty racks meant for rifles. He calculated silently, removing the 3 robbers he had just eliminated from the equation. Realizing there were still at least 7 armed bandits within the bank. Instinctively stroking his chin, Martin's mind raced as he endeavored to recall the blueprint of the bank. Upon entering through the main entrance, one would find the business hall, and at the end of the left corridor lay the VIP room, where he had conversed with Amy. If one were to proceed halfway down this corridor and take a right, the new corridor would lead to the security room, with the armory at its terminus. The architecture of the bank was notably symmetrical. Mirroring the VIP room on the right side was the manager's office. The cash vault stood opposite the security room, while the armory corresponded with the safe deposit box area. Martin was acutely aware that both the cash vault and the safe deposit area were typically equipped with high-security combination locks. The level of protection was exceedingly stringent. Without the correct code, breaching them would be nearly impossible. Within the entire bank, only the manager, Amy Johnson, possessed knowledge of the code. Thus, it was highly probable that these robbers would return to the VIP room in search of Ms. Amy. Martin murmured to himself, his eyes glinting with wisdom. With this thought in mind, he quickly checked his Glock 19, noting that he had 12 rounds remaining. Caution was paramount in such perilous circumstances. There was no room for error. Carefully, he exited the armory, traversing the blood-soaked area of the security room, and arrived at the intersection of 2 corridors. He then crouched silently at the corner, resembling a statue, his breath steady, yet his gaze sharp as that of a hawk, ever alert to the slightest disturbance. Nearly a minute passed before the sound of heavy, hurried footsteps echoed from afar, growing louder as they approached his position. Were there only 3 of them? Martin pondered silently, gripping his Glock 19 tightly, mentally calculating the distance to the corner. As the footsteps drew nearer, his focus intensified, his entire being akin to a poised cheetah awaiting the perfect moment to spring into action. Suddenly, a foot crossed the corner's threshold, entering Martin's line of sight without warning. Now was the moment. Martin silently shouted within, instantly raising his Glock 19 and resolutely pulling the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The weapon discharged 3 bullets, each propelled forth with a searing flame. Those projectiles, like the scythe of death, carried a lethal presence, mercilessly extinguishing the lives of the 3 intruders. The 2 leading figures were struck with pinpoint accuracy in their temples. They maintained their running posture even after being struck, propelled forward by inertia for a brief distance. The last individual displayed remarkable reflexes. Upon sensing danger, he swiftly grasped his .16 assault rifle, preparing to retaliate. However, his speed could not match Martin's extraordinary quickness, and he was struck squarely in the forehead by a bullet fired from a Glock 19, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. It was a close call. He nearly afforded this man the opportunity to shoot back. Wiping away the non-existent cold sweat from his brow, Martin silently expressed his relief. He then turned his gaze to the 3 individuals he had just dispatched. Among the slain robbers was a Caucasian woman, her physique somewhat frail, exuding the aura of a schemer. Another was an Asian male, equally slender, adorned with spectacles, and appearing rather refined. The final assailant was an African-American man, whose towering and muscular frame exceeded 2 meters in height, resembling a robust gorilla. He had been the one attempting to counterattack just moments before. Martin did not linger. Clutching his Glock 19, he prepared to confront the remaining robbers. At that moment, a cacophony of police sirens erupted from outside. The piercing sound sliced through the air. And without further contemplation, Martin deduced that Amy had indeed followed his instructions and summoned the authorities, who were finally arriving for support. As Martin weighed the decision of whether to rendezvous with the police or eliminate the remaining robbers first, a deafening explosion reverberated from the opposite side of the main hall. The sound was so immense it seemed capable of shattering the very fabric of the world, causing the entire bank building to tremble violently, as though it were experiencing a severe earthquake. In the parking lot, every vehicle responded to the explosion with frantic alarms, plunging the scene into chaos. Martin stumbled, hastily bracing himself against the wall to regain his composure, filled with indignation at the audacity of these robbers, who dared to use such powerful explosives in a bustling urban area. After a few moments, the tremors from the explosion began to subside. Martin took a deep breath to steady his emotions before hastening towards the cash vault. As he swiftly traversed the hall and reached the corridor on the right, he was astonished to find the cash vault unscathed, showing no signs of damage whatsoever. His gaze quickly darted to the end of the corridor, where he discovered the true target of the explosion, the vault itself. The wall had been blasted open, creating a massive hole, approximately a person's height and 2 people's width. Debris littered the ground, and smoke was still slowly dissipating. Several robbers, in a state of panic, were streaming through the gaping opening right before Martin's eyes. He could hardly believe what he was witnessing. Were they truly abandoning one another? Bang, 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 bang. As Martin walked forward with a steady demeanor, he swiftly pulled the trigger, shooting at the robbers. His marksmanship was both rapid and precise, firing 5 shots in a single second. Each bullet struck with deadly accuracy, aiming for the forehead, the temple, and the nape of the neck, efficiently eliminating 5 assailants without granting them a moment to plead for mercy. The confrontation unfolded effortlessly, akin to a cat playing with a mouse, devoid of any challenge. After a brief pause, Martin remained vigilant, observing the surroundings. Noticing that no further robbers emerged from the opening, he cautiously approached. Peering through the wall's breach into the vault, he discerned only rows of safes within. Some had their doors blown ajar, debris scattered across the floor, and no other robbers were in sight. Only 11 in total? Martin murmured to himself, then holstered his handgun and turned back toward the main hall, making his way to the bank's entrance. Chapter 16. Sheriff Luke's numbness at this moment. 7 or 8 police cars formed a formidable steel barrier, completely sealing off the bank's exterior. A large contingent of officers took cover behind the vehicles, their weapons drawn, expressions tense and grave, all aimed squarely at the bank's entrance. Beside one of the patrol cars, a tall, imposing officer, exuding authority, held a megaphone and addressed those inside. Listen up. This is Sheriff Luke of the county police. You are surrounded and have nowhere to escape. Sheriff Luke's voice resonated with unwavering strength, imbued with an undeniable authority. Cease any futile resistance. Surrender is your only path to safety. Continuing to fight will only exacerbate your predicament. I understand that you may have encountered difficulties that led you down this wrong path. But trust me, if you lay down your weapons and exit the bank, we can sit down and discuss this matter. We do not wish to resort to force or see anyone harmed. However, if you remain obstinate, we will be compelled to take action. At that point, the situation will spiral completely out of control, and you will face far graver consequences. This is your final opportunity. Discard your weapons, raise your hands, and slowly exit the bank. This is your sole chance. Do not hesitate any longer. Make the right choice. After delivering this well-rehearsed monologue, Sheriff Luke's gaze remained fixed on the bank's entrance. Suddenly, he perceived a figure emerging at the door. However, upon recognizing the individual, astonishment filled his eyes. It was as though he had witnessed the extraordinary, his mouth agape, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, an officer beside him prompted, "Sheriff, that person appears to be Martin?" Sheriff Luke nodded, leaning closer to the microphone, and inquired, "Martin, how did you end up here?" Martin approached the bank's entrance, saluting from a distance before reporting loudly, "This morning, I visited the bank to conduct some business, only to encounter a band of armed robbers who ruthlessly held the establishment at gunpoint, mercilessly taking lives at will. In the name of justice and to uphold order, I engaged in a fierce gunfight with the assailants. As of now, all 11 armed robbers have been neutralized." Upon hearing Martin's report, Sheriff Luke was rendered utterly speechless, his mind a blank canvas, unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation. It wasn't just Sheriff Luke who was stunned. The entire police force stood frozen in disbelief, as if ensnared by an invisible spell, grappling with shock and confusion over the reality before them. During the last operation against drug traffickers, you had taken down all the criminals without a scratch, which many attributed to sheer luck. Yet, in this bank heist, you again emerged victorious, dispatching all the robbers. Must you be so inhumane? Do you not realize how foolish this makes us appear? After an extended silence, the atmosphere felt as though it had become solidified. It was only after some time that Sheriff Luke regained his composure, remnants of astonishment still flickering in his eyes. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he promptly directed his officers to proceed with the entry. Everyone, move swiftly and adhere to the protocol, secure the evidence, clear the scene, and initiate the investigation. We must expedite these subsequent tasks. Sheriff Luke commanded, his voice imbued with undeniable authority. Years of law enforcement experience enabled him to swiftly regain his composure amidst the chaos, methodically orchestrating the necessary actions. While the officers busied themselves, Martin, compelled by Sheriff Luke's insistence, sighed in resignation. He began to meticulously narrate his movements, step by step. From the entrance of the VIP room, I was here when I heard the gunfire outside, so I cautiously opened the door to the VIP area, Martin recounted. His tone steady as he detailed the circumstances of that moment. He meticulously described his trajectory, the position of the robbers, and how he neutralized them, illustrating each detail and action with vivid gestures. His movements were precise and fluid, as if he were reliving that harrowing battle. Each simulated shot and step an accurate recreation of the event. After nearly 20 minutes, Martin finally elucidated the entire sequence of events. However, upon completing his demonstration, Sheriff Luke was even more astonished, his eyes widening in disbelief. The officers surrounding him were equally taken aback, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. They stared intently at Martin, their expressions brimming with incredulity, as though gazing upon a deity. Their murmurs echoed with awe and bewilderment. Can a person react so swiftly? Is this truly possible? Such a maneuver is exceedingly perilous. Surely, this cannot be a jest? How could this possibly be the work of a mere human? It is truly monstrous. Had I been in his position, I would have surely met my demise at the outset. Nonetheless, despite the astonishment, not a single officer harbored doubts about Martin's honesty. After all, the trajectory of the bullets was unmistakably evident, leaving clear markings upon the walls and the floor. The bodies of the robbers lay strewn about, untouched and undisturbed. Such irrefutable evidence lay glaringly before them. Moreover, the bank was equipped with surveillance footage. How could one fabricate that? Ultimately, Sheriff Luke, anxious that an officer might recklessly emulate Martin's actions, earnestly cautioned his team. Martin is truly a genius. Everyone must remain vigilant and refrain from imitating him. Each individual's circumstances differ, and as we have all witnessed, Martin's prowess is unattainable for the average person. We must simply fulfill our duties as officers while ensuring our own safety. Sheriff Luke's words were imbued with concern and care. He understood well how easily officers could act impulsively in the face of such legendary feats. Once the officers concluded their evidence collection and carefully removed the bodies of the robbers and the victims, Martin suddenly recalled that Amy was still in the VIP room. He slapped his forehead, chagrined by his oversight. He then hastened to the door of the VIP room and knocked. "Amy, it's me, Martin Riggs. You may come out now." His voice was gentle and steady, aimed at soothing Amy's fraught nerves. Subsequently, accompanied by Sheriff Luke, Amy inspected the ravaged vault. The scene within was chaotic. Bricks and debris lay scattered, and the safe was askew. Upon a thorough examination, she noted that no valuables were missing. The sole damaged safe contained a $10 million emerald necklace, known as the Deep Sea Phantom. Although the robbers had managed to extract the necklace, they were swiftly dispatched by Martin as they exited the vault. Thus, it could be said that nothing was truly lost. Thanks to Martin's intervention, the bank had not suffered the loss of the Deep Sea Phantom. Chapter 17. An unexpected presence in the room. Gratitude welled in Amy's eyes as she firmly grasped Martin's hand, her voice trembling slightly. "Officer Riggs, I cannot express how grateful I am. Had it not been for you, the loss of this necklace would have left me at a complete loss as to how to explain it to the bank. In the future, should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. I would go to any lengths to help you." As it happened, Martin did indeed have a matter to discuss, specifically concerning his Oracle stock holdings. He currently possessed 27 shares of Oracle. It was inevitable that Oracle would seek to uncover the identity of this enigmatic investor. He hoped that Amy could provide him with some cover. Upon hearing this, Amy's face broke into a relaxed smile as she confidently patted her chest and assured, "This matter is quite simple. It is my expertise. You simply need to wait for your share of the profits each year." When Martin drove back to the Sequoia Villa, it was nearing noon. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting patches of golden light upon the ground. Balancing a large cardboard box in one hand, he fished out his keys with the other and unlocked the villa's door. Upon entering, his eyes were immediately drawn to Charlotte, dressed in loungewear and diligently cleaning with a mop. Her hair was casually tied back, with a few strands falling gracefully beside her cheeks. At that moment, fine beads of sweat glistened on her forehead, resembling delicate pearls under the sun's glow. Upon seeing Martin return, her eyes sparkled like two brilliant stars as she hurried over to take the large box from his hands. "Martin, what is in this enormous box?" Charlotte inquired, her voice bright and melodious, tinged with curiosity. Martin gently wiped the sweat from her forehead and replied with a smile, "Inside are the essentials I bought for you. You reminded me to bring back some little angels before I left. These should last you for a month." gazing at the number 608 marked on the box. Charlotte couldn't help but feel a few strands of annoyance. To use all of this in a month would surely be overwhelming, she thought. However, she rationalized that it was normal for boys not to understand such things, and there was no need to take it to heart. After Charlotte carried the box into her room on the second floor and re-emerged, she was greeted by the rhythmic sound of chopping from downstairs, reminiscent of a lively symphony. Descending the stairs, she found Martin standing in the open kitchen, skillfully wielding a Chinese chef's knife to chop ingredients. "Wow, Martin, you are incredible. Your knife skills are so impressive," Charlotte exclaimed, her eyes filled with admiration, further elevating Martin's image in her mind. Martin smiled and nodded, exuding confidence. Yet he did not invite Charlotte to assist him. Instead, he said, "Charlotte, you will inevitably be living here. I have also purchased some clothes and toiletries for you. They are in the living room. You can take them upstairs yourself." "All right, Martin, I will go take a look." Charlotte, having been well trained by Elena, was obedient and perceptive. She did as Martin instructed. Upon arriving in the living room, she indeed found a pile of items on the sofa. Excitedly, she dashed over and rummaged through them, discovering clothes, pajamas, socks, toiletries, and even a few pairs of undergarments adorned with Totoro patterns. This prompted fond memories of the previous day's blissful moments. A wave of shyness washed over her, turning her cheeks a deep crimson, akin to ripe apples. She quickly gathered the items and descended the stairs. After more than half an hour of diligent preparation, Martin completed the final soup. He carefully carried it to the dining table in the small restaurant. His movements elegant and practiced, then called upstairs, "Charlotte, dinner is ready." "Okay, Martin, I'll be down shortly," Charlotte replied, hastily descending from the second floor, her unusual gait bringing her to the dining area. Upon entering, she immediately noticed the array of 4 dishes and a soup laid out before her. "Martin, what have you cooked? It smells divine." Charlotte inhaled the fragrant aroma, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Martin handed her the cutlery and began his presentation. "These 4 dishes are steamed sea bass, prawn dumplings, sweet and sour pork, and the main dish is clay pot rice with char siu pork. This soup is chicken and pork belly broth. All these dishes are traditional Cantonese cuisine. Come, try them and see how my 2.5 years of practice has fared." Charlotte speared a piece of the steamed sea bass, dipped it in the prepared sauce, and took a bite. The fish was tender and smooth, devoid of any fishy taste. The seasoning was perfectly balanced, releasing a delightful burst of flavor on her palate. This was a culinary experience unlike any she had encountered before, and in that moment, her mind was consumed by thoughts of deliciousness, leaving her at a loss for words to describe the taste. "Martin, this is absolutely delectable, even better than the dishes you made at noon," Charlotte exclaimed. Her words somewhat muffled as her mouth was still full of chicken, her face radiating happiness. Martin chuckled heartily, wiping the sauce from the corner of Charlotte's mouth, relishing her praise. "If you find it delicious, then eat plenty. In the future, when we live together, I'll cook for you every day." As Charlotte savored the meal, she listened to Martin's words and couldn't help but start envisioning their future life together. The sudden arrival of happiness left her feeling a bit anxious, as if it could slip away at any moment. "I promise to love you well and protect you from harm," Charlotte silently vowed to herself. After finishing dinner with Charlotte, Martin took her for a drive away from the Red Cedar Villa. At precisely 5:10 in the evening, he brought her to a seaside villa in Myers Beach. The sea breeze caressed them, carrying the unique salty scent of the ocean. Upon entering the villa community, they encountered several security personnel patrolling the area. Since Martin was driving Charlotte's Ford F-150, they were able to pass through without being stopped at the entrance. Once they reached the villa's courtyard, Charlotte hurriedly exited the vehicle without uttering a word and dashed into the villa. Martin observed her retreating figure with a hint of curiosity, but quickly reasoned that she must be in urgent need or preoccupied with something else. Following the memory of the morning, he proceeded to the second floor and entered the room where they had spent the night. As he pushed the door open, Martin found the room shrouded in dimness. The curtains, which had been drawn open in the morning, were now tightly closed. Not a sliver of light penetrated, as if the brilliance of the entire world had been barred from entry. "Charlotte, are you in the room?" Martin inquired, a hint of perplexity creasing his brow as he circled around the foot of the bed and approached the window. With a decisive motion, he drew back the closed curtains, and light flooded the room like a surging tide, dispelling the darkness. However, when he turned to glance at the bed, he was startled to find not Charlotte, but another person lying there, none other than Elena, Charlotte's mother, whom he had met previously. Chapter 18. The devouring Elena. At that moment, Elena awakened under the glaring sunlight. instinctively stretching and sitting up. Her eyes fluttered open, caught between dreams and reality, and she vaguely perceived a man standing before the window. Her drowsy mind jolted awake, as if struck by an electric shock. Elena instinctively let out a sharp scream, her voice piercing the silence of the room. Martin, too, was startled awake by Elena's cry, his body jolting in surprise. He quickly turned around, his face a canvas of embarrassment and regret, hastily attempting to explain, "Senator Elena, I apologize. It was not my intention. I thought Charlotte was in this bedroom. I truly saw nothing, I swear." Gradually, Elena regained her composure, and upon recognizing Martin, a sense of inexplicable relief washed over her. "It's all right, Martin. You may leave now. Furthermore, this bedroom is mine. Charlotte's room is next door. And you must not wander in here carelessly again." Elena endeavored to keep her voice steady, though a blush crept across her cheeks. Hearing that this was Elena's room, Martin was suddenly reminded of the absurd events that had transpired between him and Charlotte the previous night, his face turning a deep crimson. He hastily lowered his head, too embarrassed to meet Elena's gaze, and hurried out of the room, carefully closing the door behind him. Elena, observing Martin's bashful demeanor, couldn't suppress a slight smile, a soft chuckle escaping her lips. What an amusing young man. Before long, Elena, clad in a red silk robe, gracefully emerged from her bedroom. As she reached the top of the staircase, she was greeted by the rhythmic sound of chopping emanating from downstairs. The cadence resonated distinctly within the tranquil villa. Curious, Elena followed the sound down the stairs and discovered Martin bustling about in the open kitchen on the first floor. He was expertly chopping vegetables, diced carrots, onions, and tomatoes lay neatly on the cutting board, alongside minced pork being finely chopped, arousing her curiosity. "Martin, are you preparing dinner?" Elena inquired with a smile. Upon noticing Elena standing outside the kitchen, Martin momentarily lost his train of thought, but quickly regained his composure and replied, "Indeed, esteemed Congresswoman Elena. I see you have just awakened, likely having missed dinner. Charlotte and I have already dined. I noticed there was some pasta in the refrigerator, so I thought I might prepare a delightful meat sauce spaghetti for you." Upon hearing this, Elena felt a flicker of anticipation in her heart, perhaps because it had been many years since her husband, John, had cooked for her. "Well then, I shall eagerly await your culinary creation," she replied, adding, "By the way, please refrain from calling me Congresswoman at home. Simply use my name." Observing Martin engrossed in his tasks, Elena made her way to the living room and turned on the television. As the screen illuminated, a familiar voice resonated within the room. On the screen, a serious-looking middle-aged man, clad in a crisp police uniform, was engaged in an animated discussion with a reporter holding a microphone. This individual was none other than Martin's direct superior, Sheriff Luke. According to verified sources, a total of 11 notorious Black Mamba terrorists had illegally crossed the border. They meticulously orchestrated a bank heist, aiming to steal a necklace valued at $10 million from the bank's vault. However, their nefarious scheme was inadvertently uncovered by Officer Riggs, who was on leave and conducting personal bank business at the time. Following a fierce and perilous confrontation, all 11 terrorists were shot dead on the spot. I would now like to invite everyone to join me in a moment of silence for the 23 innocent citizens and 14 bank employees who lost their lives. May there be no robbers in heaven. Sheriff Luke's voice was grave and solemn, as if each innocent life lost were akin to that of his own kin. Elena, while watching Sheriff Luke speak on television, found her thoughts drifting to Martin, who was busy in the kitchen. Little did she know, in just a few hours, this young man had achieved something remarkable. Just then, Martin's voice called from the open kitchen adjacent to the small dining area, "Elena, dinner is ready." Upon hearing this, Elena immediately turned off the television, her face alight with anticipation as she walked briskly to the dining area. As she entered, her eyes were instantly drawn to the plate of spaghetti generously coated in meat sauce on the dining table. The pasta shimmered under the glow of the lights, reminiscent of an exquisite work of art. At the same time, a rich and savory aroma wafted towards her, tantalizing her senses and prompting her stomach to rumble in response. Without a moment of hesitation, Elena hurried to the table and sat down. Eagerly, she grasped a fork and twirled the pasta, bringing it to her lips. The instant it touched her tongue, she was enveloped by the tender, juicy morsels of meat and the delightful balance of sweet and tangy tomatoes. The noodles were cooked to perfection, smooth and al dente, enveloped in a robust meat sauce complemented by just the right blend of spices. Each bite was immensely satisfying, growing more delicious with every chew. Elena indulged in her meal with fervor, completely immersed in the realm of culinary delight, finding the flavors utterly irresistible. Martin, observing Elena's voracious consumption, was taken aback and promptly urged her, "Elena, please eat more slowly. Consuming your food so rapidly is not good for your stomach." However, with her mouth stuffed full of pasta, Elena was unable to respond and merely cast a helpless glance at Martin, her eyes seemingly conveying, "It is your cooking that is simply too delectable." As anticipated, Elena soon found herself choking. Her face flushed crimson, and she began to cough incessantly, only to follow it with a series of hiccups. Witnessing her distress, Martin hurriedly fetched a glass of water from the kitchen and offered it to her. "Elena, have some water." She accepted the glass and gulped it down voraciously. After a considerable while, she managed to swallow the pasta, yet the hiccups persisted. Embarrassed, she chuckled softly. "Martin, your cooking is exquisite, even surpassing that of the Guangzhou restaurant I frequent." At last, Martin comprehended that Charlotte's fondness for the Guangzhou restaurant stemmed from her mother's influence. He smiled faintly, ready to articulate a response, but was taken aback by Elena's next request, which elicited both laughter and exasperation from him. "Martin, I'm still not full. Could you prepare another serving for me?" As twilight draped itself like ink across the sky, 935 Pennsylvania Avenue, Washington, D.C., stood imposing. The Edgar Hoover Building, bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun, exuded an air of stern mystery, housing the headquarters of the FBI. Within a conference room of the building, a blinding beam from a projector illuminated a screen, showcasing 11 distinct portraits, each displaying varied expressions. Chapter 19. This is inconceivable. Sam Cooper, the Deputy Director of Counterterrorism, stood tall beside the screen, firmly grasping a command baton. His demeanor was grave, his gaze piercing as he meticulously introduced his agents. Wen Xiong, 32 years old, Vietnamese, retired from the 198th Special Forces in Vietnam in 1986. He possesses 8 years of experience in special operations and is proficient in various firearms. Skilled in camouflage, infiltration, and mountainous warfare, his methods are ruthless, having taken many lives. Sam's voice resonated deeply, authoritative and commanding within the confines of the conference room. In 1990, he orchestrated the theft of police-issued firearms, rampaging through Ho Chi Minh City and brutally murdering 16 officials, making him a wanted man by the Vietnamese government. During his flight, he callously slaughtered 7 special police officers and has since joined the notorious Black Mamba International Terrorist Organization. Following this, Sam proceeded to introduce the second individual, Jin Wei Huang, 28 years old, Singaporean, a senior information engineer. He has been the runner-up in the Singapore Practical Shooting Championship for 3 consecutive years, showcasing exceptional shooting prowess. Alongside expertise in hacking and firearm modification, Sam paused momentarily, his gaze sharpening with intensity. In 1989, he had maliciously manipulated banking insurance procedures using his authority, aiding others in the theft of $30 million from a bank, for which he was apprehended by the Singaporean police. However, during his transport, he was rescued by accomplices, resulting in the tragic deaths of 6 escorting officers. He subsequently joined the Black Mamba International Terrorist Organization. Tyrone Koshi, age 30. Having introduced the profiles of these 11 heinous criminals on the screen, Sam pressed a switch. Instantly, the overhead lights in the conference room illuminated, flooding the space with brightness. According to reliable intelligence reports, the Black Mamba International Terrorist Organization intended to deploy these 11 terrorists, attempting to clandestinely infiltrate Florida via smuggling routes. Sam's expression grew increasingly grave as his cold eyes scanned each agent present. Their target was a necklace valued at $10 million. These terrorists were all desperate fugitives, and allowing even one to escape could potentially lead to significant civilian casualties. Therefore, our mission must not fail. We must successfully apprehend these 11 terrorists. In the event of resistance, lethal force is authorized. Sam's voice rose sharply, issuing a decisive command. Is everyone clear on this? The agents rose in unison, their voices resonating like thunder within the conference room. At that moment, the door creaked open abruptly. A portly Caucasian man rushed in, clearly agitated. This individual was Sean Carter, the intelligence officer providing Sam with information. Upon recognizing Sean, Sam's previously furious demeanor softened slightly, yet his tone remained frigid, tinged with evident displeasure as he reprimanded, "Sean, I am orchestrating a critical mission. What urgent matter could compel you to barge in like this? Could you not wait a moment longer?" Sean understood that his timing was far from ideal, but the situation was pressing, leaving no room for delay. Gasping for breath, he hastily explained, "Director Cooper, I possess urgent information closely related to this mission that must be reported immediately." His voice quivered with urgency. "I have just received confirmed intelligence that all 11 Black Mamba terrorists who attempted to smuggle in have been neutralized." Sam's expression transformed, a look of incredulity flashing across his face as if struck by lightning. He strode forward, grasping Sean's collar tightly, his eyes wide with urgency as he inquired, "What? They have been neutralized? By whom?" Sean wiped the spit from his face that had splattered from Sam's fervor, striving to regain his composure as he quickly replied, "They were taken down by a rookie officer in Florida named Martin Riggs. Just a few days ago, someone had compiled his file, and I happened to bring a copy with me." Sam's face reflected utter astonishment, as if his worldview had been irrevocably shattered. He released Sean and sank into a chair, swallowing hard as he struggled to speak. 11 notorious international terrorists, known for their heinous acts, had been dispatched by a mere trainee officer? Such a notion was utterly preposterous. Meanwhile, a group of agents from the counter-terrorism unit gathered closely, completely engrossed in their files. On the other hand, Martin was diligently occupied in the kitchen, as he was pressed by Elena to prepare a late-night snack. Although Elena had just indulged in a serving of Italian bolognese pasta, her stomach seemed like an insatiable abyss, incapable of being filled no matter the quantity of food. Reluctantly, Martin returned to the kitchen to wield his culinary skills once more. Amidst the cacophony of pots and pans, a lavish and substantial late-night feast emerged. There were rice rolls, barbecued meats, assorted snacks, and a pot of congee. Among the rice rolls alone, he had prepared 4 varieties: pork and beef rice rolls, seafood rice rolls with shrimp, oysters, and tuna slices, vegetable rice rolls filled with greens, mushrooms, and corn, and tender egg rice rolls. The array was diverse and splendid, filling the table with a delightful display. Faced with such delectable offerings, Elena's appetite surged. Charlotte sampled a bit of each dish, yet having already dined, she could hardly consume much. Martin was in a similar predicament, merely watching from the sidelines. The bulk of the feast was devoured by Elena, who seemed to have an unquenchable hunger. Strangely, after the meal, her abdomen remained flat, showing no signs of change, as if it truly contained an endless void. This spectacle left Martin quite perplexed, silently astonished. After their late-night repast, Martin was led upstairs by Charlotte. Despite the unexpected arrival of her monthly cycle, she obediently tied her hair up. The night was lively and joyful, beyond description. Morning dawned, with sunlight bathing the earth and a gentle breeze caressing all. Today marked the 3rd and final day of Martin's holiday. Tomorrow, he would return to the police station, officially becoming a member of the county police. He wondered whether he would be assigned to the Criminal Investigation Unit or the Patrol Division, and he felt a sense of anticipation. Upon awakening, Martin glanced at Charlotte beside him. She lay with her head resting on his arm, as if clinging tightly to him. He gently kissed her forehead and carefully disentangled her arms and legs. Rising from bed, he made his way to the open kitchen on the 1st floor. Tying on an apron, he began to prepare breakfast for Charlotte and Elena. With practiced skill, a delightful and visually appealing breakfast soon adorned the dining table. Afterward, he ascended the staircase to the 2nd floor. Standing before Elena's door, he raised his hand and lightly knocked, yet the room remained silent, offering no response. After a moment of contemplation, Martin slowly turned the doorknob. The door, unlatched, opened gently with a soft push. Inside the room, Elena lay curled up on the bed, her arms and legs wrapped tightly around the quilt, resembling a languorous kitten, her profile turned towards the entrance, lost in a deep slumber. Chapter 20, Camping on Matsushima. Her face radiated a childlike innocence, adorned with a hint of glistening drool at the corner of her mouth, perhaps lost in a realm of sweet dreams. It was difficult to fathom that the sleeping Elena could appear in such a manner, as if shedding her dignified and elegant fade to reveal her true self. Sunlight filtered through the sparse branches outside, casting dappled patterns upon Elena's form, the interplay of light and shadow reminiscent of a beautiful oil painting. Martin stood quietly at the doorway, gazing at the scene before him. After a long moment, he gently closed the door, reluctant to disrupt this beauty, unwilling to disturb Elena's blissful dream. Turning to Charlotte's room, he found her still asleep as well. Inside, Charlotte lay with her back to the door, nestled on her side, surrendering to deep slumber. With Charlotte, Martin felt no need for restraint. A mischievous thought suddenly sprang to mind, causing a subtle smile to curve his lips. He quietly closed the door and tiptoed to the bedside. Observing the sleeping Charlotte, she appeared as a slumbering beauty. Martin extended his hand and gently brushed aside a strand of her hair, tenderly caressing her soft cheek. This small act of mischief soon bore fruit, as Charlotte stirred awake. Upon opening her hazy eyes and recognizing Martin before her, a glimmer of surprise flickered in her gaze. She swiftly wrapped her alabaster arms around his neck, akin to vines entwining a tree. Before Martin could react, her warm, soft lips pressed against his, silencing him. As Charlotte moved, Martin found himself leaning closer, unwittingly finding his way to top her. They ardently responded to one another, yearning to meld their very beings into one. Only when breathlessness threatened did they reluctantly conclude their prolonged kiss. Charlotte's eyes, dreamy and filled with affection, whispered softly in Martin's ear, "Martin, I want." "No, you don't want to. It's not allowed." Martin reacted swiftly, extricating himself from Charlotte's embrace and placing a hand over her mouth to interrupt her words. He then added, "Have you forgotten about your visitor? Be good, let us wait a few days before thinking about that." He jested, emphasizing that running a red light could be perilous, especially for a girl's well-being. Choosing between a single meal and a banquet, even a child would know the better option. He wished to firmly hold onto the sturdy branch that was the Thompson family, not to risk losing much for a little. After a playful exchange, Charlotte successfully awakened. She grabbed her pajamas and headed to the bathroom to freshen up, while Martin made his way downstairs alone. He had just descended when he fortuitously encountered John Thompson, who had returned from an outing. Martin hurriedly approached, greeting him with both politeness and respect. "Good morning, Governor John." The governor, his face weary, paused to survey Martin with a gentle gaze, a warm smile illuminating his features. "Martin, there's no need for such formality. At home. You may simply call me by my name. I've been busy for a day and a night and am utterly exhausted. Please, make yourself at home. I must return to my room for some rest." Martin felt a surge of admiration for his father-in-law, who was so amiable. In a previous life, he could hardly have imagined a Chinese father-in-law as congenial as John. "Very well, Mr. John, please go ahead." Not long after John ascended the stairs, Elena appeared, yawning gracefully as she descended from the second floor. She was adorned in a red silk nightgown, although the hue was identical to that of her previous nightgown. The style exhibited notable differences. Upon catching sight of breakfast, her lethargy dissipated instantly, and she enthusiastically greeted Martin and Charlotte. "Martin, you're up so early. Let me see what breakfast has been prepared." Standing before the dining table, she inhaled the delightful aroma of the food, her eyes wide with eager anticipation, longing to indulge immediately. However, with Charlotte still upstairs, she had to restrain herself. "Martin, why don't you go upstairs and see what is keeping Charlotte?" Martin, having discerned Elena's thoughts, smiled and played along. "Elena, why don't you start eating? I'll go call Charlotte." After saying this, he swiftly ascended the stairs, only to be met with Elena's playful teasing from behind. "By the way, Martin, don't walk into the wrong room again today. Charlotte's bedroom is the one right next to mine." Martin halted abruptly, nearly losing his footing on the stairs. It seemed yesterday's embarrassment had become a running joke for his mother-in-law, resurfacing at the most unexpected moments. Upon reaching Charlotte's room, he found her emerging from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel. "Charlotte, Elena is urging us to come down for breakfast." "I know." While Martin was oblivious to Elena's character, Charlotte was acutely aware. Leaving Elena alone with breakfast was akin to locking a ravenous wolf in a sheepfold. She quickly removed her towel, unabashedly donning the nightgown she had just retrieved, then affectionately linked her arm with his, resembling a sweet couple as they made their way downstairs. However, when they arrived below, they were met with a shocking sight. After the initial surprise, Charlotte's expression mirrored her expectations perfectly. The once bountiful dining table was now occupied solely by a solitary note, with Elena nowhere in sight. Charlotte leaned in closer, pouting with a discontented expression as she voiced her grievances to Martin. "Mother has gone too far. She took all the breakfast with her, leaving us to fend for ourselves." Martin shook his head in resignation, not particularly perturbed by Elena's sudden and unexpected antics. "It's all right, just sit for a moment. I'll whip up another batch for us shortly." He returned to the kitchen, effortlessly immersing himself in the task at hand. Following the previous recipe, he prepared breakfast for two once again. At the dining table, they exchanged tender glances, affection shimmering in their eyes, savoring their leisurely meal. Afterward, Charlotte curiously inquired about Martin's plans for the day. Lacking any concrete ideas himself, Martin turned the question back to her. Charlotte pondered briefly, a spark of inspiration lighting up her mind. "This is the perfect time for camping. Let us go out and camp." "Sounds great. Let us do it." Both were action-oriented, and without hesitation, they began to gather their supplies. Before long, they had collected a variety of camping essentials: ground mats, tents, outdoor cookware, seasonings, ingredients, snacks, gas canisters, and quick-burning charcoal. Charlotte's home was well equipped with all the necessary camping gear. They loaded their belongings into the bed of Martin's Ford F-150 and set off towards the southern part of Myersburg. Upon arriving at the Pine Island campsite, they found it bustling with fellow camping enthusiasts. The area was surrounded by lush mangroves and an array of tropical flora, with several hiking trails ideal for nature explorers. Furthermore, the campsite boasted well-maintained amenities, including water and power connections, public restrooms, and shower facilities. A small fishing dock was also available, allowing visitors to indulge in the joys of fishing. Chapter 21. The peculiar black janitor Martin parked the Ford F-150 on a patch of grass and, together with Charlotte, commenced the setup of their camping tent and ground mat, thoroughly engrossed in their preparations. Once everything was arranged, Martin encouraged Charlotte to explore the area for a while he retrieved the necessary items from the truck bed, outdoor cookware, ingredients, and seasonings. Carrying them to the grassy area, he began the barbecue preparations. He placed the quick-burning charcoal into a simple grill and ignited it with a blowtorch. While the charcoal ignited, he cut the beef and lamb into 3-centimeter cubes and skewered them. By the time he finished skewering, the flames had subsided, revealing the glowing embers. Martin tested the temperature and deemed it perfect for grilling. He placed the skewers of lamb and beef onto the grill, flipping them as the juices dripped, and then turned them every 30 seconds. Of course, during the intervals, Martin was far from idle. He expertly blended a variety of spices: cumin, pepper, salt, cinnamon, bay leaves, dried tangerine peel, and star anise, into a special seasoning mix, measured with precision. This is a unique secret recipe that he developed after indulging in skewers for an entire month in his previous life. The meat skewers seasoned with this special blend are so aromatic that one could almost devour their own tongue. As the lamb and beef skewers reach a perfect medium rare, Martin begins to sprinkle on the secret seasoning. Instantly, a delectable aroma of grilled meat envelopes the air, enticing Charlotte, who is idly wandering nearby, to sprint towards him. "Wow, Martin, it smells amazing," she exclaims. "I could smell it from so far away. Let me have a taste." Martin chuckles and playfully swats away Charlotte's hand, pinching her nose with mild annoyance. "Wait a moment, it's not time yet. This isn't the best part." Charlotte settles beside Martin, wrapping her arms around his, swaying back and forth. "Martin, I'm absolutely starving. When can we eat?" Listening to her playful tone makes Martin feel weak, and he hurriedly concedes. "If you count to 60, you can eat." With a huff, Charlotte has no choice but to comply and begins counting. Before long, she completes the count and immediately grabs a lamb skewer, taking a hearty bite. The lamb is grilled to perfection, with a crisp exterior and tender, juicy interior. Coated in the special seasoning, the smoky aroma melts seamlessly, completely masking any gamey flavor. This skewer of grilled lamb is akin to a work of art for the palate. Utterly irresistible. However, Charlotte is no food critic, so all she can manage to say is, delicious. "Martin, your lamb skewers are fantastic." Martin, too, picks up a skewer and begins to eat. Thus, the two of them grill and feast, devouring a whole kilogram of lamb and a kilogram of beef without a trace left. Noticing that Charlotte still seems unsatisfied, Martin quickly gestures for her to stop. "That's enough. If you eat more, your stomach won't handle it, and you'll be uncomfortable." He pulls Charlotte up from the camping mat, and they begin to stroll along the paths of Song Island. However, Martin soon observes something peculiar at the campsite. A young black janitor stands quietly by a nearby trash can. He appears robust and towering at about 185 meters, his muscles bulging beneath the uniform, presenting a striking contrast to the typical image of a cleaner. He has been standing there for quite some time, neither tidying up the litter nor rummaging through the trash. He stands there stiffly, like a wooden post. Yet, people approach him frequently, conversing with an air of urgency, their expressions betraying a sense of panic. Clearly out of the ordinary, Martin scrutinizes the janitor once more. The more he observes, the more suspicious the man's behavior seems, each of his movements revealing an oddity. "Charlotte, do you see that African-American janitor? I sense something amiss about him. Let us pose as a couple and observe him from the car for a while. I am eager to discern what this fellow is truly up to." Charlotte glanced at the janitor a couple of times but found nothing unusual. However, she held unwavering trust in Martin's words. She gracefully approached and affectionately linked her arm with his, her face radiating a blissful smile, reminiscent of a young girl enraptured by love. There was no need for pretense. "We are indeed a genuine couple, requiring no act at all." Martin tenderly pinched her cheek. nodding in agreement. "You are right. You are the clever one." As they emerged from the camp's path, Charlotte clung to Martin's arm like an affectionate kitten. Together, they strolled leisurely toward the parked Ford 150, akin to a pair of enamored lovers. After tidying up their camping gear, they entered the vehicle, engaging in casual conversation while discreetly monitoring the janitor's every move from the corners of their eyes. To avoid suspicion, they occasionally shared sweet kisses in the car, embodying a couple lost in romance, their world narrowing to just one another, oblivious to their surroundings. During this time, the janitor became aware of the vehicle that had been stationary for some time. A sense of unease washed over him, heightening his alertness. He cast several suspicious glances their way, his eyes filled with doubt and scrutiny. Yet, when he peered through the Ford 150's windshield and beheld the couple passionately kissing, a look of envy and hatred crossed his face, as if he had swallowed something foul. Cursing under his breath, he diverted his gaze. Approximately 10 minutes later, a potential customer approached the janitor. A disheveled white man stumbled toward him, his sunken eyes and pallid complexion resembling a walking corpse. His unkempt appearance was reminiscent of a zombie emerging from the depths of a horror film. With an erratic and staggering gait, he drew closer to the janitor. After a prolonged moment of fumbling, the white man finally extracted 2 crumpled $10 bills from his pocket. His hands trembled uncontrollably as he shakily extended the cash to the janitor. The janitor's eyes lit up with a glimmer of greed as he deftly accepted the money, then plunged his hand into a filthy garbage bag. After rummaging through it for a while, he produced a small plastic pouch containing a white powder, no larger than a fingernail. Under the sunlight, it shimmered with an otherworldly glow, reminiscent of a demon's temptation from the depths of hell. As soon as the janitor revealed this pouch, the white man transformed entirely. His spirit lifted, his posture straightened, and a spark ignited in his eyes. He seized the small bag with the fervor of a lustful beast, and, like a whirlwind, sprinted away with manic fervor, emitting peculiar cries that gradually faded around the distant corner. Charlotte, her eyes wide with fury and fists clenched tightly, was quick to comprehend the unfolding scene. The African-American janitor was, in fact, a drug dealer, utilizing his guise as a cleaner to peddle narcotics. Martin, embroiled in disbelief, realized he was indeed engaged in drug trafficking. How despicable! We must apprehend him immediately. Chapter 22. The impetuous Luke. As Charlotte prepared to draw her weapon and exit the vehicle, Martin swiftly embraced her, his calm and steady voice whispering in her ear, "Patience, let the situation unfold a bit longer. Acting rashly now could alert our quarry. We should observe closely and ideally locate their hideout to ensnare them all at once." With that, Martin leaned in closer, collaborating with Charlotte to further bewilder their adversary. Fortunately, as noon approached, the janitor began to gather his belongings and depart. Otherwise, Martin feared they might suffer injuries from their close proximity. They concealed themselves within the car, watching as the janitor, burdened with a trash bag, gradually receded into the distance. Seizing the moment, Martin gently turned the ignition key, starting the vehicle. Conscious of the risk of being noticed by the janitor, he refrained from tailing too closely. The janitor proceeded down the street with hurried steps, showing no intent to pause. He arrived at a public parking lot bustling with vehicles and an incessant cacophony. Standing at the entrance, he scanned the surroundings with vigilant eyes. After confirming no one was following him, he approached a black Chevrolet with a sense of relief. Once he entered the vehicle, the Chevrolet bolted forward like a wild stallion, its engine roaring as it sped towards the outskirts of the city. Upon witnessing the Chevrolet's swift escape, Martin's heart raced with anxiety. Without a thought for being detected, he pressed the accelerator, and the car surged forward like an arrow, relentlessly pursuing the Chevrolet. The Chevrolet soon left the urban streets, veering onto Interstate 93. The highway was bustling with traffic. However, the Chevrolet, boasting impressive performance, adeptly weaved through the lanes. It continued southward, ultimately turning into an auto repair shop named Speed Dynamics. Martin waited until the Chevrolet completely disappeared from view before gradually descending from the highway. He parked the car steadily against the wall of the repair shop, which stood at a formidable height of over 2.5 meters, resembling an impenetrable barrier. From their vantage point outside the wall, it was nearly impossible to glimpse the activities within. With no alternative, the two resolved to climb atop the Ford 150 to gain a better view. They stood cautiously, their hands braced against the wall, gazing into the disarray of the auto repair shop. Before them lay a chaotic scene, with discarded vehicles piled together like undulating hills. The Chevrolet, driven by the African-American janitor, was parked steadily in front of a row of makeshift shanties. Beside the black Chevrolet stood a nearly defunct Hummer, its body marred by dust and scratches, presenting a forlorn appearance. Yet, upon a mere glance, Martin was flooded with an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Why do I feel such a connection to this vehicle? Furrowing his brow, he displayed signs of confusion as his mind raced to recollect. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated his thoughts, his eyes widening in astonishment. This dilapidated Hummer was indeed the very vehicle that had claimed his parents' lives. He strained to recall the surveillance footage from the incident, conducting a mental comparison. Indeed, the paint job and point of impact on this Hummer mirrored precisely that of the one in the video. "Martin, what is the matter?" Charlotte inquired softly. Noticing his fixed gaze on a single direction, concern etched across her face. Regaining his composure, Martin pointed shakily towards the battered Hummer, his voice quivering. "That Hummer is the one responsible for my parents' fatal accident. The drug dealers here must be the culprits behind their demise." Instantly, a glimmer of joy flickered across Charlotte's face, her clear eyes shimmering with a mix of surprise and anger. She had not anticipated such a coincidence. This unexpected revelation exhilarated her. Without hesitation, she drew her firearm, her movements swift and resolute, even more animated than Martin. "Martin, let us hurry inside and apprehend them all. Avenging uncle and aunt." Martin extended his hand, firmly restraining the overly excited Charlotte. His expression remained remarkably calm as he replied slowly, "There is no rush. At this hour, many may not have returned. These drug dealers are cunning. If we act impulsively, we risk alarming them. It would be wiser to report to Sheriff Luke first and return with reinforcements tonight. We can ensnare them all at once." After observing the dealers for a while and noticing that they had ceased their movements, Martin drove Charlotte away from the speedy auto repair shop. The sun continued to blaze fiercely, creating an oppressive heat. They first arrived at the familiar Guangzhou restaurant in Myersburg, where they casually consumed a light lunch. After satisfying their hunger, they swiftly made their way to the county police station. Upon reaching the station, Martin parked the car, and he and Charlotte headed directly to Sheriff Luke's office. At that moment, Sheriff Luke was seated, engaged in earnest conversation with a young and attractive female journalist, the two having just concluded a heated exchange. At this moment, the beautiful reporter held the microphone, poised to delve deeper into her interview with Sheriff Luke. Suddenly, without any warning, the door swung open. In rushed Charlotte and Martin, flustered and hurried. Martin gazed upon the scene in the office, as if struck by a thunderbolt, his eyes widening in disbelief. He never imagined that the typically upright and serious Sheriff Luke could also possess a more human side. The reporter's actions were abruptly interrupted by this unexpected intrusion. Upon seeing the newcomers, she let out a sharp gasp, her voice ringing clear and high. Like a startled fawn, she hastily pushed Sheriff Luke aside. Instinctively crouching down behind the desk, her expression a blend of panic and embarrassment. Sheriff Luke, equally taken aback by the sudden entrance, hurriedly straightened his attire, his body trembling slightly, unsure if he had been psychologically scarred. However, upon recognizing Charlotte, he felt a mix of indignation and embarrassment but restrained himself from reprimanding her. Yet, when he noticed Martin behind her, he found a target for his frustration. "Martin, do you not understand decorum?" Sheriff Luke furrowed his brow, his face adopting a serious demeanor as he raised his voice in inquiry. "This is the sheriff's office. How dare you enter without prior notice? Do you not see me as your sheriff? Do you lack the professionalism expected of a law enforcement officer?" Charlotte, witnessing Sheriff Luke's reprimand of Martin, felt a surge of discontent. Her brows knitted together, her eyes reflecting her dissatisfaction as she interjected on Martin's behalf. "Uncle, you are aware this is the sheriff's office. Is this truly how one conducts business here?" Sheriff Luke found himself momentarily speechless, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features. He hesitated to reprimand his beloved niece, and instead forced a smile. "Charlotte, your uncle acknowledges his mistake. Would you mind stepping out for a moment so I can tidy up this situation?" Being a man himself, Martin sensed Sheriff Luke's discomfort and quickly ushered Charlotte out of the office, thoughtfully closing the door behind them. Once outside, Charlotte couldn't suppress a fit of laughter, akin to a weasel that had just stolen a chicken. She muttered to herself, eager to share the incident with Elena, her face alight with mischief. Approximately 30 minutes later, the office door creaked open. The beautiful reporter emerged, having been calmed by Sheriff Luke, looking impeccably composed. Her earlier panic completely vanished. Sheriff Luke stood at the doorway, smiling and waving her farewell. Once she exited the police station, Sheriff Luke gestured for Martin and Charlotte to re-enter the office. As soon as the two entered the office, before they could even close the door, Sheriff Luke impatiently remarked, "Didn't I grant you both a 3-day leave? The holiday isn't supposed to end until tomorrow. So why are you here today? Charlotte unceremoniously plopped herself down in front of Sheriff Luke, a triumphant expression adorning her face. Uncle, we've come to bring you some commendable achievements. You should praise me quickly. Upon hearing that it pertained to a case, Sheriff Luke, who had been lounging, instantly straightened his posture. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in his eyes as he turned to Martin, who was seated beside him. Martin, you explain what happened. Martin succinctly recounted the events, clearly delineating the details. He mentioned that he and Charlotte had been out for leisure when they inadvertently observed a black janitor exhibiting particularly suspicious behavior. Consequently, they discreetly monitored him and discovered he was engaged in drug trafficking. Afterward, they pursued him by car, navigating through various challenges before ultimately locating the drug dealer's hideout. Moreover, at the hideout, they encountered the very Hummer associated with the accident that had claimed his parents' lives. Upon finishing the account, excitement illuminated Sheriff Luke's face, and his eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. He swiftly pressed a button on the red landline on his desk, his movements brisk and decisive, then solemnly declared, "Notify all investigative team officers to return to the precinct after dinner. We have a significant operation tonight." After hanging up, Sheriff Luke turned to Charlotte, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. "Charlotte, Martin, if we truly manage to apprehend a nest of drug dealers, I will certainly commend you." However, Charlotte pouted in dissatisfaction, a hint of disdain crossing her countenance. "Uncle, spare me the formalities. Let us talk specifics. If we manage to catch the drug dealers, can we add a stripe to our epaulets?" "You might have no issue with that," Luke responded, a sheepish expression crossing his face. "But as for Martin, that may be a different story. Transitioning from a probationary officer to a captain involves crossing two ranks, which would draw undue attention within the precinct and could lead to unnecessary complications." As he observed the uncle and niece negotiating their post-operation rewards, he found his mind wandering back to the knowledge Martin had acquired at the Florida Law Enforcement Academy. The American police system is intricate, with vast differences among the states. Florida operates with 4 distinct law enforcement agencies: state police, county police, municipal police, and town police. The ranks within the state police encompass probationary trooper, intermediate trooper, senior trooper, sergeant, lieutenant, chief, deputy captain, captain, major, lieutenant colonel, and colonel, totaling 12 ranks. Currently, the Florida State Police comprises approximately 2,000 individuals, primarily drawn from the elite ranks of various county and city police forces. The ranks within the county and city police departments include probationary officers, sergeants, inspectors, superintendents, and chief inspectors, with certain larger police stations also having deputy sheriffs to assist the sheriff in administrative matters, categorized into 7 distinct levels. The number of personnel within police departments varies significantly based on the size of the county or city. For instance, in a county, there are approximately 500 patrol officers, over 300 detectives, and around 200 administrative staff. In contrast, the structure of township police is relatively straightforward, consisting solely of officers and sergeants, characterized by a flat, yet highly efficient hierarchy. Reflecting on this, Martin gently patted Charlotte's hand, his gaze imbued with a reassuring warmth, signaling her to remain silent. After organizing the evening's operations, Martin and Charlotte chose not to linger in the precinct, aware that spending the afternoon there would be tedious. Upon exiting the police station, the sun blazed down, illuminating the ground beneath them. Martin contemplated where to take Charlotte for leisure, deciding that returning to the Redwood Villa for a brief respite would be preferable. "Charlotte, let us return home for a while," Martin said with a smile, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Naturally, Charlotte would not decline. As long as Martin was by her side, she was content to go anywhere, with a shared sense of purpose. They made their way to the Ford 150, their steps light and buoyant. Once inside the vehicle, Martin ignited the engine, and the car surged forth towards the Redwood Villa like an arrow released from a bow. Upon arrival, before exiting the vehicle, Charlotte's gaze was once again drawn to the majestic redwood tree beside the villa. Towering and robust, its lush branches shimmered with vibrant green hues under the sun's radiant light, exuding a sense of vitality. Each encounter with this colossal tree left her in profound awe. "How magnificent!" Charlotte exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder and astonishment. Observing her reaction, Martin couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Indeed, I feel the same way every time," he replied, a blissful smile gracing his face. They stepped out of the car, hand in hand, and approached the villa. Martin led the way, retrieving the key to unlock the door. The interior of the villa remained unchanged from when they had last departed. Charlotte guided Martin to the backyard, where a well-arranged grove of old redwoods flourished. At the center of this woodland, a verdant lawn encircled a natural pond, its crystal-clear waters sparkling under the sunlight. In this tranquil moment, they nestled together on the soft grass, basking in each other's warmth. Dappled sunlight filtered through the dense canopy above, casting playful shadows upon them. After lying there for a while, Charlotte suddenly felt a sharp pang in her lower abdomen, causing her to break into a cold sweat and curl up tightly. Resembling a cooked shrimp, Martin immediately noticed her distress and rushed to inquire about her well-being with palpable concern. "Charlotte, what troubles you?" Charlotte gritted her teeth and replied with difficulty, "Martin, do not worry. I merely have a stomach ache, an old ailment of mine. This occurs every month for a few days." Chapter 24. How could a drug dealer possess grenades? Martin instantly understood. Recalling how Charlotte had insisted on staying up late with him the previous night, and how they had indulged in copious barbecues, beer, and ice cream during their camping trip, it was no surprise that her stomach was troubled. However, witnessing Charlotte's pain weighed heavily on his heart. He swiftly scooped her up in a princess carry and hurried into the villa, making his way to his bedroom on the second floor. Once he gently placed Charlotte on the bed, Martin began to rub his hands together. After warming them, he placed them on her abdomen to alleviate her discomfort. After a moment, Charlotte indeed felt somewhat better. Although she still furrowed her brow, she no longer needed to curl up in agony. Martin tucked her in with a blanket and went downstairs to prepare a pot of ginger syrup. While its efficacy was somewhat dubious, it could provide some relief. After giving Charlotte a bowl of the ginger brew, she finally felt more at ease and drifted off to sleep. Night fell. The dusk enveloped the world like a vast black satin sheet, completely swallowing the light. The city's daytime clamor and bustle were replaced by an unusual tranquility. Alone, Martin set out in his Ford 150. Indeed, Charlotte was unable to carry out her mission due to her condition. She was simply unable to rise from her bed. Consequently, she could not accompany Martin on his task. With reluctance, he prepared dinner for her, reminding her to get up and eat when the time came. As for Elena, Martin thoughtfully called her to prevent any unnecessary worries. At 7:25 p.m., Martin sped to the county police station in his Ford 150. Upon arrival, he was met with a scene of bustling order. Over 300 criminal investigation officers were already assembled, each donned in bulletproof vests and helmets. Among them were a few daring souls who wrapped their heads in black cloth as a token gesture. Each officer was equipped with at least one AR-15 assault rifle and a Glock 19 handgun, with magazines starting at 5 rounds, and some carrying even more. A few seasoned officers with experience in nighttime operations had meticulously outfitted their rifles with night vision scopes or laser sights. Sheriff Luke spotted Martin striding into the station in civilian attire from a distance. He quickly approached, bypassing any unnecessary pleasantries, and led Martin directly to the armory. Upon entering, Sheriff Luke first retrieved a set of bulletproof gear and a helmet, tossing them forcefully to Martin. With a grand gesture, he pointed at the armory filled with an array of weapons, exclaiming with a beaming countenance, "Feel free to choose any firearm you desire." Martin strolled past the gun cabinet, his gaze sharp and discerning. He meticulously examined each weapon, scrutinizing from top to bottom, left to right. Suddenly, he halted before one cabinet, noticing an anomaly. Curiously, he reached out and pushed aside several 15 assault rifles that obstructed his view. Behind them, in the dark recesses of the cabinet, lay a black engineering plastic gun case, coated in a layer of dust that suggested it had been untouched for ages. Prominently displayed in white paint were the numbers and letters 821. Martin's eyes sparkled with excitement, reminiscent of stars twinkling in the night sky. Without hesitation, he carefully extracted the case from the cabinet. Upon opening it, he was greeted by the very firearm he had long yearned for, the Barrett 821, designed by the American Barrett Company in 1982 and entering mass production in 1986. It could fire the 12.7 by 99 mm NATO standard round or armor-piercing and high-explosive ammunition. The empty weapon weighed 14.8 kilograms, measured 1/447.8 mm in length, with a barrel length of 736.7 mm and a standard magazine capacity of 10 rounds. The bullet's initial velocity reached 853 meters per second, with an effective range of 1,850 meters and a maximum range of 2,500 meters. Before 1992, the longest confirmed sniper kill was recorded at 1,800 meters, making it one of the few standardized anti-material sniper rifles of its time. Martin had the fortune of firing a few rounds during his tenure at the Florida Law Enforcement Academy. The exhilarating shooting experience, though merely a memory, lingered vividly in his mind. To describe it in 4 words, utterly exhilarating. "This is the one," Martin declared resolutely. "How did you even find this?" Sheriff Luke inquired, astonished. As he watched Martin skillfully assemble the Barrett. "Are you seriously planning to take that beast along? Are you intending to shoot down an aircraft?" Martin chuckled, cradling the assembled Barrett as if it were a treasured possession. He then casually slung a 15 assault rifle over his shoulder, confidently stating, "If one isn't sufficient, I'll take another 15. That should suffice for such a minor operation, right?" Sheriff Luke, though speechless, chose not to further comment. After all, over 300 officers were mobilized for this mission to apprehend drug traffickers. In his view, it was unlikely that Martin would need to use his weapon. If Martin was willing to bear the weight of such a formidable armament, then so be it. At 1940, time seemed to freeze, and an atmosphere of tension and solemnity enveloped the police station. "All units, target, Rapid Dynamics Auto Repair Shop, move out." With Sheriff Luke's commanding voice, they set forth. More than 100 police vehicles, carrying over 300 officers, surged towards the Rapid Dynamics Auto Repair Shop with great urgency. To avoid alarming the suspects, the police cars refrained from activating their sirens and lights. They skillfully surrounded the entire repair facility, leaving no avenue for escape. Subsequently, the officers swiftly divided into several small teams, well-trained and moving in standard combat formation, cautiously advancing into the depths of the auto shop. Each officer's gaze radiated determination and vigilance, their weapons firmly grasped, ever prepared to confront any potential threat. Seeing the collective movement, Martin was eager to join in the fray. However, before he could take more than a couple of steps, Sheriff Luke seized his arm. "Martin, what do you think you're doing?" Sheriff Luke inquired. Martin, bewildered, blinked in confusion, staring at Sheriff Luke, utterly perplexed by his intentions. "Of course, we're here to apprehend the drug dealers." Sheriff Luke gestured dismissively, speaking earnestly. "There are over 300 of us. Do we really need you to charge in? Just stay put, and when we capture the culprits, your share of the credit will be assured." Though Martin felt a surge of frustration, he did not protest, recognizing that Sheriff Luke's intentions were rooted in concern for his safety. Moments later, a man's panicked voice echoed from within the repair shop. "Thick crap. There are cops." The alarm still lingered in the air, followed by a barrage of gunfire. The cacophony of gunshots heralded the onset of a brutal conflict, transforming the auto repair shop into a scene of chaos. The air was filled with deafening cries and the relentless crackle of gunfire. Initially, Sheriff Luke appeared composed, a confident smile gracing his features as he stood outside the repair shop, listening intently to the unfolding events as though everything lay within his control. Yet, after a brief interval, several violent explosions erupted from within the facility, draining the color from his face and inducing a sense of panic. Was that the sound of grenades? The confidence that once adorned Sheriff Luke's face evaporated, replaced by a growing sense of disorder. "Damn it, these drug dealers have heavy weaponry?" he thought. Moments later, more intense explosions rattled the ground beneath them. As Martin listened, his mind rapidly processed the information, prompting him to interject. "Not just grenades, they also have rocket launchers." Sheriff Luke's complexion turned as pale as a sheet, fully aware that if this operation resulted in significant casualties among officers, even with a brother serving as governor, his position as sheriff would be jeopardized. As Sheriff Luke was about to convey further words to Martin, he turned to find that Martin had vanished into thin air. Anxiously, he called out a few times, yet Martin remained elusive. At that moment, Martin, clutching the Barrett rifle, surged into the auto repair shop like a fierce cheetah. His gaze was piercing as he swiftly selected the nearest heap of junk cars at the entrance, scaling it with a deft combination of hands and feet. Calmly, he activated the night vision scope, meticulously observing the surroundings. Through the lens, the entire auto repair facility unfolded before him. In the deepest part of the shop, a row of makeshift shanties erupted with individuals rushing out of the rooms. Some brandished rifles, raising them high above their heads without aiming, unleashing a barrage of gunfire into the open air. Others wielded grenades and rocket launchers, haphazardly tossing and firing them, seemingly guided only by whim. Witnessing this scene, Martin's tension eased slightly. In his estimation, if law enforcement officers fell to such disorganized foes, it would merely be a case of unfortunate luck. However, the frantic actions of these drug dealers were undeniably intimidating. Martin once again spotted an individual stumbling out of a shanty, clutching a rocket launcher. Without hesitation, His expression remained as tranquil as still water, his eyes reflecting resolve and decisiveness, as he gently squeezed the trigger. Bang! The thunderous roar of the Barrett echoed through the air, akin to a bolt of lightning striking, causing the heap of junk cars beneath to tremble violently. The sound of the Barrett was distinctly different from the other rifles, marked by a clarity that stood out amidst the cacophony of gunfire. Martin did not linger on the figure struck by a shot. Instead, he swiftly redirected his aim to the next target. Bang! Suddenly, the entire auto repair shop transformed into Martin's personal showcase. With each resounding shot of the Barrett, the drug dealers instinctively flinched and sought cover, much like startled birds. Moreover, since Martin opened fire, the sounds of rocket launchers and grenades had ceased within the facility. Sheriff Luke stood outside the entrance of the auto repair shop, the earlier anxiety and panic fading from his face. The deafening crack of the Barrett resonated in his ears like the most enchanting melody, a herald of victory. It seemed that his position as sheriff was secure. Martin truly is my lucky charm, Sheriff Luke murmured to himself. After a while, the drug dealers began to discern a pattern. As long as they refrained from wielding rocket launchers and grenades, they would not be targeted by the Barrett. Consequently, everyone emerged armed only with rifles, hastily firing off a round before scurrying back in panic. Martin waited patiently, observing the absence of any dealers carrying rocket launchers or grenades. Thus, he began to set his sights on the armed drug traffickers, commencing a precise hunt. Bang! 45. Martin counted his kills. The ground around him was littered with shell casings, glimmering with a cold light in the night. He had fired 45 shots, each one claiming the life of a drug dealer. At this point, no traffickers emerged from the makeshift shanties. However, Martin did not ease his vigilance. He remained fully concentrated, monitoring the activity around the shanties through his night vision scope. After a considerable time, the officers cautiously approached the exterior of the shanties. They attentively observed the situation within, beginning to call out to the traffickers, demanding they lay down their weapons and surrender. Yet, before the officers could finish their demands, a black man timidly emerged, holding a flag fashioned from a white towel. The officers maintained their vigilance, closely watching the entrance while swiftly advancing to place the man in handcuffs. With the apprehension of this individual, it was as though a dam had burst. One after another, more black individuals emerged from the shanties, each appearing dejected and despondent, surrendering to the police. Ultimately, within Martin's line of sight, an astonishing 78 individuals exited the row of makeshift shanties. This led Martin to ponder whether the shanties concealed a portal to another dimension. How else could they harbor so many people? He then considered that these traffickers might have inherited some peculiar skill. After the officers meticulously searched all the shanties, Martin carefully descended from a pile of abandoned vehicles. As he strode purposefully to the scene with his Barrett rifle in hand, all the officers instinctively saluted him, their eyes filled with admiration and gratitude. It could be said that without Martin, their lives might have been forfeit. Martin returned their salutes, but his gaze inadvertently fell upon a body on the ground. This corpse appeared to have been struck in the head by Martin S. Barrett. The organs above the collarbone had vanished, leaving behind a gruesome wound that was almost too brutal to behold. Suddenly, an inexplicable sense of crisis surged within Martin, an intense unease rising to the surface. This time, he had been the one wielding the gun. What would happen next? Would there be others aiming firearms at him, seeking to take his life? Reflecting on this, Martin silently instructed in his mind, "System, display my current attributes." Host, Martin current justice value, 6,400 current attributes, strength 7, speed 105, stamina 10, intelligence 11. Spirit 4 current skills, culinary arts advanced 285300, learning advanced 5300, firearms intermediate 71200, hand-to-hand combat beginner 45100, investigation beginner 10100. Danger perception beginner 5100. Martin scrutinized his attribute panel with care, noting the addition of a culinary skill and a significant increase in his firearms experience. The remainder of his attributes and skills remained unchanged, showing no signs of variation. It appeared that training could indeed enhance one's attributes and skill proficiency. Yet point allocation remained the swifter method for improvement. Contemplating his attributes and skills for a moment, Martin deduced that the danger perception skill would aid him in countering potential sniper threats. System, please convert 3,000 justice points into skill points, allocating them entirely to danger perception. Ding. Danger perception level increased, now at advanced 5300. At the instant the system notification resonated, Martin's ears felt as though they had suddenly succumbed to silence, rendering him oblivious to any external sounds. He gently closed his eyes, sensing his perception transforming into a formidable radar, radiating within a 1,000-meter radius from his position. Within this range, any malevolent intent directed towards him or those in proximity would transmit to him like a clear electric signal, causing his heart to flutter and issuing a warning. Chapter 26. The olive branch of the criminal investigation team. At that moment, a multitude of such hostile signals surrounded him. Martin slowly opened his eyes and understood immediately. No wonder, it was those drug dealers in handcuffs. Though subdued, they were devoid of the threat of death, and their hatred and murderous intent seemed to re-emerge. Martin remained unfazed by their animosity. It was merely impotent rage. With his advanced danger perception skill, he could detect any lethal intent within a kilometer. Even if these dealers harbored ill will and attempted to snipe him from a distance, he would be capable of sensing it in advance, enabling him to evade with the speed of a cheetah. He might even uncover traces of their plans and deliver a decisive blow with overwhelming force. However, the immediate priority was to identify the organization to which these drug dealers belonged, tracing the leads to ensnare them all. Reflecting on crime dramas he had watched in his past life, Martin felt an unwavering confidence. "Who is the leader among you?" he inquired coldly, fixing his gaze upon the group of drug dealers. Among them were a few audacious individuals who, despite facing Martin armed with a Barrett, exhibited no fear and wore expressions of defiance. Yet, there were still those who trembled at the situation. Confronted by Martin's piercing inquiry, his gaze instinctively drifted towards a lone black man amidst the crowd. Martin, astutely attuned to this subtle movement, followed the collective gaze and soon identified an individual who stood apart from the rest. This black male, neither towering nor robust, appeared rather ordinary among a sea of imposing figures. Yet, he was adorned in a sharply tailored suit, which upon closer inspection bore the prestigious label of Louis Vuitton. This attire seemed somewhat incongruous within the predominantly hip-hop and heavy metal aesthetic of the surrounding group. Martin strode purposefully towards him, his hand grasping the suit-clad man with a grip akin to iron, drawing him from the throng. He scrutinized the man with an expression of keen examination and inquiry. After a moment's pause, he finally spoke. "What is your name? Which organization do you belong to? Are there any accomplices still in the county?" The suited man remained tight-lipped, silent as if Martin's words were nothing more than the whisper of the wind, entirely disregarded. However, Martin, equipped with a sense of danger, could discern that beneath this calm exterior, a tempest raged within. The man's intent to kill surged and ebbed, as if two conflicting consciousnesses vied for dominance, one urging him to eliminate Martin, the other advocating for restraint. After what felt like an eternity, the man in the suit finally spoke, his voice low and frigid. "I invoke my Miranda rights. I refuse to answer any questions unless my attorney is present." Now it was Martin's turn to fall silent, his brow furrowed in frustration, internally lamenting the predicament. It was not the reckless drug dealer who posed the greatest threat, but rather the one who understood the law. In this jurisdiction, drug trafficking did not incur the death penalty, with life imprisonment being the most severe outcome. Moreover, even in the case of a drug dealer, law enforcement was bound to respect human rights and political correctness. If the man chose silence, Martin could hardly resort to coercive interrogation. This was not a lawless land where one could act with impunity. Furthermore, he was merely a cook by trade, lacking expertise in investigation. While he could recite every episode of Conan, such knowledge was of little practical use in this scenario. He felt a pang of frustration. This was not a cinematic universe where plot lines provided foresight. Likewise, Martin was no prodigy in the art of detective work. Otherwise, he would not have become so utterly exhausted in his pursuit of justice regarding his parents' tragic accident, leading to his untimely demise. Sighing inwardly, Martin resigned himself to the notion that he would forever remain a patrolman, finding a semblance of joy in the routine. At that moment, Sheriff Luke, flanked by a cadre of officers, approached with measured steps from the direction of the auto repair shop. Upon spotting Martin, his previously tense features transformed into a radiant smile, reminiscent of the sun's warmth dispelling the chill of winter. "Martin, I owe you my gratitude. You truly are my lucky star," exclaimed Sheriff Luke as he hurried to Martin's side, giving his shoulder a hearty pat. Martin humbly responded, "I dare not take credit. It is your exceptional guidance and leadership, Sheriff, that have brought us this success." At that moment, Detective Chief S. Blake from the Criminal Investigation Unit noticed Sheriff Luke's arrival and promptly approached to report on the operation. "Sheriff Luke, I report to you," announced Chief S. Blake, standing tall with a serious demeanor. This drug bust involved 343 officers, resulting in the deaths of 64 traffickers and the capture of 78. We seized 35 kilograms of cocaine, 15 kilograms of heroin, $5 million in cash, 150 automatic rifles, 15 boxes of grenades, 35 rockets, and 150 vehicles. Sheriff Luke nodded slightly, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features. The operation had indeed yielded significant results. However, his primary concern lay with the casualties among the officers. "What is the status of our personnel's injuries?" Sheriff Luke inquired, his brow furrowing with concern. Chief S. Blake, with a pained expression, replied, "We have lost 3 officers, 5 are critically injured, and 13 have sustained minor injuries." Upon hearing this, Sheriff Luke's heart sank, his countenance growing grave. Nonetheless, he recognized that this outcome was far better than he had anticipated. With this thought, he cast a glance at Martin, inwardly relieved that Martin was present. Otherwise, his position as sheriff might have been in jeopardy. He gently patted Chief S. Blake on the shoulder and earnestly declared, "They are all heroes, valiant warriors who sacrificed themselves in the pursuit of justice. We must hold a grand memorial service to ensure their bravery is forever honored." After this, Sheriff Luke pulled Martin forward, enthusiastically introducing him to Chief S. Blake. "This is Martin, currently an apprentice officer. Thanks to his outstanding performance, our casualties could have been far worse." Chief S. Blake scrutinized Martin closely, and upon noticing the formidable Barrett rifle he held, he began to understand much more. Subsequently, Sheriff Luke revealed another significant piece of information. Moreover, this intelligence regarding the traffickers was uncovered by Charlotte and me. Chief S. Blake was utterly astonished, his gaze filled with admiration. This young man not only possessed shooting talent, but also demonstrated investigative acumen. Was he not the very talent the Criminal Investigation Unit had longed for? "Martin, since you have such investigative skills, would you be interested in joining our unit?" Chief S. Blake asked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he looked at Martin. "If you are willing to join the Criminal Investigation Unit, I can promptly facilitate your formal appointment, allowing you to become an official officer by tomorrow." However, Martin, faced with the olive branch extended by Inspector Ace, felt a profound lack of conviction. Deep down, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. His so-called investigative skills were merely superficial. "I appreciate your kindness, Inspector Ace, but I truly lack the aptitude for criminal investigations. I would rather not waste anyone's time." Inspector Ace nodded slightly, his expression revealing an understanding demeanor. Since Martin was unwilling to join, he would not press the matter further, nor would he impose undue pressure. "That is perfectly fine. The doors of the Criminal Investigation Unit will always remain open to you," Inspector Ace said with a smile. "Whenever you decide to change your mind, do not hesitate to seek me out." Chapter 27. The invitation for special operations at 10:15 p.m. The officers concluding their duties skillfully escorted a group of drug dealers into the police vehicle. The confiscated drugs, illicit funds, vehicles, and other evidence were meticulously packed for transport back to the precinct, to be presented as court evidence. Martin rode alongside Sheriff Luke in the same patrol car, smoothly returning to the county police station with the convoy. After returning his equipment to the armory, Martin's thoughts were solely on heading home to rest and alleviate the fatigue of the day. However, just as he prepared to slip out of the precinct, he was caught red-handed by Sheriff Luke, who insisted he attend an impromptu meeting with the higher-ups of the department. The atmosphere at the meeting was relaxed, filled with laughter, owing to the recent resounding victory. A casual glance revealed that the lowest rank present was that of a police chief, making Martin stand out among this assembly of senior officers as a conspicuous anomaly, still merely a trainee officer. Nevertheless, none of the higher-ups dared to underestimate him. His relationship with Charlotte was no secret within the precinct. It was well known that he had secured the favor of the Thompson family, and his personal capabilities were exceptional. His future prospects were undoubtedly bright and limitless. As the meeting commenced, Sheriff Luke praised Martin repeatedly and announced that he was to attend a press conference at the precinct the following day. Subsequently, the meeting seemed to drift away from him, as the chiefs dominated the discussion with their work reports. Seizing an opportunity, Martin excused himself under the pretext of needing to use the restroom, escaping from Sheriff Luke's grasp. He drove his Ford F-150 at breakneck speed, the streetlights on either side blurring past like shooting stars. Soon, he returned to the Sequoia Tree Villa. By this time, it was already the early hours of the morning. The entire villa was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light. Martin quietly unlocked the door, cautious not to disturb anyone inside. He refrained from turning on the overhead lights, instead carefully ascending to the second floor. guided by the faint glow of the nightlight in the hallway. He returned directly to his room. Upon opening the door, he was bathed in the silvery moonlight streaming through the window and cast a glance at the bed. There lay Charlotte, curled up like a languid cat beneath the covers, peacefully slumbering. Her golden curls cascaded freely over the pillow, with only a small portion of her head exposed. In the moonlight, she resembled a fairy tale sleeping beauty. After a taxing day, Martin felt utterly exhausted. He swiftly shed his clothes, reeking of gunpowder, and like a weary bird returning to its nest, he burrowed into the blankets at the foot of the bed. As soon as he nestled under the covers, he embraced the sleeping Charlotte in his arms, shifting slightly until he found a comfortable position, and soon fell into a deep slumber. In his dreams, Martin felt as though he had entered an ethereal realm of pure white, where the silence was so profound he could hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat. Suddenly, a familiar figure gradually materialized before him. Shrouded in pure white light, the face was hazy and indistinct, exuding an aura of sanctity and purity. Martin Riggs? He discerned the identity of the figure and called out softly. His voice echoed in the stillness. The figure nodded slightly, a warm smile gracing its features like the gentle sun of spring. Thank you, my friend from the East, for helping me fulfill my last wish. I have felt the call of God. The Archangel Gabriel is soon to escort me to heaven. I apologize for this interruption, but I wish to bid you farewell. Charlotte is a good girl. Please treat her kindly. The voice of the figure carried a sense of affection and entrustment. Farewell, my friend. At that moment, the dream abruptly ceased, like a string snapping on a musical instrument. Martin felt as though an invisible force had thrust him violently from the dreamscape. His soul experienced a sensation of weightlessness, as if plummeting from the clouds into an abyss. As this disorientation gradually faded, Martin slowly opened his eyes, realizing it was morning. Golden sunlight filtered through the dense leaves outside, casting dappled patterns into the room, striking his face and causing him to squint involuntarily. Instinctively, he glanced to his side and found Charlotte nestled in his embrace, akin to a quiet little kitten, her breathing soft and steady. Feeling the warmth of Charlotte's body against him, Martin couldn't help but feel a flicker of frustration. Yet, considering her current condition, he refrained from any action. He gently caressed her delicate face and placed a tender kiss on her forehead. Suddenly, he sensed Charlotte stirring slightly in his arms, uttering a few unintelligible murmurs. He understood that this was a sign of her impending awakening. It was 8:15. The radiant sunlight has pierced through the clouds, cascading onto Interstate 83. A sleek black Ford F-150 races along the highway like a nimble cheetah. The roar of the engine shatters the tranquility of the morning. Charlotte sits leisurely in the passenger seat, her keen gaze fixed on Martin, her eyes brimming with playful curiosity, as though she is contemplating an intriguing enigma. Martin, do you find my figure particularly appealing? She inquires with a sly smile gracing her lips. Martin recalls the events of the morning, his face flushing with embarrassment. His eyes inadvertently drift to Charlotte's crimson lips. Soon, Martin drives the Ford F-150 at breakneck speed to the county police station. As they alight from the vehicle, they are promptly approached by two officers who have been waiting. Charlotte, Martin, hurry and change into your uniforms. Sheriff Luke is expecting you at the press conference. The officers urge with urgency. Without a moment's hesitation, Martin and Charlotte hasten into the changing room. They swiftly don their uniforms, ensuring their attire is immaculate. Once clad in their police garb, Charlotte exudes a commanding presence, radiating competence, while Martin appears more spirited, his eyes reflecting determination and confidence. As they stride into the police station's auditorium side by side, they find it already filled to capacity. Journalists wielding cameras brim with excitement. Officers in uniforms sit upright in their seats, the atmosphere both solemn and fervent. Martin scans the room and discovers that he and Charlotte have been assigned to the front row, in the most conspicuous center position. Not 5 minutes after they sit down, Sheriff Luke, Chief Ace, and several other officials enter. They walk with a steady, purposeful gait, commanding immediate attention as the previously noisy hall falls silent. All eyes fixated upon them. Sheriff Luke clears his throat and begins his speech. His words are as convoluted as ever, reminiscent of a lengthy, tedious tale. Yet the reporters are electrified. For them, this is prime material that spares them the effort of fabricating stories. Once Sheriff Luke and Chief Ace have thoroughly detailed the police's drug bust from the previous night, the highly anticipated press conference nears its conclusion. The moment arrives for the commendation and promotion of Charlotte, Martin, and their fellow contributors. Charlotte's wish is fulfilled as Sheriff Luke personally adorns her shoulders with a pair of insignia, her face radiant with pride. She officially transitions from a frontline officer to a sergeant, capable of leading fellow officers. Meanwhile, Martin successfully sheds his status as a probationary officer, attaining the rank of a full-fledged officer. However, the whims of fate are often remarkably strange. He became a patrol officer under Charlotte's command. Their relationship transformed from that of close partners to one of hierarchy. Ever since she learned that Martin had been assigned to her squad, Charlotte's gaze towards him bore an inexplicable depth of emotion. After the press conference concluded, she, resembling a formidable little leader, patted Martin on the shoulder. "Officer Martin, accompany me to my office," she said, her tone laced with an unmistakable air of authority. Martin, amused by her playful display of leadership, stood tall and saluted her, exclaiming loudly. The two ascended the stairs, one following the other, until they arrived before an office door on the 3rd floor. A conspicuous label adorned the door, proclaiming it as the Chief Inspector's office. Beneath the label, in neat script, was Charlotte's full name. She gently opened the door, revealing an expansive floor-to-ceiling window. Bright sunlight poured in unabashedly, illuminating the entire office and draping it in a golden glow. As Martin stepped into the office and gently closed the door behind him, he barely had time to absorb the surroundings before Charlotte collided with him, leaning against the door. 2 hours later, Martin emerged from the office, invigorated, ready to collect his patrol vehicle and necessary equipment. Meanwhile, Charlotte remained within, organizing her thoughts. As Martin descended from Charlotte's office on the 3rd floor, he was swiftly intercepted by an officer at the stairwell. "Martin, Sheriff Luke is looking for you. He wants you to visit his office." "All right, thank you," Martin replied with a smile, turning towards Sheriff Luke's office. Upon reaching the door, he politely knocked. "Report." "Come in," came the deep, authoritative voice of Sheriff Luke from within. Martin opened the door and was taken aback by the scene before him. The office was filled to capacity. Not only was Sheriff Luke present, but also Amy, the bank manager, whom he had met previously. Additionally, there was an impeccably dressed Asian man and a dashing Caucasian male in military attire. As Martin entered, Sheriff Luke rose, enthusiastically introducing him to the assembly. "This is Officer Martin. You must include him in this special operation." Amy, with a serious demeanor, nodded solemnly, her eyes reflecting unwavering determination. "Sheriff Luke, this is the employer's request, and I personally hope that Officer Martin can participate in this operation. The last time the Black Mamba terrorist organization dispatched individuals to rob the bank, Officer Martin's performance remains etched in my memory. Surely, everyone has viewed the surveillance footage from that day and gained some insight into Officer Martin's capabilities. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust no one would oppose Officer Martin's inclusion, correct?" The Caucasian man in military attire nodded in agreement and candidly gave Martin a thumbs up. "Officer Martin's speed and marksmanship are truly formidable, even among our squad. He would undoubtedly rank among the top tier of combat strength." The Asian man clad in a suit spread his hands with a beaming smile, echoing the sentiment. "My combat prowess pales in comparison to Officer Martin's, and I wholeheartedly support his participation." Sheriff Luke has always recognized Martin's exceptional abilities. Yet he couldn't help but be astonished by the accolades from so many elites. He turned his gaze toward Martin and gently inquired, "What are your thoughts, Martin?" Martin was taken aback by the question. Since his arrival, no one had briefed him on the situation, nor had he received any pertinent materials. He was entirely unaware of the nature of this operation. "Sheriff Luke, could you kindly elaborate on the specifics of this operation?" Sheriff Luke suddenly slapped his forehead in frustration, chiding himself. How could I forget something so crucial? As he spoke, he reached for a document from his desk and handed it to Martin. Upon receiving the document, Martin immediately noticed the glaring red confidential stamp. He swiftly opened the file and perused the operational plan with remarkable speed. It turned out that the affluent Warren Hartford was planning to host a grand jewelry exhibition early next month in New York. Among the exhibits, the most extravagant piece was a necklace known as the Deep Sea Phantom, valued at $10 million. Morgan Chase Bank was tasked with escorting it from Florida to New York. Under normal circumstances, this task would not pose a significant challenge. Morgan Chase Bank could simply leverage military connections to dispatch a fighter jet for transport, ensuring safety and efficiency. If the connections were robust enough, the operation could be completed in less than an hour. However, Warren Hartford's unique perspective and distinct approach to wealth acquisition set him apart. He insisted that Morgan Chase Bank adhere to a pre-planned route, utilizing a convoy for the escort. Along the way, the necklace was to be publicly exhibited in various cities, allowing everyone to marvel at its exquisite beauty. Naturally, he was willing to pay a substantial shipping fee for this exhibition. After reviewing the operational plan, Martin couldn't help but muse internally about the billionaire's inscrutable intentions. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, he resolved to participate in this operation for a simple reason. The planned route traversed Florida, Washington, Philadelphia, and New York, offering him the opportunity to travel extensively across much of the eastern United States at public expense. Upon reflecting on this, Martin gently placed the action plan back on the table and resolutely stated, "Sheriff Luke, I am willing to participate in this operation." Chapter 28. A Journey with Beauty. However, I have a small request. Sheriff Luke nodded slightly, his eyes brimming with encouragement. "Martin, feel free to voice any request you may have." "I wish to bring Officer Charlotte along," Martin replied with utmost seriousness, although internally he was calculating. Such a splendid opportunity for a funded excursion deserved to include his girlfriend. Otherwise, what joy would there be in solitude? Regarding safety concerns, Martin was confident in his ability to ensure Charlotte's protection. Upon hearing this, Sheriff Luke displayed a fleeting look of surprise, but swiftly regained his composure. He did not outright refuse, but rather replied diplomatically, "That request hinges on Officer Charlotte's willingness. If she desires to join, I have no objections." With that, he reached for the telephone on the table and dialed Charlotte's office number. "Charlotte, Martin has an action to be dispatched on." Before he could complete his sentence, the line buzzed with a busy signal, indicating that the call had been abruptly terminated. Moments later, Charlotte rushed in, breathless, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. Before anyone could speak, she eagerly exclaimed, "Uncle, did you say Martin is to be dispatched for an operation?" "Absolutely not," I object, "unless my name is added to that list." After some deliberation, the roster for the operation was ultimately finalized, comprising Morgan Chase's manager, Amy, along with county officers Martin and Charlotte. Additionally, there was a 10-member SEAL team and 15 agents from the counterterrorism unit. Through Sheriff Luke's introduction, Martin also learned the identities of the Asian-suited man and the military-clad Caucasian. The Asian man, named Jack Chin, was an agent from the counterterrorism unit, while the military-clad individual, named Carter Stiddy, was a squad leader of the SEAL team and a lieutenant. They had come as representatives for the operation to liaise with Morgan Chase. Due to the urgency of the mission, the three parties agreed to convene the following morning at 8 a.m. at the bank where Amy worked, embarking together on their journey. The sudden dispatch assignment granted both Martin and Charlotte a reprieve from Sheriff Luke. The two proceeded to the changing room, donned civilian attire, and left the precinct together. Before departing, Martin made a special visit to the armory, retrieving the Barrett 821. He thought to himself that this firearm, valued at over $10,000, would be of better use outside the precinct than left idle. At 11:20 p.m., Martin drove the imposing Ford 150, transporting Charlotte back to the seaside villa in Myersburg. The sea breeze gently caressed them, carrying a faint hint of saltiness. Upon alighting from the vehicle, the two individuals made their way towards the villa. After all, they were set to embark on a lengthy 24-day assignment the following day. Thus, Charlotte insisted on returning to enjoy a dinner with John and Elena. When they arrived at the villa, the interior was desolate, enveloped in an eerie silence that made even a pin drop sound audible. Sunlight streamed through the villa's windows, casting dappled patterns upon the living room floor. At that moment, both John and Elena were preoccupied with their respective work commitments, yet to return home. Consequently, Charlotte dialed their office phones. After confirming their timely return, she eagerly pulled Martin into the kitchen, fervently preparing for dinner. Considering John's limited exposure to Chinese cuisine and his differing palate preferences, the dinner needed to include both Chinese and Western dishes, aiming to delight everyone. Although Martin was primarily skilled in Chinese cooking, he possessed a modest understanding of Western cuisine, capable of achieving a standard reminiscent of a Michelin one-star rating. In the kitchen, Martin deftly chopped vegetables, the sizzling oil in the pan releasing an enticing aroma that gradually permeated the air. Charlotte assisted by passing spices, occasionally peering curiously over to observe the dishes and sneak a taste now and then. At around 6 o'clock in the evening, John and Elena returned to the villa in succession. As they pushed open the hall door, a rich, appetizing aroma of the meal surged forth, enveloping them instantly. "Wow, this smells incredible!" Elena exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement, her voice exaggeratedly enthusiastic. Clad in a sharp professional ensemble, she darted towards the dining room with urgency. Upon entering, her gaze was immediately drawn to the table adorned with an array of exquisite dishes. The Chinese offerings included longjing shrimp, poached chicken, mapo tofu, scallion braised sea cucumber, squirrel fish, golden egg fried rice, and water-boiled bok choy. The Western selection featured sirloin steak, French escargot, pan-seared foie gras, truffle risotto, and creamy mushroom soup. At that moment, John followed in Elena's footsteps into the dining room. As a socialite frequently attending high-end banquets, he had encountered countless culinary delights. However, the sight of the lavish spread before him elicited a slight gasp. His eyes filled with astonishment and admiration. "Did you both prepare all of this?" John inquired, unable to restrain his curiosity. Upon hearing John's question, Charlotte quickly responded, "This is all thanks to Martin. He wanted to make a great impression before formally meeting you. So he prepared a little extra to ensure everyone has a delightful gathering." Martin, however, humbly added, "It is not solely my accomplishment. Charlotte has been a tremendous help as well. To give it a try, I hope it suits your tastes." Elena and John took their seats in succession, eagerly picking up their utensils to savor the delectable dishes before them. With great care, Elena delicately lifted a piece of squirrel fish with her chopsticks and placed it in her mouth, savoring each gentle chew. In an instant, the exquisite texture of the fish, crispy on the outside yet tender within, blossomed on her palate. The crunchy exterior crackled delightfully, while the succulent fish melded harmoniously with the sweet and sour sauce, as if performing a joyous waltz upon her tongue. "This is simply divine, Martin. Your culinary skills surpass even those of a professional chef. If you were to open a restaurant, I would undoubtedly be a daily patron, your most devoted admirer." Elena generously lavished her praise. Meanwhile, John elegantly sliced a piece of steak with his fork and savored it thoughtfully. The aroma of the meat enveloped his senses, and with each bite, he could distinctly taste the rich juices oozing from the fibers of the muscle. The deep, robust flavor elicited frequent nods of approval from him. "Indeed, this is quite delightful." Charlotte watched her parents rave about Martin's culinary prowess, feeling a sense of secret joy and pride swell within her. The meal continued for an entire hour, with the four of them relishing every bite. Except for Martin, Elena, John, and Charlotte indulged to the point of fullness, only reluctantly setting down their utensils when they could eat no more. After dining, they moved to the living room, gathering together to chat leisurely. It was at this moment that Martin broached the subject of their impending assignment to escort the necklace to John and Elena. In truth, Sheriff Luke had already called John and Elena earlier in the afternoon to recount the details of the day's events. Thus, when Martin mentioned the matter, they exhibited little surprise. However, as devoted parents, their sole treasure was their daughter Charlotte, and her safety weighed heavily on their minds. John fell silent for a moment, his brow slightly furrowed. After a period of thoughtful consideration, he finally spoke. "Martin, how confident are you about this operation? Can you ensure Charlotte's safety?" Before Martin could respond, Charlotte playfully interjected, "Daddy, aren't you just trying to put Martin on the spot with that question?" Martin gently patted Charlotte's hand, signaling her to remain calm. Then, meeting John's scrutinizing gaze with unwavering determination, he replied confidently, "While I cannot guarantee the final outcome of this mission, I am fully assured of my ability to protect Charlotte. As long as the enemy lacks aircraft, tanks, and missiles, I am confident that I can shield her from even the slightest harm." John regarded Martin's earnest demeanor, sensing the sincerity in his words, and felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. With a slight nod, he solemnly stated, "Remember what you said today. By early next month, I want to see a Charlotte that is whole and full of life." Following this, the four engaged in spirited conversation for a while longer. However, at 9:30 that evening, the phone in the living room suddenly rang loudly. John answered, and his expression gradually grew serious. After hanging up, he simply informed the three of them that there was an emergency meeting at the state government. He then hurriedly left the house. Once John departed, the trio continued their conversation for a brief moment before losing interest in further discussion. Moreover, Martin and Charlotte needed to set off early the next day to meet the others at the bank. Thus, the two bid goodnight to Elena and retreated to their respective rooms. Morning arrived at 6:40. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a soft golden glow that gently caressed every corner of the room. Martin and Charlotte, invigorated and refreshed, completed their morning routines and stepped out of their rooms. By chance, they encountered Elena, who had just opened her door. However, upon seeing her appearance, they were taken aback. Elena bore two large dark circles under her eyes, her bags resembling smudged ink. She looked utterly haggard and devoid of energy. "Mom, what happened to you? Are you feeling unwell? Are you sick?" Charlotte asked with genuine concern. Elena lifted her head and glanced at the two, her eyes filled with sorrow. "Charlotte, I'm fine. I probably just didn't sleep well last night. A quick nap should suffice." "Martin, this is all your fault. You must compensate me by cooking for me for a day." Though bewildered and unsure of how he was implicated in this matter, Martin understood well that reasoning with women was futile. Admitting fault was the wisest course of action. All right, Elena, I'll get right on it. Time was of the essence, leaving no room for delay. Upon entering the kitchen, Martin immediately switched to full throttle. With speed that surpassed human limits and skilled culinary artistry, cooking became a performance of art. In a mere 10 minutes, he prepared breakfast for the three. He then tirelessly spent another 30 minutes preparing lunch and dinner for Elena. By 7:30, he finally liberated himself from Elena's punishment and hurriedly left with Charlotte for J.P. Morgan Chase. When they arrived at the bank in their Ford 150, the clock read 7:55. They observed agents and Navy SEAL soldiers, all clad in standard military gear, neatly lined up in formation in the bank's parking lot. A total of 25 individuals. 6 light armored vehicles, armed with large-caliber machine guns, stood in a neat row behind them, accompanied by a mine-resistant ambush-protected vehicle and 4 bulletproof military Humvees. Among them, a specially designed transport vehicle for valuable items particularly caught the eye. The cargo area of the transport vehicle was constructed from an exceptionally resilient titanium steel framework and reinforced with bulletproof glass. Boldly emblazoned on its exterior were the words Deep Sea Phantom, signifying a treasure trove of jewelry valued at $10 million. Beneath this grand proclamation lay a smaller inscription, June 1st, Warren Hartford, New York Jewelry Exhibition. At that moment, the priceless Deep Sea Phantom necklace was securely housed on a display stand within the cargo area. Martin parked the Ford 150 steadily in its space and exited the vehicle alongside Charlotte. He retrieved a Barrett from the trunk and strode purposefully to join the others. Good heavens, Jack, Lieutenant Carter, your equipment is rather extravagant, isn't it? One might think we were preparing for battle. Jack chuckled and shrugged, indicating that he bore no responsibility for the situation. This is all Lieutenant Carter's arrangement. Lieutenant Carter, however, nodded slightly, his expression composed as he replied, this is merely our standard gear for routine missions. Moreover, for the sake of operational efficiency, we have also prepared a set of individual equipment for you, facilitating subsequent radio communication. As he spoke, Lieutenant Carter led the two to the rear of one of the light armored vehicles and opened the door. Inside were 2 neat rows of seats, each with an engineering plastic box placed beneath. With deft movements, Lieutenant Carter casually extracted 2 plastic boxes closest to the door and tossed them to Martin and Charlotte. Upon opening one, Martin found a complete set of SEAL Team individual equipment. The primary weapon was the M4 carbine, a product of enhancements made by the Colt Company in 1983 based on the M16 assault rifle, which began mass production in 1991. It had a caliber of 5.56 millimeters, primarily firing 5.56 by 45 millimeters NATO standard ammunition with a standard magazine capacity of 30 rounds. The overall length of the weapon was 840 millimeters, and in its collapsed state, it measured 757 millimeters. The barrel length was 368 millimeters, and the unloaded weight was 268 kilograms. With a muzzle velocity of 884 meters per second and an effective range of 400 meters, the M4 carbine had only recently begun to see service within the U.S. military, with only special forces like the SEALs transitioning to full adoption. Most units, such as infantry divisions, the Marine Corps, and the National Guard, still utilized the M16 rifle with triangular handguards. In addition to the primary weapon, a Glock 19 was provided as a secondary weapon, along with the latest Kevlar helmet and bulletproof vest. Other equipment included individual communication devices, binocular night vision goggles, a personal first aid kit, and a tactical backpack. Martin could hardly believe that one day he would find himself in the guise of a soldier. He and Charlotte wasted no time, eagerly donning the entire set of gear. Chapter 29. Where did the landmines come from? Soon, the bank manager, Amy, gracefully emerged from the bank, her high heels clicking rhythmically against the pavement. Despite the day marking a departure, she was clad in a fitted black business suit that accentuated her alluring curves. In the midst of armed officers, her ensemble appeared strikingly unconventional, yet no one uttered a word of disapproval, for no one expected her to charge into battle. As she approached, a bittersweet smile graced her face, and she awkwardly addressed the group. Officer Martin, Lieutenant Carter, there's an urgent notification from headquarters. After a brief pause, she continued. There has been a slight alteration in the operation, and I am here to inform you. Lieutenant Carter furrowed his brow, curiosity piqued. What change? Has the planned route been modified? With a resigned shake of her head, Amy recounted the unfolding events. It turned out that the whimsical billionaire, Warren Hartford, had unexpectedly partnered with a popular television program to provide comprehensive coverage of the jewelry transport operation. Martin and Lieutenant Carter exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of exasperation and understanding. Martin thought to himself that Warren's capricious nature would undoubtedly bring complications to the mission. However, as long as it did not interfere with his and Charlotte's taxpayer-funded vacation, he would not concern himself too much. Lieutenant Carter shared a similar sentiment, recognizing that, as this escort mission was mandated by the military, any adjustments were something they would have to accept without protest. After Amy finished speaking, they all patiently awaited in the parking lot. Approximately 30 minutes later, the crew from the program arrived, consisting of a man and a woman. Following Amy's introductions, the group became acquainted. The man, Oliver Easton, was tall and portly, reminiscent of Peter Griffin from Family Guy. He carried professional photography equipment and executed his camera work with a practiced finesse, clearly an experienced photographer. The woman, Alia Sullivan, was the show's host. Though her appearance was unremarkable, she possessed considerable financial backing. The male gaze in the group frequently drifted towards Alia, as if driven by an innate instinct. Charlotte, noticing Martin covertly admiring Alia, felt a surge of irritation and pinched him sharply at the waist. Martin quickly averted his gaze, awkwardly explaining, "I was just curious. How can someone be that large? It can't be real, can it?" Humph. Charlotte shot a glance at Alia, whose proportions exceeded her own, a flicker of envy flashing in her eyes. With a huff, she turned away, choosing not to engage with Martin further. Though her mind was busy contemplating the implications of Alia's ample figure, aware that such a lure could pose a significant threat that required vigilance. As the filming progressed, the group gained deeper insights into the two newcomers. Although Oliver exuded a friendly demeanor, his ever-present smile suggested a complex character beneath the surface. Yet there exists an inexplicable sense of distance with everyone. The host, Alia, displays an undeniable air of arrogance, her gaze dismissive of all that surrounds her. Amy, the bank manager, astutely perceives the unwelcoming demeanor towards the two individuals. To alleviate the awkward atmosphere, she takes the initiative to engage in communication with the production team. Despite Alia's unlikable personality, her professional capabilities are undeniably commendable. In a mere 15 minutes, she flawlessly executes the opening shots. Subsequently, under the meticulous guidance of Lieutenant Carter, preparations for boarding commence. Lieutenant Carter had originally devised a carefully structured plan, positioning the mine-resistant ambush-protected vehicle at the forefront, followed by 3 armored vehicles, and then a transport vehicle laden with precious necklaces. Finally, for military Humvees would provide escort, with 3 light armored vehicles concluding the formation. This arrangement adhered to the military's customary approach, balanced firepower, interlinked components, devoid of any glaring vulnerabilities. Such a strategy effectively mitigated potential risks while ensuring comprehensive protection for the transport vehicle. However, upon hearing this arrangement, Alia's brows furrowed in discontent. It seemed as though she believed herself to be the true commander of the operation, boldly stepping forward to vehemently oppose the plan. With her arms crossed, she firmly stated that the proposed convoy formation was excessively chaotic, lacking both aesthetic appeal and a sense of impact. Such a configuration will fail to captivate the audience. Her words incited Lieutenant Carter's ire, his complexion darkening and veins bulging at his forehead. A heated debate ensued between the two parties, voices escalating in the parking lot, refusing to yield to one another. Had it not been for Amy's diplomatic intervention, the yet-to-depart convoy might have disbanded due to their quarrel. Ultimately, gritting his teeth, Lieutenant Carter reluctantly acquiesced to Alia's suggestions, rearranging the convoy. The new sequence placed 4 Humvees at the front, followed by the transport vehicle with the precious necklaces. Then the mine-resistant ambush-protected vehicle, and finally, 6 armored vehicles in a neat formation. Alia insisted on riding in the lead Humvee with the cameraman, claiming it would facilitate comprehensive filming of the entire convoy. The others regarded the pair with incredulity as they boarded the vehicle. Under Lieutenant Carter's direction, everyone was assigned their respective vehicles. Martin and Charlotte found themselves in the 4th Humvee, alone together. As soon as they entered, Martin shook his head slightly, a faint smile of irony gracing his lips. "Look, this operation is bound to be filled with unexpected surprises." Charlotte, who had merely observed the commotion earlier, now engaged Martin in conversation. At that moment, the radio crackled to life, emitting Alia's haughty voice. "Here lies Vehicle 1, and I am Alia. I now command the convoy to set forth." Martin gradually ignited the engine of the Hummer, trailing behind Vehicle 3 as they exited the parking lot. After nearly an hour of tumult, the convoy finally commenced its journey, embarking upon this path laden with uncertainty. The convoy swiftly arrived at the bustling heart of Fort Myers, where the unusual assembly instantly captivated the attention of numerous onlookers. Passers-by halted in their tracks, casting curious glances. As they peered through the bulletproof glass and beheld the resplendent deep-sea phantom necklace within the transport vehicle, their eyes were irresistibly drawn. Upon noticing the exorbitant price emblazoned on the glass, an amount they could never hope to earn in a lifetime, exclamations of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Inside Vehicle 1. Alia's cheeks flushed with excitement. She incessantly urged Oliver to hurry and capture the moment. The sheer volume of spectators and the intensity of their gazes rendered the scene utterly breathtaking. She began to envision herself soaring to prominence as the host of this show, where fame and fortune seemed tantalizingly within reach. The convoy departed Fort Myers, racing northward along Interstate 75. The wheels rolled steadily, and time slipped by swiftly. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, the convoy traversed 5 cities in Florida, encountering no unexpected incidents along the way. Martin and Charlotte lounged like 2 languid fish, neither engaging in night duties nor offering opinions, completely devoid of any sense of responsibility. This, of course, infuriated the determined Alia. However, ever since Amy had spoken to her, she refrained from losing her temper in front of Charlotte. While some basked in calm tranquility, others bore the weight of burdensome journeys. Throughout these 3 days, Lieutenant Carter and Agent Jack remained on high alert, unwilling to relax even for a moment. They were so vigilant that even in sleep, they longed to keep their ears perked. The planned route included Florida, the most perilous stretch. In 1966, the United States Congress enacted the Cuban Adjustment Act, allowing Cubans residing in the U.S. for over a year to automatically gain permanent residency. This legislation delighted the Cuban government, which deployed troops to escort tens of thousands of criminals from prisons into the U.S., openly selling citizenship. Regardless of ethnicity or previous occupation, anyone willing to pay could become Cuban. Florida became the favored destination for these newcomers, resulting in a significant influx of illegal immigrants, with Miami alone inundated by over 100,000 individuals. The drug trafficking organizations that Martin had previously targeted were also formed by these immigrants. Such a mixed area naturally posed the highest risk for attacks and unforeseen incidents. Fortunately, the convoy's next stop was Lake City. If they could pass through Lake City smoothly, they would enter Georgia, significantly diminishing the likelihood of further assaults. On the 4th day of the operation, as dusk descended, the golden hues of the setting sun bathed the earth, adorning the world in a resplendent cloak. Amidst this picturesque scenery, the convoy finally arrived at Lake City. The transport vehicle, carrying a necklace valued at $10 million, instantly became the center of attention, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the local residents. Lake City is a quintessential zero-resource, no-industry town, devoid of tourism, industrial foundation, or technological enterprises. Its only claim to fame lies in the geographical advantage of the intersection of Interstate 75 and Interstate 10, which provides minimal sustenance to passing travelers through dining options, motels, and other ancillary services. Consequently, the majority of the town's inhabitants live in poverty, earning a mere $1,000 a month. The worth of the necklace is such that, even if they forego all sustenance and toil day and night, it would take them over 8 centuries of labor to amass its value. The townspeople's eyes brimmed with shock and envy, closely trailing the movement of the convoy. The convoy halted at the scenic Olustee Park in Lake City for a brief respite. Seizing the opportunity, Martin and Charlotte discreetly slipped away from the convoy, making their way to the renowned Blanche Hotel. This establishment was added to the National Register of Historic Places in 1990, rendering it particularly significant. The hotel's interior, elegantly adorned, exuded a nostalgic charm. The two enjoyed a delightful evening within its walls. On the 5th day of the operation, as dawn broke at 7:15, the weather was fair. A gentle breeze wafted through the air, and the sun shone brightly. Martin and Charlotte emerged from the hotel, invigorated, and returned to the convoy. In stark contrast, the rest of the team appeared weary and listless, as many were tasked with the night watch. As the convoy departed from Lake City, Martin's danger sense began to sound alarm bells. He could perceive a palpable aura of hostility emanating from the woods flanking the road ahead, as conspicuous as streetlights illuminating a darkened alley. Without a moment's hesitation, Martin swiftly activated the vehicle's radio communication device, his voice steady and resolute. "This is Vehicle 4. I suspect an ambush ahead. I request the convoy to halt immediately." Lieutenant Carter had unwavering faith in Martin's judgment. Upon hearing his warning, his expression turned grave. Received. All convoy members, immediately stop advancing. The SEAL team members disembarked rapidly, fanning out in formation to meticulously scout the path ahead. However, as the other vehicles in the convoy came to a steady halt, Vehicle 1 continued its rapid advance down the road like a wild stallion. Observing this, Martin furrowed his brow, fearing that Vehicle 1 had not received the radio signal. He thus seized the radio once more, raising his voice. Vehicle 1, please halt immediately. There is an ambush ahead. At that moment, a voice filled with disdain and contempt suddenly emanated from the radio. What an absurd ambush. You're seated in vehicle number 4, trailing behind us. How could you possibly know of an ambush ahead? Do you fancy yourself an omniscient deity? Moreover, even if there were an ambush, what could they possibly do to us? I'm driving a military Hummer, which is bulletproof. Do you think they have landmines? No sooner had Oriana's words faded than the Hummer jolted abruptly, as if it had run over something. Immediately following, a deafening explosion reverberated beneath the vehicle. In an instant, the Hummer was engulfed by the flames of the blast. Inside vehicle number 2, Agent Jack bore witness to this harrowing spectacle, his complexion turning ashen. His voice trembled as he shouted into the radio, "It's an anti-tank mine. Thick-skinned crap. Someone has preemptively laid anti-tank mines on the roadway." At that moment, frantic reports from other Navy SEAL soldiers crackled through the radio. Eagle S Nest, Bald Eagle reporting. We identified suspicious armed personnel in the woods. Though we cannot ascertain their exact numbers at the moment. They are all armed with 74 rifles. Their firepower is formidable. Thick-skinned crap. Don't eat the sour radish. Eagle S Nest, the situation is dire. They even possess 72 rocket launchers. Upon hearing this, Martin's heart raced. The 72 rocket launcher, developed by the American Hesse Eastern Company since 1958 and mass-produced in 1963, is an infantry anti-tank weapon. The launcher measures 655 millimeters, while the rocket itself is 508 millimeters long, with a combined length of 893 millimeters when launched. Weighing 136 kilograms, the ammunition weighs 1 kilogram. The muzzle velocity upon firing is 144 meters per second, with an effective range of 200 meters and a maximum range of 1,000 meters. It primarily fires a 66 millimeter armor-piercing projectile capable of penetrating 305 millimeters of armor. The 72 rocket launcher is a formidable weapon against tanks and armored vehicles. A mere Hummer would stand no chance against its assault. To ensure Charlotte's safety, he knew he had to act decisively. Charlotte moved to the back seat of the vehicle. Without hesitation, Charlotte obediently complied, quickly positioning herself behind the backrest of the front passenger seat. Meanwhile, Martin seized the Barrett sniper rifle and forcefully opened the hatch on the Hummer-S roof, placing both feet on the driver's seat. He firmly steadied the Barrett atop the vehicle. With deft precision, he activated the scope, his gaze sharp and focused as he meticulously scanned the trees flanking them. Under the skill of danger perception, the assailants were as conspicuous as light bulbs. After scrutinizing the surroundings through the scope, Martin finally spotted a target beside a large tree. Approximately 800 meters away, in the shadows of the woods, a burly Caucasian man crouched low, shouldering a rocket launcher. A malicious grin plastered across his face as he aimed toward the convoy. Martin took a deep breath, steadied his mind, and gently squeezed the trigger. Bang! Chapter 30, Father. Avenge my brother! A thunderous roar erupted in the air as the Barrett fired. The immense recoil caused Martin's body to shudder slightly, and a cloud of dust was kicked up by the Hummer. The targeted white brute was struck directly in the chest by the bullet from the Barrett. The overwhelming force shattered his body instantaneously, sending fragments scattering to the ground. In his dying moments, his fingers reflexively pulled the trigger due to instinct and inertia. However, his body, having sustained severe injury, had already veered off from the intended aim. The rocket launcher misfired, soaring upwards with a deafening whistle. The projectile traced a parabolic arc through the air before colliding with a sturdy tree trunk, resulting in a resounding explosion. The shockwave from the blast snapped numerous branches, sending wood splinters and leaves swirling through the air. Observing this, Martin felt a surge of relief. Had it been a second later, it would have indeed been directed at him. Meanwhile, the agents inside the 6 light armored vehicles at the rear of the convoy sprang into action. They swiftly opened the hatches on top of the armored vehicles and unleashed a torrent of fire from the mounted 240 machine guns, targeting the woods with reckless abandon. In an instant, a relentless barrage of bullets erupted like a torrential downpour, tearing through the air with a piercing, shrill whistle. Under the cover of this furious gunfire, Martin once again brought the scope to his eye, intently scanning the forest. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, missing not a single hint of suspicious movement. Sure enough, before long, 5 furtive figures slipped into his line of sight amidst the dappled interplay of light and shadow. They clutched 72 rocket launchers, which posed a significant threat to the convoy. Thanks to Martin's almost preternatural sense of danger, the convoy halted decisively over 900 meters away from the ambush point. Although the theoretical maximum range of the 72 rocket launcher could reach 1,000 meters, in practical terms, it was exceedingly difficult to hit a target beyond 300 meters. Thus, for the bandits to launch a substantial attack on the convoy, they would need to close the distance. Within approximately 300 meters of the convoy, they could find a suitable position to fire. However, they were utterly oblivious to the fact that every move they made was being meticulously observed by Martin. A slight smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Martin's mouth as he swiftly adjusted the angle of his Barrett sniper rifle. Bang! Bang! In a mere 3 seconds, the Barrett unleashed 5 deafening shots. The wild gunfire reverberated through the forest like a clap of thunder, threatening to shatter the tranquility of the woods. With his intermediate marksmanship skill, Martin had transformed the semi-automatic Barrett into a rapid-fire weapon. 5 armed assailants, previously showcasing their serpentine movements through the woods in a misguided attempt to evade the convoy's reconnaissance, were abruptly struck down by a bullet from a Barrett rifle. The tremendous force of the projectile obliterated their bodies in an instant. They scarcely had time to emit a scream before collapsing into a pool of blood, departing this world in an oddly serene manner, devoid of suffering. Following the elimination of these 5 rocket launcher-wielding thugs, Martin maintained his vigilance, meticulously scanning the woods once more through his scope. After confirming twice that no further heavy weaponry, such as rocket launchers, was present, he shifted his gaze to the rifle-bearing bandits. Through careful observation, Martin suddenly discerned that these assailants executed their tactical maneuvers with remarkable precision. Some crouched steadily behind robust tree trunks, while others lay cautiously concealed within the underbrush. They coordinated seamlessly, forming a tight-knit web of firepower that steadily constricted the operational space of the SEAL team. Meanwhile, the convoy's armored vehicle was hindered by its firing angle, rendering it ineffective against the positions of the assailants. As a result, 10 well-trained SEAL team members found themselves helplessly huddled in a shallow depression, caught in a moment of indecision and immobility. Observing the stalemate, Martin had already sentenced these intruders to death in his mind. His gaze turned icy as he began to extend his sincere greetings to those who dared disrupt his excursion. The pure love emanated from the Barrett 821. With a thunderous crack, a presumed concealed assailant was instantly pierced by the bullet. The force of the impact propelled his body several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. With the demise of this bandit, the previously impenetrable web of firepower was rent asunder, creating a significant breach. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, the SEAL team members erupted from their cover like tigers leaping from the mountains, their weapons spitting flames as they launched a fierce counterattack against the assailants. Meanwhile, Martin continued to deliver his relentless salvos from the Barrett. With each resonant echo of the rifle, another bandit was mercilessly dispatched. The nearby SEAL team pursued vigorously, while the distant Barrett provided unerring precision. This dual onslaught instilled terror within the woods, causing the morale of the assailants to plummet as they became disheartened and began to flee in a desperate bid to escape the lethal barrage. Yet, under the close cooperation of Martin and the SEAL team, their efforts were rendered futile. As the bandits dwindled to a mere 5, their psychological fortitude finally crumbled. One by one, their legs weakened, and they sank to their knees, trembling hands casting aside their weapons in surrender. Their faces were etched with fear and despair, and their eyes conveyed a profound yearning for life. Following the cessation of hostilities, Agent Jack swiftly utilized the vehicle's satellite phone to contact the police of Lake City. He recounted the assault on the convoy with rapid eloquence, clearly delineating the sequence of events and urging them to hasten to apprehend the criminals. Subsequently, he personally led 10 members of the SEAL team and 5 agents in meticulously combing the battlefield. With practiced efficiency, they subdued the 5 surviving bandits, pinning them to the ground, their knees pressing against their backs, binding their hands with zip ties. They then escorted the captives back to the convoy, entrusting them to Martin for custody. The remaining personnel proceeded to organize the bodies of the fallen bandits and their weapons, arranging them in an orderly manner. At that moment, Lieutenant Carter briskly approached Vehicle 1, scrutinizing its condition. After a brief interval, he returned with a grave expression and addressed the group with solemnity. "I have good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first?" Martin furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating before eagerly responding. Let's hear the good news first. Surely the two crew members are not still alive? Lieutenant Carter gently shook his head and replied. The good news is that the Humvee sustained severe damage only at the front. The camera and previously recorded tapes remain intact in the back seat. And the bad news? Martin inquired further. Lieutenant Carter paused, his voice lowering as he responded. The bad news is that the Humvee was struck head-on by an anti-tank mine, resulting in an explosion of the vehicle's fuel system. Arya and Oliver, seated in the front, have been reduced to charred remains. Upon hearing this disheartening news, the group did not exhibit significant sorrow. Had it not been for the inappropriateness of the moment, Charlotte might have nearly laughed. It is often said that good advice is wasted on the damned. Martin had already issued a clear warning via radio, yet these two persisted in their reckless ways. Thus, their grim fate was of their own making. Bank manager Amy inexplicably exhaled in relief, shrugging her shoulders lightly. Once we reach Atlanta, Georgia, I will contact the bank's headquarters to arrange for another photographer and host to be dispatched. Just then, Agent Jack returned with the soldiers and agents who had been cleaning the battlefield. Upon meeting, Agent Jack, wearing a puzzled expression, posed a rather direct inquiry. Officer Martin, while I realize this question may be impolite, I am genuinely curious. How did you know there was an ambush ahead? Martin momentarily paused, having anticipated that this question would arise, and thus had already prepared his response. This concerns a secret of mine, and I hope everyone can keep it confidential, Martin said slowly, his gaze revealing a hint of mystery. Ever since childhood, I have been able to sense the malice directed towards me by those around. Moreover, as I have matured, this ability has only expanded. Just now, I sensed a multitude of individuals ahead harboring intense hostility towards us, which prompted my early warning. Agent Jack, listening to Martin's words, stared wide-eyed, his face reflecting sheer astonishment as if he had encountered a deity. Is this the essence of supernatural abilities? Officer Martin, are you truly the legendary psychic as depicted in novels? Lieutenant Carter also wore an expression of disbelief, followed by a gaze filled with profound envy. Martin, you ought to join the military. Whether in Libya, Kuwait, or Iraq, only on these battlefields can your talents truly flourish. Upon hearing Lieutenant Carter's suggestion, Martin promptly shook his head vigorously. I prefer the role of a police officer over that of a soldier. I cherish the protection of justice rather than the invasion of others' homes. Lieutenant Carter felt his face flush with embarrassment, but found himself at a loss for words. After all, it is a well-known truth that wherever there is oil, American forces are sure to follow. He could hardly use the pretext of national interests in oil theft to sway Martin's convictions. As the group engaged in idle chatter, Martin's sense of danger began to alert him once more. This time, however, the warning pointed towards the direction of Lake City. Everyone, be cautious. I have a premonition that numerous individuals harboring strong malice are approaching from the Lake City direction. Upon hearing Martin's words, the expressions of the group instantly turned grave. They swiftly grabbed their weapons and hurried into their vehicles. The machine guns of 6 light armored vehicles pivoted in unison, aiming towards Lake City. Bracing for what was to come, on the highway, over 20 police cars, sirens blaring, raced towards the convoy from Lake City. Upon realizing that the incoming vehicles were police, everyone began to speculate internally. Could it be that Martin's psychic ability was mistaken? Soon, the police cars came to a screeching halt, a mere 20 meters from the convoy, forming a fan-shaped perimeter around it. The officers quickly disembarked, and a rough count indicated nearly 60 of them. Among them, a tall, middle-aged man wearing sunglasses stepped forward from the police ranks, with a close-cropped hairstyle and a stern demeanor. His pale face bore a grotesque scar that twisted from his left eyebrow down to his chin, resembling a contorted centipede, instilling a sense of dread. I am Dominic Russo, the sheriff of Lake City. You reported capturing a criminal. Where's the suspect? Lieutenant Carter instinctively glanced at Agent Jack upon hearing this. Agent Jack nodded in understanding and promptly began to scrutinize the list of sheriffs from various regions. Within a short span, he identified the sheriff of Lake City, indeed named Dominic Russo, and the photograph matched the individual before him perfectly. Thus, Agent Jack affirmingly nodded towards Lieutenant Carter, sensing no discrepancies. Lieutenant Carter deemed it prudent to adhere to protocol, signaling to the soldiers below. Soon, the soldiers escorted the 5 surviving bandits, transferring them to the Lake City Police Department. However, upon seeing Dominic Russo, one of the bandits lost control of his emotions, weeping profusely. Father, you must avenge my brother. One of them wielded a Barrett and turned him into pieces with a single shot. We cannot let them escape. I want them dead, Father. This is utterly outrageous. Dominic Russo, witnessing his son's lack of discretion, felt a surge of fury, his complexion turning a shade of iron, wishing to silence him immediately. Yet, realizing the situation had been compromised, he hastily pulled his son away, seeking refuge behind a police vehicle. While hiding, he bellowed to the other officers. I have received credible intelligence that this group is composed of drug traffickers in disguise. I command you to open fire. The officers of Lake City, without hesitation, obeyed Dominic Russo's orders, unleashing a barrage towards the soldiers. Although the soldiers had sensed something amiss during the bandits' lamentations and attempted to take cover within the convoy, 2 unfortunate soldiers were tragically shot down on the spot. Their bodies, struck by bullets, collapsed heavily to the ground, blood splattering as life ebbed away in an instant. Lieutenant Carter, witnessing his soldiers felled by gunfire, was immediately consumed by rage, his blood boiling as he shouted, "Damn it! Don't eat the sour radishes. Fire at will. Leave none alive, eliminate them all." In an instant, the soldiers manning the 6 light armored vehicles unleashed their 240 machine guns in a frenzied onslaught against the 20 or so police vehicles. The gunfire was deafening, reminiscent of the incessant firecrackers during festive celebrations. The police's firepower was no match for the formidable heavy machine guns. Although they initially claimed the lives of 2 soldiers, they were soon suppressed, unable to raise their heads, taking cover behind their vehicles. Under the relentless barrage of the heavy machine guns, numerous officers were struck by the bullets, and several police vehicles suffered damage to their fuel tanks, resulting in fiery explosions. The inferno blazed, illuminating the battlefield as thick smoke billowed into the air. Chapter 31. Extraordinary sense of danger. Dominic Russo, recognizing the perilous turn of events, understood that remaining any longer would jeopardize his life. He quickly seized his son and, in a state of panic, boarded a police vehicle, hastily steering towards Lake City. Observing this, Martin promptly raised his Barrett, steadying his aim through the scope towards the police vehicle. Dominic Russo and his son bore the heaviest intent to kill. If they were to escape, it would be catastrophic. Boom. Barrett unleashed a thunderous roar. A bullet, ignited by a brilliant flash, erupted from the muzzle of his gun, like a meteor streaking across the night sky. It swiftly penetrated the rear windshield of the police car. Immediately thereafter, the bullet pierced Dominic's chest, emerging from the front windshield of the driver's seat. The tremendous impact shattered the glass, instantly staining the interior with crimson. Boom. Another bullet whistled forth, accompanied by a cacophony of thunderous noise, striking the police car's passenger side with deadly precision. Dominic's son, seated in the passenger seat, was struck in the head. The lacerating wound to his neck resulting in a catastrophic rupture of the carotid artery. Arterial blood gushed forth like an unrestrained fountain, painting the car's interior in vivid red. Boom. The third bullet, specially modified by Martin to be incendiary, directly struck the police car's fuel tank. In an instant, sparks ignited the entire tank, and a violent explosion propelled the nearly toppling police vehicle skyward. Flames soared, thick smoke billowed, and the police car was reduced to a blazing hulk amidst the roar of the explosion. Dominic Russo and his son were consumed in that cataclysm, bringing an end to their nefarious existence. Cease fire. Your sheriff is dead. Lower your weapons, surrender, and you shall not be harmed. Martin's voice resonated through the Humvee's loudspeaker, ringing out like a bell, overpowering the fierce gunfire on the battlefield. After dispatching Dominic Russo and his son, Martin activated the loudspeaker to address the police officers still stubbornly resisting. These officers had initially taken refuge behind their patrol vehicles, making a final stand. Upon hearing his words, they were momentarily taken aback. In days gone by, such phrases were their own. They never anticipated hearing them turned against themselves. Nonetheless, although their eyes reflected uncertainty and resentment, they ultimately ceased firing, each surrendering their still smoking rifles. Lieutenant Carter stood nearby, his gaze steely. Observing the scene, he decisively signaled to his subordinates. The SEAL team members handled such situations with remarkable adeptness. They swiftly kicked the discarded rifles aside. Then, they raised their carbines in a standard combat stance, providing mutual cover as they cautiously advanced toward the police vehicle, each step taken with utmost care to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Raise your hands so I can see them. Yes, just like that. Slowly back out. The officers hiding behind the police car, upon receiving the command, had no choice but to comply with the soldiers' directives. One by one, they gradually emerged from behind the patrol vehicle. The movements were slow and stiff, entirely devoid of the former swagger that accompanied the role of a police officer. As if his very backbone had been extracted, Once all the officers emerged, Martin squinted and meticulously counted. Originally, nearly 60 officers had been present. Yet following this fierce exchange of gunfire, only 8 remained alive. The battlefield lay in a profound silence, thick with the acrid stench of gunpowder and blood. Observing that the SEAL team had successfully regained control of the scene, Martin gravely addressed the assembly. This matter involves the sheriff of Lake City's police department, surpassing the limits of our authority. His voice was deep and resonant, imbued with a palpable sense of urgency. We must report this immediately. Only then can we seize the initiative. His gaze was resolute, sweeping over each individual present. Agent Jack, I entrust you with the task of briefing the leadership at the Counterterrorism Division. Please ensure your report is thorough and precise, as you are well aware of the reasons. Lieutenant Carter, kindly relay the information to the SEAL Team's command. Chief Charlotte, please swiftly inform Governor John, Senator Elena, and Sheriff Luke, urging them to come at once. Miss Amy, also notify the headquarters of J.P. Morgan Chase regarding the unfolding events. Agent Jack, Lieutenant Carter, and the bank manager, Amy, fully comprehended the gravity of the situation. Their expressions etched with concern. Prompted by Martin's reminder, they wasted no time, hastening back to their vehicles to report to their respective superiors via satellite phone. Meanwhile, Charlotte, already seated in her car, swiftly dialed the number for Sheriff Luke's office as Martin spoke. At 10:45, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from the sky. A 64 Apache armed helicopter, its body adorned in camouflage, glinted coldly in the sunlight, resembling a steel eagle. It escorted a 47 Chinook helicopter, soaring in from the south. With a howling wind, they descended directly onto the vacant ground beside the convoy. The helicopter blades whirled rapidly, stirring up a cloud of dust around. Before the helicopters had fully landed, Governor John and Senator Elena hurriedly disembarked, their faces etched with urgency as they swiftly approached the convoy. Upon seeing Charlotte, a flicker of surprise crossed their eyes, and they rushed towards her. Senator Elena enveloped her in an embrace, her actions imbued with urgency and affection. Oh, my God. You terrified your mother. Senator Elena's voice trembled, filled with worry and trepidation. Charlotte, you're not hurt, are you? She grasped Charlotte's shoulders tightly, inspecting her with a gaze full of concern. Charlotte smiled back, her face radiating warmth as she sought to soothe her mother's anxiety. Mother, I'm perfectly fine. Martin has taken excellent care of me, so do not worry. Her voice was gentle yet resolute, instilling a sense of calm within those who listened. Governor John, observing Charlotte's praise for Martin, could not help but erupt into hearty laughter, a look of gratification illuminating his face. He strode forward with purpose, clapping Martin on the shoulder in commendation. Well done, my boy, he exclaimed, his voice resonant with appreciation. At that moment, Sheriff Luke approached, accompanied by 15 county deputies, including Inspector Ace. Martin, what on earth transpired? How did you come to engage in a gunfight with the police from Lake City? Sheriff Luke's tone was low, laced with confusion and concern. Well, Sheriff Luke, Martin succinctly recounted the events of the morning, speaking rapidly yet clearly, ensuring no significant detail was overlooked. I suspect that the Lake City Sheriff's son orchestrated the ambush on our convoy without his father's knowledge. His eyes glinted with shrewdness, as if capable of piercing through all schemes. When we called for help, the Lake City Sheriff, in defense of his son, initiated the confrontation. Furthermore, I sensed something amiss with the sheriff's conduct that warrants thorough investigation. Sheriff Luke nodded in agreement, his gaze contemplative. Although he had crossed paths with Dominic Russo on a few occasions, he ultimately had no deep understanding of him, given their differing principles. Inspector Ace, I need you to immediately lead a search of the Lake City Police Station and Dominic's residence, he commanded, his voice resolute and authoritative. Let's see if we can uncover anything. Governor John had been quietly listening from the sidelines, his expression inscrutable, lost in thought. As Sheriff Luke orchestrated the operation, he suddenly leaned in to whisper a few words in the sheriff's ear. After hearing the governor's words, Sheriff Luke nodded and replied softly, Understood. I shall personally lead the team. With that, Sheriff Luke, accompanied by Inspector Ace, the 15 deputies, and a Lake City officer to guide them, swiftly boarded several lightly damaged police vehicles. Moments later, the engines roared to life as they sped towards Lake City. Just minutes after Sheriff Luke's departure, a C-130 Hercules transport aircraft soared overhead, casting a massive shadow across the ground. As the aircraft passed, 15 white parachutes blossomed in the sky like flowers. Lieutenant Carter, witnessing this, quickly retrieved a smoke grenade, executing the action with practiced agility. Instantly, A plume of yellow smoke enveloped the clearing, directing the paratroopers. Before long, the white parachutes descended to the earth, revealing 15 fully armed soldiers who swiftly gathered their chutes and advanced towards the convoy. It was Captain David Hunter, a major from the Navy SEALs, unexpectedly arriving in person. Lieutenant Carter's eyes glimmered with surprise upon recognizing him, and he promptly introduced him to Governor John. Subsequently, accompanied by several soldiers, Major David strode purposefully forward. He briefly conversed with Lieutenant Carter, his expression grave. After gathering the necessary information, he approached Governor John, saluting with a precise and robust gesture. Although they did not belong to the same system, they had previously crossed paths, establishing a rapport akin to that of acquaintances. Major David engaged in a few exchanges with Governor John, his voice deep and steady. Upon learning that Governor John had dispatched personnel to investigate the sheriff of Lake City, he resolved to await the outcome here. Ultimately, this matter lay within the purview of local government, making it inappropriate for the SEALs to intervene directly. Before long, a Black Hawk helicopter appeared overhead, its metallic surface glimmering under the sun. After circling a few times, it gently descended beside the Chinook, the rotors stirring up a whirlwind of dust and debris. Sam Cooper, the deputy director of the counterterrorism department, swung open the helicopter door and emerged. Tall and clad in a sharp black suit with a tie, he exuded professionalism. From a distance, he greeted them. "John, David, long time no see." As the deputy director of a powerful department, Sam was well acquainted with the military, government, courts, and Congress. He was particularly familiar with John, the youngest governor, and David, the youngest major. Upon seeing Sam approach, both Governor John and Major David stepped forward to shake hands, smiles adorning their faces, creating a harmonious atmosphere. After exchanging pleasantries with Governor John and Major David, Sam's attention turned to Martin, his gaze imbued with curiosity and admiration. "You must be the marksman who single-handedly eliminated 11 international terrorists." After appraising him, Sam seemed increasingly pleased. "Indeed, a spirited young man. I've heard your name, even in Washington. Your valor has taken us seasoned veterans by surprise." Governor John proudly patted Martin's shoulder, smiling as he spoke. "Yes, he is Martin." At the right moment, Martin stepped forward to greet Sam. "Hello, Deputy Director Sam." Sam regarded Martin with eager eyes, reminiscent of a bachelor encountering a stunning beauty. "Hello. You truly are a remarkable young talent." His voice brimmed with praise. "Would you be interested in joining us? We are in dire need of individuals of your caliber." His gaze was filled with anticipation, as if envisioning Martin as part of their team. Martin hesitated for a moment, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face. But he quickly resolved to decline firmly. "I appreciate the offer, Deputy Director Sam, but I am more passionate about my role as a police officer. I aspire to uphold justice and combat evil in the most unadulterated manner." As he spoke, Martin silently critiqued the allure of the system, recognizing that, despite its advantages, his commitment to his vocation would sustain him until retirement. Upon witnessing Martin's resolute demeanor, Deputy Director Sam recognized that he was not destined to collaborate with such a talent. He then refrained from pressing the matter further, giving a slight shrug accompanied by a faint, regretful smile. Observing the three prominent figures engaging in jovial conversation, Martin quietly withdrew to the side. Curiosity piqued regarding the accumulation of his justice points. He eagerly summoned the system in his mind. "System, display my current attributes." Host, Martin current justice points, 7,200 current attributes, Strength 7, Speed 105, Stamina 10, Intelligence 11, Spirit 4 current skills, Culinary Arts Advanced 285300, Learning Advanced 5300, Danger Perception Advanced 5300, Firearms Intermediate 29200, Hand-to-Hand Combat Beginner 45100, Reconnaissance Beginner 10100. As Martin beheld the astonishing increase in his justice points, an overwhelming sense of satisfaction enveloped him. At that moment, his danger perception had reached an advanced level. Intrigued by what lay beyond this stage, he was filled with curiosity and anticipation. System, convert 3,000 justice points into skill points and allocate them entirely to danger perception. He silently prayed, hoping to gain even more formidable abilities. Ding. Danger perception level increased. Current level extraordinary 5,400. The sensation of deafness returned as the system's notification sounded, plunging Martin's world into an abyss of silence. While he could hear not a whisper from the outside, his perception expanded wildly outward. 2,000 meters. 3,000 meters. Within the blink of an eye, the The range of his danger perception had extended to a staggering 10,000 meters. Moreover, the quality of his perception had undergone a transformation. Previously, he could only sense murderous intent. Now, any object posing a threat would cause his heart to twitch. Issuing a warning, he could now sense that 7 anti-tank mines lay concealed along the path ahead. The increase in range and the qualitative leap in perceptual ability bolstered Martin's confidence. It is crucial to note that at a distance of 10,000 meters, a sniper rifle would be virtually ineffective. The only threats that could endanger Martin were long-range artillery and tactical missiles. Chapter 32, The Shadows of Lake City Extraordinary? A capability surpassing the mundane? Indeed, terrifying. Suddenly, while still with his eyes closed, experiencing this transformation, Martin felt a wave of dizziness. It was as though his very soul were being extracted and the world spun around him. His heart raced uncontrollably, as if he had endured several sleepless nights. His body was overwhelmingly fatigued. Alarmed, he hastily exited the state of danger perception, his face etched with fear. That truly frightened me to death. I thought I might meet the same fate as Martin. Martin muttered with slightly parted lips, soon realizing that it was his low spiritual attribute that had caused the distress. Upon upgrading his danger perception skill from advanced to extraordinary, Martin found that its coverage had expanded 100-fold. Yet the strain on his mental faculties had intensified nearly 1,000 times. What was once a manageable skill to maintain throughout the day now drained his mental energy in less than a minute. Furthermore, it appeared that the range of this skill was beyond his control. He could only toggle it on or off. It was indeed a dire predicament. In desperation, Martin turned his attention to his attributes panel, determined to address this glaring deficiency in mental strength. He noted that he was merely 3 points shy of the human limit in strength and decided to enhance that as well. Thus, he mentally called out to the system, "System, please exchange 1,000 justice points for attribute points. Add 3 to strength and 7 to mental capacity." His heart brimmed with anticipation, hoping to rectify his shortcomings. Ding. Strength attribute increased. Current strength, 10. Ding. Mental attribute increased. Current mental capacity, 11. In an instant, Martin felt the air around him compress and then explode outward. 2 streams of energy surged forth from the void, one searing hot like the core of the earth, the other frigid as ancient ice. The heat relentlessly tugged at his muscles, forcing them through a cycle of rupture and repair, each pulse of agony nearly rendering him unconscious. Meanwhile, the cold swept over him like a colossal millstone, extracting his very soul from his body, grinding it mercilessly before reshaping it with shards of ice, only to be crushed anew. The suffering was such that it made life seem a tormenting burden. Martin longed to scream, yet he found himself utterly powerless, as if a malevolent force held him in a vice grip. In his perception, it felt as though an entire year had elapsed before the 2 energies finally dissipated, allowing him to reclaim control over his body. Sweat streamed down his face, and he felt utterly depleted. One misstep, and he collapsed to the ground. Charlotte, observing this scene, felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity but hurried to his side with concern. "Martin, what has happened? Are you all right?" Her voice resonated with genuine worry, her gaze filled with trepidation. With great difficulty, Martin shook his head and replied, "I'm fine. The battle was just too intense, and I'm a bit fatigued. I lost my balance when I suddenly relaxed." He managed a strained smile through his sweat-soaked visage, attempting to mask his unease. At that moment, having endured unspeakable torment, both physically and mentally, Martin teetered on the brink of collapse. Every muscle ached profoundly, every nerve cried out in exhaustion, as if they might shatter at any moment. His sole desire was to find respite, to allow his body and spirit a moment of solace. "Charlotte, please help me to the car for a brief rest. I should be fine shortly," he uttered weakly, his voice laden with fatigue and weariness. Charlotte's face was etched with concern, her brows knitted tightly, and her eyes brimming with worry. She carefully assisted Martin into the Hummer, her movements gentle, as if fearful of inflicting even the slightest discomfort upon him. Once Martin reclined in the back seat, she swiftly closed the door and hurried around to the other side to join him. It was evident that Charlotte was apprehensive about Martin's comfort as he lay on the seat. She willingly offered her soft, ample thigh as a cushion for his head. Resting upon her lap, Martin inhaled the familiar, subtle fragrance that lingered, evoking an indescribable sense of tranquility within him, allowing his taut nerves to gradually unwind. Soon, his consciousness began to blur, and he succumbed to a deep slumber. Time passed unnoticed, and when Martin awoke again, it was already evening. The sun hung low on the horizon, resembling a ripe orange, teetering on the edge of descent. The afterglow of the setting sun painted the clouds in vibrant hues, igniting the sky in a breathtaking spectacle of color, as if the heavens themselves had caught fire. At that moment, he remained quietly reclined on Charlotte's lap, while she leaned against the seat of the Hummer, also lost in dreams. The remaining light softly caressed her face, draping her in a golden veil that accentuated her ethereal beauty, reminiscent of an angel descended from a mural in paradise. Reluctant to disturb Charlotte's peaceful slumber, Martin gently closed his eyes and turned his thoughts to the state of his mental attributes. He attempted to activate his extraordinary danger perception skill, and in an instant, he felt his mental energy dissipate like flowing water. In just 10 minutes, more than half of his impressive 11 points of mental attribute had been depleted. Restoring this energy would require him 2.5 hours of time. The disparity between recharge and consumption was staggering. 11 points were utterly insufficient to meet his demands. No, this simply wouldn't do. His mental capacity must be maximized. With clenched teeth, Martin resolutely called out to the system in his mind. System, please convert all remaining justice points into attribute points and allocate them entirely to my mental attribute. Ding. Mental attribute increased. Current mental attribute, 43. As the system's crisp notification resonated, the familiar, chilling wave of fear enveloped him once more, subjecting him to the excruciating pain of his soul being frozen and crushed. Fortunately, this time he had refrained from converting any points into physical strength, thus avoiding the harrowing duality of icy and fiery torment. After what felt like an eternity, Martin finally endured this agonizing process. Perhaps due to the repeated onslaught, his soul gradually developed a resistance to such pain, becoming numb to the experience. Once he regained his composure, Martin prepared to make another attempt, this time with a heightened sense of awareness. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that he could maintain an extraordinary level of danger perception for up to 2 hours with only half of his mental energy. Subsequently, he would require 2.5 hours to recover. Although there remained a gap between his current state and his ideal condition, it was fundamentally sufficient to meet his present needs. Furthermore, after his mental attribute reached 43, Martin distinctly sensed that his mind was progressing towards a more tangible form, akin to the psychokinesis depicted in novels. However, at this moment, he could only allow others to faintly perceive his mental fluctuations, and he was still far from the capability of manipulating objects as true psychokinesis would allow. Perhaps only when his mental attributes soared to 1,000 or even higher would he truly possess the ability to control objects with his mind. The mere thought of soaring through the skies on a sword filled Martin with longing, as it represented the ultimate dream cherished by every boy. With this thought in mind, he could hardly contain his eagerness to experiment with his mental prowess. Slowly, he opened his eyes, his gaze resting upon Charlotte's face. Before long, the sleeping Charlotte felt a tickling sensation on her face, akin to a feather brushing against her skin. Her eyelashes fluttered gently, reminiscent of a butterfly's wings, and she gradually opened her eyes, still tinged with the haze of slumber, as if she had not yet fully emerged from her beautiful dreams. After a brief moment, she regained her composure completely. Upon seeing that Martin was awake, her face instantly blossomed into a radiant smile, and she hurriedly inquired with concern, "Martin, you're awake?" Following this, she thoughtfully asked, "Are you hungry? I can fetch you something to eat." Martin raised his hand, his touch as gentle as a soft breeze, lightly brushing against Charlotte's delicate face, tenderly tucking a strand of her golden hair behind her ear. Feeling Martin's gentleness, Charlotte involuntarily flushed, her cheeks glowing like the evening sky at dusk. A sweet smile crept onto her lips, filled with happiness and shyness. Martin then rose from Charlotte's lap and took a seat beside her, his eyes brimming with concern as he asked, "You haven't eaten either, have you? Let us go eat together." Charlotte nodded emphatically, her heart brimming with joy. She thoroughly relished the feeling of being cared for by Martin, as if the entire world had become illuminated. However, just then, as she attempted to stretch her legs, her brow furrowed involuntarily. She inhaled sharply, a look of discomfort crossing her face. Upon witnessing this, Martin instantly understood the situation and quickly asked with concern, "Is your leg numb? Shall I help you massage it?" With that, he carefully lifted Charlotte's legs onto his lap, removing her shoes and socks. He began to attentively massage her legs, his touch both skilled and gentle. Charlotte felt as if Martin's hands possessed a magical power, leaving a delicate tingle akin to a faint electric current in their wake. The sensation, a blend of mild discomfort and slight swelling, elicited a spontaneous urge to laugh. After a considerable duration, this peculiar feeling in her legs gradually dissipated, Surprisingly, Charlotte found herself somewhat nostalgic, even harboring a faint desire to experience it once more. However, as soon as this thought emerged, it startled her, filling her with bewilderment. Could it be that she had a penchant for masochism? Unbeknownst to Martin, who was oblivious to Charlotte's musings, he invited her to join him for a meal. They disembarked from the vehicle and approached the supply truck, retrieving 2 rations of self-heating military meals from the Navy SEALs. During their time in the wilderness, these provisions had often served to satiate their hunger. While dining, they spotted Lieutenant Carter sitting alone in a Humvee, attempting to appear nonchalant. Martin promptly informed him about the anti-tank mines buried along the road. Faced with this revelation, Lieutenant Carter, along with several Navy SEAL team members equipped with a mine detector, set off to clear the area. After hastily satisfying their hunger, Martin suddenly noticed a convoy of over a dozen police cars approaching from the direction of Lake City. The flashing lights disrupted the surrounding tranquility. Martin attempted to activate his sense of danger, but detected no ominous presence from the vehicles. Could it be Sheriff Luke and his team returning? He pondered. Charlotte, equally curious, smiled and suggested, "Let us go take a look. It seems like my father and the others are heading that way too." The police cars soon came to a halt in an open area beside the convoy. Sheriff Luke, along with Inspector Ace and more than a dozen officers, disembarked from the vehicles, appearing somewhat weary yet resolute. They were escorting 2 white women, whose expressions were fraught with panic and unease. Sheriff Luke strode forward confidently. Approaching Governor Joan, standing tall, he saluted and spoke in a resonant voice. "Governor, the county police have received orders to investigate the armed robbery organized by the sheriff of Lake City. We have made preliminary findings that I wish to report to you. Last night, the sheriff instructed his 2 sons to lead a local criminal organization comprised of veterans in a robbery of a jewelry transport convoy. After one son was killed and the other captured, the sheriff incited the police officers to attack the convoy, ultimately leading to his demise at their hands. In the safe within Dominic's office, we discovered his diary, which chronicles his illegal activities in Lake City, as well as records of bribery involving Senator Enzo DeLuca." Upon hearing this, both Governor Joan and Elena displayed expressions of delight. The involvement of Senator Enzo DeLuca was indeed an unexpected boon. At this moment, Charlotte quietly leaned towards Martin, whispering an explanation. Enzo DeLuca, an esteemed figure within the Italian immigrant community, ascended to the position of senator in Florida several years ago, leveraging the votes of his fellow expatriates. His political stance has consistently opposed our family's interests. Martin nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. Governor John remained somewhat uneasy regarding Sheriff Luke's investigation results. After all, the matter involved a senator, a situation of considerable gravity. Consequently, he inquired once more with a serious demeanor, "Is it confirmed that this is indeed Dominic's handwritten diary? Are there any other pieces of evidence that substantiate these allegations of bribery?" Sheriff Luke nodded affirmatively, gesturing toward the 2 white women being escorted by officers, and added, "These 2 are the daughters-in-law of Dominic Russo. They have identified the diary as unmistakably his handwriting. Furthermore, there are corresponding remittance slips in the safe, providing ample evidence." The 2 women stepped forward, tears glistening in their eyes, their voices trembling as they expressed their gratitude. "Thank you. Without your assistance, we might not have survived much longer." Governor John, taken aback, questioned, "Aren't these young women Dominic's daughters-in-law? Could there be other hidden truths at play?" He encouraged them to voice any grievances, assuring them that the federal court would deliver justice. His tone was both gentle and resolute, instilling an inexplicable sense of security. One of the women wiped her tears and nodded before recounting her tale. Her name was Avril Smith, a resident of Lake City, who once lived happily with her parents. However, their lives were irrevocably altered 4 years ago when Dominic assumed the role of sheriff. Avril's father, unbeknownst to them, began secretly gambling at the casino owned by Dominic. Soon, he accrued a gambling debt of $1,000. Under pressure from the casino's threats and temptations, he had no choice but to borrow from a financial company affiliated with Dominic at exorbitant interest rates to settle his debts. Yet, this was merely the beginning of a nightmarish ordeal. As the loan sharks began to demand repayment, the debt had ballooned to $2 million, compounded by interest. An unfathomable sum for a family with a monthly income of merely $1,000. They were utterly incapable of repaying such a staggering amount. With the backing of the Lake City police, failure to repay would result in immediate imprisonment. After pleading on his knees, Avril's father was granted a grim opportunity by the financial company, a job that involved drug trafficking. Thus, in desperation, Avril's father was compelled to assist Dominic in the transportation and sale of narcotics, using the proceeds to cover the exorbitant interest on the loan. Regrettably, at the urging of others, Averil's father fell into the clutches of addiction, in an utterly inhumane act to satisfy his cravings. He unscrupulously signed a contract with Dominic's film company, intending to send Avril and her mother to the movies. Avril, bearing a striking resemblance to the Italian star Monica Bellucci, caught Dominic's eye and was spared the ordeal of filming, instead becoming Dominic's daughter-in-law. However, she was utterly unprepared for the revelation that Dominic's family were equally depraved. The distinction of being his daughter-in-law rather than his wife stemmed solely from Dominic's abhorrent peculiarities. Governor John listened intently, his expression darkening as he absorbed the girl's plight, the chill emanating from him seemingly capable of freezing the very air into frost. His eyes brimmed with a mix of fury and sorrow, astonished that such rampant malevolence could exist under his governance. Major David, consumed by indignation, seized a .44 caliber pistol and unleashed a frenzied barrage upon the charred remains of Dominic and his son, seeking to vent his pent-up rage. Sheriff Luke, I urge you to compile this evidence overnight and present it to the federal Supreme Court. We must eradicate this malignant presence and safeguard justice and order in Florida. Governor John's voice resonated with unwavering determination, as if declaring his resolve to the world. Sheriff Luke promptly saluted and responded loudly, Governor, there is one more matter. The police system in Lake City is effectively paralyzed, and remnants of Dominic's criminal empire linger within the city. Lake City urgently requires a formidable officer to establish a temporary police station to uphold justice and order. Upon hearing this, Governor John glanced at Charlotte, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes before he inquired, Sheriff Luke, please recommend a suitable candidate. Nodding, Sheriff Luke proposed. Inspector Ace from the County Police Department is exceptionally skilled in criminal investigations and possesses considerable capability. I believe he would be well suited for the role. Governor John nodded decisively, proclaiming, Then I, in my capacity as governor, hereby appoint Inspector Ace as the temporary sheriff of Lake City. Additionally, I will allocate 100 officers from the County Police Department, each promoted one rank, to establish the new police force in Lake City. My sole requirement is that, by any means necessary, we swiftly eliminate the criminal elements in Lake City and defend the justice and order of the Federation. Deputy Director Sam and Major David also expressed their willingness to support the police with the assistance of the SEAL team. At this moment, the objectives of the police and military aligned perfectly, ready to commence a thorough cleansing operation against the criminal forces in Lake City. The following day, the anti-crime operation in Lake City continued to unfold with fervor, yet it had become completely disconnected from Martin and his associates. The convoy had long since departed Lake City, having even left the state of Florida. Upon entering Fulton County, Georgia, one cannot overlook the prominence of Atlanta, the county's most renowned city. Celebrated for its diverse landscapes and myriad filming locations, it is often dubbed the Hollywood of the South. In such a vibrant city, the playful Martin found it impossible to remain seated, eagerly contemplating a delightful excursion with Charlotte. He was ever mindful that their purpose was leisure, not merely to oversee security operations. The convoy majestically rolled into Atlanta, inevitably drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. Within the throng, every gaze was unmistakably tinged with astonishment and yearning. Martin was well acquainted with such scrutiny. It stemmed not from the necklace's inherent beauty, but rather from its staggering worth. In 1992, a valuation in the millions of dollars was indeed astronomical, nearly equivalent to a tenth of Oracle Corporation's shares. Should the necklace be exchanged for cash or gold of equivalent value, the ensuing commotion would likely surpass expectations. The procession gradually traversed the bustling heart of Atlanta, encountering no significant obstacles before arriving at Piedmont Park. Following the strong recommendation of manager Amy, the convoy opted to rest for a day, awaiting the arrival of the newly assigned host and cameraman. As soon as they established their base, Martin eagerly greeted Lieutenant Carter and Agent Jack, then took Charlotte by the hand and departed the park. Their first stop was a car rental, where they secured a Jeep Cherokee as their mode of transport. Thus began their explorative venture through the city. They first visited the Fernbank Museum of Natural History, excitedly checking out the exhibited dinosaur skeletons. Following this, they strolled through the Atlanta Zoo and the Fox Theater, immersing themselves in the city's unique charm, unbothered by the affairs of the convoy. The duo reveled in an afternoon of relaxation and leisure. As evening descended, they arrived at the locally acclaimed Mary Mac's Tea Room, indulging in a sumptuous meal of regional specialties. After satiating their appetites, they found a hotel and embarked on a little language lesson. Their diligent study continued until the early hours of the morning, when they finally succumbed to sleep. At dawn, while the rest of the convoy enjoyed their rations for breakfast, Martin and Charlotte returned, brimming with vitality. Particularly radiant was Charlotte, her face aglow, as if reborn, despite their absence from the convoy overnight. Not a ripple of concern had been stirred. Even Lieutenant Carter, known for his strict adherence to discipline, exhibited unusual leniency towards them. After all, those with capabilities seemingly deserve special privileges. Martin instinctively activated his danger perception skills, his heart momentarily jolting with unease. He gazed in the direction of the ominous signal and immediately noticed two unfamiliar Caucasian men within the convoy. A sense of trepidation enveloped him as he pondered, are these two a threat? Are they targeting me, or the convoy itself? Although he speculated that they might merely be the newly assigned host and photographer, he sought confirmation from manager Amy, who was engaged in her meal. Miss Amy, are those two men indeed the new arrivals? Manager Amy nodded, a smile gracing her lips. Yes, the bespectacled gentleman who appears rather refined is Kevin Hudson, the host. The other, notably robust, is Alex Green, the photographer. They arrived yesterday afternoon and have demonstrated far greater cooperation than the previous pair, actively engaging with the convoy's arrangements from the onset. Martin nodded, yet his vigilance intensified. Seizing a moment during the meal, he discreetly relayed his observations to Lieutenant Carter and Agent Jack. Upon hearing his words, their expressions turned grave. Since the arrival of these two men yesterday afternoon, their humble demeanor and eagerness to cooperate had lulled everyone into a false sense of security. In retrospect, if they harbored malicious intent towards the convoy, such as installing explosives within the vehicle or severing brake lines, their opportunities would have been abundant. Surely our vehicle isn't, Agent Jack began, only to be interrupted by Lieutenant Carter. Upon reflection, they only arrived yesterday with microphones and photographic equipment, leaving them little opportunity to tamper with the vehicles. Nonetheless, as a precaution, we must conduct a thorough inspection of all vehicles prior to departure, Lieutenant Carter stated calmly. Once everyone finished breakfast, under Lieutenant Carter's direction, the Navy SEALs and agents collaborated diligently to conduct a comprehensive and meticulous examination of all vehicles, paying particular attention to the safety of the braking systems and scanning for any suspicious items within or beneath the vehicles. After the inspection, no anomalies were discovered in any of the vehicles. Although no issues were found, Lieutenant Carter and Agent Jack's wariness of these two men remained undiminished. They were well acquainted with Martin's unique abilities and held his words in high regard. Since Martin had indicated a problem with these two, it was certain there was something amiss, albeit they had yet to take action. Soon, the convoy set off once more, this time returning to the arrangement originally devised by Lieutenant Carter. Leading the procession was a mine-resistant ambush-protected vehicle, followed by 3 armored vehicles, with a transport truck positioned in the middle. Behind the transport, 3 military Humvees trailed, culminating with 3 armored vehicles at the rear. Martin and Charlotte found themselves aboard vehicle number 7, which was the second Humvee. Within the Humvee ahead of them sat the 2 men who claimed to be newly assigned. After departing Piedmont Park, the convoy drove north along North Highland Avenue, intending to utilize the route back to Interstate 75. Due to the complex terrain, the North Highlands Avenue is fraught with numerous steep inclines, some of which reach an inclination of 30 degrees. Each time the convoy encounters such a slope, they are compelled to reduce their speed. As the convoy ascends a particularly steep gradient, the vehicles ahead have already successfully navigated the incline, while the transport vehicle remains en route to the summit. At this moment, Martin observes a photographer, clutching his camera, abruptly exiting the front Hummer. This peculiar action instantly raises Martin's alertness, prompting him to activate his danger perception. Indeed, the ominous signal emanates from the camera cradled in the photographer's arms. Just as the photographer approaches the rear of the transport vehicle, Martin reacts decisively. In a flash, he draws his Glock 19, extends it out of the window, and without a moment's hesitation, pulls the trigger. Bang! A bullet, enveloped in a searing blaze, erupts from the muzzle, striking the photographer squarely in the back of the head. In an instant, a spray of crimson bursts forth from his skull. Before collapsing, the photographer musters all his strength to turn his head, his eyes wide with disbelief as they lock onto Martin. The camera tumbles to the ground alongside the photographer, rolling twice before coming to rest beneath the first Hummer. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion reverberates through the air as the fiery orange flames engulf the Hummer. It seems the blast also impacts the vehicle's fuel system, triggering a secondary detonation. The Hummer is violently propelled into the air before crashing back down. The vehicles that have already traversed the slope hear this cacophonous sound. Shortly thereafter, Lieutenant Carter's anxious voice crackles over the radio. "Martin, what happened back there? What caused the explosion?" Martin holsters his Glock 19 and swiftly replies over the radio. "The host and photographer were imposters. That camera was a bomb. The fake photographer was preparing to detonate it near the transport vehicle, but I shot him dead. The camera landed directly beneath the Hummer driven by the imposter, causing it to explode." Manager Amy, Lieutenant Carter, and Agent Jack await his words. After a prolonged silence on the radio, Martin reiterates his warning. "Everyone, remain vigilant. The robbers are unlikely to be limited to just those two. There must be others lurking, preparing to ambush the convoy." At this juncture, Lieutenant Carter's voice breaks through the static. "Let us all proceed over this slope. We will regroup at the base to avoid being isolated and overwhelmed by the robbers." The group unanimously agrees to Lieutenant Carter's plan. Consequently, the vehicles behind continue their ascent, soon reaching the crest of the slope and beginning their descent to reunite with the front convoy. Just then, Martin's danger perception issues another urgent alert. Martin gazed in the direction of the distress signal, only to be met by a dense thicket of trees, obscuring any view within. "Charlotte, take the wheel," Martin urged swiftly. Obediently, Charlotte switched seats with Martin, maneuvering the Hummer to join the convoy. Meanwhile, Martin retrieved his Barrett from the back seat, opened the hatch on the roof, and steadied the rifle atop the vehicle. Through the scope, he scrutinized the source of the danger signal. "Damn it," Martin cursed under his breath. "Charlotte, inform Carter via radio that there are 3 individuals operating a mortar in a hollow to our 10 o'clock, approximately 1,200 meters away. It appears to be an antiquated Type 2 107mm mortar, likely a relic from World War II. Charlotte promptly relayed Martin's discovery to the entire convoy through the radio. Through the scope, Martin observed that the assailants had set up the mortar and were preparing to load a shell. At this distance, with my current marksmanship, hitting the target seems an arduous task, yet my justice points have been depleted. There's no choice but to take a gamble, Martin thought, his finger already squeezing the trigger. Boom. The Barrett erupted with a thunderous roar, the bullet racing like a flash of lightning towards the hollow. Simultaneously, the assailants released the shell. The projectile soared from the mortar, hurtling towards the convoy. Crash! The shell soared over the convoy, striking a large tree by the roadside, which toppled with a resounding crash. Unfortunately, Martin's shot had not found its mark. The bullet's trajectory had dropped more than he anticipated, ricocheting off a stone just before the assailants. Realizing the error, Martin swiftly adjusted the height of his rifle and squeezed the trigger once more. Boom! The bandits crouched low, fully engrossed in their task beside the mortar, their hands deftly adjusting the elevation mechanism in an attempt to angle the mortar for a lethal strike against the convoy. In a critical moment, a bullet from Martin's Barrett sniper rifle struck like a deadly bolt of lightning. With a resounding thud, it accurately struck the robust rear of one of the assailants. Though the posterior is one of the fleshier parts of the human body, it proved as vulnerable as parchment before the immense power of the Barrett round. Through the sniper's scope, Martin witnessed the assailant being violently torn apart by an unseen force, the lower half of his body collapsing like a marionette with severed strings, crashing to the ground. Blood instantly pooled on the earth, creating a gruesome scene. The 2 remaining assailants were paralyzed with terror, their hearts racing in the wake of the horrific spectacle. With eyes wide and round, their faces etched with terror, they scrambled and crawled chaotically to the ground, swiftly taking refuge in the muddy ravine. At that moment, the looming threat of the mortar was but a distant memory. Survival took precedence. Martin, sensing a brief moment of relief, was ready to exhale and ease the tension in his body. Yet, in an instant, his heart seized with a violent thrum, a primal instinct warning him of impending danger. His complexion shifted dramatically as he swiftly redirected his firearm. Through the scope, he focused intently on the direction of the menacing signal. Before him, 5 vehicles of various makes sped towards them like wild stallions, careening against the flow of traffic. Among them, a particularly conspicuous convertible Jeep stood out, with an agile Asian man poised atop it, firmly gripping a sniper rifle. His narrowed gaze was fixed on their direction, the dark muzzle of his weapon aimed with lethal intent. Without a moment's hesitation, Martin instinctively crouched low, swiftly concealing himself within the sturdy confines of the Hummer. Almost simultaneously, a thunderous bang erupted, resonating from the vehicle's roof as a bullet struck. Sparks from the metal collision erupted in a dazzling display under the sunlight. And when the brilliance faded, a bullet hole marred the Hummer's reinforced roof, penetrating the 14mm thick special steel with alarming ease. "Damned hell," Martin muttered under his breath in exasperation. He quickly turned to Charlotte, urgency lacing his voice. "Charlotte, inform Carter immediately. There are 5 rogue vehicles ahead, just 1,500 meters away, all filled with robbers. One of them has a sniper whose marksmanship surpasses even mine." Charlotte's complexion drained of color, her heart racing at the thought of a sharpshooter more skilled than Martin. Yet, she steeled herself against the rising tide of fear and nodded resolutely, transmitting the critical information clearly and accurately via radio to everyone in the convoy. No sooner had she relayed the message than fierce gunfire erupted ahead. The relentless staccato of the M240 machine gun echoed like a frenzied drumbeat, intermingled with the distinct sounds of carbines, AK-74 assault rifles, submachine guns, shotguns, and sniper rifles, creating a cacophony that reverberated across the desolate roadway. The deafening symphony of violence seemed to herald a grim fate. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Martin inhaled deeply, forcefully flinging open the Hummer's door. Gripping his Barrett sniper rifle tightly, like a poised cheetah ready to pounce, he sprang from the vehicle with agility. "Charlotte, stay put inside the car. Hidden in the back seat. Do not emerge. I will return swiftly." He glanced back at her, his gaze a blend of steadfast resolve and gentle assurance. Charlotte nodded obediently, her mind firmly anchored to Elena's words. A wise woman never hinders a man's progress. At this moment, she could only silently pray for Martin's safe return. Martin disembarked from the vehicle, cradling the Barrett rifle, crouching low, and swiftly making his way toward the mortar position. His silhouette darted among the grass and trees like a phantom. Within less than 30 seconds, he made a swift leap and concealed himself beside a sturdy tree. He raised the Barrett with precision. At this juncture, he was merely 600 meters away from the mortar's location. Through the scope, he could discern the movements of the 2 bandits with clarity, having recovered from their earlier panic. The fear on their faces was gradually replaced by ferocity as they clumsily handled the shells, preparing to load the mortar for another assault. With a steely gaze, Martin hesitated not for a moment. His index finger decisively squeezed the trigger. Bang! A thunderous roar echoed through the valley, the distinctive gunfire of the Barrett resonating painfully in the ears. The bullet, like a flash of lightning, accurately struck one bandit in the shoulder. The tremendous force instantly shattered his arms into a grotesque pulp, bone fragments and flesh splattering across the ground. The bandit screamed in agony, collapsing and writhing in pain. Without delay, Martin swiftly adjusted his aim, targeting the second bandit with unwavering determination, and once again pulled the trigger. Bang! After firing, Martin did not glance back, his face exuding confidence. He smoothly retracted the rifle and strode purposefully toward the hollow in the mountain. He moved with the swiftness of a cheetah darting through the forest. In less than a minute, he stood firmly in the hollow, where an aging Type II 107mm mortar lay quietly. Beside it were 2 wooden ammunition boxes, their lids ajar. 5 shells rested neatly inside, glinting with a cold metallic sheen. Surrounding the mortar were the disfigured bodies of 3 men. Sprawled haphazardly on the ground, 2 black men and 1 white man. Blood flowed freely, pooling into a dark crimson mire. Mutilated flesh and shattered bones littered the area. The air was thick with the acrid stench of blood, inducing nausea. Martin's face contorted in disgust as he spat at the 3 corpses. He then turned and began to tamper with the old mortar. Although he had studied the theoretical operations of mortars during his time at the Law Enforcement Academy, he had never engaged in practical application. Martin furrowed his brow, closed his eyes, and endeavored to recall the lessons imparted by his female instructor. Then, based on his recollections, he cautiously adjusted the mortar's barrel, slowly aiming at the 5 vehicles belonging to the bandits below. Should he fire a test shot? Uncertain of the accuracy of the female instructor's teachings, Martin murmured to himself. He extended his hand, cautiously retrieving a shell from the ammunition box, steadying it with both hands. He aimed it at the mouth of the mortar and then gently released it. With a dull roar, a vivid orange flame erupted from the barrel, and the shell shot forth with the speed of an arrow released from a bow. Observing this, Martin swiftly seized the nearby Barrett rifle and gazed down the slope. Through the scope, he discerned clearly that the shell landed precisely on the road between the convoy and the bandits. A thunderous explosion followed, and the once smooth pavement was transformed into a dark, gaping crater, billowing smoke into the air. Both the convoy and the bandits were taken aback by the sudden artillery strike, momentarily halting their gunfire. Confusion spread among them. How could the shell have landed right there? Even with a poor aim, such a deviation seemed improbable. In that instant, Martin, from a distance, could hear the frantic curses emanating from the single soldier's communicator of a fallen bandit. Simultaneously, his own radio crackled to life with Carter's voice. "Martin, That mortar shot wasn't yours, was it? Are you capable? If not, I can send 2 men to assist you. Annoyed, Martin activated the radio and responded loudly across the channel. Of course, I can. Just watch my next shot. With that, he promptly shut off the radio. Once again, he bent to adjust the mortar's aim, skillfully loading another shell. With a resounding boom, another orange flame shot forth from the mortar's barrel. Just as Martin reached for the Barrett to check the shell's impact, his heart suddenly seized with a jolt. Without a moment's thought, he instinctively rolled to the side and lowered himself to the ground. A bullet whizzed past him, narrowly missing his body, striking the mortar's mount with a sharp metallic clang. Martin's chest heaved as he glanced back, noticing a clean bullet hole through the battered mount. Damn it, he muttered under his breath, beads of cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. It suddenly dawned on him that among the bandits was an Asian sharpshooter. If he had hesitated even for a moment, it could have cost him his life. In a flash, Charlotte's face crossed his mind. If he were to perish, would Charlotte be left to mourn? No. Wait, Americans don't typically mourn for long. This thought struck him as even more disheartening, dying only to be cheated on. Martin slapped his forehead, striving to dispel such morbid thoughts from his mind. At that moment, the sound of exploding shells echoed from the valley below. Martin scrambled on all fours to conceal himself behind a large boulder on the other side of the hill. Cautiously, he peeked out, brandishing his Barrett rifle while surveying the scene below. Among the 5 vehicles of the assailants, the open-top Jeep in the center was engulfed in a fierce blaze. Surrounded by billowing black smoke, it was evident that Martin's precise shot had struck true. The Asian sniper appeared to have been stationed in that very Jeep. Narrowing his eyes, Martin inspected the area around the vehicle through the scope, but he could not discern the presence of the sharpshooter. He could not help but speculate that the sniper had likely been obliterated by the blast. Meanwhile, the firefight raged on below. The armored convoy unleashed the full might of its mounted 240 machine guns, delivering a relentless barrage of suppressive fire. Yet, the assailants' firepower was equally formidable. Both sides exhibited exceptional combat prowess, engaging in a fierce exchange. The battle reached a stalemate, with neither side able to gain the upper hand easily. Observing the deadlock, Martin's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly resumed loading shells into the mortar. Boom, boom. With a single breath, he launched the remaining 3 rounds. In an instant, the valley was filled with a cacophony of thunderous explosions. As the detonations gradually subsided, Martin lifted his Barrett once more, peering through the scope to assess the situation below. He noted that only one relatively intact Chevrolet Suburban was making a hasty retreat, speeding northward away from the battlefield. The other 4 vehicles had been consumed by flames, billowing thick black smoke. Unsettled, Martin employed his danger perception skills to carefully scan the vicinity. He discovered that within a 10,000-meter radius, apart from the swiftly departing Chevrolet, no further threats were present. Only then did he finally exhale, allowing his taut nerves to relax completely. After regaining his composure, Martin cradled the Barrett and ambled down the hill at a leisurely pace. Halfway down, he heard the distant wail of sirens approaching from the direction of downtown Atlanta. From his vantage point, he could see a dozen blue and white police cars racing toward the scene of the conflict. Indeed, American police seemed to arrive only after the chaos had unfolded. A smirk of derision curled at the corners of Martin's lips. Suddenly, he paused, recalling that he too was now a member of the police force. A bemused smile crossed his face as he experienced the peculiar sensation of being caught in the very spectacle he had been observing. By the time Martin leisurely descended the hill, the fleet of police cars arrived on the scene. A multitude of heavily armed officers swiftly disembarked, their expressions tense, with their weapons aimed squarely at the members of the convoy. Especially upon seeing Martin clutching a formidable Barrett, his attire smeared with flesh and blood, he became the focal point of attention. At this moment, it was Agent Jack's turn to take center stage. If we were to liken the various levels of government, state, county, and city to ancient officials, then the police would represent the captains of law enforcement. In this scenario, the Eastern Factory would symbolize the omnipresent Jinui. How could a mere captain dare to challenge the Eastern Factory? Agent Jack moved swiftly, producing his credentials with remarkable agility. With a grave expression, he addressed the leading sheriff, stating, "I am Agent Jackson from the Counterterrorism Unit. We are currently executing a special operation involving the transport of jewels. While passing through your jurisdiction, we encountered robbers armed with automatic weapons, high-precision sniper rifles, and mortars. I have serious doubts regarding the security capabilities of the Atlanta Police Department. I even suspect that there may be undercover operatives from an international terrorist organization within your ranks. I will report this matter to headquarters. And you should prepare for an investigation. Upon seeing Jack's credentials, the sheriff's face instantly drained of color. Cold sweat poured down as he internally lamented, hastily reprimanding his officers. Did you not see that he is an agent? Lower your weapons at once. Then, with a forced smile, he ingratiatingly addressed Jack. Agent Jack. We are all on the same side here. I am quite familiar with Deputy Director Sam. Chapter 35, Completion of the Special Operation Suddenly. The sheriff's eyes darted as he noticed the dilapidated armored vehicles in the convoy. A spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. Agent Jack, I see that your armored vehicles have been rendered useless. How can you carry out your mission in such vehicles? Fortunately, our police department has recently procured for lightweight armored vehicles. I can lend you 3 to use for the time being. Once your mission concludes, simply send someone to return them. Agent Jack cast a sidelong glance at the sheriff and bluntly replied, Forget 3, lend us all 4. I will ensure that I speak favorably of the Atlanta Police Department in my report regarding today's ambush. The sheriff nearly lost his footing upon hearing this. It felt as if he were being stripped bare. Yet what could he say? He dared not utter a word of protest, quite literally. He was genuinely fearful that Agent Jack might misconstrue his silence as a provocation. Martin stood by, quietly observing as Agent Jack deftly handled the situation with the officers. He then opened the door of the Hummer and took a seat inside. No sooner had he settled in than Charlotte, like a fledgling swan returning to its nest, leapt into his embrace. Before he could utter a word, her luscious crimson lips pressed against his, without the slightest hint of gradual build-up. Charlotte unleashed her inner fears and anxieties with fervor from the very beginning. The overwhelming affection left Martin somewhat taken aback. Had it not been for Martin's firm grip on Charlotte's hand, preventing her from tugging at his clothing, one could have anticipated the onset of a foreign language lesson. After an extended moment, this passionate and lingering kiss finally came to an end. Charlotte's emotions gradually stabilized. Yet her arms remained tightly wrapped around Martin, as if only in this embrace could she truly sense his presence and find complete solace. Martin, you truly terrified me just now. I saw that Asian man firing up the hill, and I thought you had been shot, Charlotte murmured softly. Her voice tinged with a hint of tears as she nestled in Martin's embrace. Martin gently caressed Charlotte's silky hair, offering her soothing words. But look, I'm perfectly fine. Rest assured, the world has yet to produce anyone capable of hitting me. Charlotte obediently nodded while nestled in Martin's arms. She leaned against him, greedily inhaling his familiar scent and basking in his warm caress. Enveloped in a cocoon of safety, she unknowingly closed her eyes and drifted into a deep slumber. Once Charlotte had succumbed to sleep, Martin began to summon the system within his mind. The encounter with the Asian marksman had imparted a profound realization. In a land rife with firearms such as America, mere danger perception and speed were woefully insufficient. Proficiency with firearms was equally imperative. System, display my current attributes. Host, Martin current justice value. 1700 current attributes. Strength 10, speed 105, stamina 10, intelligence 11. Spirit 43 current skills. Extraordinary danger perception 5400, advanced culinary skills 287300, advanced learning 8300, intermediate firearm proficiency 32200, beginner combat 45100, beginner reconnaissance 11100. This ambush had garnered Martin 1700 points of justice, of which 1400 points were attributed to the effectiveness of the mortar. It is undeniable that in such small-scale conflicts, the lethality of artillery far surpasses that of firearms. However, artillery is cumbersome to transport and is classified as a regulated weapon. Otherwise, Martin would have certainly considered carrying a cannon in his vehicle. System, assist me in exchanging 170 skill experience points to enhance my firearm proficiency. Ding. Firearm level upgraded. Current level advanced 2300. In an instant, Martin felt a torrent of knowledge regarding firearms surge into his mind. Even with an intelligence of 11, a spirit of 43, and advanced learning skills, he found himself slightly dazed by the deluge of information. Accompanying this knowledge were countless training scenarios etched into his very being, indelibly ingrained in his bones. It seems that the use of firearms has become an instinctive response for him. Sensing the distinct transformation brought about by the enhancement of his shooting skills, Martin couldn't help but murmur to himself, if I were to encounter a marksman of that caliber again, I should no longer be caught off guard to the point of being unable to evade twice, let alone feel subconsciously intimidated by a gunfight. After upgrading his shooting skills, Martin unknowingly drifted off to sleep. Time slipped away unnoticed. until warm sunlight streamed through the car window, piercing directly into Martin's eyes. He slowly opened his eyes, realizing it was already noon. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Carter stood outside the Humvee, rhythmically tapping his broad palm against the car window, with sleep still lingering in his eyes. Martin rubbed his throbbing temples and turned to see Charlotte nestled comfortably in his embrace, sleeping soundly. In that instant, his gaze softened immeasurably. Gently, he tapped Charlotte's delicate nose and carefully placed her aside, treating her as if she were an invaluable treasure, fearful of disturbing her sweet dreams. Once he had accomplished this, Martin pushed open the car door and stepped out slowly. He adjusted his slightly wrinkled clothing, cleared his throat, and inquired, "Lieutenant Carter, what's the matter?" His voice still carried a hint of the raspy fatigue of recent slumber. With his characteristic warm smile, Lieutenant Carter explained at a leisurely pace, "Nothing urgent, really. It's lunchtime, and I came specifically to call you for a meal. By the way, Agent Jack just received news from the intelligence department that the ambushes this time are once again the Black Mamba international terrorist organization responsible for the bank heist." At this point, Carter's brow furrowed slightly, his eyes filled with curiosity as he continued, "Their unusual emphasis on this necklace is quite perplexing. Logically, if it were solely for monetary gain, there would be no need for such a grand mobilization. After all, the necklace is merely worth over $10 million. To them, this sum is hardly significant." The subsequent journey unfolded remarkably smoothly, surprising everyone involved. The convoy encountered no more of those American police officers, blinded by greed, who dared to commit robbery as brazenly as in Lake City. Likewise, the robbers from the Black Mamba organization seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Perhaps they were still reeling from their previous defeat, lurking in the shadows to nurse their wounds, hesitant to make a rash appearance again. Or perhaps they were plotting something else entirely. However, none of this was of paramount importance. What truly mattered was the absence of those bothersome obstacles. Martin and Charlotte enjoyed a carefree journey together. Upon reaching Savannah, the couple strolled hand in hand to admire the cobblestone square, to preserve their memories. They even purchased a Polaroid camera at their own expense. Originally, Charlotte contemplated having Lieutenant Carter reimburse her, as the U.S. military is renowned for its ample funding. However, after some reflection, Martin decided against it. This trivial sum hardly warranted a request. Better to wait for a more substantial expense to seek reimbursement. Upon arriving in Washington, they toured the White House and the National Mall. In front of the Lincoln statue, Martin mimicked Lincoln's pose, causing Charlotte to erupt in laughter. While passing through Philadelphia, they could not resist slipping away from the convoy. They not only checked in at the Independence Hall but also visited the Liberty Bell. To be honest, Martin felt somewhat disillusioned by these landmarks, sensing a disconnect between their grandeur and reality. Perhaps it was his foreign perspective that hindered his appreciation of American national pride. Regardless, their journey bore no semblance of a mission. It felt more like an extravagant road trip. Yet, none of the other convoy members, including the disciplined and principled Lieutenant Carter, uttered a word. Martin's remarkable abilities were evident to all, and those endowed with such talents often receive leniency. Time flew by, and soon it was May 30th. Just 2 days before the New York Jewelry Exhibition in Warren, Hartford. The convoy, at last, followed the planned route, escorting the invaluable deep-sea phantom necklace. Arriving in New York City in grand fashion. The moment the convoy entered the city, it sparked a sensational uproar, akin to the arrival of a superstar like Michael Jackson. Bystanders halted to admire, pointing and gathering, creating an impenetrable crowd around the convoy. Unbeknownst to Martin and Charlotte, footage of their convoy had already become a coveted sensation on television, being broadcasted widely. The scenes of citizens welcoming the convoy and its confrontation with bandits were particularly popular, driving the channel's ratings to new heights. They seized the opportunity to occasionally divulge the convoy's whereabouts, such as which city they had reached that day and their anticipated arrival at the next destination. Had live broadcasting technology been available, it would have surely been a continuous live report. The news of the convoy entering New York City had reached the citizens a day in advance. The chance to see the $10 million necklace up close was likely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them, and they eagerly awaited along the roadside, as if celebrating a festival. The convoy sped eastward along Interstate 95, a combination of armored vehicles and military Hummers resembling a steel dragon. It then turned onto New York's I-495 95 City Highway, navigating into the 42nd Street area. Finally, the convoy arrived at its destination, the Waldorf Astoria Hotel in New York City, located in one of the most vibrant districts. Close to the famous Times Square, Grand Central Station, in the Broadway Theater District. The atmosphere was vibrant and bustling, filled with hurried pedestrians and flickering neon lights. At that moment, a throng of people had gathered at the entrance of the Waldorf Astoria Hotel. Prominent figures from various sectors of politics and business congregated. Resembling an extravagant soiree of the elite, they stood on either side of the hotel entrance, exchanging polite smiles while surreptitiously sizing up those around them. They had assembled here due to the presence of the affluent Warren Hartford, each quietly contemplating strategies to expand their networks and seal lucrative deals. In the center of the hotel's grand entrance stood a cadre of over 10 impeccably dressed bodyguards, adorned in sharp suits and stylish sunglasses. They occasionally communicated softly into their earpieces, reminiscent of agents from a cinematic thriller. Surrounding them was a distinguished, elderly Caucasian gentleman, the very embodiment of wealth, Warren Hartford himself. Warren Hartford's background was illustrious. A veteran of World War II, he participated in the Normandy landings. After the defeat of fascism, he retired to pursue a life of adventure. Armed with a treasure map on sheepskin, he embarked on a solo expedition across the African continent. After 2 arduous years, he unearthed the fabled treasures of a golden tribe in South Africa. This fortune enabled him to amass wealth, ultimately acquiring 4 diamond mines and 3 gold mines in the region. His riches skyrocketed, establishing him as a pivotal member of the De Beers diamond monopoly, a titan of commerce. At 65 years of age, he commanded assets worth billions of dollars. Even amidst his imposing bodyguards, he exuded an undeniable charisma, as if enveloped in an aura befitting royalty. His stature was upright, his back straight, and the passage of time appeared to have left little mark upon him. His deep blue eyes resembled an ocean concealing endless secrets, and a mere glance could convey his astuteness and wisdom. Truly a seasoned veteran of the business realm. The convoy, flanked by security, brought to a steady halt before the Waldorf Astoria, transporting the elusive deep-sea phantom. In an instant, silence enveloped the surrounding political luminaries and elites. Their gazes were fixated on the transport vehicle, eyes glimmering with a covetous light, both the sheen of gemstones and a reflection of their innermost desires. Their expressions resembled that of famished wolves eyeing their prey, brimming with avarice and curiosity. At that moment, Agent Jack elegantly exited the passenger side of the transport vehicle. With confident strides, he approached Warren, cradling an exquisite wooden box. "The escort mission has been successfully completed," he announced proudly, his voice resonant. "Here lies the key to the jewelry display case. Please verify its contents." Warren regarded Jack with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement as he accepted the box and opened it to reveal an electronic key. Without further ado, he pressed the key, and in an instant, the transport vehicle emitted the mechanical sounds of operation. The bulletproof glass on the passenger side descended slowly, transforming into a sloped ramp for easy access. The hotel staff, quick and nimble, swiftly laid down the prepared red carpet. Once the carpet was unfurled, Warren stepped onto it, striding confidently into the vehicle encased in titanium and bulletproof glass. Arriving at the showcase housing the deep-sea phantom necklace, he pressed a button once more. In an instant, the display case opened like a blossoming flower, revealing the dazzling necklace in all its glory. Warren reached out, lifting both the display stand and the necklace, showcasing it to the throng outside. The expression of pride on his face seemed to announce to the world that this was his supreme treasure. A group of reporters, akin to sharks sensing blood, disregarded the bodyguard's attempts to intervene and surged toward the vehicle, snapping photos of Warren and the necklace amidst a flurry of flashing lights. After capturing their shots, the necklace was soon carefully escorted by the bodyguards to the hotel's jewelry exhibition hall. Chapter 36. It's him. He is alive. With this, the mission of the convoy was successfully concluded, and a collective sigh of relief was shared among the group. In the parking lot of the Waldorf Astoria, Lieutenant Carter gathered everyone together. Officer Martin, Officer Charlotte, Agent Jack, and Manager Amy. This collaboration has been quite pleasant. We have just received orders from Major David. We are to head immediately to Lake City to assist Sheriff Ace in dealing with the gangsters there. Do you intend to return with us? Or do you have other plans? Noticing the silence among the group, Manager Amy was the first to respond. Lieutenant Carter, I'll accompany you. I need to return to Myersburg, and it's on the way, plus it saves me the cost of a plane ticket. After Amy finished speaking, Agent Jack shrugged apologetically. I would like to join you as well, but I need to meet with Warren shortly. I wouldn't want to delay anyone. After our meeting, I'll take a helicopter straight back to Washington. The headquarters is awaiting my action report, and as you know, that cannot be postponed. Martin and Charlotte exchanged glances and smiled at the group. Lieutenant Carter, thank you for your invitation. However, we have never been to New York before. So we plan to explore for a few days and will not return with you. Lieutenant Carter looked at them, a knowing smile on his face, and teased, ha ha ha. New York indeed has many fascinating places. Enjoy yourselves, and remember to stay safe tonight. After discussing their plans, the group parted ways in the parking lot, each heading towards their next destination. Martin planned to first attend Warren S. jewelry exhibition before flying back to Florida. Thus, he and Charlotte entered the Waldorf Astoria, where he generously booked a top-tier suite on the 40th floor. Although the cost for one night was $3,000, almost 3 months' wages for an average citizen, Charlotte did not hesitate and promptly reserved it for 3 days. As the two individuals pushed open the door to their lavish suite, an aura of opulence enveloped them, instantly convincing Martin that the expenditure was indeed worthwhile. The living room was spacious and bathed in light, with a crystal chandelier overhead, sparkling brilliantly like a constellation illuminating the entire room. The leather sofa, adorned with exquisite decor, exuded a sense of luxury, making him feel as though he had ascended to nobility. Standing by the window and gazing out, the view was nothing short of spectacular, offering a panoramic glimpse of the bustling Times Square. The ebb and flow of people, the incessant traffic, resembled a vibrant tapestry of urban life. The bedroom was arranged with utmost warmth, featuring a king-sized bed topped with an unknown brand's mattress. Lying upon it felt akin to sinking into a cloud, the body gently enveloped yet sufficiently supported, as if cradled by invisible hands, creating a comfort that tempted him to remain there indefinitely. It must be said, a top-tier hotel is a top-tier hotel. Every detail radiated unparalleled luxury and prestige. Even the bathtub in the bathroom emanated a sense of refinement. Over the next 2 days, Martin and Charlotte indulged in the delights of New York City. From Times Square to Broadway, the public library to Madame Tussauds, their footprints marked each location. At every stop, they excitedly captured photographs, reveling in their joyous adventures. Naturally, their daytime explorations did not preclude their evening activities. Foreign language lessons became an essential nightly ritual. Despite Charlotte's continual struggles, she never succumbed to defeat. A playful spirit, she epitomized the notion of being both inexperienced and enthusiastic. Furthermore, Martin discovered that Charlotte was an avid enthusiast, particularly drawn to fashion, and New York boasted specialty clothing stores. She effortlessly donned various costumes, from an angel to a bunny girl, a dark vampire, and even the newly debuted Sailor Moon character, Usagi Tsukino. Each transformation she executed brought Martin an exhilarating surprise, akin to unboxing a mystery gift each night, infused with freshness. Alas, time passed swiftly, and soon it was June 1st, the official opening of the Warren Jewelry Exhibition. During the morning ceremony, numerous social elites took to the stage to speak, yet Martin and Charlotte displayed little interest and chose to indulge in a leisurely slumber until noon. After enjoying lunch at the hotel, they meandered to the rooftop, preparing to explore the jewelry exhibition. This particular showcase required no invitation, a mere $1,000 for an entry ticket sufficed. However, the entrance to the Waldorf Astoria was seldom graced by the common populace. Such a ticket price was but a trifling sum for them. As Martin guided Charlotte into the exhibition hall, they were met with a throng of attendees, creating a lively atmosphere resembling an extravagant jewelry celebration. Martin instinctively activated his danger perception, causing a slight tremor in his heart. To his astonishment, he did detect signals of potential danger, and there were indeed several within the hotel. He turned his gaze toward the nearest signal and discovered it emanated from an Asian man. The individual appeared rather unremarkable, easily blending into the crowd. However, Martin felt a strange familiarity. As he scrutinized the figure more closely, a sudden epiphany struck him. Was this the Asian sharpshooter from the Black Mamba International Terrorist Organization? How was he still alive? Could it be that the mortar shell had failed to claim his life that day? A torrent of thoughts surged through Martin's mind. Observing the throngs of people at the jewelry exhibition, he quickly connected the dots. No wonder the robbers had ceased their pursuit of the convoy. They were here, plotting to cause chaos at the exhibition. Upon grasping the terrorist organization's intentions, Martin found himself in a quandary. What course of action should he take now? He was acutely aware that this was not Florida. The jurisdiction of American law enforcement is strictly defined. City police can only operate within their municipality, while inner-city matters require the assistance of county police. Crossing county lines necessitates state police involvement, and interstate issues must be reported for assistance. Any violation of jurisdictional boundaries could lead to dismissal and even legal repercussions for the officers involved, with severe infractions potentially resulting in imprisonment. As merely a minor officer in Florida, he had no authority in New York City. He certainly did not wish to jeopardize his career for a handful of terrorists. After a moment of contemplation, Martin reached a conclusion. He must alert the New York City police. With this resolution in mind, he grasped Charlotte's hand and led her outside the exhibition hall. Charlotte, perplexed, looked at him quizzically but posed no questions, obediently following him. It was not until they reached the hotel lobby that Charlotte could no longer contain her curiosity. "Martin, what is going on? Weren't we here to see the jewelry exhibition?" Martin, with no intention of concealing the truth, revealed his discovery. "Charlotte, I just spotted the Asian sharpshooter who ambushed us at the exhibition. He is alive and here, undoubtedly targeting that necklace. There are plenty of his accomplices in the hotel. We need to alert the New York police immediately." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Charlotte quickly hailed a taxi. The two of them climbed into the cab, heading straight for the nearest precinct of the New York City Police Department in Manhattan. Fortunately, the station was nearby, and they arrived in less than 10 minutes. Upon entering the precinct, Martin intercepted a female police captain who was passing by. "Where can I find your chief? There are numerous terrorists at the Waldorf Hotel, and I need to speak with your chief." The captain initially regarded him with a skeptical glance before responding in a formal tone. "I am Captain Bellabrand. Sir, appointments are required to meet with the chief. May I ask if you have an appointment? If you wish to file a report, please proceed to the reception to fill out a form." Martin, feeling exasperated, spread his hands and turned to Charlotte. "Charlotte, proceed to the reception to fill out the report while I step outside to find a telephone and inform Jack of the situation here." "Very well, Martin. You can count on me." Charlotte nodded and followed Officer Bella to the reception area. After exiting the police station, Martin discovered a public telephone booth on the street and dialed Manager Amy's number. Lacking Agent Jack's contact information, he sought it from Manager Amy. As fortune would have it, she had it readily available and quickly relayed it to him. Martin dialed the number Amy provided, and Agent Jack answered promptly. Martin recounted the situation in detail to Jack. Upon hearing this, Jack immediately reported the news to Deputy Chief Sam. The moment Sam received the information, he became as agitated as a cat on a hot tin roof. This was no trivial matter. The New York jewelry exhibition was teeming with social elites. Should the Black Mamba terrorist organization succeed, the consequences would be utterly catastrophic. This was a burden he could not bear. It felt as if a sword of Damocles hung over his head. Although it would not cost him his life, it could very well end his political career. In a state of frantic urgency, beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead, and his eyes reflected sheer anxiety. He shouted at Agent Jack, "Arrange for a helicopter. All agents from the counterterrorism unit must be deployed. We cannot afford any mishaps at the jewelry exhibition." At that moment, the exhibition was filled with prominent figures from all walks of life, wielding significant influence. It was imperative that no danger arose under their very noses. Aware of the urgency, Agent Jack swiftly contacted the dispatch center, instructing all agents to assemble urgently on the rooftop helipad. As personnel in Washington coordinated their rapid assembly and boarded helicopters to expedite their arrival, Martin had already returned to the Manhattan precinct of the New York City Police Department. Meanwhile, Charlotte had completed the report and handed it to Officer Bella. Bella accepted the report with an air of superiority, her uniform impeccably tailored as she strode into the office. Carelessly tossing the report to the 911 dispatcher, she remarked, "Here is a report. Send 2 patrol officers to check it out." Her indifference towards Martin's report was palpable. The dispatcher swiftly scanned the report and decisively pressed the call button, clearly stating into the earpiece, "This is the Manhattan precinct, calling 42nd Street officers, calling 42nd Street officers. We have received a report indicating the presence of terrorists at the top-level jewelry exhibition at the Waldorf Hotel. Nearby officers are to proceed for verification immediately." After repeating the information twice to ensure accurate transmission, a considerable time elapsed before officers responded amidst some background noise. "This is Captain Payne. Received. I am en route to the scene with Officer Wickham." In Times Square, 2 police officers, one stout and the other slender, stood beside their patrol car. The portly officer was none other than Captain Parn, who had just responded to the dispatcher. His physique was rotund, the uniform straining against his frame, and his face glistened with a hint of oil. At that moment, both were indulging in hamburgers, relishing the rare opportunity to enjoy a leisurely lunch during the midday lull. However, their respite was abruptly interrupted by an emergency call reporting the presence of terrorists at the Waldorf Hotel. Parn couldn't help but murmur to himself, questioning whether this was truly a prank. Wickham, Let us head over to the Waldorf and take a look, Parn said reluctantly, his tone saturated with unwillingness. The duo swiftly entered their patrol car, activating the lights and sirens. The blaring siren shattered the street's tranquility as they sped towards the Waldorf Hotel. Inside the Waldorf, beyond the presence of an Asian sharpshooter, more than 40 terrorists lay in wait. These assailants, akin to serpents lurking in the shadows, were strategically positioned across various floors of the hotel. They had silently seized control of the surveillance room located on the 3rd floor, along with the stairwell exit passages on each level. At their whim, they could disable the elevators, lights, or any other electrical systems at any moment. The entire hotel resembled a cage under their dominion. Without their consent, no one could escape. As Captain Parn and Officer Wielding confidently strode into the hotel, they were immediately spotted by the terrorists monitoring the screens in the surveillance room. "Silver Ring, we have 2 officers entering the hotel," one terrorist whispered, his eyes betraying a flicker of alertness. "They are heading towards the elevator. Should we eliminate them?" The Asian sharpshooter on the top floor smirked slightly, unperturbed, and replied, "No. Let them proceed. We can use them as an example, and it will facilitate our operation." "Understood." With the sharpshooter's directive, Captain Parn and Officer Wielding ascended to the top floor without hindrance, believing they would be stopped by hotel security, only to find that no one paid them any mind. The unusual atmosphere within the hotel stirred unease within Captain Parn. Upon exiting the elevator, they walked along a long corridor adorned with a red carpet, eventually arriving at a bustling jewelry exhibition hall filled with throngs of people. Just as Parn intended to approach the event coordinator, he noticed an Asian man approaching with a beaming smile. Instinctively, Parn returned the smile. In America, Asians were often perceived as the most docile and manageable demographic, a consensus widely held. Thus, Captain Parn remained oblivious to the looming danger. At that moment, the Asian man suddenly and deftly produced a Sig Sauer P226 from his pocket. The swift action left no room for reaction as the trigger was pulled without hesitation, aimed directly at Chief Parn. Bang! A bullet struck his forehead, freezing the smile on his face forever, yet his eyes reflected a look of astonishment, as if he were still puzzled at the moment of his demise as to why the seemingly gentle and harmless Asian would suddenly erupt into gun violence. Chapter 37. Please give me 5 more minutes. At the moment the gunshot echoed, panic erupted among the attendees of the jewelry exhibition. Cries and shouts filled the entire venue. Chaos ensued, and the scene spiraled into complete disarray. The frantic attempts to escape even triggered a minor stampede, leaving several fallen children trampled in the tumult, their condition gruesome and heart-wrenching. Officer Wielding instinctively retreated, quickly drawing his firearm while frantically activating his radio to call for assistance. Officer Wielding calling Manhattan Precinct. An armed assailant is attacking at the top floor of the Waldorf Astoria. Chief Parn has been shot, presumed dead. His voice trembled, laden with fear and urgency. He repeated, "An armed assailant is attacking at the top floor of the Waldorf Astoria." Wielding attempted to reiterate once more, but the Asian man had already aimed the dark muzzle of his weapon at him again, pulling the trigger without a moment's hesitation. Bang! Officer Wielding too was struck in the forehead. His words died unspoken as he fell to the ground, blood pooling around him. At the Manhattan precinct of the New York City Police Department, the dispatcher turned pale upon hearing Officer Wielding's terrified call and the distinct sound of gunfire. She hurriedly relayed the information to Bella. Upon hearing it, Bella's expression changed dramatically, a wave of panic surged within her, and she urgently instructed the dispatcher to call for additional police support at the Waldorf Astoria. Inform them that the assailant is armed. It appears 2 officers have already been shot. They must exercise utmost caution. With that, Bella swiftly exited her office, realizing that her misjudgment regarding the reported incident had directly resulted in the sacrifice of 2 officers. Yet, she was unwilling to acknowledge this error, knowing it could jeopardize her future. A scapegoat was necessary. Scapegoat? She murmured, suddenly struck by inspiration. She quickly drew her firearm, advancing toward Martin and Charlotte. Pointing the gun at them, she hysterically demanded, "Who are you? How do you know there are terrorists at the Waldorf Astoria?" Bella deliberately raised her voice, instantly attracting several busy officers from the hall. Martin, observing her agitation and the Glock 19 in her grip, feared that she might accidentally discharge it. Subconsciously, I slowly raised my hand and patiently explained to the other party, "We are police officers from Florida. I am Officer Martin Riggs, and this is Chief Charlotte Thompson." My tone was calm, aiming to soothe the tension. "We are here to attend a jewelry exhibition. but we spotted an individual resembling a member of a terrorist organization we encountered previously. As you know, we lack enforcement authority here, so we have come to file a report." Bella, however, did not lower her firearm in response to Martin's words. She remained vigilant, gun-trained on both Martin and Charlotte. With her other hand, she retrieved a pair of handcuffs from her utility belt and tossed them to a nearby white male officer. She then commanded loudly, "These two are dangerous. Restrain them." Neither Martin nor Charlotte resisted, for to do so would only provide the officers an opportunity to use their weapons against them. They turned their backs, allowing the officer with the handcuffs to secure their wrists. After handcuffing them, the male officer began to search them. Martin remained indifferent to the search, which concluded with the confiscation of his Glock 19 from his waistband. However, after searching Martin, the officer proceeded to lay hands on Charlotte as well. Seeing this, Martin's temper flared, and he issued a stern warning, "The gun is on her belt. Just take that. If you dare to touch her inappropriately, I will file a complaint." Yet, even after confiscating Charlotte's firearm, the officer insisted on continuing the search. Enraged by the officer's persistent actions, Martin delivered a swift kick, sending him crashing against the wall with a pain scream. Upon witnessing Martin's aggression, Chief Bella felt a surge of satisfaction and brandished her weapon, threatening, "Don't move. If you do, I will shoot." Martin immediately retracted his foot, his frustration boiling over as he confronted Bella. "We are here to report a crime, yet you unjustly detain us and conduct a search. Is this how the police in New York operate? Surely, you are not oblivious to proper police procedure and the Fourth Amendment." Bella, secretly resentful that Martin had refrained from further violence, continued to direct the surrounding officers. "Take them to the interrogation room, verify their identities, and see if we can extract any information." Noticing the officers remained still, Bella elaborated. Chief Parn and Officer Wickham received their report and went to the Waldorf Hotel to investigate. There was a shooting, and their fates remain uncertain. "I suspect these two are affiliated with the assailants." Martin could hardly contain his disbelief at Bella's peculiar reasoning, retorting with a mocking laugh. "If we were indeed allies of terrorists, would we have come to report? It is utterly ludicrous. Use your walnut-sized brain to ponder this. Furthermore, we informed you that numerous terrorists were present at the jewelry exhibition, yet you dispatched only 2 officers. Their deaths are entirely your fault. Do you have any idea how many political figures and business elites are currently at the jewelry exhibition? If anything were to happen to them, it would also be your responsibility. You are guilty of dereliction of duty." Having expressed his indignation, Martin turned away from Bella, whose face had flushed a deep shade of crimson, and joined Charlotte and several other officers in the interrogation room. Despite being handcuffed, it was evident to any discerning observer that he was the true victor. Walking beside Martin, Charlotte had just witnessed his explosive outburst. Her eyes now sparkled with admiration, overflowing with a sense of security. She quietly praised him. "Martin, you were so manly just now. That kick was simply spectacular." Bella, after Martin's departure, took a few deep breaths to regain her composure before addressing the group. "Everyone, please retrieve your gear. We are heading to support the Waldorf Hotel." As Bella and her team sped towards the Waldorf in their police vehicles, they were met with the sound of gunfire from within the hotel. "What is happening inside?" she inquired anxiously. A patrol officer who had come to assist promptly reported, "About 20 of our brothers went in, and they have yet to come out. No one is responding on the radio. All we can hear is the sound of gunfire." Suddenly, the sky was pierced by the thunderous roar of helicopter blades. The officers looked up to see 6 Black Hawk helicopters soaring majestically in a formation of 3. Their metallic bodies shimmered in the sunlight, exuding an imposing presence. As the helicopters approached the vicinity of the Waldorf Hotel, they swiftly lowered their rappel ropes. Fully armed personnel descended rapidly from the helicopters, gathering in swift succession to form a group of over 30. These individuals were agents from the counter-terrorism unit, led by Deputy Director Sam. Upon spotting Bella, Deputy Director Sam hurried over, clearly familiar with her. "Bella, what is the situation inside? By the way, where is your father, Peter? Why isn't he here?" Bella's father, Peter Blund, was the captain of the Manhattan precinct of the NYPD, and this fact was a well-known secret among all police officers in New York City. Bella felt a twinge of annoyance at Sam for openly acknowledging her relationship with the captain in front of the other officers. Yet she refrained from expressing her anger due to his rank. "The captain is currently engaged in an important interview and is not at the precinct. I am in charge of operations here for the time being. We have dispatched officers to investigate, and I believe we will soon apprehend the armed robbers," Bella replied, feigning calmness. Upon hearing this, Deputy Director Sam felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His anger flared, and he shouted at Bella, "What a ridiculous situation. Do not eat sour radishes. Bella, I must convey the situation to you, and you should promptly inform Peter, that foolish man. He must abandon that trivial interview and hasten here. The individuals within the hotel are not mere robbers. They are members of the Black Mamba International Terrorist Organization. Each of them carries the weight of numerous lives and has undergone extensive military training, surpassing even that of the Rangers. Do you comprehend this?" Bella was taken aback. She had not anticipated that the so-called terrorists mentioned by those two Florida officers were indeed genuine terrorists. Although she had already acknowledged her command errors and had considered the situation in a negative light, she still underestimated the gravity of the matter. In a state of panic, Bella explained, "Deputy Director Sam, this is all the fault of those two Florida officers. They deliberately obfuscated the facts when reporting and failed to clarify the situation with us. Please, do not rush. I shall call the sheriff immediately." Bella then entered the police vehicle to use the satellite phone. Meanwhile, Deputy Director Sam urged Agent Jack to take the loudspeaker and attempt to communicate with the terrorists, seeking a way to secure the release of the hostages. However, after over 10 minutes of shouting through the loudspeaker, Jack's voice nearly hoarse, not a single person emerged from the hotel. "Deputy Director, shall we not send someone in to storm the building?" Agent Jack suggested anxiously. Deputy Director Sam waved his hand, his expression laden with concern, and replied helplessly, "No. The enemy is concealed while we are exposed. The entire hotel is under the control of the terrorists. If we recklessly attempt a forceful entry, it will only result in casualties and yield no success. Furthermore, should any hostages perish due to a hasty assault, we would face immense public scrutiny. Engaging in a fruitless endeavor is not a risk we can afford to take." At that moment, Bella returned after concluding her call and addressed Deputy Director Sam. "The sheriff will arrive in 10 minutes. Once he is here, he will surely apprehend these terrorists." Listening to her words, Deputy Director Sam suddenly recalled Martin and quickly inquired, "Bella, did you not mention that two Florida officers came to report to you? Where are they now? Did they not accompany you?" Bella shook her head. In her mind, Martin and Charlotte had already become her political scapegoats. There was no way she would allow them to come. They were under serious suspicion in this case and were also implicated in misleading the police, resulting in officer casualties. How could I possibly bring them along? "They are currently being interrogated at the station." Deputy Director Sam exclaimed in astonishment. "What nonsense is this?" His furious outburst reverberated like thunder, deafening in its intensity. Martin Riggs from Florida is an elite officer who has repeatedly clashed with the Black Mamba terrorist organization. He single-handedly has eliminated over 20 members of the Black Mamba. Just the articles written about him, if stacked together, would form a volume. You dare claim you do not recognize him? How could he possibly be involved in the crime? Have you truly employed your intellect in this matter? Deputy Director Sam was seething with rage, akin to an imminent volcanic eruption, where even the smallest spark could incite a cataclysmic explosion. "Jack, go. Immediately take the police car to the Manhattan precinct and summon Officer Martin. Inform him that we require his assistance in addressing the terrorists at the jewelry exhibition." Without hesitation, Agent Jack complied. Upon receiving Deputy Director Sam's command, he swiftly turned and prepared to drive to the Manhattan precinct. At this moment, Inspector Bella was as restless as an ant on a hot pan, pacing anxiously. If Jack were to bring Martin over, how could she evade responsibility? If she were held accountable for negligence, how could she aspire to ascend to the ranks of police supervisor or chief? The thought ignited a surge of resolve within Bella. She dashed forward, positioning herself directly in front of Jack, and urgently implored Deputy Director Sam, "Please trust our Manhattan precinct once more. Grant me 5 minutes. Within that time, the chief will arrive. With his presence, I am confident we can swiftly eliminate the terrorists in the hotel." As Deputy Director Sam listened to Bella's unwavering insistence, a flicker of doubt arose within him. While he inherently trusted Martin more, he begrudgingly nodded, considering Peter Blunt's reputation. "Very well. I shall grant you an additional 5 minutes. However, if the situation remains unresolved after that, I shall be compelled to seek alternative expertise." Approximately 4 minutes later, a police car, adorned with flashing lights and blaring sirens, careened down the street. Upon approaching within 100 meters of the hotel, it displayed no signs of slowing down, akin to a wild stallion. It was only as it neared the hotel entrance that it executed a stylish drift and came to a steady halt. A rugged, chiseled middle-aged officer emerged from the vehicle, none other than Police Chief Peter Blunt of the Manhattan Precinct. Chapter 38. Presidential executive order as Peter exited the car. He immediately spotted Deputy Director Sam and warmly greeted him. Sam, it's been a while. Deputy Director Sam promptly stepped forward, shaking his hand vigorously. Peter, we've truly landed ourselves in a significant predicament. A grave situation has arisen. Taken aback by Sam's declaration, Peter recalled Bella's urgent phone call urging him to rush to the Waldorf Hotel, though the specifics had not been disclosed due to the urgency. Now, hearing Deputy Director Sam's grave tone, his mind struggled to catch up. Bella, quickly explain to me what is going on. Seizing the opportunity to shift blame, Bella elaborated on the situation with embellishments. Chief, here's how it unfolded. It is all due to the erroneous information provided by those 2 officers from Florida that misled me, resulting in the tragic loss of several of our officers. Furthermore, even now, these terrorists remain at large. As Deputy Chief Sam listened to Bella's disparagement of Martin, a fierce anger ignited within him. Bella, how could you? Just as he was about to retort, he was interrupted by Chief Peter. Hey, Sam, let's not focus on those 2 disreputable officers. Our priority is to address the crisis at the jewelry exhibition. Given that the terrorists had not responded to the police's calls, it indicated their unwillingness to negotiate. Thus, it seemed we had no choice but to storm in. As Peter spoke, he directed Bella, select 20 elite officers to accompany me into the hotel to rescue the hostages. Bella immediately perked up and saluted sharply. Peter nodded, then approached the trunk of his police vehicle to prepare himself. He donned a heavy Kevlar bulletproof vest, secured a helmet, and meticulously arranged his radio and other equipment. He retrieved a SG Sauer P226 pistol and an assault rifle from the trunk. The SIG Sauer P226, developed by the Swiss SIG company and manufactured by the German Sauer company in 1980, measures 196 mm in length, with a barrel length of 112 mm, a width of 37 mm, and a height of 139 mm. The empty weight is 865 grams, with a loaded weight of 964 grams. And it has a standard magazine capacity of 15 rounds. It primarily fires the 9x19 mm Parabellum cartridge with a muzzle velocity of 350 meters per second. In this era, the SG Sauer P226 is one of the few handguns that can rival the Glock 19, albeit at a significantly higher price point. The assault rifle, produced by Steyr, saw its first prototype in 1970 and commenced mass production in 1977. It primarily fires the 5.56 by 45 mm NATO standard ammunition with a muzzle velocity of 970 meters per second. The rifle measures 790 mm in length, with a barrel length of 508 mm and a weight of 3.6 kilograms. Featuring a bullpup design that makes it lightweight with minimal recoil. Its accuracy at short distances is notably high, making it particularly suitable for combat in complex urban environments. These 2 weapons were indeed Peter's favorites for law enforcement duties. Once Peter was fully prepared, the 20 officers, fully armed, stood ready at the hotel entrance. Let us move out. Subsequently, the group of 21 swiftly entered the hotel lobby. Under Peter's direction, they divided into 7 combat teams, each consisting of 3 members, maintaining a close formation while providing alternating cover as they advanced. Peter was acutely aware that the terrorists must have seized control of the surveillance room. Thus, he refrained from taking the officers to the elevator and instead led them directly to the staircase. Their primary objective was the surveillance room located on the 3rd floor of the hotel. Sheriff Peter led the charge, issuing a flurry of professional gestures that directed the officers up the staircase to the 3rd floor. He cautiously pushed open the security door of the stairwell. The entire floor was eerily silent, as if even the sound of a needle falling could be distinctly heard. However, the conspicuous trails of blood left by dragged bodies were strikingly apparent. The officers closely followed Sheriff Peter, advancing with heightened vigilance. Their expressions were tense, beads of sweat cascading down their foreheads. Soon, they arrived at the door of the surveillance room. Sheriff Peter moved past the room, his firearm aimed at the opposite corridor. Signaling to the officers behind him, he gestured for one to open the door to the surveillance room, while another prepared for a breach. The 2 officers, instantly grasping Peter's intent, positioned themselves accordingly, one gripping the doorknob tightly while the other aimed their weapon at the door, ready to charge in. 3, 2, 1. The officer holding the doorknob abruptly flung the door open, but before the other could enter, a burst of flames instantly engulfed them. Boom. The deafening roar of the explosion seemed capable of shattering eardrums. The 3rd floor of the hotel, along with the glass of the 2 floors above and below, was obliterated by the shockwave of the blast. A massive fireball erupted violently from the shattered windows, a sight so terrifying that it sent chills down the spines of those below. Bella, witnessing this scene, was overcome with terror, as if engulfed entirely by a tide of darkness. "Dad!" she cried out frantically, rushing towards the hotel, only to be firmly restrained by other officers. "Dad! My father is inside. Let me in." "Dad!" Deputy Director Sam's face mirrored her anguish, but within him swirled a greater sense of anxiety and helplessness. Peter Blund was likely doomed. Without the necessary strength, one should not undertake such perilous tasks. Now it was too late. Although one could afford to perish, the entire situation had been delayed. "Jack, hurry to the Manhattan precinct and fetch Officer Martin. We need him." Agent Jack swiftly jumped into a police car, igniting the engine and racing towards the Manhattan precinct. On 42nd Street, Jack drove recklessly, ignoring red lights and green lights alike, maintaining speeds that never dipped below 130 miles per hour. A journey that would typically take 15 minutes, Jack accomplished in under 5. Upon exiting the vehicle, he hurried into the precinct without pause. Producing his credentials, he called out to the officers inside, "I am Agent Jack. Where are the 2 Florida officers you detained? Take me to them." An officer nearest to him examined Jack's credentials and quickly replied, "Agent Jack, please follow me. They are currently in the interrogation room." As Agent Jack entered the interrogation room, he was greeted by the sight of Martin, sprawled over the interrogation chair, deep in slumber. The moment the door swung open, the bright light from the hallway illuminated the otherwise dark chamber, disrupting Martin's rest and rousing him from his sleep. Upon opening his eyes, a joyful expression instantly graced his face. "Jack, you finally arrived. You have no idea how unbearably dark it is in this precinct. If you hadn't shown up, I might have had to wait until my next prison visit to see you." Agent Jack, upon hearing this, could only chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. If one were to take Chief Bella's account at face value, Martin and Charlotte might indeed find themselves in court. However, given Charlotte's status and the sheer contradictions and fallacies in Bella's narrative, any judge with a modicum of sense would see through the charade. Yet, this predicament was akin to a toad on one's foot, non-threatening yet undeniably bothersome, with Sheriff Peter's fate hanging in the balance. It was clear Bella was now fighting for her own survival. Jack could only hope she would refrain from further complicating matters. "Deputy Director Sam has arrived. He asked me to bring you over. It seems you'll need to handle this situation," Jack informed Martin. Martin shook his head vigorously. "This is against regulations." No. I'm a Florida officer. I have no jurisdiction in New York. Besides, I'm still a suspect. Escaping custody is illegal. I cannot partake in that." Agent Jack felt exasperated. This mess was all Bella's doing, and now he was left to pick up the pieces. "What would it take for you to cooperate?" he inquired, knowing Martin had no desire to clean up after the New York police. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Martin's mind. "Have the president issue an executive order for me, and I will swiftly deal with those terrorists." Agent Jack's jaw dropped in astonishment, rendering him speechless for a moment. After regaining his composure, he managed to utter, "An executive order from the president? Are you referring to the same president I think you are? George Bush?" "Of course. Is there a second president in America?" Martin said, shrugging as he leaned back in his chair, his feet casually resting on the interrogation table, his tone tinged with exasperation. "Without a presidential executive order, it seems I'll find it quite challenging to proceed." With no other choice, Agent Jack exited the interrogation room to call Deputy Director Sam. Upon hearing Martin's request, Sam was infuriated. What? Does he expect to fly to the heavens? Does he want a presidential executive order, or shall I fetch him the mayor's decree? After venting his frustration, Sam turned to Jack and said, "Fine, I'll see what I can do. Just wait for my update at the precinct." After hanging up, Agent Jack settled in at the Manhattan precinct, awaiting news with patience. Approximately 15 minutes later, an officer hurriedly approached him and said, "Agent Jack, there's a fax from the White House for you to receive." Agent Jack's mouth fell open in astonishment, and then he leaped up in delight. Heavens! The deputy director actually managed to accomplish this? He dashed to the fax room, and as the document printed, Agent Jack scrutinized it intently. The administrative order concerning the dispatch of Florida Officer Martin Riggs to assist in the fight against terrorism was dated June 1st, 1992, and signed by George Bush. After reading it, Agent Jack's mind was awash with exhilaration. He quickly took the presidential directive and reopened the door to the interrogation room. "Here you go, Martin. The presidential directive you requested, I've obtained it for you." "Jack, You didn't happen to bring back a counterfeit, did you? Martin queried skeptically as he accepted the document, his eyes immediately landing on George Bush's flamboyant signature at the bottom. Upon reviewing the content, he was instantly taken aback. This Sam fellow is indeed capable. If there's an issue, he truly addresses it. Observing the change in Martin's expression, Agent Jack said with pride, "Let us go, now that we have the presidential directive. We must hurry." Martin nodded and replied, "You go next door and bring Charlotte along. I don't trust leaving her here with all these lecherous officers." "Oh. And make sure to take the report forms we filled out as well." Agent Jack was counting on Martin's intervention in this critical moment, so of course, he complied without hesitation. Before long, Martin and Charlotte arrived at the Waldorf Hotel in a police car. Among the array of police vehicles, they quickly spotted Deputy Director Sam and the distraught officer Bella beside him. Deputy Director Sam. Securing Martin's assistance had proven to be a Herculean task for Sam, so he wasted no time and promptly handed over a set of equipment. "Martin, time is of the essence. I won't waste words. You know the situation inside the hotel better than anyone. What do you propose we do?" Martin swiftly donned the bulletproof vest, helmet, and radio that Sam had thrown to him. He secured the Glock 19 in his waistband holster, brandished a .4 carbine, and addressed Sam, "No worries. I'll go in directly and neutralize the terrorists. That will resolve the issue. By the way, let us have Agent Jack accompany me. I'm merely here to assist." Upon hearing this, Deputy Director Sam looked towards Agent Jack. Without a moment's hesitation, Agent Jack nodded, his face devoid of fear. "I'm ready, Deputy Director." Sam took a deep breath and patted Agent Jack on the shoulder, saying, "All right, I entrust this to you both. Do be careful." At this moment, Charlotte delivered a tender kiss to Martin. After the kiss, she nestled against him and softly whispered in his ear, "Martin, be cautious. When you return, I will don my nurse's attire for you. Rest assured, I shall return swiftly." Martin released Charlotte and exchanged a resolute glance with Agent Jack. Both men's gazes brimmed with determination, and they proceeded with measured steps towards the hotel. At that moment, the Waldorf Hotel exuded an eerie tranquility, the silence punctuated solely by the faint hum of the air conditioning. Upon entering the lobby on the ground floor, Agent Jack maintained his grip on the .44 caliber rifle, akin to a seasoned operative, meticulously surveying every corner of the expansive hall. Yet, the whiteness of his knuckles, strained from exertion, betrayed his underlying tension. In contrast, Martin walked beside him with remarkable ease, the rifle cradled casually in his arms, resembling a university student leisurely strolling through a park rather than a police officer poised to confront terrorists. His relaxed demeanor stemmed from an extraordinary advantage. Prior to entering the hotel, he had activated his danger perception skill. At this moment, the layout of the terrorists within the building and potential trap locations were vividly clear in his spatial coordinates. Such an enhancement was undeniably formidable. "Relax, Jack." Martin's tone was calm, imbued with an undeniable confidence. "The first floor is entirely clear. There are no terrorists here." Jack cast a sidelong glance at him, his brow furrowed, only to realize, "Oh right, Martin, I nearly forgot you possess superpowers. Quickly, can you locate where the terrorists are now?" While Martin was fully aware of their whereabouts, he deliberately closed his eyes, occasionally furrowing his brow with exaggerated effort, as if to conjure the image of an intense struggle. If only he could manifest internal energy, perhaps he would sweat profusely or even cough up blood, thereby illustrating to Jack that wielding such powers came at a cost. After a prolonged moment, Martin opened his eyes, assuming a peculiar pose, one hand pointed skyward, the other directed towards the ground. "Currently, I can sense the terrorists primarily on the 10th floor and in the 3rd basement." Jack recalled the architectural blueprints of the Waldorf Hotel he had previously examined, his expression a mixture of astonishment and confusion. The 10th floor posed no issue, but the 3rd basement? Wait, I've reviewed the blueprints. This building only has 2 levels of underground parking, not a 3rd. Martin furrowed his brow as well, sensing the peculiarity of the situation. Nonetheless, he was certain of his perception. This implied that the terrorists had excavated a 2nd underground chamber within the building's 2nd basement. Or perhaps there existed an unaccounted 3rd basement not depicted in the blueprints. Regardless, this was highly suspicious. Let us descend and confront those terrorists below. I suspect that the additional 3 levels harbor a passage to elsewhere, and we must intercept it. Jack nodded, allowing his trust in Martin's abilities to overshadow his inner doubts. Under Jack's guidance, the two swiftly proceeded. Their boots echoed rhythmically against the marble floor. Before long, they discovered the secure door leading to the underground level. This door, constructed from high-strength steel, displayed a faint flicker of electronic access control in the dim light. Generally, such secure doors necessitate the scanning of an access card for entry. However, at that moment, Martin and Jack had no time to search for one. Just as Jack stood helplessly before the door, Martin shouted at him, "Step aside." Jack hurriedly moved aside. Immediately, Martin raised his M4 carbine and began firing at the electronic access control. Bang! Bang! Martin unleashed a barrage of over 10 shots, rendering the access control in ruins, exposing the circuit board and a myriad of colorful wires within. At this point, Jack approached and pushed against the secure door, only to find it utterly unyielding, unchanged from before. Noticing the peculiar look Jack cast his way, Martin cleared his throat awkwardly, in an attempt to mask his embarrassment. He struck the circuit board a couple more times with the butt of his M4. Just then, a series of intermittent electronic sounds emerged from the access control. Beep. Crackle. Verification successful. Please proceed. With a click, the secure door sprang open, revealing a narrow gap. Jack stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered. Is this really possible? Martin, with a triumphant pat on Jack's shoulder, chuckled. Aha, you've gained some insight, haven't you? There is much more for you to learn. As they pulled open the secure door, a staircase leading to the underground level was revealed. The ceiling and sides were adorned with voice-activated lights, illuminating the space brightly. The staircase was luxuriously lined with a thick carpet, yielding a remarkably soft tread. The two descended to the underground level. This level was a parking garage, unremarkable and devoid of any terrorists. Subsequently, they replicated their earlier method to unlock the secure door to the second underground level. The architecture of the second level formed a square shape. The staircase exited at the center, surrounded by the building's equipment rooms, vault, storage area for supplies, and a shelter. After wandering around several times, they failed to locate the secure door leading to the third underground level. However, Jack soon sensed something amiss on the second underground level. The central staircase occupied an unexpectedly large area, hinting at something concealed. They then circled around the center, persistently knocking on the walls. Ultimately, they discovered a hollow wall at the side of the exit. Without a moment's hesitation, Martin resolved the issue with a bullet. In less than 10 shots, a concealed wooden board was reduced to a sieve. With a swift kick, it shattered into fragments, revealing a small compartment, at the back of which stood a security door. The two men, employing their previous tactics, effortlessly breached the electronic lock of the security door and descended the stairs to the third underground level. As Jack reached the stairway and grasped the handle of the security door, poised to push it open, Martin quickly intervened. Be cautious, there are terrorists outside. At these words, Jack recoiled as if struck by electricity, retracting his outstretched hand. What should we do? Martin replaced the magazine in his carbine and smiled at Jack. No worries. When you push the door, I'll charge out instantly. We just need to eliminate them before they fire. Jack, sweating profusely, was not questioning Martin's skill. Rather, the challenge was daunting. They were oblivious to the situation outside. There could be terrorists or hostages. In the absence of visibility, they had to neutralize the terrorists before they opened fire, while also avoiding harm to any hostages. This was a tremendous test of perception, speed, marksmanship, and judgment. At least, he felt incapable of achieving it. Moreover, he firmly believed that no one could. Are you sure you can handle this? Martin flashed a confident smile and patted Jack on the shoulder. He had already utilized his danger-sensing ability to ascertain the positions of each terrorist, thus brimming with confidence. A man cannot say he cannot. Leave it to me. It's a guarantee. I will count to 3, and on 1, you open the door, understood? Jack nodded. He was confident in this minor task. Seeing that Jack comprehended his plan, Martin began to count. 3, 2, 1. The moment Martin uttered the first word, Jack promptly pushed open the security door. Martin rolled out and sprang into action, raising his carbine to open fire. Bang, bang, bang. The carbine switched to full automatic mode. The gunfire continuous and unrelenting. Bullets, ignited with fire, sped from the muzzle in various directions. 12 shots in 1 second. Each bullet found its mark. He was even more formidable than before. As Jack emerged from the safety of the door, he was astonished to witness 12 terrorists felled in an instant, their heads bursting open, leaving him gaping in disbelief. Goodness, Martin, you truly are a monster. Thank heavens you're a police officer and not a terrorist. Martin rolled his eyes at Jack's remark. If you can't compliment, then be silent. At that moment, the hostages had yet to regain their senses. After a while, they finally realized that the terrorists had been eliminated, erupting into exclamations of surprise. Some wept tears of joy, while others screamed in shock or covered their faces in anguish. "Oh my God! Are you New York police officers? Are you the ones sent by Sheriff Peter to rescue us?" As the crowd clamored with inquiries, Martin raised his hand for silence. "Listen to me," he commanded. Although among them were prominent figures from both the social elite and the realms of politics and business, Martin was not inclined to coddle them. "I'm not a New York police officer. Those inept individuals will only hinder you and cannot offer assistance. I am Officer Martin Riggs from Florida, and this is Agent Jack Chin beside me. This is a joint operation conducted by the Florida Police, entirely unrelated to the New York Police Department. Should you have any questions later, feel free to direct them to Agent Jack. Now, I will pose the questions, and you will provide the answers. Does anyone know where the other terrorists have gone?" At that moment, an imposing middle-aged man stepped forward from the crowd. Despite his suit being in disarray, he exuded an air of authority. A portion of the terrorists left with the stolen jewels. He began. "Oh, there was a coal-fired locomotive parked here, which could reach Coney Island's pier through the underground tunnel. Considering the time, the train must have already arrived at Coney Island. Additionally, some terrorists are on the 10th floor, where Warren resides. His bodyguards are formidable. I overheard the terrorists discussing their ongoing assault there, intending to abduct Warren." Just then, a plump girl emerged to add, "On the 47th floor, the top floor, there may also be terrorists present. The vice mayor's daughter, Cindy Blind, along with several of her friends, have been left behind by the terrorists." Martin quickly gestured for the girl to cease her remarks, as it was obvious what the terrorists intended with their captives. "Jack, you escort them out first. I will check the 10th floor and the top floor." Jack, having just witnessed Martin's remarkable marksmanship, held unwavering faith in his abilities. Without hesitation, he nodded in agreement. "All right, I will take them out. You can trust me to handle it." After emerging from the basement, Martin made his way to the stairwell, clutching his M4 carbine as he began his ascent. Although the elevator was an option, Martin valued his life too dearly to enter that metal cage at such a perilous time. Fortunately, his stamina and speed had been enhanced to superhuman levels. For him, climbing 10 flights of stairs was merely a warm-up. Pushing open the security door, Martin immediately heard sporadic gunfire. He concentrated to discern the sounds, ultimately identifying the distinct reports of assault rifles. He couldn't help but marvel at the wealth of these bodyguards and terrorists. Their equipment far surpassed the value of his M4. Soon, Martin stealthily maneuvered to the rear of the terrorists' position to assault the affluent Warren. There were only 4 terrorists stationed here. They stood on either side of the corridor's corner, occasionally firing a few shots down the hall, reminiscent of workers idly passing time. Their demeanor hardly suggested a genuine intent to storm in and abduct Warren. Nevertheless, these terrorists had no right to live. Martin observed for a while, noting that the 4 assailants made no further movements before lifting his carbine and squeezing the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. A precise 4-shot burst, each bullet finding its mark without wasting a single round. After dispatching the 4 terrorists, Martin called out into the corridor. "I am Officer Martin Riggs from Florida. Having previously escorted your boss's jewels, I have now eliminated the terrorists. You may come out now." After a moment, a bodyguard cautiously peeked out, confirming the absence of gunfire before carefully stepping into the corridor. Upon seeing the bold white lettering on Martin's black bulletproof vest, he immediately relaxed and shouted back into the corridor, "It's really the police. The terrorists have been killed." After a short while, the affluent Warren emerged from the corridor, surrounded by his bodyguards. Upon seeing Martin, he immediately expressed his gratitude. "Officer Riggs, thank you for coming to our rescue. Were you sent by the New York Police Department?" The mention of the New York Police Department irked Martin, prompting him to respond impatiently. "How could that be? I discovered terrorists in the hotel and went to report it, only to be mistaken for an accomplice and detained. If it weren't for an agent coming to rescue me, I would still be in the interrogation room. As for the New York police, by the time those fools arrive to save you, you'll likely be left with nothing but a corpse." Without caring for the shifting expressions on Warren's face, he continued, "Now that the terrorists downstairs are dead, you can simply take the stairs down." Warren, hearing this, quickly replied, "Officer Riggs, could you escort us down? I am willing to offer $1 million. Martin waved his hand dismissively, turning his back on them. He hurried to the stairwell and began to climb once more. After 10 more minutes of ascending, he finally reached the top floor. Sensing the positions of the terrorists, Martin pushed open the security door. The scene before him was one of utter chaos. The hall that had once been adorned with jewels was now littered with shattered display cases. Under the flickering lights, shards of glass covered the floor. Bloodstains marked the ground alongside several torn women's garments and undergarments. Following the signals of danger he had detected, Martin soon found a VIP meeting room. Peering through the ajar door, he beheld a harrowing sight. On a large bed measuring 5 meters wide and 7 meters long, 9 terrorists were inflicting violence upon 4 strikingly beautiful white girls. Martin, no longer hesitating, forcefully kicked the door open. His gaze, icy and resolute, fixed upon the group of terrorists as he unflinchingly pulled the trigger of his carbine. Bang, bang, spit. Do not consume sour radishes. Without a moment's hesitation, Martin eliminated the 9 depraved and brutal terrorists. However, the 4 girls on the bed, having endured inhumane torment, appeared utterly dazed. Their eyes vacant as they stared blankly at the ceiling. They exhibited no reaction to the surrounding gunfire, the cries of anguish, or the gushing blood. Martin was reluctant to hastily dress the girls, finding the sight of the blood-stained surroundings somewhat distasteful. Instead, he gently retrieved a soft blanket from the side and covered their bodies, along with the corpses of the terrorists, securely, leaving only their heads exposed. Subsequently, he activated his radio earpiece and began to call Deputy Director Sam. This is Martin, calling Deputy Director Sam. I am on the top floor, and all terrorists here have been neutralized. However, there are several girls that require assistance. Please send a few female officers up. After completing the call, it wasn't long before Sam's voice resonated clearly through the earpiece. Received. I will dispatch personnel immediately. Please confirm once again that the building is secure. Martin pondered for a moment before responding into the earpiece. Please wait 5 minutes. I will check the monitoring room on the 3rd floor. Having said that, he did not wait for Sam's reply and resolutely departed the top floor. He descended the stairs with steady and swift strides, soon arriving at the hotel's 3rd floor. Upon pushing open the safety door of the stairwell, a torrent of acrid black smoke and a cloud of ash rushed in. Frowning, Martin coughed slightly and waved his hand vigorously. Once the haze cleared, he cautiously peered inside. The corridor on the 3rd floor was littered with the harrowing remnants of the explosion, shrouded in darkness. The hotel's once opulent and splendid decor had been utterly ravaged, a sight both tragic and grotesque. Martin noted that his danger perception skills did not register any threatening signals on this level. Thus, he proceeded without further hesitation, decisively stepping inside. Before long, Martin reached the corridor leading to the monitoring room. As he turned the corner, a pungent, acrid aroma of charred meat assaulted his senses, mingling with the foul stench of excrement, penetrating his nostrils like a biochemical weapon. Just as confusion clouded his mind, his gaze fell upon the floor of the corridor, where he discovered the bodies of several New York police officers, lifeless from the explosion, due to the individuals around him becoming enveloped in an inky darkness. Nearly merging with the charred surroundings, he failed to notice them at first. It is indeed astonishing how foolish these New York police officers can be. How could the terrorists be oblivious to the significance of the surveillance room on the 3rd floor? Had these officers not considered that the terrorists might lay an ambush or set a deadly trap in this very location? Nevertheless, such matters were of no concern to Martin. He held no regard for the fate of the American officers. Stepping over the sprawled bodies of the disoriented New York policemen, Martin meticulously circled the corridor. Only after confirming the absence of any terrorists on the 3rd floor did he use his radio earpiece to call Deputy Chief Sam once more. This is Martin, confirming that the building is now free of terrorists. Additionally, I have discovered injured officers in the surveillance room. Please send assistance and medical personnel. Having conveyed his message, Martin resolutely departed the 3rd floor, making his way downstairs. The overwhelming haze of ashes on the 3rd floor was pervasive, swirling in the air. Despite the mask shielding him, it induced an irritating tickle in his nose, rendering him quite uncomfortable. He had no desire to linger in the company of these uncertain New York officers. Upon leisurely returning to the 1st floor, Martin swung open the safety door of the stairwell, only to witness a flurry of police officers and medical staff rushing past him. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that Inspector Bella was leading a group of officers and doctors, hastily making their way toward the elevator. Martin considered calling out to them, to inform them that he had not tested the elevator, and thus could not guarantee its safety. Yet, after a moment's thought, he lowered his hand. Engaging in further conversation might lead to unfounded accusations and complications. It was best to avoid unnecessary trouble. With a resigned shake of his head, Martin tightened his grip on his M4 carbine and strode purposefully towards the hotel entrance. Just as he exited the hotel doors, he spotted Charlotte bounding towards him like a joyful fawn. Without hesitation, she opened her arms wide and leaped into his embrace, enveloping him in a warm, affectionate koala-like hug. "Martin, you finally made it out." The gunfire inside was relentless, and I was truly worried about you, she exclaimed, feeling her slight tremors in his arms. Martin was enveloped in an overwhelming sense of satisfaction and warmth. Was this the exquisite sensation of being cared for and cherished? A gentle smile surfaced on Martin's face. He tenderly patted Charlotte's back and whispered softly in her ear, "With you waiting outside for me, I couldn't dare to delay." I swiftly dealt with those wretched intruders and hurried right out. Charlotte responded with a soft How could she possibly be unaware of Martin's feelings? It was merely her concern for his safety that prompted her to voice her grievances. She tightened her embrace, striving to feel Martin's presence. An overwhelming tide of affection surged within her, causing ripples to disturb her once tranquil heart. "Martin, I wish to attend class," she exclaimed playfully. "Haha, very well. Let us go to class." Martin chuckled lightly, his eyes brimming with tenderness, and then, holding Charlotte close, he dashed towards the hotel. Deputy Director Sam awkwardly raised his hand. But upon seeing Martin whisk away with Charlotte, he resignedly lowered it. He had intended to approach Martin promptly to ascertain the specifics within the hotel. Yet Charlotte had preempted him, leaving him to wait patiently. After all, in this land, it seemed that nothing held greater significance than love. However, what he did not anticipate was that the pair would cling to each other so tightly. And what was the meaning of their sudden retreat? Martin was utterly oblivious to Sam's hesitance. In his world, only Charlotte existed at that moment. He held her close, propelling himself at an astonishing speed. His legs moving like finely tuned engines, never pausing for a moment. In just 10 minutes, they ascended from the first floor to the 40th. Then, like a whirlwind, they burst into the luxurious suite they had reserved. The chemistry between them ignited like tender meeting flame. An exhilarating foreign language class awaited Charlotte, who was bound to give it her all. While Martin and Charlotte reveled in their affection, Deputy Director Sam, who had missed his opportunity with Martin, methodically began to wrap up this operation. Such a significant act of terrorism could hardly escape the notice of the media's keen eyes and ears. Major news outlets, uninvited yet persistent, gathered around Deputy Director Sam, alongside New York police and numerous survivors, launching into a flurry of interviews. Soon, through the media's relentless pursuit of the truth, the entirety of the incident was pieced together. Various sensationalized reports graced the evening news headlines, inciting fervent discussion among the citizens of New York. Terrorist organization attacks jewelry exhibition. Florida police report a robbery and are subsequently arrested. New York police failed to act, inadvertently triggering a terrorist bomb, resulting in 8 fatalities and 13 injuries. For young women attending the jewelry exhibition suffer mental breakdowns after being victimized by terrorists. Florida police single-handedly eliminate 25 terrorists, a legendary sharpshooter. In addition to these reports, a close associate of billionaire Warren secured an exclusive interview with him. Dressed in attire reminiscent of Syria, Warren appeared before the camera. His hair deliberately tousled into a bird's nest, resembling a refugee who had barely escaped the horrors of war. "I am profoundly disappointed with the performance of the New York police during this operation," he stated. "All the jewelry valued at $20 million showcased at my exhibition was seized by the terrorists." The New York police exhibited a complete lack of logic during this horrific incident, demonstrating a sluggish response and a grave deficiency in responsibility. With their professional capabilities being decidedly subpar, it is difficult for me to believe that they can uphold justice and peace in New York. My heart truly aches for the citizens of this great city. Furthermore, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the officer from Florida, who was my savior. I deeply envy the residents of Florida. They are undoubtedly fortunate. Consequently, I have resolved to relocate the headquarters of Warren Jewelry to Fort Myers, Florida. All my properties in New York, including the skyscraper, mansion, and villa, will be put up for sale. However, Warren is not the only affluent individual contemplating migration. A significant number of citizens have also received news of corporate layoffs, all citing the impending move to Florida as the reason. They must either follow the company or face termination. Laid-off employees will receive severance pay equivalent to their years of service plus 6 months' salary. Some employees are reluctant to leave New York City, a vibrant metropolis where they have struggled for years to establish themselves. Even with the compensation, they feel a sense of injustice. They plan to unite with other employees to protest. Others wish to relocate, but are apprehensive about Florida's notorious crime rates, as the state is well known for its challenges. Nevertheless, the majority of employees are indifferent and willing to move with the company. In a fleeting moment, the job market in New York City became desolate, the employment rate plummeting towards a 10% decline, and the talent drain surged dramatically. Simultaneously, the mayor and deputy mayor of New York City share in this distress. In the mayor's office, Mayor Isabella Clinton rests her forehead in her hand, her face etched with worry as she sits behind her desk. Seated before her is a handsome middle-aged man, his expression equally bitter. This man, Victor Blunt, is the current deputy mayor of New York City and a trusted aide to Mayor Isabella, as well as her office companion during working hours. He is also the uncle of Peter Blunt, the precinct captain of Manhattan. Victor, I have placed my trust in you, and this is how you repay me? Isabella exclaims, her demeanor stormy and her gaze fierce, starkly contrasting with the decisive and confident Iron Lady he once knew. Victor, sensing the gravity of his nephew and grandniece's predicament from Isabella's demeanor, feels a wave of panic and attempts to absolve them. Isabella, he begins, instinctively calling her by her first name, only to be met with her furious glare, prompting him to swiftly correct himself. Mayor, I inquired with Bella at the hospital regarding this matter. It is entirely the doing of those two officers from Florida. Shortly, I shall convene discussions with the media to unveil the truth to the public. Rest assured, by tomorrow, the tides of public opinion will undoubtedly favor our cause. As for the merchants, they are adept at navigating shifting winds. Once we manage to placate Warren, all matters will find resolution. Listening to Victor's words, ISA's expression remained unchanged, devoid of any sign of relief. Suddenly, she slammed her hand on the table, rising to confront him with a sharp inquiry. Victor, you are on the brink of demise, and yet you remain oblivious. Those two Florida officers are involved. Do you even know their identities? One is the daughter of Governor John of Florida, and the other is the son-in-law of Governor John. After venting her frustration, ISA's demeanor softened, and she returned to her seat. I am indifferent to the veracity of this situation. What concerns me is Governor John's stance. You are aware that my Uncle Bill is soon to launch his presidential campaign. The positions of various states are becoming increasingly clear. My uncle's chances against George Bush are nearly 50-50, thus Florida's electoral votes are of paramount importance. Should Governor John endorse George Bush's re-election, the scales of victory will tip towards the opposing side, placing us in a precarious situation. Not only would my position as mayor be jeopardized, but even my uncle's governorship in Arkansas would face challenges. I cannot permit you to act recklessly and jeopardize the alliance between our Clinton family and Governor John. Victor's lips twitch with agitation, fully aware that his years of meticulous planning to gradually seize control of Manhattan were unraveling. In less than 10 seconds, he resolved to take action, gritting his teeth and closing his eyes as he spoke. ISA, I understand your perspective. This situation is entirely a consequence of the mismanagement by Sheriff Peter and Inspector Bella. I shall immediately issue an executive order. Sheriff Peter and Inspector Bella have grossly neglected their duties, and their cases will be referred for review. The Manhattan precinct of the New York City Police Department shall be disbanded, with all active officers dismissed. The security of Manhattan will be managed by the New York City Police Department. Furthermore, I shall allocate $30 million from the budget for victim compensation, of which $3 million will be disbursed in the name of the Manhattan precinct to the two Florida officers. Listening to Victor's proposal, ISA nodded in satisfaction. Exchanging $3 million for Governor John's friendship is indeed a worthwhile transaction. Yes, your plan is commendable. Expedite its implementation by tomorrow. June 2nd. Morning. The sun rose brilliantly, illuminating the sky, which was devoid of clouds, resembling an immense, pristine blue gemstone. A cascade of golden sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, flowing into the room like a gentle river. The warmth enveloped the space, creating an atmosphere of languid comfort. Under this dazzling beam of light, Martin slowly opened his eyes from the soft embrace of his plush bed. The blinding sunlight streamed directly into his eyes, prompting him to instinctively raise his hand to shield them. Once his vision adjusted, he leisurely turned his head. Charlotte, adorned only with a pink nurse's cap, remained peacefully asleep in his embrace. Occasionally, she smacked her lips, perhaps savoring some exquisite delicacy in her dreams. Observing her delicate, rosy lips, Martin found himself irresistibly drawn closer. Despite their already intimate relationship, with all that was destined to happen having transpired, his breath quickened involuntarily. His heart felt as if gripped tightly by an invisible hand, then began to race wildly, its rhythm so rapid it seemed on the verge of bursting from his chest. Charlotte, in her slumber, sensed Martin's movements and instinctively responded with a gentle twist of her body. Her breathing grew heavy and rapid, accompanied by soft, tantalizing murmurs that tugged at Martin's heartstrings. This stirred excitement within him, prompting an inner declaration, To conquer the foreigner, it begins with me. All rise. Class is in session. Chapter 41. I'm sorry. I refuse. The morning reading continued until after 10 o'clock. Witnessing Charlotte's soft, exhausted form, utterly unable to rise, Martin could not bear to continue to disturb her. Suddenly, a gurgling sound emanated from Charlotte's stomach, eliciting a light chuckle from Martin. He playfully teased her about her lack of breakfast. Noting how her well-defined abdominal muscles were accentuated by her early morning exercises. All right, I understand. Stop your belly's complaints. I shall order breakfast at once. He picked up the phone at the bedside and attempted to dial the hotel front desk. To his surprise, the call connected. It must be said, the hotel staff were remarkably dedicated, managing to work normally despite having endured a terrorist attack just the day before. Martin requested 2 breakfasts to be sent to their room. After hanging up, he gently carried the lethargic Charlotte to the washroom. Once they had completed their brief morning routines and donned the hotel-provided robes, the doorbell chimed cheerfully. Martin initially presumed it was the hotel staff delivering their breakfast. However, upon opening the door, he found not a hotel employee, but someone he had met once before, Warren Hartford, the wealthiest man in New York. May I come in? Warren inquired with a smile, standing outside with an elegant and gentlemanly demeanor. Although Martin was perplexed as to why this affluent individual sought him out, he courteously stepped aside to allow him entry. Please, come in. As Warren entered, the 8 bodyguards trailing behind him attempted to follow suit. However, Martin firmly closed the door, leaving them outside. The sound of the door closing stirred Charlotte from her languid repose in the bedroom, prompting her to lazily inquire, Martin, has the breakfast been delivered by the waiter? Martin, anxious that Charlotte might emerge disheveled, promptly replied in a loud voice, No, it's the wealthy Warren who has arrived. Oh, Charlotte responded from within her chamber, her disinterest in the affluent Warren evident as she fell silent. At that moment, Martin ushered Warren into the living room and settled him on the sofa before inquiring about the purpose of the magnate's visit. Mr. Warren, how is it that someone of your stature finds the time to seek out a mere police officer like myself? Warren, wearing a confident smile, regarded Martin kindly and replied, Oh no, Mr. Martin is far more than a mere police officer. You saved countless wealthy individuals and politicians in New York yesterday. You are indeed a true hero. Leaning in closer, he quietly added, Moreover, given Mr. Martin's connection with Governor Joan, even without these accolades, how could your future possibly be confined to that of a mere officer? Martin listened to Warren's words with an inscrutable expression, his thoughts difficult to discern. He squinted slightly, as if questioning Warren, or perhaps musing to himself, Are you investigating me? Warren, sensing the tension, quickly clarified, Not an investigation, merely a slight inquiry, intended to avoid offending someone who must not be offended. After all, I am but a small-time businessman relying on politicians. Not one of those moguls who manipulate the White House. Naturally, one must tread carefully. Martin merely acknowledged this with a noncommittal sound, not swayed by Warren's words, and continued. What exactly do you want from me? Warren promptly divulged the purpose of his visit. It turned out that the catalyst for this meeting was the fabled necklace known as the Deep-Sea Phantom, valued at a staggering $10 million. After World War II, weary of the life of conflict, Warren retired from the Navy's underwater demolition unit to become a full-time adventurer. He spent nearly 2 years traversing the land of South Africa, ultimately uncovering the legendary treasure of the Mpongwe tribe, tons of gold artifacts and mountains of jewelry. Among them, the most precious jewel was the emerald necklace later christened the Deep-Sea Phantom. This necklace boasts an astonishing 200 carats of emeralds, with a purity and clarity that reaches the pinnacle of gem quality. Under light, it exhibits a rare optical effect, resembling a mermaid swimming in the depths of the sea. This enchanting quality is precisely why it was named the Deep-Sea Phantom. However, the true reason behind the persistent attempts of the Black Mamba International terrorist organization to seize this necklace is far more complex than its intrinsic value. The true essence of this necklace lies in its nature as a key, capable of unlocking the whereabouts of the exceedingly precious treasure known as the Mpongwe Golden Relic. Legend has it that this treasure surpasses the value of the riches discovered by Warren by a staggering tenfold. However, the necklace has fallen into the clutches of the Black Mamba International terrorist organization. Warren seeks Martin's assistance in reclaiming it. Are you suggesting that the mermaid within the necklace can provide guidance? By following her direction, one could locate the Mpongwe treasure. Martin attempted to articulate the name, yet it proved to be quite a tongue twister. Warren promptly corrected Martin's pronunciation. It is the Mpongwe Golden Relic. Ah, I understand now. The Mpungwe golden relic. Martin nodded, voicing a lingering doubt. Setting aside the existence of this treasure for the moment, relying solely on the mermaid within the gem for guidance seems rather implausible, does it not? Warren, however, chuckled and shook his head, earnestly explaining to Martin. This matter is of utmost certainty. I once traversed the Atlantic aboard a cruise ship with this necklace from South Africa back to the United States. The mermaid within the necklace would adjust her direction based on my position. Martin, should you assist me in retrieving the necklace, I am prepared to offer you a reward of $10 million. Furthermore, I can provide any intelligence, equipment, or personnel you may require. Just as Martin was about to decline, a sudden knock at the door interrupted. Apologies, please hold on a moment. It appears my breakfast has arrived. Martin said apologetically to Warren as he rose to open the door. As he was about to speak, he was taken aback to see Deputy Director Sam and Agent Jack standing outside. Oh, what brings you both here? Martin stepped aside to allow them in for a discussion. Once inside, Sam and Jack immediately noticed Warren Hartford standing beside the sofa. Recognizing one another, Sam and Warren exchanged warm pleasantries. After their cordial exchange, Sam turned to Martin to articulate his purpose. Martin, yesterday you saved the politicians and affluent individuals attending the jewelry exhibition. I have applied for a special commendation on your behalf. It should have been forwarded to the state government of Florida by the Department of Justice by now. However, there is a rather thorny issue that I hope to gain your support on. At this point, Sam paused momentarily. Yet, even before he spoke, Martin had already anticipated what he was about to say. Warren, too, had an inkling of it, though he refrained from interrupting, his gaze harboring a hint of cunning. As if he were concocting some scheme. Sam continued, You are aware that Warren's jewelry was seized by terrorists. They escaped through the underground train of the hotel to the pier at Coney Island, where they boarded a cargo ship. Currently, this vessel is traversing the Atlantic Ocean. According to satellite surveillance, their destination is likely the port of Cape Town in South Africa. The National Security Agency is now requesting our assistance in retrieving this batch of jewels. Martin, we require your help. Without a moment's hesitation, Martin addressed Deputy Director Sam and Warren directly. I am sorry, but I must decline. Deputy Director Sam, wishing to persuade Martin further, was halted by Martin's raised hand. I understand your intentions. You wish to combat international terrorists and uphold national security, among other noble pursuits. However, in my view, venturing to Africa to seize those lifeless jewels pales in comparison to returning to Florida to tackle local criminals, which holds far greater significance. Sam was left speechless by Martin's impassioned declaration, feeling akin to a clown performing a farce on stage, a politician who had lost sight of his original purpose and ideals, now merely engaged in self-serving machinations. Contemplating this, Deputy Director Sam suddenly rose and bowed deeply to Martin. Martin, I recognize your superiority. Your words have awakened me. I shall not trouble you with this operation. You are correct. Florida needs you far more than I do. Seated nearby, Agent Jack was equally astonished by Martin's forthrightness, discreetly giving him a thumbs up. Observing Sam's reaction, Martin could not help but admire the old man's magnanimity. His previous remarks had been uttered in the heat of the moment, not indicative of any profound enlightenment. In truth, he simply did not wish to squander time adrift at sea or across the African savannah. With such time, he could locate several drug traffickers and earn a substantial sum of righteous value. If you truly require my assistance, you may send a plane for me once you locate those terrorists. I could make an appearance and assist in eliminating a few of them. Upon hearing this, Deputy Director Sam was overjoyed, never anticipating such a turn of events. He promptly grasped Martin's hand and presented him with a business card. Thank you immensely, Martin. For any future matters, just call my office. I will certainly assist you. For this operation, I shall let Jack take the lead, but before Sam could finish, there was another knock at the door. Martin quickly rose and, with an apologetic expression, said to Deputy Director Sam, Excuse me for a moment. My breakfast has likely arrived. Approaching the door, he opened it, only to find not the much-anticipated breakfast, but a tall, impeccably dressed, ruggedly handsome middle-aged man. This man was, of course, the Vice Mayor, Victor Blunt. Victor, impeccably attired in his well-structured suit, solemnly introduced himself, saying, I am Victor Blunt, the Deputy Mayor of New York City. Mr. Martin, first and foremost, I extend my gratitude on behalf of the New York City government for your courageous actions yesterday. He continued. The purpose of my visit is to discuss the outcome of the Manhattan Police Department's handling of the incident. as well as to present the compensation awarded to you and your companions by the city government. Noticing the deputy mayor's polite demeanor, Martin stepped aside to allow him entry. Upon entering, Victor immediately spotted Deputy Commissioner Sam, Agent Jack, and Warren in the room. Initially taken aback, he quickly replaced his surprise with a professional smile. Engaging in pleasantries with Deputy Commissioner Sam and Warren. As Martin closed the door, he looked around the increasingly crowded living room, thinking it resembled a gathering for a game of mahjong. Once everyone was seated, Victor retrieved an unsigned check from his briefcase and placed it on the table. Mr. Martin, this is an unsigned check for $3 million issued by the New York City government. It serves as compensation for the mistakes made by the Manhattan precinct during this incident. He continued, furthermore, Police Chief Peter and Inspector Bella have significantly failed in their duties during this event. The city government has resolved to refer both individuals for criminal investigation and to disband the Manhattan precinct, dismissing all currently employed officers. Subsequently, the Manhattan district will be directly managed by the New York City Police Department. Sam and Jack listened in astonishment as Victor spoke. Being agents, they had encountered numerous political intrigues, and they were well aware of the connections between Police Chief Peter, Inspector Bella, and Deputy Mayor Victor. They were utterly shocked that Victor would take such decisive action against his own associates. Martin, too, was taken aback by Victor's bold measures. An entire precinct of several hundred officers dismissed in one fell swoop. Unbeknownst to him were the familial ties among Peter, Bella, and Victor, which might have prompted him to be more cautious of the deputy mayor. Just as he reached for the unsigned check on the table, he heard Victor continue, Mr. Martin, please convey this $3 million in compensation to Governor Joan and remind her that the Clinton family will forever cherish the friendship with the Thompson family. Listening to Victor's words, Martin suddenly felt the check was rather burdensome in his hands. He pushed the check toward Victor with a smile, saying, Deputy Mayor, I believe it would be best if you presented this check directly to Governor Joan. I fear that if I take it now, I might misplace it on my way, which would be quite unfortunate. Wouldn't you agree? Victor was taken aback, realizing the youth before him was astute enough to discern his intentions and resist the allure of substantial wealth. His original plan had been for Martin to accept the money, thereby rendering it impossible to retract once received. Naturally, Governor John was bound to the Clinton campaign. In 5 months, the ballots from Florida would be readily available. Now that Martin was not easily deceived, Victor found himself somewhat perturbed. Perhaps we should give Governor John a call, he suggested. Chapter 42. The peculiar black police officer. With that, Victor retrieved a Nokia phone from his briefcase, providing a brief introduction. This was the Nokia 1011, soon to be launched by the company. It was more convenient than the bulky mobile phones of the past, allowing not only calls but also text messaging. He promptly operated the buttons, dialing the governor's office. Hello, this is John Thompson. Who am I speaking to? Victor placed the phone on the table, activating the speaker function, and responded loudly, Governor John, this is Victor Blund from New York City. Oh, Victor, what can I do for you? Victor succinctly explained the recent events over the past few days, subsequently mentioning the compensation of $3 million. There was a brief silence on the other end before the governor's voice echoed once more through the phone. Martin, please accept this check. It's nothing to worry about. Ding dong. The sound of knocking reverberated again. At that moment, Martin found himself alone in the suite's living room, as Warren, Sam, Jack, and Victor had all departed. Although their responses were not what they had anticipated, they left with a sense of satisfaction, their faces beaming with cheer. Martin glanced up at the clock on the wall, noting that it was now 10:55. 45 minutes had passed since he ordered breakfast. If it was tea breakfast this time, he felt he would truly lose his temper. Rising, he approached the door, grasping the handle and pulling it open with a sudden motion. Before him stood an Asian female server, pushing a food cart. Sir, I sincerely apologize, she said, bowing slightly with an expression of regret. Due to certain circumstances, your experience at the Waldorf Hotel has been affected. To compensate, the hotel has waived your accommodation fees for the past 3 days, and today's breakfast is complimentary. You may process your refund at the front desk upon checkout. Here's your breakfast. Do you have any further requests or suggestions? As Martin observed the server's submissive demeanor, bordering on obsequiousness, he felt a sense of dissatisfaction with the hotel's delivery speed, but refrained from expressing his frustration. He took the cart from her hands, his expression neutral as he stated, just the cart will suffice. You may return. I have no other requests. The server maintained her professional smile upon hearing Martin's words, though a flicker of disappointment was evident in her eyes. She had encountered a rather stingy guest. Yet she deeply bowed to Martin before turning to leave. Martin closed the door and pushed the dining cart straight into the bedroom. At that moment, Charlotte was leaning against the bay window, gazing vacantly at the bustling cityscape of New York. The upper half of the window was ajar, allowing a gentle breeze to waft in, stirring the sheer white curtains. The fabric occasionally brushed against Charlotte's form, her exquisite silhouette appearing and disappearing behind the delicate drapery, resembling a breathtaking painting. "Charlotte, it's time to eat," Martin softly called, his voice shattering the tranquil and picturesque scene. Charlotte's stomach let out a rumble, prompting her to hastily descend from the window seat. Barefoot, she stepped onto the carpet and quickly sat down at the small tea table in the bedroom. Martin unveiled the silver food covers on the dining cart one by one, revealing 2 servings of sandwiches and eggs Benedict, a generous bowl of fruit salad, and 2 bowls of milk oatmeal, a quintessentially Western breakfast. Martin sampled the eggs Benedict, savoring the muffin filled with ham and a runny yolk, enhanced by the rich flavor of hollandaise sauce. While it was not particularly exquisite, it was certainly palatable. Satisfying one's hunger was undoubtedly no issue. After enjoying their breakfast, the two checked out of the Waldorf Astoria Hotel and hailed a taxi, heading straight for Kennedy International Airport in Queens. At 3:15 p.m., they boarded a Delta Airlines flight, arriving in Fort Myers without incident. The familiar sea breeze caressed them, invigorating their spirits. "Fort Myers always brings me such comfort," Charlotte said, tightly linking her arm with Martin's, her eyes sparkling as she surveyed her surroundings. Everywhere she looked felt inviting, far more relaxed than in New York. Martin nodded in agreement, perhaps influenced by his memories. He too began to feel a sense of belonging to Fort Myers. Leisurely, they exited the airport and hailed a taxi to 88 Thompson Avenue, Fort Myers Beach. Charlotte pulled Martin into the back seat and communicated the beach villa's address to the driver. The driver, a robust African-American woman, acknowledged with a nod and started the vehicle. Martin soon noticed that the driver occasionally glanced at him through the rearview mirror. He was certain she was checking the traffic behind, but rather observing him, which left him perplexed. "Why do you keep looking at me? Do we know each other?" Martin inquired. Upon hearing his voice, the driver smiled broadly. "Martin, is that really you? You've changed so much. I wouldn't have recognized you without your voice. I'm Armani Jones, your college classmate." Martin rummaged through his memories of Martin University and indeed recalled a slender, tall African-American girl named Amani Jones. However, the girl in his recollection bore little resemblance to the plump, beer-bellied taxi driver before him. "Amani, is that you? You claim I have changed, but your transformation is far more pronounced," he remarked. "Weren't you a major in biological engineering? How did you end up as a taxi driver?" Martin inquired with curiosity. Amani shot him an irritated glance, her expression suggesting he was oblivious to the struggles of others. "Do you think everyone is like you, a gifted scholar? If I had caught Professor Grant's attention and been offered a seamless path from my Master's to my doctorate, I would have taken it. But here I am, graduating into unemployment, with no research institute willing to hire me, so I had no choice but to return to driving a taxi." Martin awkwardly touched his nose, realizing his question was rather inopportune. Following this, Amani began to chatter like a spilling beanbag. "I heard you abandoned your pursuit of a Master's and doctorate to become a police officer. How's that going? You have no idea how furious Professor Grant was. He nearly lost his temper during class. And that girl beside you is quite beautiful. Is she your girlfriend? I distinctly remember you saying in college that you weren't interested in girls. You even used that as a reason to turn down the campus beauty CCS confession." Martin, seated in the back, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Meanwhile, Charlotte, who had been linking her arm with his, suddenly tightened her grip. "Martin, you didn't like girls before. Does that mean you?" Martin was taken aback, immediately questioning whether he truly was. He hurriedly rifled through his memories of university life. While it was true he had never shown any interest in girls, he also had not been particularly close to any boys. His life had been dominated by an abundance of thick, daunting textbooks, such as Principles of Tissue Engineering, Principles of Bioprocess Engineering, Engineering Mechanics, and Thermodynamics. When he said he was interested in girls, it was merely an expression of his fervent dedication to academia. Having clarified the situation, Martin quickly explained to Charlotte, "I am not. Please don't jump to conclusions. I was simply engrossed in my studies during university. While I had no interest in girls, I felt the same disinterest towards boys." He added with a smirk, "Amani, one can indiscriminately devour food, but one must choose their words wisely to avoid serious repercussions." Amani, amused by Martin's flustered demeanor, erupted into laughter. "I can vouch for him. Martin did not have a boyfriend in college. amidst the laughter. The taxi emerged from the bustling downtown of Myersburg. The towering buildings gradually gave way to 2- and 3-story villas, the architectural density thinning as they progressed. At a street corner, Amani halted the vehicle, waiting for the traffic light. Suddenly, she pointed to a young black man in a police uniform at the intersection and asked with a smile, "Is it easy to become a police officer now? I see there's even a black officer in the county. Perhaps I should consider applying." Both Martin and Charlotte were momentarily taken aback. Although racial integration is currently a prevailing trend and aligns with political correctness, it is worth noting that there were, at that moment, no black police officers in the county. The two quickly leaned toward the car window to get a better look. The young man was tall and robust, donned in a blue police uniform, and wore a pair of sunglasses. He was equipped with a radio, handcuffs, a handgun, and all the paraphernalia of a genuine officer. However, Martin detected a subtle anomaly. The police badge worn by this officer seemed slightly off. The county's police badge is typically circular, featuring a golden star at its center, whereas this officer's badge was shield-shaped and golden, with a hint of green in the middle. At that moment, Charlotte also noticed the discrepancy and leaned closer to Martin, whispering, "That badge isn't ours. It resembles the Miami police badge." "No worries. We'll ask Sheriff Luke at the station shortly to see if he is aware of the situation," Martin reassured her, giving her hand a gentle pat before they settled back into their seats. Before long, the taxi arrived at the seaside villa. After bidding farewell to Armani, Martin and Charlotte stepped inside the villa, greeted by the sight of Martin's cherished vehicle. The Ford 150 had been sitting idle since Elena had returned it from the bank, remaining untouched for nearly a month. After locating the car keys within the villa, the two joyfully climbed into the vehicle. Martin instinctively glanced at the dashboard, confirming the gas tank was indeed full. After fastening Charlotte's seatbelt, he turned the key in the ignition, and the engine roared to life with a deep, powerful growl, smoothly driving out of the seaside villa. At 4:45 p.m., Martin and Charlotte arrived at the county police station. Charlotte confidently took the lead, engaging in cheerful exchanges with other officers they encountered. Soon, they reached the door of Sheriff Luke's office. Just as she was about to push the door open, Martin suddenly recalled their previous encounter and quickly grabbed her arm. "Charlotte, don't be so reckless. Knock first, or we'll get scolded again." Charlotte pouted and murmured, "I'm not afraid of him." Nevertheless, she dutifully knocked on the office door. After a brief moment, the door opened, revealing a tall, slender girl with striking features emerging from the room. She carried a camera bag and held a microphone adorned with a nameplate, clearly a reporter or a presenter. The girl stood at the doorway, towering over Charlotte. She gazed down at Charlotte, gave a soft huff, and swayed her hips as she strolled towards the precinct. Martin observed the girl's retreating figure, stroking his chin thoughtfully as he remarked, "Surely we must have spoiled her good time. She seems somewhat displeased with us." Charlotte turned Martin's head towards her with her hand, her voice laced with annoyance. "Don't think I am oblivious to your wandering eyes, Martin. I warn you. Those women are trouble. Do not emulate my uncle. Keep your distance from them." The door to Sheriff Luke's office stood wide open, allowing him to overhear Charlotte's words with clarity. He coughed twice and called out to the two, "Charlotte, Martin, come in at once." Charlotte entered the office with a cheerful demeanor, playfully addressing Sheriff Luke. "Uncle, it has been a while." Martin followed behind, closing the office door behind him. Once the two were seated across from the desk, Sheriff Luke spoke to them. "Your recent special operation was executed with remarkable excellence. Morgan Chase Bank and the SEAL team both hold you in high regard." He then retrieved 2 documents from his drawer and handed them to each of them. "This is the commendation from the Department of Justice. You are both being promoted beyond the usual criteria." Charlotte would be elevated from sergeant to inspector, while Martin would rise from officer to sergeant. The promotion ceremony is scheduled for tomorrow at 10 in the precinct's Grand Hall. Be sure to arrive early. Do not be late. Charlotte accepted the commendation with delight, reveling in the news. She had not anticipated that after just being promoted to sergeant, a brief outing would lead to her elevation to inspector. Among her peers, she would certainly be among the fastest to ascend the ranks. Martin, however, appeared indifferent. The promotion from officer to sergeant merely meant a few more subordinates at his disposal. As long as he could wield his Glock and Barrett to combat crime, he was satisfied. At that moment, Martin recalled the peculiar police officer he had seen in the taxi and inquired of Sheriff Luke, "Sheriff, have we recently employed any black officers?" Sheriff Luke found Martin's question somewhat perplexing but responded candidly, "Indeed, a few black applicants have come forward. However, upon reviewing their records, I found numerous issues. Minor theft I could overlook, but there were also instances of sexual misconduct. Regrettably, I had to reject them. Chapter 43. The Rangers and Special Forces. Martin nodded, continuing with his inquiry. Have we requested assistance from the Miami police? Sheriff Luke was baffled by Martin's seemingly unrelated questions and, unable to discern his intent, replied directly, Your inquiries are rather disjointed. What precisely are you trying to ask? At this, Charlotte stepped in to clarify, detailing the scene they had witnessed in the taxi to Sheriff Luke. A black officer? Are you still wearing the Miami police badge? Could it be a false officer? With this thought, Sheriff Luke swiftly picked up the telephone on his desk and dialed a number. Kevin, arrange for a few plainclothes officers to head to McGregor Avenue. See if there is a black man in a Miami police uniform. Yes, you heard correctly. A black man. A police officer with a Miami badge. Keep an eye on him and observe his actions. Remember, do not alert him. After the call, Sheriff Luke solemnly elaborated further. Kevin was the former patrol sergeant. Wasn't Ace reassigned as sheriff in Lake City? I suggested a lieutenant to manage the detective unit for him. Although Kevin has been a police officer for 20 years and holds seniority in the department, his capabilities are rather average. I plan to promote you once Charlotte earns a few more merits. With Martin assisting you, even the detective unit should prove to be less burdensome. Listening to Sheriff Luke, Charlotte felt a surge of emotion. After all, he was her uncle, always considering her when good fortune arose. However, from his words, she also discerned a hint of deeper significance. Leaning slightly forward, she lowered her voice and asked softly, Uncle, are you about to be promoted? Sheriff Luke leaned in as well, his expression brimming with pride as he replied, Hey, did you guess that? Indeed, today I received confirmation. Several Democratic senators in Congress are advocating for me, and with the imminent retirement of the captain of the Highway Patrol, it is highly likely that I will be appointed as the captain of the state police next month. Charlotte's face initially displayed surprise, which was soon replaced by overwhelming joy. Uncle, does this mean you will leap directly over the deputy captain position and ascend 2 ranks? Sheriff Luke nodded, a radiant smile illuminating his face as he continued in a hushed tone. Yes. While the number of personnel under my command may not significantly change, my rank will indeed elevate by 2 levels. Moreover, my jurisdiction will expand from the county to encompass the entire state of Florida. However, this maneuver does attract attention, and several senators have voted against it. The smoothness of this process is largely due to the support from those Democratic senators. It is said that the governor of Arkansas, from the Clinton family, has made his intentions known. With such rumors circulating fervently, they must hold some truth. Martin, listening to the conversation between the uncle and niece, silently analyzed the implications. Sheriff Luke's promotion to captain of the State Police Highway Patrol was undoubtedly another political leverage for the Clinton family in their alliance with Governor John. However, he was acutely aware that, if historical patterns held, the current governor of Arkansas, Bill Clinton, would one day ascend to become the 42nd president of the United States. He was able to serve 2 consecutive terms, only stepping down in 2001, when he would be succeeded by the governor of Texas, George W. Bush. However, at this moment, there remained a full 8 years until 2001. If he exerted himself diligently to enhance the political achievements of his father-in-law, John, perhaps he could elevate him to that esteemed position. The presidency rotates, and it may eventually come to our household. Time flew by amidst gossip and idle chatter. In the blink of an eye, it was already 6 in the evening. The 3 were preparing to head to the Guangzhou restaurant in Fort Myers for dinner. Just as they rose, the phone on the desk rang insistently. Sheriff Luke swiftly picked up the receiver, and after listening for a short while, his brow furrowed in concern. He spoke sternly into the phone, Ensure your safety first. I will dispatch assistance immediately. After hanging up, he turned to Charlotte and Martin, saying, There's no time for dinner. There's a situation with Kevin. Let us discuss en route. Sheriff Luke exited the office and promptly began gathering his team. In the haste, many officers remained outside on patrol or investigating cases. Ultimately, only over 100 officers, in more than 50 patrol cars, set off. On the way, Sheriff Luke relayed the details reported by Captain Kevin to Charlotte and Martin. Captain Kevin had reported over the phone that the African-American man was indeed a false officer, masquerading as a police officer to traffic drugs. They had followed this imposter to a derelict commercial area in northern Fort Myers. Upon disembarking, they were met with gunfire, resulting in the unfortunate deaths of 3 officers. In fact, Captain Kevin, overwhelmed by panic, had conveyed the information in a muddled manner, intentionally or unintentionally omitting several critical details. Rewind 2 hours earlier. Upon receiving a call from Sheriff Luke, Captain Kevin wasted no time in organizing an operation. However, He was acutely aware of the capabilities of his officers and feared that they might mishandle the situation. Thus, he personally brought along 3 trusted aides to surveil McGregor Boulevard. As for why he didn't enlist other capable officers, personal connections inevitably play a role in such matters. When there are benefits to be gained, one naturally prioritizes their own circle. Having served in law enforcement for over 20 years, Captain Kevin may have lacked extensive case experience, yet he was adept at forming alliances. Fully understanding this aspect of the profession, when his officers arrived at the location indicated by Sheriff Luke, they indeed spotted an African-American officer in uniform, adorned with a Miami badge, at the intersection. They parked beside him and began their discreet surveillance. After an hour of careful observation, they finally confirmed that this African-American officer was, in fact, a drug dealer in disguise, as he was brazenly conducting transactions right before their eyes. Even the powder bag was not entirely concealed, consistently protruding from his pocket. During the surveillance of the African-American officer, it became evident that the officer had also noticed Kevin and his companions. This was not due to the officer's exceptional counter-surveillance skills, but rather because Kevin's vehicle was parked alarmingly close, his gaze exuding a predatory intensity. It was unbearable to be scrutinized for even a mere 10 minutes, let alone an hour, leaving one with an involuntary shiver. Ultimately, the African-American officer could no longer endure the scrutiny and, in full view of Kevin and his team, hastily entered a police car. He slammed the accelerator, racing toward the outskirts of Myersburg. Observing the drug dealer's flight, Kevin immediately commanded the pursuing officer to follow suit. A thrilling chase ensued through the bustling streets of Myersburg, leading them swiftly to the northern outskirts. Beneath a dilapidated, abandoned 3-story structure, remnants of a once-planned commercial district by the former governor lay in ruin, intended to house various large supermarkets to cater to the surrounding suburban villas. The area fell to neglect after the developer's financial collapse, leaving only a skeletal framework of what could have been. As Kevin and his 3 officers stepped from their vehicle, a barrage of gunfire erupted unexpectedly. They barely had time to discern the source of the bullets before 3 of them collapsed, leaving only Kevin alive. He scrambled back into the car, the roles of hunter and prey irrevocably reversed. In a state of panic, he curled up in the passenger seat, his eyes darting around as he trembled and dialed the sheriff's office using the vehicle's satellite phone. Thus, the scene unfolded in the office. When Sheriff Luke's convoy arrived at the northern outskirts of Myersburg, the dilapidated commercial building emanating an aura of desolation came into view. Martin immediately activated his danger perception skill. As anticipated, within a minute, upon entering the building's vicinity, his heart began to race violently. His perception revealed a dense cluster of danger signals within the structure, estimating nearly 1,000, resembling a dazzling galaxy shimmering in the distance. Good heavens! Have we stumbled upon the drug dealer's stronghold? Martin exclaimed, unable to contain his shock. Drawing a puzzled glance from Sheriff Luke, he quickly retrieved the protocol from their special operations training to explain the situation to Luke. Then he addressed the sheriff. Sheriff, is there a way to call in air support? A bomber, or even AB-52. If that's not feasible, AB-29 would suffice. Just drop high explosive and thermobaric bombs on that cluster of abandoned buildings. 10 or so should suffice. Sheriff Luke stared at Martin as though he were a fool, exasperatedly retorting. High explosive bombs. Thermobaric bombs. Is it advisable for me to deploy a nuclear bomb directly? Do you perceive this place as Hiroshima or Nagasaki? Martin, could you please exercise some rationality? After a brief pause, he inquired with a hint of concern, are there truly that many adversaries in the derelict building? Martin solemnly nodded, his expression grave, and responded, indeed, there are numerous, at least 800 to 1,000. Moreover, with such a multitude of drug traffickers congregated, their firepower will undoubtedly be formidable. Even if they lack mortars or artillery, they will at the very least possess heavy weaponry such as anti-material sniper rifles, rocket launchers, and grenades. Upon hearing Martin's words, Sheriff Luke inhaled sharply and quickly seized the radio in the vehicle. Everyone, halt your advance and remain on standby. With Sheriff Luke's command issued, the convoy came to an immediate stop. Martin turned to Sheriff Luke and queried, Sheriff, if we stop here, what will happen to Officer Kevin? Sheriff Luke sighed in resignation and replied, Kevin has now become bait for them to lure us in, though I may have inadvertently placed him in this predicament. Alas, just as I received news of my promotion, this gang of drug traffickers creates such a commotion, clearly aimed at me. However, it matters not. If we cannot take this bait, we can seek a larger catch, ensuring that these traffickers and their backers pay dearly. Humph. Charlotte suddenly had a moment of insight. feeling she had grasped Sheriff Luke's intent. "Oh, I understand. Uncle must be referring to the Navy SEALs, as they are indeed adept at handling such situations." Sheriff Luke shook his head, correcting her, "Not the Navy SEALs. Their base is too distant, either in California or Virginia. The last special operation was assigned to them because their station was relatively close to New York City, and it was a request strongly advocated by the affluent Warren. This time, I am seeking the Ranger Special Operations Battalion. I know Colonel Ryan Hunter, the commanding officer of their battalion. Moreover, their base is conveniently located at Fort Benning in Georgia, quite near to us. I will now call Governor John and file a report to the Army Special Operations Command. For a task involving urban drug enforcement and counterterrorism, they should be more than willing to accommodate Governor John and send Colonel Ryan for assistance." With that, Sheriff Luke picked up the satellite phone in the vehicle, first calling Governor John to explain the situation. After receiving permission, he then dialed Colonel Ryan's number. Shortly, the call connected, and Sheriff Luke refrained from unnecessary pleasantries. He merely greeted the colonel before detailing the circumstances and sharing the geographic coordinates. Colonel Ryan, upon hearing of the nearly 1,000-strong drug trafficker gang, was elated. He instructed Sheriff Luke to hold on for a moment before ending the call. "What are drug traffickers? They represent a chance for military accolades. What a stroke of fortune it is, akin to a magpie alighting upon one's head." Colonel Ryan, with unwavering resolve, promptly assembled all 629 active-duty Special Forces soldiers. At precisely 9:15 p.m., the night sky above the northern suburbs of Myersburg was pierced by enormous shadows. 3 C-130 Hercules transport aircraft simultaneously opened their rear cargo doors, unleashing a multitude of parachutes that blossomed against the dark canvas of night. A convoy of vehicles, adorned with flashing lights in support of Sheriff Luke, descended slowly. Upon witnessing this, Sheriff Luke hastily made his way to greet them, accompanied by Charlotte and Martin. At long last, Martin laid eyes on the fabled Colonel Ryan, as described by Sheriff Luke. In the distance, he appeared clad in jungle camouflage, standing approximately 185 meters tall, his stature as upright as a pine, with broad shoulders and a robust physique. As they approached, his features came into clearer view, though they were unremarkable. They bore the indomitable spirit characteristic of a soldier. A prominent scar adorned his forehead, and his deep blue eyes shimmered with a keen intensity, as if they harbored an inexhaustible fury. Upon their meeting, Colonel Ryan enveloped Sheriff Luke in a warm embrace, akin to long-lost friends reuniting after years apart, and they exchanged pleasantries. Once their cordialities concluded, Sheriff Luke proceeded to elucidate the general situation within the abandoned building. Colonel Ryan listened intently and, upon completion, posed a singular question. "Luke, I am curious. How did you come to learn that nearly 1,000 drug traffickers were concealed within the derelict structure?" Sheriff Luke, naturally, would not betray Martin. In response to the inquiry, he merely alluded to the presence of an undercover officer within the drug ring, skillfully circumventing the matter, regardless of whether Colonel Ryan found it credible. Chapter 44, Night Combat in the Commercial Ruins. Subsequently, Colonel Ryan began to outline the personnel and equipment allocated for their support mission. A total of 629 Rangers were deployed, comprising 51 infantry squads and 17 machine gun teams. Each infantry squad consisted of 9 Special Forces operatives, including a squad leader responsible for command and decision-making, for riflemen, 2 grenade launchers, 1 scout, and 1 ammunition handler. Each machine gun team was composed of 10 Special Forces operatives, including a squad leader, for machine gunners, for assistant gunners, and 2 ammunition handlers. Additionally, Colonel Ryan had airdropped 1 119 Type 105mm howitzer, along with 30 rounds of ammunition. As Colonel Ryan prepared to initiate the assault, Martin was not idle either. He specifically requested a set of Ranger radio equipment and, after bidding Charlotte to remain in the police car and refrain from wandering about to avoid stray bullets, he made his way towards an unoccupied abandoned building, armed with his Barrett 8.21 sniper rifle. This particular edifice stood 6 stories tall, ranking above average in height among the surrounding derelict structures. Its framework resembled that of a department store found in the center of small county towns. Martin swiftly ascended to the rooftop, taking refuge atop the elevator shaft. He activated the night vision scope of his Barrett rifle, directing his gaze towards the area dense with ominous signals. Before him lay a small chamber, reminiscent of a shop, approximately 15 square meters in size. Within, over 100 individuals were meticulously arranged, kneeling in a peculiar posture, as if engaged in some arcane religious ceremony. Just as Martin contemplated further observing their activities, the distant sounds of fierce gunfire reached his ears. He hastily redirected his aim towards the source of the commotion, peering through the night vision scope. A squad of Rangers was assaulting a room occupied by drug traffickers. Their proficiency in urban counterterrorism operations was evident, their coordination impeccable. The squad leader kicked down the door and swiftly took cover, while another team member tossed a flashbang into the room. Bang! Accompanied by a blinding flash and a deafening noise, two riflemen immediately followed with precise shots into the interior. The drug traffickers, caught off guard, met their demise before they could comprehend the situation. After witnessing this, a single phrase echoed incessantly in Martin's mind. Now, this is what you call professionalism. However, as the gunfire erupted, an increasing number of traffickers awoke, armed and charging from the room, emerging from unexpected corners to mount a fierce counterattack against the Rangers. Their arsenal was impressively varied, featuring Russian-made AK-74s, American M4s, and M16s. Martin even spotted some traffickers wielding foreign versions of the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle and submachine guns. In addition to rifles, these traffickers were equipped with sniper rifles, grenades, landmines, and rocket launchers, resembling not mere drug dealers, but rather small warlords from northern Myanmar. Under the relentless resistance of these traffickers, the Rangers' offensive momentum swiftly faltered, their multiple assaults repelled with tenacity. It was as if a surging tide crashed against a steadfast dam, resulting in countless shattered waves. Through his radio earpiece, Colonel Ryan learned of the obstacles hindering his forces' advance. Without hesitation, he decisively ordered artillery support for the assaulting special forces. At his command, a squad of infantry swiftly maneuvered the 119 105mm howitzer into position. They worked with remarkable agility, fluidly loading shells and swiftly aiming to fire. Whoosh! The shell soared like a meteor across the night sky, propelled from the barrel with an imperceptible velocity. It hurtled past dilapidated structures, unerringly penetrating the room's window, and precisely landing within the targeted chamber. In an instant, a thunderous explosion erupted, the resultant fire illuminating the surrounding buildings as brightly as day. A powerful impact shook the dilapidated building violently, as if the very earth trembled under the might of this force. Simultaneously, the fierce and rampant gunfire that had once roared like a beast in the room came to an abrupt halt. Without hesitation, the nearby special forces advanced in a three-man assault formation, providing alternating cover as they breached the room. They acted mercilessly, executing precise shots into the bodies of the drug dealers, targeting their chests with 2 rounds and a final shot to the head, ensuring a swift passage to the underworld. They subsequently utilized this room as a pivotal breakthrough, tearing through the drug dealers' defensive fire. With the formidable intervention of the heavy artillery, the 119 Type 105mm howitzer, the dynamics of the battlefield transformed dramatically. The scales of fortune tilted sharply in favor of the special forces. The drug dealers, once arrogant and brazen, began to retreat under the relentless pressure, struggling to maintain their ground. However, just as the special forces pressed their advantage, Martin's acute danger perception skill detected an anomaly. Certain perilous signals had stealthily traversed beyond his location, quietly advancing towards the police convoy at the rear. Without a moment's hesitation, Martin hastily activated his radio earpiece, swiftly reporting to Colonel Ryan and Sheriff Luke. "This is Martin. I am currently on the rooftop of the nearest abandoned building to the convoy. I have detected drug dealers crossing my position, advancing toward the convoy. Their target may be the howitzer. I intend to attempt an interception, but there may be stragglers. The convoy must exercise utmost caution." Shortly after Martin concluded his report, Colonel Ryan's voice crackled through the earpiece. "Officer Martin, proceed boldly with your plan. The convoy need not worry, just ensure your own safety." As Colonel Ryan spoke, Martin's Barrett 821 sniper rifle was already aimed at the approaching drug dealers. With only himself in the fray and limited firepower, he needed to prioritize his targets. His first focus was on those armed with heavy weaponry, such as rocket launchers, sniper rifles, or hand grenades. Bang! The distinctive sound of the Barrett erupted from the rooftop of the dilapidated building, akin to thunder on dry ground, deafening and resonating through the air. The bullet, propelled by an overwhelming gust, accurately struck a rocket on the back of one drug dealer, hitting the fuse on his head. Boom! The rocket detonated instantaneously, the tremendous force sending 5 or 6 surrounding drug dealers soaring into the air like kites with severed strings. At that moment, the drug dealers who had stealthily approached the convoy were suddenly alerted and came to a halt. They realized the presence of a sniper atop the abandoned building behind them. Instantly, One of the drug dealers shouted at the top of his lungs, "Thick crap. Don't eat the sour radish." Above the building, a sniper lurked, prompting everyone to unleash their rocket launchers upon him. The cry echoed thunderously, reaching Martin's ears with clarity. He hastily sprang to his feet and leapt down the elevator shaft, racing towards the opposite side of the unfinished building. Just as he reached the other side, a deafening explosion erupted behind him. The structure trembled violently, as if on the verge of collapse. Yet, the barrage of explosions had not ceased. Rockets continued to rain down, each blast reminiscent of vengeful phantoms inexorably closing in on his position. Martin found himself retreating step by step until he stood at the very edge of the rooftop, with nowhere left to flee. As he hesitated, contemplating whether to leap in a desperate bid for survival, the explosions abruptly ceased. After a few moments of tense silence, Martin confirmed that the rockets had indeed stopped. He cautiously navigated the debris-laden floor, stepping lightly on the concrete fragments while skillfully avoiding the jagged steel rebar, striving to make no sound as he stealthily returned to the front of the elevator shaft. Finding a relatively secure vantage point, he resumed his observation of the drug dealers below. Through the night vision scope of his Barrett, Martin discerned their furtive movements as they stealthily advanced towards the convoy, their rocket launchers conspicuously absent. It remained unclear whether they had exhausted their ammunition or if they simply deemed the launchers useless, discarding them in haste. Martin meticulously scrutinized the equipment of the 34 individuals. Each carried only basic weaponry, such as the 74 and 56 series submachine guns, with merely 5 individuals wielding sniper rifles capable of posing a threat to him. Among them was one similar to Martin's Barrett, albeit lacking a stock. He surmised it to be the Barrett 822, a bullpup variant derived from the Barrett 821. 2 rifles were British-made, while the other 2 were of Soviet design. With unwavering focus, Martin zeroed in on the positions of these 5 snipers and, without hesitation, decisively squeezed the trigger. Boom. In rapid succession, the Barrett 821 roared 5 thunderous shots, unleashing bullets imbued with fury towards their targets. The snipers had no chance to react. They were mercilessly pierced by the bullets, their bodies violently torn apart by the force of the incoming fire. With the snipers neutralized, the remaining drug dealers were rendered incapable of hitting him, eliminating any lethal threat. Martin began to methodically dispatch the remaining dealers, greeting each one with the crystalline love emanating from his Barrett 821. Meanwhile, the 119 Type 105mm howitzer from the convoy echoed its own wrathful roar. Only the drug dealers wailed in agony. By the time the 30 rounds of artillery were exhausted, Martin had successfully eliminated all 39 infiltrating drug traffickers. He dashed to the opposite side of the unfinished building and peered through his night vision scope towards the drug dealer stronghold. The remaining traffickers had been cornered into a 12-story building, besieged with no escape. After a brief period of cowering, they began to organize and assault the Rangers' defenses. Despite the sporadic rocket fire and grenades launched in their direction, a single building was insufficient to establish a crossfire network. Gradually, the Rangers encroached upon the drug dealers' territory. When the Rangers secured the lowest 5 floors of the building, the psychological defenses of the traffickers finally crumbled. Small factions of drug dealers began surrendering to the Rangers. Witnessing the surrender of some of their peers, others quickly rallied their small groups to do the same. The act of surrender spread like an epidemic among the dealers. Increasingly, they discarded their weapons and raised their hands as they descended. Ultimately, the Rangers were startled to see over 100 individuals clad in kimonos, wielding katana, emerging from the building. This sight made them uneasy, and the barrels of their carbines instinctively lifted, fingers poised on triggers. They were aware of the notorious nature of this culture. Anything was possible. However, to their surprise, the Japanese individuals approached and knelt, bowing deeply. They respectfully offered their katana as a gesture of surrender. The Rangers confiscated the swords, binding the hands of the Japanese with zip ties before ushering them among the black detainees. Due to their distinct skin tones and attire, they stood out conspicuously amidst the crowd. Once all the drug dealers had surrendered, the Rangers relayed the news via radio to their superiors. Consequently, Sheriff Luke and Charlotte began leading the police into the scene to conduct follow-up operations, which primarily involved the handover of the traffickers, site cleanup, evidence collection, and the seizure and organization of contraband. The Rangers transferred the surrendered dealers and Japanese individuals to the police. Subsequently, they regrouped under Colonel Ryan's command, preparing to evacuate with the injured and the bodies of their fallen comrades. Amidst the bustling activity below, Martin remained atop the derelict building, Utilizing his heightened sense of danger in conjunction with his night vision scope, he meticulously scanned the area once more. Satisfied that no threats remained, he cautiously descended from the rubble-strewn, dilapidated structure, making his way towards the drug dealer's stronghold without haste. The missing Inspector Kevin was discovered by officers on the rooftop of a 12-story building, being supported by 2 policemen as he trembled down the stairs. Although he was unharmed, his mental state appeared to be compromised. He muttered incessantly, yet his words remained indecipherable to those around him. Once the concluding tasks were completed, it was already the early hours of the morning. The officers commenced their journey back to the county police station, transporting the drug dealer along with the confiscated contraband. Martin and Charlotte did not drive their own vehicle for this operation. Thus, they had to hitch a ride with Sheriff Luke back to the station. Thankfully, due to Charlotte's presence, Sheriff Luke refrained from exerting any undue influence over Martin, generously allowing them to return home without further ado. The hour was late, and rather than heading back to their seaside villa, they opted for Martin's redwood tree house. Upon their arrival, both felt utterly exhausted, especially Charlotte, who lacked any enhancements to bolster her stamina. After a night of relentless activity, culminating in overseeing a thorough examination of the seized drugs and weapons by a group of officers, her body and mind were nearly at their breaking point. As they entered the villa, she leaned wearily against Martin, utterly unwilling to move another step. "Martin, I'm so tired. Please carry me upstairs." Chapter 45. The President has arrived. While Martin was fatigued as well, he was far from being as drained as Charlotte. Thus, he lifted her effortlessly in a princess carry and made his way to his room on the 2nd floor. To his surprise, within the brief moment of ascending the staircase, Charlotte had already fallen asleep. Gently, he pushed open the door, allowing the cool moonlight to spill into the room, preventing it from being overly dark. Glancing into the room by the light of the moon, he noticed the blanket on his bed was bulging, as if someone were lying beneath it. A sudden jolt of alarm shot through Martin. Could it be a squatter claiming adverse possession? He recalled having seen on social media that there existed an archaic and peculiar law in the United States regarding adverse possession. Merely occupying someone's uninhabited property for a period could lead to acquiring ownership rights. Although Florida state law imposes a 7-year requirement for such claims, Martin certainly did not wish for his home to be invaded by anyone, not even for a single day. Carrying the already slumbering Charlotte to the bedside, he gently placed her down before abruptly pulling back the blanket. He intended to discover just who had the audacity to intrude beneath his sheets. However, upon revealing the blanket, he stood frozen in disbelief. The occupant was none other than Elena. Startled by the sudden exposure, Elena awoke. And as she beheld a man standing at the foot of her bed, she instinctively prepared to scream. Before he could utter a word, Martin's mouth was covered by a hand. The fright nearly made him break into a cold sweat. If this scene were to awaken the slumbering Charlotte, it would certainly lead to an incomprehensible explanation. "Elena, it's me, Martin." Upon hearing Martin's voice, Elena immediately ceased her struggles. "Martin, why have you returned?" Martin, however, was thoroughly perplexed. "Elena, I was about to inquire the same. This is my home, not the seaside villa in Myersburg. I don't recall bringing you here. How did you gain entry? And why are you in my bedroom, sleeping in my bed?" Elena, somewhat embarrassed, lowered her voice to explain. "I had a quarrel with John today, and didn't he wish to stay at the seaside villa? May I stay here for a few days? As for your place," suddenly, Elena grew resolute, sitting upright on the bed with her hands on her hips, tilting her chin defiantly. "Do not forget, I am a senator, and I am well aware of everything concerning you." Martin, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. His domineering mother-in-law was utterly unreasonable. Nevertheless, Elena's peculiar thought process prevented him from dwelling on it further. "Charlotte has been busy all day. She is exhausted. Please take care of her. I shall retire to the adjacent room for the night. Good night." With that, Martin hastily exited his room, ensuring to close the door behind them. Once in the neighboring room, Martin felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. He did not bother to undress, merely removing his shoes before collapsing onto the bed, drifting into a hazy slumber. Morning broke. The early sunlight, filtering through the sparse branches outside, cast a mottled glow into the room. Martin gradually awakened from his dreams, feeling as if his head had been struck by a heavy hammer. Each turn of his head was accompanied by a dull ache, and his thoughts felt sluggish, as if mired in a thick mire. This state of drowsiness made him feel as though his mind had rusted, incapable of functioning properly. Could this be a consequence of yesterday's mental exertion? Silently, he called upon the system in his mind. "System, display my current attributes." Host, Martin. Current justice value, 7,000. Current attributes, strength 10, speed 105, stamina 10, intelligence 11, spirit 43. Current skills, extraordinary danger perception 5400. Advanced culinary skills 287300. Advanced learning 8300. Advanced firearms 2300. Beginner combat 45100. Beginner reconnaissance 11100. Upon noticing that his justice value had risen to 7,000, a flicker of joy welled up within Martin. He instantly felt that the arduous efforts of the previous night had been entirely worthwhile. He scrutinized his attributes and concluded that enhancing his intelligence and spirit might resolve the current predicament. System. Convert 5,000 justice value into attribute points, at 23 points to intelligence and 27 points to spirit. After speaking, Martin reclined on the bed, bracing himself for the arduous evolution of his soul. Ding. Intelligence attribute has increased. Current intelligence is 34. Ding. Mental attribute has risen. Current mental state is 70. Indeed, the system did not disappoint him. At the moment the system's voice resonated, the excruciatingly unforgettable chill of ice enveloped him once more, imposing itself upon his being. It felt as though his soul were persistently reliving the harrowing cycle of freezing, crushing, shattering, and coalescing. Unlike the previous occasion, this icy torrent seemed to be accompanied by countless streaks of lightning. Each bolt pierced deep into his soul like steel needles, unleashing a pulsating current that left him feeling numb and swollen. Martin found it exceedingly difficult to endure this dual torment. He attempted to struggle against it, however. His soul and body were entirely beyond his control. Even his voice could not muster a whisper. He could only silently bear the burden, as if this were the inevitable price of becoming stronger. Time became an abstract concept, feeling as though a year had passed, or perhaps a century. Ultimately, this round of soul evolution came to a close. Martin slowly opened his eyes, only to realize that his garments were thoroughly soaked with sweat, his entire being dampened, oblivious to the multitude of cold sweat that had escaped him. Nevertheless, his mind was remarkably clear and agile, as if a sudden enlightenment had dawned upon him. The dizziness that had plagued him due to mental fatigue had vanished without a trace. His mental state was at its peak. He first made his way to the bathroom to freshen up. His sweat-soaked clothes were unwearable. His attire lay in his room, where Charlotte and Elena were still asleep. Given his current state, entering would be inconvenient. Reluctantly, Martin donned a bathrobe and stepped out of his room, barefoot. The second-floor corridor and the first floor were eerily quiet. It appeared that Charlotte and Elena remained in slumber, yet to awaken. He approached the door to his room, took a deep breath, and turned the handle to push the door open. Sunlight streamed into the room, golden beams cascading like holy light, infusing warmth into the space. Elena and Charlotte lay entwined in peaceful slumber on the bed. Martin entered the room, cautiously opening the wardrobe. He retrieved a fresh outfit and then made his way out of the room. After changing, Martin descended the stairs and entered the open kitchen on the first floor, beginning to prepare breakfast. By the time he finished cooking for the three of them, it was already 9 in the morning. Leaving only an hour until the promotion ceremony mentioned by Sheriff Luke, he hurriedly awakened Charlotte and Elena. Upon waking, Charlotte was surprised to discover that she had been sleeping alongside Elena. Despite Elena's fervent explanations that she had come here after arguing with John, Charlotte's gaze towards her remained scrutinizing. However, time was of the essence, and Charlotte reluctantly decided to give Elena the benefit of the doubt for the moment. After a brief wash-up, the two descended together to join Martin for a meal. Following their repast, Martin drove the Ford F-150, transporting Charlotte and Elena to the county police station. Upon their arrival, the station was bustling with activity, overwhelmed by the recent apprehension of over 300 individuals, including more than 100 Japanese nationals. The detention and interrogation rooms were severely overcrowded, resembling a packed public bus where many had no choice but to stand temporarily. The officers had not slept all night, tirelessly interrogating each drug trafficker. Though the traffickers remained tight-lipped, they were ruthlessly betrayed by the Japanese. As soon as the two entered the precinct, an officer called them over, relaying Sheriff Luke's orders for them to change into their uniforms and proceed to the auditorium. This scene felt hauntingly familiar to Martin. It seemed the protocol had not changed since their last visit. After bidding farewell to Elena, they wasted no time and headed to the changing room, donned their police uniforms, and entered the auditorium hand in hand. The hall was packed, filled with officers and journalists, and there were not enough seats for everyone, forcing many to stand helplessly. Martin searched the area and finally spotted their designated seats, unsurprisingly located behind the front row. They were situated in the middle of the second row, adjacent to the aisle. Moreover, Martin keenly observed that the auditorium's layout was markedly different from their previous visit. Instead of rows of tables and chairs, there stood a solitary lectern. As time swiftly passed, it soon approached 10 in the morning. Sheriff Luke, clad in a crisp uniform, was the first to appear at the entrance, followed closely by Colonel Ryan in jungle camouflage. To Martin's astonishment, trailing behind Colonel Ryan were Secretary of State James and President George Bush. Colonel List, Senator Elena, and Governor John formed a protective entourage around the president. Among this esteemed assembly, Sheriff Luke held the lowest rank, predictably leading the way. The journalists in the auditorium erupted in gasps at the sight of the president's presence, realizing that their attendance was indeed worthwhile, promising significant news ahead. The dignitaries first gathered on stage for a commemorative photograph before taking their respective seats. President George Bush found himself seated directly in front of Martin. The close proximity of the president stirred an unsettling impulse within Martin's hand, which rested on his holstered weapon. However, he quickly regained his composure, reminding himself of his current circumstances. At that moment, it seemed President Bush sensed Martin's gaze and turned to meet his eyes. With a gentle smile adorning his face, he softly inquired, "You must be the son-in-law of the Johnson family, am I correct? I remember you. Was it not you who asked Sam to summon me for the signing of the executive order last time?" Martin, feeling somewhat awkward, chuckled lightly as a sudden realization dawned upon him. "Mr. President, it is solely due to your executive order that the politicians and tycoons of New York managed to avert disaster." George Bush, taken aback by Martin's candid response, erupted into hearty laughter. Many journalists hastily captured this moment with their cameras. After uttering this single remark, George Bush turned away. As customary, Sheriff Luke was the first to take the stage, commencing his account of the joint operation against drug traffickers conducted by the police and the Rangers. The county police, overcoming numerous challenges, ultimately discovered the stronghold of the drug cartel in the abandoned commercial district north of Myersville. Upon initial investigation, we uncovered over 1,000 drug traffickers within the stronghold. A preliminary assessment indicated that this far exceeded the operational capacity of the county police. Consequently, we reported to the state government and the Special Operations Command, collaborating with the Rangers. Through intensive interrogations, we determined that the drug traffickers primarily originated from a Miami drug cartel. The operation resulted in the deaths of 762 traffickers and the arrest of 227 individuals. Additionally, we apprehended 121 members of the Japanese Yakuza who had come to demand narcotics payment from the cartel. We seized 500 kilograms of heroin, 300 kilograms of cocaine, and $2.9 million in drug proceeds. Furthermore, we confiscated over 700 various vehicles and more than 500 firearms, along with an unquantifiable number of rockets, grenades, and ammunition. As Sheriff Luke announced the operation's outcomes, the astonished gasps from the audience surged in waves, resonating without pause. Subsequently, Colonel Ryan of the Rangers ascended the stage. True to his military demeanor, his remarks were succinct yet robust. He first commended the county police's capabilities, denounced the ruthless audacity of the drug traffickers, and subtly praised the courage of the Rangers. Following him were Colonel Lister of the State Police, Senator Elena, Governor John, and Secretary of State James, each delivering concise and impactful speeches, diverging from the lengthy discourses of the past. Just as Secretary of State James concluded his address, Martin anticipated President George Bush would take the stage. However, Sheriff Luke unexpectedly called out to Charlotte and him. The two, bewildered, ascended the platform, unsure of what to say. Fortunately, Sheriff Luke did not intend for them to speak. Instead, he led a female officer bearing a tray forward. At that moment, President George Bush rose and approached the stage, personally replacing their old shoulder insignias with new ones. He even patted Martin on the shoulder, leaving him pleasantly astonished. Under the direct auspices of President George Bush, both Martin and Charlotte were promoted, with Charlotte elevating from inspector to chief inspector. Martin was promoted from officer to inspector. At precisely noon, the press conference concluded following the promotion ceremonies of Charlotte and Martin. The President and the Secretary of State departed swiftly after the conference, escorted by several security personnel as they made their way to the presidential Lincoln Town car en route to Myersburg Airport. Governor John and Representative Elena also had pressing schedules, leaving them no choice but to hasten their exit. Despite their profound longing for Charlotte, they could only exchange a few words and share a heartfelt embrace before departing in a rush. Sheriff Luke remained steadfastly by Colonel Lister's side. Once he ascended to the rank of State Police Highway Patrol Commander, Colonel Lister would become his superior, thus he could not afford to neglect him. However, Martin harbored a certain disquiet about the state police chief, sensing an inexplicable air of unruliness lurking beneath his seemingly upright demeanor, akin to that of Sheriff Dominic from Lake City. As the primary beneficiaries of the press conference, Martin and Charlotte attracted the media's fervent attention, with reporters from major outlets clamoring to interview them. Yet, as they were not spokespersons and held no authority to express opinions, their responses were invariably the same: no comment. For inquiries, please consult Sheriff Luke, who will provide you with answers. Excuse us. After much effort, they finally squeezed out of the grand hall and quickly made their escape, lest they be ensnared by the persistent reporters and miss their lunch. Chapter 46. The shooting incident at Bay Fort High School. Upon exiting the police station, the two of them drove Charlotte's Ford 150 directly to Guangzhou restaurant. There was no kitchen at the precinct for Martin to prepare a meal. Thus, they had to settle for a meal at the restaurant instead. Once they arrived, they ordered several signature dishes and began to dine intimately together, seemingly having completely moved on from the events of the morning. Their dining experience was rather tranquil, devoid of any interruptions from the young informant. After satisfying their hunger and settling the bill, they returned to the precinct. As soon as they stepped out of the car, Charlotte waved at Martin with a smile, saying, "Come, let us take a look at my new office." Standing by the vehicle, Martin stood tall and saluted her, exclaiming loudly. His demeanor elicited a fit of giggles from Charlotte. "Let us go, Inspector Martin." The two of them walked into the precinct, awaiting the elevator to ascend. Typically, inspectors' offices are located on the third floor, making the stairs a more convenient option. However, as the chief's office is on the fifth floor, waiting for the elevator proved to be the more prudent choice. Before long, they arrived at the fifth floor. Upon exiting the elevator, Charlotte walked down the corridor until reaching the end, where she found the office of the chief inspector. The door bore a label with the words Chief Inspector's Office printed in black on a white background. Beneath it, there was a neatly inscribed line displaying her full name, Charlotte Thompson. Charlotte took out her key and unlocked the office door. Directly opposite the entrance stood a large floor-to-ceiling window, allowing ample sunlight to flood the room, illuminating the entire office with a bright glow. The layout of the chief inspector's office closely resembled that of the inspector's, the only distinction being the presence of an additional inner room. The door to this inner chamber was cleverly concealed, serving as the backdrop behind the desk. It was flawlessly integrated, leaving no trace of its existence, making it exceedingly difficult to detect. However, with the turn of a key and a gentle push, one would discover a hidden world within. At that moment, Charlotte was demonstrating the mechanism for accessing the inner room to Martin. Upon its opening, one would find a layout akin to a bedroom, complete with a large bed, wardrobe, and bathroom. The design of the inner room was primarily conceived to accommodate the frequent overtime demands of leadership, providing them with a more comfortable space for rest. Sheriff Luke's inner room was even more lavish and extravagant, yet he had never taken anyone inside. In contrast to the serene atmosphere of the inner bedroom, he preferred engaging in heartfelt conversations with journalists within the main office. Martin merely peered inside the doorway of the inner room when, unexpectedly, Charlotte gave him a sudden push from behind, sending him stumbling inside. "Inspector Martin," she exclaimed, "allow the chief inspector to impart a lesson in law enforcement upon you. Let me enlighten you on why the flowers bloom so vibrantly." An hour later, Martin emerged triumphant, humming a cheerful tune as he descended from the fifth floor. Upon reaching the third floor, he intended to locate his office. After wandering about for a while, he was astonished to discover that Charlotte's former office had been reassigned to him. He turned the doorknob, found it unlocked, and proceeded to push the door open. The room remained unchanged since his last visit. Even the indoor plants were in the same condition. He approached the desk and sat down, noticing a key resting atop it. Without a second thought, he surmised it must be the key to the office door. Martin slipped the key into his wallet, then casually propped his feet on the desk, reclining comfortably as he began to drift into a light slumber. Unbeknownst to him, he succumbed to sleep. When he finally awoke, it was the persistent ringing of the telephone that roused him. Startled, he jolted upright from his chair, taking a moment to recollect that he had dozed off in the office. Rubbing his face to dispel the remnants of sleep, he reached for the incessantly ringing phone on the desk. "Hello, this is Martin. Who am I speaking with?" The urgent voice of Sheriff Luke came through the line. "Martin, what on earth are you doing? Why did it take you so long to answer the phone?" "Never mind that. Hurry down here. A shooting incident has occurred at Gulf Fort High School, with multiple officers injured." Upon hearing this, Martin felt a surge of urgency. "Sheriff, do not worry. I will retrieve my weapon and depart immediately. He hastily ended the call and, like a gust of wind, dashed out of his office, swiftly making his way to the police armory. There, he procured a fully equipped M15 assault rifle with a red dot sight and 3 magazines, along with 2 additional magazines for his Glock 19. After completing the necessary documentation, he jogged to the parking lot and set off in his assigned vehicle, a Ford Crown Victoria adorned with the classic police livery, rather than Charlotte's Ford F-150, as this was a mission. Gulf Fort High School is situated in the southern part of Myersburg, adjacent to the bustling downtown area and the renowned Myersburg Beach. It is an esteemed private institution, primarily attended by the offspring of affluent businessmen. The campus is expansive, featuring a diverse architectural style and enchanting scenery. The school comprises 2 4-story academic buildings, a 2-story laboratory building, a 4-story administration building, a 4-story activities building, a 6-story library, a 3-story indoor gymnasium, and an outdoor sports arena. Soon, guided by the map, Martin arrived at Gulf Fort High School. 3 police vehicles were already stationed at the entrance, though only 1 officer was on guard. He crouched behind a police car, gripping an M15 assault rifle, his demeanor fraught with tension. Observing the officer's state, Martin promptly heightened his sense of danger. After a thorough scan of the vicinity, he found no threatening signals within a 10-meter radius, leaving him with an odd expression. Clutching his weapon, he approached the officer and inquired with curiosity, "Why are you stationed here? Has someone been firing at you?" The officer, upon seeing Martin, exhaled in relief and saluted him. "I haven't heard any gunfire from here." The shots seemed to be coming from inside the school. 5 officers entered earlier, but the radio chatter has become chaotic, indicating that some officers may be injured. It appears the assailant is using them as bait, which is utterly ruthless. Martin activated his radio earpiece, tuning into their frequency to initiate communication. "This is Captain Martin. I am now taking full command of the Gulf Fort High School shooting case. What is your current status?" After a brief pause, just as Martin was about to repeat his call, a voice crackled through the earpiece. "This is Officer Eric. We are currently on the 2nd floor of the activities building at Gulf Fort High School. 2 officers have sustained leg injuries, but there are assailants ambushing from the 3rd and 4th floors, making it impossible to provide assistance at this time." Martin replied through the radio, acknowledged. The officer outside reported that 5 officers had entered in total. "What is the status of the other 2 officers?" After a considerable pause, Eric's voice crackled through the radio earpiece once more. "They are all deceased. 2 were thrown from the rooftop of the activity building, and I have verified that there are no signs of life remaining." Martin fell silent. This group of criminals appeared to be exceptionally ruthless and seemingly harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the police, as if they were specifically targeting officers for brutal execution. Nevertheless, the priority remained to subdue them as swiftly as possible. Martin quickly checked his firearm and magazine. Once assured that everything was in order, he dashed into Bay Fortress High School. The officers by the patrol car marveled at Martin's audacity to enter the school alone. Truly, he was worthy of being the top of his graduating class at the Law Enforcement Academy, having risen 3 ranks in just 1 year. Such dedication was commendable. With a mere salary of $500 a month, I might as well remain a humble trainee officer. After uttering this, he continued to crouch behind the patrol car, concealing himself entirely. Upon reaching Bay Fortress High School, Martin followed the signs without pause, hastening towards the activity building. As he neared the base of the building, he suddenly sensed a warning signal. He swiftly halted, concealing himself behind a sequoia tree, peering in the direction of the danger. There, on the rooftop of the activity building, he discerned a shadowy figure, half a head visible at the edge. "That must be a sniper," he mused. "In hindsight, I should have brought the Barrett along. The red dot sight is ineffective at this distance." However, returning to the precinct for a weapon was no longer an option. Martin could only assess the terrain, searching for a way to circumvent the sniper's line of sight from the rooftop. After a brief examination, he concluded that to avoid the open space in front of the activity building, he would have to circle around half the school, entering through the outdoor gym at the rear. Thus, Martin, armed with his M15 assault rifle, commenced his lengthy run. After approximately 15 minutes, he finally reached the back of the activity building. In his estimation, there were 3 danger signals on the 4th floor and 1 on the rooftop. Just 4 individuals? After making me run this far, I shall provide you with a definitive conclusion. He climbed the security bars to the 1st floor, shattered the 2nd floor window, and leaped into an activity room on the 2nd floor. At that moment, the room was in disarray, yet devoid of blood. This indicated that, at the very least. No one had met their demise within this particular space. Martin pushed open the door of the activity room, gazing outside. The entire activity building was configured in a square shape, with 4 interconnected 4-story structures surrounding a central atrium. Each floor was staggered from the one above, creating an overall appearance akin to a spiraling quadrilateral shaft. From his vantage point, Martin could clearly see 2 officers lying on the interspersed terraces of the first and second floors, their legs stained with blood, a clear indication of their injuries. However, at that moment, Martin chose to disregard them. His foremost objective was to subdue the assailants on the 4th and top floors. With his firearm raised, he exited the activity room, acutely aware of the perilous position he occupied. The 3 assailants on the 4th floor were vigilantly monitoring the location of the injured officers. Yet, should they venture into the central corridor, they would easily spot Martin below. Thus, he had to traverse swiftly, making his way to the 3rd floor to evade their line of sight. Taking a deep breath, Martin aimed his weapon at the corridor leading to the 4th floor and sprinted toward the staircase ascending to the 3rd floor. The sudden sound of his hurried footsteps reverberated through the otherwise silent activity building, echoing eerily. As anticipated, the commotion alerted the 3 assailants on the 4th floor. In Martin's perception, the 3 threats shifted positions rapidly, converging towards the center. Nevertheless, he had already reached the 3rd floor with an extraordinary burst of speed, placing himself directly beneath the 3 threats. Even if they were to peer down from the edge of the corridor, they would remain oblivious to Martin's presence. After a brief moment, the 3 threats returned to their previous positions. With no concern for exposure, Martin leisurely approached the staircase leading to the 4th floor. By not running, he ensured that his footsteps remained undetectable. Without alarming the 3 assailants, he soon arrived at the 4th floor, standing at the staircase's entrance. From the corner of the corridor, he could see one of the assailants squatting with his back turned towards him. However, the 3 assailants were strategically positioned, their formations highly dispersed. If Martin were to shoot the one in front of him, he would likely be met with concentrated fire from the other 2. Contemplating his options, an insidious idea suddenly occurred to him. If they were fishing, then he would fish too. Without hesitation, he lifted his 15 assault rifle, aligning the red dot sight on the assailant ahead, and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! The sound of 2 rapid gunshots echoed through the activity building, resonating as if there were more than just 2 shots. Almost immediately, the assailant in front of him began to wail in agony. "Don't eat the sour radish. The thick crab. I've been shot in my right hand and left leg. Come save me. Help." Upon hearing their comrades' cries, the other 2 assailants swiftly rushed over. Martin then aimed his rifle at the one sprinting the fastest and pulled the trigger once more. Bang! With the sound of the shot, the bullet surged forth, enveloped in flames from the muzzle. In an instant, the bullet pierced the skull of the assailant, sending his cranium flying, which landed some distance away in the direction of the shot. Cerebrospinal fluid, now bereft of the scalp's protection, spilled onto the ground as he collapsed. Witnessing this, another thug hastily brandished a handgun and fired towards Martin. Unperturbed, Martin retreated, taking refuge behind the corner of the staircase. Although the gunfire rained down like a torrential storm, each shot ricocheted off the walls or the staircase, failing to graze him in the slightest. A Glock 18? Wasn't this firearm exclusively issued to military and intelligence personnel? What manner of individuals were these thugs, capable of obtaining such automatic pistols? The Glock 18, an automatic handgun with a distinctive rapid-fire capability, was primarily reserved for armed forces and agents. As Martin pondered the identity of these assailants, he silently counted the shots. The standard magazine for the Glock 18 holds 17 rounds, while an extended magazine accommodates 33. He had noted that the thug's magazine did not protrude, indicating that once the 17 rounds were expended, a magazine change would be necessary. This moment presented Martin with an opportunity. Chapter 47. The predicament in Lake City. In less than 4 seconds, the awaited moment arrived. Martin stowed his 15 assault rifle behind him and drew his Glock 19. Crouching low, he peered around the corner of the staircase, aiming at the assailant who was in the process of reloading. He squeezed the trigger. Bang! The Glock 19 emitted a crisp report, and the thug fell back to the ground, struck in the forehead, a fatal shot. However, the 9mm parabellum round fired from the Glock 19 lacked the potency to shatter his skull, unlike the 5.56mm rounds from the 15 assault rifle. At this juncture, of the 3 assailants on the 4th floor, 2 lay dead and 1 was injured, posing no further threat. The sniper on the rooftop remained motionless, seemingly preoccupied with an unknown task. Unaware of any imminent danger, Martin stepped out from the staircase. Approaching the injured thug, he leaned in and queried in a hushed tone. "Stop your wailing. Who are you? Why have you come to the school to kill? And to torture the police?" The wounded thug, in agony, began to curse as he responded, "You don't know who I am? You, a mere officer, are finished." Martin chuckled lightly, dismissing the threat, and playfully patted the thug's face before asking, "Then enlighten me about your identity. I would like to broaden my horizons." The thug glared at Martin and, through gritted teeth, managed to utter, "I am Ethan Morrison. My father is Lister. You're done for, I assure you." Ethan Morrison? Lister? Martin reflected momentarily before recalling meeting Colonel Lister of the state police just that morning. Which state police colonel is Lister? Yes, he is your superior. Boy, it would be wise for you to bow down and take me to the hospital. A smug grin spread across the bandit's face. In his eyes, the fate of the police officer before him hinged on his mere words. Martin chuckled indifferently. These so-called second-generation individuals are truly foolish. They dared to provoke him at such a moment. Did they not fear the Glock 19 in his hands? Nevertheless, Martin sought to consult Sheriff Luke's opinion, as it pertained to a state police colonel. What if Martin were to kill his son and it affected Governor John? Furthermore, Sheriff Luke was soon to be promoted to captain of the state police patrol. What if he made things difficult for Sheriff Luke afterwards? What a headache. Martin found an office, saw a telephone inside, and kicked the door open to enter. He picked up the phone and dialed the number for Sheriff Luke's office. Soon, the call connected, and he heard Sheriff Luke's breathless voice. "Oh, hello, this is Luke. Who is this?" Martin was at a loss for words. While he was out there taking lives, Sheriff Luke was equally engaged in his own grim affairs in the office. "It's Martin. I have something to report." There was a moment of silence on the other end. Then a halting voice came through the phone. "Oh, Martin, hold on a moment. Go ahead." Hearing that Sheriff Luke seemed to be on a break, Martin hurriedly continued. "I am currently at Gulf Fort High School. There are 4 bandits here, one of whom is Lister's son. Should I deal with him?" "What?" As soon as Martin finished speaking, he heard Sheriff Luke's exclamation and a girl's voice apologizing. It seemed that Sheriff Luke had been injured. After a considerable pause, Sheriff Luke's voice returned, sounding much more composed. "Martin, are you serious? Is he really Colonel Lister's son?" Martin confirmed. "Yes, he claims to be Colonel Lister's son, named Ethan Morrison. I have only shot him in the arm and leg. He has been shouting for revenge. Do you think I should just take him out?" Upon hearing Martin's words, Sheriff Luke's anxious voice echoed through the phone. "No, Martin, maintain control of the situation. Don't do anything reckless. I'll be there shortly." With Sheriff Luke advising caution, Martin naturally refrained from acting impulsively. "All right, I will wait for your arrival." After hanging up, Martin chose not to check on Ethan Morrison again. He feared that the boy might provoke him with his words, and in a moment of impulse, he could end up shooting him, which would create significant trouble. Additionally, the sniper on the rooftop needed to be dealt with. Otherwise, if Sheriff Luke arrived and was taken out by a single shot, the situation would escalate dramatically. Martin arrived at the staircase leading to the rooftop on the 4th floor, cautiously ascending while gripping his .15 assault rifle. Upon opening the door to the rooftop, he immediately spotted an individual crouched at the edge, adorned with headphones, swaying to an eccentric melody. The person was wielding a British sniper rifle, aimed directly at the square in front of the activity building. To ensure that the assailant would not be fatally harmed, Martin stowed his .15 assault rifle and drew his Glock 19, aiming at the sniper's non-lethal zones before pulling the trigger. Bang! Bang! The sniper received the same treatment as Ethan, with Martin firing just 2 shots. One struck his right arm, while the other hit his left leg, effectively preventing the assailant from retaliating or fleeing, thus simplifying the operation. The sniper was jolted by the sudden impact of the bullets, feeling excruciating pain radiating from his right arm and left thigh. The agony was unbearable, prompting him to wail and curse like the criminal below. Upon hearing the torrent of profanities, Martin quickly descended, shutting the rooftop door behind him. Out of sight, out of mind. Approximately 20 minutes later, Ethan Morrison and the sniper atop the building had shouted themselves hoarse. Sheriff Luke finally arrived at Bay Fortress High School with 2 police cars, driving directly to the base of the activity building instead of stopping outside. After disembarking, Martin waved to them from the 4th floor, signaling them to come up. Soon, Sheriff Luke and his team ascended to the 4th floor, encountering the self-proclaimed son of Lister. "Ethan, it truly is you. Why did you bring a firearm to school and assault the police?" Upon seeing Sheriff Luke, Ethan immediately found his courage and began to shout at him. "Crab meat! Look, you've arrived. Is that officer one of your subordinates? He dared to shoot at me. You must dismiss him, or I'll have my father deal with you." Seeing Ethan audaciously hurling accusations at him, Sheriff Luke quickly instructed his officers. "What are you all waiting for? Hurry and transport the injured to the hospital." Martin then added, "There is another one on the rooftop who has also been injured." Upon hearing this, Sheriff Luke addressed his officers again. "Remember to take the injured individual from upstairs to the hospital as well," and assigned several officers to keep a close watch. After watching the officers carry away the wounded Ethan and the sniper from the rooftop, Sheriff Luke lit a cigarette and, with a solemn tone, said to Martin, "Martin, you may not fully grasp who Lister is. He is a local law enforcement officer in Florida, held in the highest esteem among his peers. He hails from a family of police officers. His father, Gus Morrison, was once the sheriff of Miami but retired a couple of years ago. Upon his ascension to the state police, he wielded the connections left by Gus to create considerable turbulence. No one anticipated that he would truly achieve something significant, as within a few short years, he had successfully brought various local police factions under his control. His methods were formidable and not to be underestimated. Everyone was aware of his illicit dealings. Yet no one could grasp his incriminating evidence. Otherwise, he would not have ascended to such a position. The state police, county police, city police, and even the rural police systems all had his operatives strategically placed within them. For now, we could not act against him. We needed to learn to avoid his wrath. However, in a few years, once John, Martin nodded, realizing that individuals of John's stature were beyond his purview. Thus he refrained from pursuing Sheriff Luke's line of thought. Instead, he found himself intrigued by the origins of the Thompson family. From Sheriff Luke's words, it appeared that the Thompsons were newcomers. "So, you mean to say, none of you are from Florida?" Sheriff Luke nodded. With nothing to conceal, he directly explained. "We relocated from California. I've reviewed your file. Broadly speaking, we are somewhat of fellow countrymen." Martin acknowledged this with a nod, understanding that, for the moment, Lister was untouchable, and thus he needed to contemplate Ethan Morrison more thoroughly. Reflecting on the seething expression on Ethan's face as he was carried away by officers, it was evident he would continue to stir trouble. On a more pessimistic note, one might consider that Ethan's ruthless father, Lister, could also target him. If only it were like in the future, where a single online exposure could lead to resignations and public apologies for any position. Yet, at present, information flowed solely through television and newspapers, rendering channels too singular. As long as one possessed wealth and power, any scandal could be suppressed. Alas, this nation is steeped in darkness. When will the common folk rise? Furthermore, if Sheriff Luke asserted that Lister had operatives in every police department, did that not place him in peril? After all, his current danger perception abilities could not be perpetually activated. Humans invariably have moments of oversight. Should he fall prey to a trap, would he not find himself in an irretrievable situation? He suddenly inquired of Sheriff Luke, "Do you know which police department has fewer of Lister's men? Or perhaps a place he cannot reach?" Sheriff Luke fell into deep contemplation. After some time, inspiration struck him, and he excitedly proposed, "Hey, Martin, if you wish to lay low, I could arrange for you to be temporarily assigned to Lake City." "Lake City?" Martin responded with confusion, for it did not strike him as a favorable locale. The last time he passed through, he had left the Lake City police chief and his 2 sons in ruins, alongside the deaths of numerous officers. In such times, who does not have connections? Did the remaining officers not harbor resentment towards him? "Yes, Lake City," Sheriff Luke reiterated, continuing to elucidate the rationale behind recommending Lake City. "During your last execution of a special mission, you nearly obliterated the Lake City Police Department. Following your departure, the surviving officers were subsequently incarcerated. Currently, Inspector Ace has assumed the role of acting sheriff in Lake City, with most of the officers there being transferred from our department. Moreover, Lieutenant Carter from the SEAL team has returned from New York and is stationed there as well. If you were to inquire where one might not find a member of the Lister family, I would surmise it is solely within Lake City." Contemplating Sheriff Luke's line of thought, Martin indeed found Lake City to be a commendable option. However, this matter evidently requires discussion with Charlotte, as he is no longer a solitary individual. Such a significant decision warrants her perspective. "Thank you for your suggestion. I shall confer with Charlotte upon my return. Whether we proceed or not, I will provide you with a response by tomorrow at the latest." However, Sheriff Luke harbored certain unspoken thoughts that he did not share with Martin. One being the rather fortuitous arrival of Lister's son, Ethan, at such a critical juncture, specifically during Sheriff Luke's promotion. His targeted ambush of county police officers raises suspicion. Luke would not believe it without Lister's instigation. even in the absence of direct orders from Lister. It is conceivable that Ethan overheard snippets of his father's conversations at home and sought to resolve matters in his father's stead. Whether this intervention serves to rectify issues or to exacerbate them remains ambiguous. The other concern lies with Ace. He is currently ensnared in the quagmire of Lake City, living in a state of constant anxiety. Recently, he has been seeking assistance from Sheriff Luke. Initially, Ace was quite confident in his ability to serve as the sheriff of Lake City. He believed that leading 100 elite officers from the county police would enable him to decisively eradicate the criminal elements plaguing Lake City and restore peace to the community. However, to his utter dismay, shortly after taking office, officers on patrol were shot at by motorcyclists, resulting in 1 death and 1 injury, with the assailants still at large. As for Dominic's casino and film company, they initially appeared to be promising leads. However, following Dominic's demise, both establishments became deserted, severing any potential leads. Despite Ace's extensive investigations, he found no useful information regarding the casino and film company, as if those who operated them had never existed in Lake City. Furthermore, he discovered no trace of Dominic's drug trafficking network. Left with no alternatives, Ace resorted to dispatching officers to investigate Dominic's financial firm, reasoning that with Dominic deceased, the company would likely be in disarray, potentially revealing some vulnerabilities and evidence to unravel Dominic's illicit enterprise. However, when Officer Ace inspected the financial company, he discovered that the company's accounts were exceedingly reasonable. Loans amounting to less than $500,000 carried an annual interest rate of 18, while those exceeding $500,000 bore an annual interest of 25. All of this fell well within the lending limits permitted by Florida law. This left Ace feeling as helpless as a dog trying to bite a hedgehog. Consequently, he continually sought assistance from Sheriff Luke, hoping that this seasoned leader could offer him some support. Yet, what could Sheriff Luke do? He was not even in Lake City. Even if he were a detective as renowned as Sherlock Holmes, he would still be unable to reach the situation. At this juncture, Martin had offended Lister's son. Was this not a script divinely orchestrated? Chapter 48. Charlotte's surprise. Thus, Sheriff Luke immediately began contemplating the idea of sending Martin to Lake City. Indeed, it was a suitable refuge. Luke was not misleading Martin in this regard. After some reflection, he deemed Charlotte to be an unstable variable. If she refused to let Martin leave, it would render their efforts futile. This matter required a preliminary phone call to John for a heads-up. Both men, harboring their own thoughts, exited the activity building. The faculty and students within were guided out of the safe house by the officers. After hearing gunfire, they had all taken refuge in the safety of the activity building. There were no reported casualties among the teachers or students, further confirming that Ethan Morrison and his accomplices had chosen this location specifically to lure the police, intending to engage in malicious acts of cruelty, their intentions exceedingly sinister. A state trooper, emboldened by a sense of authority, treated the police as mere playthings. Sheriff Luke, upon hearing Martin's resentful complaints, patted him on the shoulder. The second generation often enjoyed privileges without grappling through the struggles faced by their predecessors. Ethan, shadowing his father daily, observed how his father barked orders at the officers, now regarding them as less than human. "Let us head back to the station," Luke suggested. Martin climbed into Sheriff Luke's patrol car, and they swiftly returned to the county police station. Upon their arrival, Martin exchanged greetings with Sheriff Luke before taking the elevator directly to the 5th floor. He knocked on the door of Charlotte's office, and a languid voice beckoned from within. "Come in." Martin turned the doorknob and stepped inside. Upon seeing Martin, Charlotte immediately relaxed, her previously upright posture collapsing into the chair. With tear-filled eyes, she gazed at Martin and spoke in a languid, weary tone. "Martin, didn't you just leave? What brings you back?" Martin, momentarily taken aback, playfully tapped her on the head. "What are you thinking? I feared you might be overworked, so I came to offer you a massage to alleviate your fatigue." He approached Charlotte from behind, placing his hand gently on her shoulder, and began to knead it softly. After he finished with her shoulders, Charlotte felt increasingly languid. At that moment, Martin was seated in her office chair, while she curled up like a small cat in his embrace. As he held Charlotte, Martin began recounting the events that transpired in the afternoon. "Charlotte, I have something to discuss with you," he said. "This afternoon, Sheriff Luke assigned me a task to succinctly relay the occurrence of the shooting at Bayfort High School." When Martin mentioned that one of the assailants was Colonel Lister's son, Charlotte immediately adopted a serious demeanor. "Martin, are you saying that Uncle suggested you go to Lake City?" "Absolutely not. I disagree." Unlike Martin, Charlotte had established deep connections in the county police department, having arrived a year earlier. She had already heard gossip that Chief Ace had made a mess after taking the position of sheriff in Lake City. Thus, when she learned that Sheriff Luke had recommended Martin to go there, she instinctively voiced her opposition, believing Luke wanted Martin to fill a troublesome gap. Martin was not surprised by Charlotte's dissent. However, he mistakenly assumed it was because she couldn't bear to be apart from him. Yet, her subsequent words shattered his self-absorbed notion as she began to chatter excitedly about the various happenings in Lake City involving Ace. Her previous lethargy vanished, as if she had transformed into a different person. After listening to Charlotte's gossip, Martin gained a clearer understanding of the current state of Lake City. It was indeed a chaotic situation. Nevertheless, one thing Sheriff Luke said was accurate. Lake City was certainly not under Lister's control. After a moment of contemplation, Martin resolved to spend some time in Lake City. Charlotte, although Lake City is a challenging place, I believe I possess the capability to manage it. Moreover, according to the current circumstances, there should be no Lister affiliates there. At least, I won't have to worry about being stabbed in the back by anyone in the police department. What do you think? Charlotte, too, fell into deep thought. If the intention was merely to evade scrutiny and avoid becoming a target of Lister and his son Ethan, then Lake City was indeed the most suitable refuge. However, she still did not want Martin to venture into such a perilous location. Let us return to the seaside villa tonight. We can consult my father and see what he thinks. Thus, after Martin returned from Bayford High School to the police station, he remained in Charlotte's office until closing time, and the two of them left the station hand in hand. They climbed into the Ford 150 and drove directly to the seaside villa in Myers. Upon arriving, the villa's yard was empty, with no sign of John and Elena's car. Oh, it seems father and mother have not yet returned from work. Let us prepare dinner in the meantime. Martin listened to Charlotte's words with delight, eagerly agreeing. For cooking was indeed his passion. All right, let us see what treasures lie within the refrigerator. Upon entering the open kitchen on the ground floor of the villa, Martin opened the refrigerator, only to find it unusually brimming with a variety of ingredients. Well, Charlotte, when did your family start hoarding food? Charlotte stood behind him and glanced into the refrigerator as well. Although her face mirrored his astonishment, she responded with a smile, ever since the day I brought you home. With an abundance of ingredients at his disposal, Martin found himself with ample room for creativity. Dishes that had previously been unattainable due to lack of ingredients could now finally come to life. Before long, the kitchen resonated with the rhythmic sound of chopping, akin to a delightful symphony. While Charlotte claimed to be assisting, she was, in reality, offering a continuous stream of gasps of amazement and generous compliments, providing Martin with an unending source of emotional support. As delectable dishes were plated, Charlotte transformed into a taste tester, sampling each creation. With every bite, she found herself struggling to conjure new adjectives. After all, everything was simply too delicious, and she had nearly exhausted her vocabulary of praise, resorting to repetitive exclamations of delight. By the time Martin had prepared 6 dishes and a soup for the Chinese meal and 3 dishes and a soup for the Western fare, Elena returned home just in time. Martin was then embracing Charlotte, guiding her in the art of crafting creamy mashed potatoes and blueberry pudding. From afar, Elena's voice rang out in surprise. Wow, it smells divine. Martin, is that you? I've been longing for your Chinese dishes. She hurriedly dashed through the living room and caught sight of the affectionate couple in the kitchen, her heart suddenly filled with a pang of jealousy. Ahem, still in the kitchen, are we? If you wish to be affectionate, perhaps save it for the bedroom, she teased. In response to Elena's playful banter, Charlotte showed no signs of shyness. Instead, she nestled closer to Martin and proudly tilted her chin towards Elena with a triumphant hum. Martin, however, felt a tinge of embarrassment, releasing Charlotte as he greeted Elena. Elena, you're back. Just in time. We prepared dinner, though we still need a dessert. I can handle that, Charlotte chimed in. You two go ahead to the dining room. In front of Elena, Charlotte planted a quick kiss on Martin's cheek before joyfully leaving the kitchen, taking Elena's hand. Come on. Mom, let us head to the dining room. Elena cast a glance back at Martin, who was busy in the kitchen, her eyes flickering with an inexplicable glimmer. She then joined Charlotte in the dining room, where the table was already set with both the Chinese and Western dishes Martin had prepared. The mingling aromas of the dishes filled the modest space, creating an inviting atmosphere. Elena sat in her chair, gazing at the array of delectable dishes before her, unconsciously beginning to salivate. The temptation was irresistible. Charlotte observed Elena's demeanor and found it somewhat amusing, entirely forgetting her own previous state. Mother, do try to maintain a semblance of decorum. Upon hearing Charlotte's teasing, Elena, in a huff, picked up a nearby spoon and gently tapped it against Charlotte's smooth forehead. Evidently, she had matured, not only having a man in her life, but also daring to jest with her mother. At that moment, Martin brought over a small plate of creamy mashed potatoes with blueberry pudding. "Elena, when will John be back? Should we call him?" Hearing Martin mention John, a flicker of discontent crossed Elena's eyes as she replied curtly, "He is still busy. There's no need to wait for him. Let us begin our meal. Martin, your Chinese cuisine smells absolutely divine. I can hardly contain my eagerness to taste it," she declared, then began to feast heartily, causing Martin and Charlotte to exchange perplexed glances. Deep down, Martin pondered whether his mother-in-law had quarreled with her husband. With a shared understanding reflected in their looks, Martin and Charlotte recognized their similar thoughts. Thus, the meal commenced in this peculiar atmosphere. Halfway through, the sound of a car engine echoed from outside the villa. John had returned. His expression was calm, revealing no signs of change. Upon entering, he greeted Martin and then sat beside Elena. The moment John arrived, the smile vanished from Elena's face. She turned cold, emanating an aura of frosty detachment, as if to signal her desire for solitude. Yet John appeared oblivious, savoring Martin's Western cuisine and showering it with compliments. The meal was fraught with tension for Martin, who feared a confrontation between his mother-in-law and father-in-law. He also contemplated which side he should intervene for, should a dispute arise. After finishing her meal, Elena announced her discomfort and ascended the stairs to her room. John then pulled Martin and Charlotte into the living room, where they indulged in cola while watching television and engaging in light conversation. At last, Martin seized the opportunity to recount the events of the afternoon, including Sheriff Luke's suggestion, and sought John's opinion. In fact, Sheriff Luke had already contacted John earlier that day, so he had been mulling over the matter. Why not go? Although Lake City may be a mess, it presents a unique opportunity for you. If others have failed to manage it, your success there would truly showcase your talents. Charlotte was taken aback by John's endorsement of Sheriff Luke's proposal. If Martin were to go to Lake City, it would mean they would be separated for an extended period. Charlotte's mind whirled rapidly, and she soon conceived an idea. "Father, if Martin is to be dispatched to Lake City, then I must also be assigned there." Upon hearing this, John spat out his cola and fell into a fit of coughing. Witnessing this, Martin quickly rose, retrieved several tissues, and offered them to John. After placing the cola down, John accepted the tissues to wipe his mouth and the cola-stained fabric before turning to Charlotte with an irritated reprimand. "What nonsense! What do you intend to do in Lake City? It's currently extremely perilous. Calling it a powder keg would not be an exaggeration. Do you possess Martin's capabilities?" "Father, Lister is merely a colonel in the state police." Charlotte abruptly stood from the sofa, her face flushed with emotion, her voice involuntarily rising in pitch. "You are the governor. Surely you can." However, before she could finish, John mercilessly interrupted her. "Charlotte, you are no longer a child." John furrowed his brow, his expression grave, his gaze piercing as it fixed upon Charlotte. "You must understand, politics is not a battlefield. It does not revolve solely around life and death. More often, it entails mutual concessions and compromises. Reflect on this." With that, John sighed deeply. He turned and ascended the stairs with a heavy tread, retreating to his room. Once John had departed, Charlotte could no longer suppress her feelings of injustice. She sank onto the sofa, weeping softly. Her sobs were poignant and heart-wrenching, causing Martin great distress. Naturally, he could not remain indifferent. He swiftly seated himself beside Charlotte, gently and firmly embracing her, allowing her to lean against his sturdy chest. His voice was low and soothing, attempting to calm the turmoil within her. "Charlotte, do not blame your father. He is the governor and bears many burdens and dilemmas. I will only go to Lake City to evade the storm, and I shall return shortly. We can still work together. Besides, taking Highway 93. It's merely a 4-hour drive to Lake City. Here's what we'll do. I promise to return every weekend to keep you company." Under Martin's comforting words, Charlotte gradually ceased her crying. She lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes gazing at Martin as she softly murmured, "Martin, shall we go to the Red Cedar Villa tonight?" "Very well, let us depart at once." Martin, too, sensed that both John and Elena's moods seemed rather amiss today. Feeling somewhat awkward staying there, he readily agreed. "Wait a moment, I'll go upstairs to fetch something. You can start the car." Charlotte rose from Martin's embrace, resembling a delicate fawn, and swiftly ascended the stairs. Martin, not contemplating much further, grabbed the car keys and exited the villa. As he settled into the Ford 150 and started the engine, he soon spotted Charlotte rushing out, dragging a large suitcase behind her. Martin hurriedly exited the vehicle, eager to assist her with her suitcase. Upon taking hold of it, he realized that despite its sizable appearance, it was surprisingly light. He placed the leather case onto the back seat and couldn't resist teasing, "Charlotte, this can't possibly be your luggage. Are you planning to stay with me indefinitely?" Charlotte let out a playful huff, turning her gaze towards the villa outside the car window with a mischievous expression. "You'll find out soon enough. I have a surprise in store for you." Chapter 49. Sheriff Ace seeks help at 9:15 in the evening. The Ford 150 roared down Buckingham Avenue like a wild beast, racing with fervor. Sitting in the driver's seat, Martin quickly spotted the enormous sequoia tree and skillfully maneuvered the vehicle to a stop in front of the villa. As he exited the car, Martin intended to help Charlotte with the suitcase, but she swiftly beat him to it, lifting it herself. "Martin, go open the door," she instructed, prompting him to rush to the villa's entrance and hold the door open for her. Charlotte placed the suitcase on the living room sofa and smiled at Martin. "You go back to your room for now. I'll surprise you shortly." Martin, bewildered by her words, refrained from asking questions, not wanting to dampen her enthusiasm. After securing the doors and windows, he ascended the stairs to his bedroom. He lay on the bed, waiting for a while, but Charlotte did not arrive. So, he decided to freshen up in the bathroom. When he emerged from his wash, wrapped in a bathrobe, he noticed that the bedroom lights were off. They had been on prior to his shower, and a flicker of confusion began to stir within him, heightening his alertness. Just as he turned on the ceiling light, Charlotte's cheerful voice filled the room. "Sailor Moon, transform." Martin's eyes widened in astonishment as he turned towards the source of the sound, his gaze instinctively sharpening. There, on his grand bed, stood Charlotte, adorned in a Sailor Moon costume, her golden hair styled into two playful pigtails, beaming at him with infectious joy. The allure she exuded was utterly irresistible, stirring a surge of emotions within him. "Martin, tonight I am Sailor Moon. Do you think my transformation looks good?" Witnessing this, Martin felt an exhilarating rush. It felt as though all the blood in his body had surged to a singular point, leaving him unable to contain his excitement. "A transformation? Well, I can do that too. If you are Sailor Moon, then I shall be the Great Wolf. Watch me transform." Morning arrived with a heavy, overcast sky. The clouds obscured the sun, and a gentle drizzle fell, yet this did not dampen Martin's spirits. He was currently driving Charlotte's Ford 150, making his way to the county sheriff's office while reminiscing about the delightful moments of the previous night. However, the consequences were quite severe. Charlotte's knee was injured, and her cheeks were swollen. Regardless of the circumstances, she would undoubtedly be unable to go to work. Only Martin, resembling a steadfast beast of burden, had to venture out today. Unbeknownst to him, he had already driven to the entrance of the county police station. He entered the precinct, first heading to the changing room to don his crisp police uniform and equip himself with the necessary gear. He then made his way directly to Sheriff Luke's office. Knock. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed, and almost immediately, Sheriff Luke's weary voice responded from within. "Come in." Martin pushed the door open and found Sheriff Luke seated behind his desk, his face etched with fatigue. "I discussed it with Charlotte yesterday. I am heading to Lake City," he stated. Sheriff Luke nodded, for he had already received a call from John the previous night and was aware of the situation. "Martin, your sole task in Lake City is clear. Under the condition of safeguarding yourself, eliminate the criminal elements as thoroughly as possible. Whether they are drug dealers, gangs, casinos, or any other form of vice, they are all targets for our intervention. The governor's directive is absolute, regardless of the consequences." Regardless of the consequences? So that means they must all perish. Martin mused internally, sensing Sheriff Luke's unwavering resolve, which aligned with his own intentions. After all, he needed to vanquish the wicked to earn justice points and enhance his attributes and skills. Standing tall, he saluted Sheriff Luke with utmost respect. Sheriff Luke picked up the desk telephone and dialed a number, simply stating, "We are ready on this end. You may come over now." He then hung up the phone. Just as Martin was curious about whom Sheriff Luke had called, the sheriff rose and approached him, patting Martin's shoulder. "Come on, you are being reassigned to Lake City. You cannot leave empty-handed. Let us visit the armory and prepare your equipment." Martin followed Sheriff Luke to the armory, a place he had frequented numerous times and was quite familiar with the gear within. He first retrieved the Barrett rifle concealed beneath a cabinet. He then intended to select a fully equipped 15 assault rifle. However, Sheriff Luke seemed to anticipate Martin's choice and opened another cabinet. Inside were a row of brand new 4 carbines. The precinct has recently acquired a new batch of 4 carbines capable of fully automatic fire. They possess greater firepower than the 15 assault rifle. Would you prefer this? Martin gladly accepted the sheriff's suggestion. He had utilized the .4 carbine during a special operation previously, though its precision was slightly inferior to that of the .15 assault rifle at long range. Its compact design and rapid rate of fire made it far more suitable for urban combat. All firearms and tactical accessories were meticulously packed into boxes, accompanied by various tracking devices. Martin emerged from the armory, carrying 2 hefty crates. After Martin selected his weapons, Sheriff Luke guided him to the parking lot in front of the police station. By the time they exited, a formidable Apache helicopter was already stationed in the lot. An AH-64 Apache attack helicopter? Am I really taking this to Lake City? Sheriff Luke nodded, a glimmer of envy in his gaze as he addressed Martin. It was personally arranged by Governor John. This Apache has always been assigned by the state government for the governor's defense. Even I have never had the chance to pilot one. Haha, you should hurry. Martin approached the Apache helicopter with the 2 gun boxes in tow. At that moment, the twin doors of the cockpit were wide open, and the pilot was seated in the main cockpit, following the pilot's instructions. Martin placed the 2 crates in front of the co-pilot seat and took his position in the co-pilot's seat. Once he donned the pilot's helmet, the pilot initiated the engine startup. The rotors began to spin rapidly, and the helicopter ascended gently, heading north towards Myersburg. It must be said that flying in a helicopter provided Martin with an unprecedented and exhilarating experience. Myersburg is approximately 400 kilometers from Lake City, and the AH-64 Apache has a cruising speed of around 250 kilometers per hour. This meant that in less than 2 hours, Martin would arrive in Lake City. Throughout the flight, Martin incessantly inquired about the operation of the Apache helicopter. The pilot, seemingly aware of Martin's exceptional background, answered all his questions with enthusiasm. Thanks to Martin's innate talent, he possessed advanced learning capabilities. While he may not have reached the level of photographic memory or intuitive understanding, he certainly surpassed the average scholar. Since the pilot was willing to teach, Martin was eager to learn. In no time, he grasped the fundamentals of flying the Apache and its weapon systems. The Apache helicopter features 2 tandem cockpit positions, the slightly lower co-pilot seat, where Martin was situated, primarily responsible for fire control, along with auxiliary monitoring and communication duties. The higher position, the pilot's seat, is tasked with managing the helicopter's flight dynamics, as well as command and surveillance. During combat missions, the Apache can carry up to 16 AGM-114 Hellfire missiles. Additionally, it is equipped with a 30mm M230 chain gun, capable of holding 1,000 rounds. However, today's mission was merely a standard cruise to deliver Martin, so no missiles were loaded. Before long, the Apache helicopter approached the outskirts of Lake City. And from the sky, the entire cityscape began to reveal itself. As the pilot intended to directly descend at the Lake City police station, an anxious voice suddenly crackled over the radio. This is Sheriff Ace of Lake City. Officers in the vicinity, please provide assistance at Southeast County Road 245. I repeat. Officers in the vicinity, please provide assistance at Southeast County Road 245. Upon hearing this, Martin quickly sought the pilot's opinion, as he was not the one operating the helicopter. Can we provide support? After a moment of contemplation, the pilot, in consideration of Martin's request, decided to assist the Lake City police. Yes. The cannon on the aircraft is operational. You will handle the fire control, but you must follow my commands. With that, the pilot navigated the Apache helicopter towards Southeast County Road 245. Before long, the armed Apache helicopter hovered over a 2-story villa, where sporadic gunfire could be heard. Peering through the helicopter's side windows, Martin quickly spotted Sheriff Ace and his team. 3 police cars were stationed beside the villa, with several officers taking cover behind them. Numerous motorcycles circled the villa, each carrying a bandit armed with a rifle, intermittently firing at the police vehicles. Goodness! Are the criminals in Lake City this brazen? Martin seized the radio to call out. This is Martin. I'm currently aboard the Apache armed helicopter. Sheriff Ace, what is the situation? Before Martin could finish, Sheriff Ace's excited yet urgent voice came through the radio. Martin, you made it? Don't ask questions. Let's eliminate these Italian mobsters first. Martin felt a bit bewildered, struggling to grasp the meaning behind Ace's words. Shouldn't the Italian mafia be operating in Italy? How had they come to America to assault the police? Was it a transnational crime syndicate? However, with the situation being so dire, there was no time for Martin to ponder further. Suddenly, the pilot barked at Martin, fire. Instinctively, Martin pressed the fire control switch on the joystick. Instantly, a barrage of 30mm rounds erupted from the helicopter's cannon. Bang! 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 The shell struck a motorcycle with unerring precision. With a resounding explosion, the motorcycle erupted in a fiery blaze, transforming into a mass of twisted metal, enveloped in orange flames and billowing black smoke. As for the two individuals on the motorcycle, upon closer inspection, one might still discern a few remnants. The Apache's 30mm cannon earned its designation as such due to its capability to unleash massive caliber ammunition, which could effortlessly tear through the armor of light vehicles and, with sustained fire, even penetrate tanks. It is essential to note that the Barrett 50 caliber sniper rifle fires a projectile with a diameter of merely 799mm. When juxtaposed with a 30mm shell, it seems almost trivial. In terms of power, it is vastly inferior. The sudden explosion of a motorcycle instantly captured the attention of the other motorcycle gunmen. At that moment, they became acutely aware of the formidable presence looming above them. Even though they were merely gang members, lacking any combat experience, they understood that their rifles stood no chance against the armed helicopter hovering in the sky. Consequently, the motorcycles scattered in a frantic escape in all directions, rationalizing that with only one helicopter overhead, it could not possibly pursue all of them simultaneously. Indeed, this was the case. The pilot, maneuvering the Apache helicopter, could only chase after the motorcycles concentrated in specific areas, aiming to neutralize as many gang members as possible. Once the helicopter hovered directly above the motorcycles, he commanded Martin to prepare for engagement. This time, Martin was ready, diligently adjusting the aim and elevation of the 230 cannon. As the motorcycles entered the crosshairs of his sight, he decisively pressed the fire control switch. The gunfire erupted with a series of resounding bangs, the bullets cascading like meteors, ignited and accompanied by the piercing sound of their passage. In an instant, they tore through the gunmen perched on the motorcycles, obliterating the speeding vehicles. The relentless barrage continued, resulting in the inevitable destruction of both bikes and riders. After all the gang members in that vicinity were eliminated, the pilot guided the helicopter back to its previous position. As soon as the helicopter landed, Sheriff Ace rushed over, not even pausing for Martin to disembark before warmly clasping his hand. "Martin, your arrival was fortuitously timed. Without you, I fear that today would have ended tragically for me and these brothers." Martin found himself somewhat overwhelmed by Sheriff Ace's exuberance, despite having attained the rank of sheriff. He seemed less composed than before. Martin first handed over his two gun cases to Sheriff Ace before leaping down from the Apache helicopter. After exchanging pleasantries with the pilot, the Apache ascended once more, preparing for its return flight. Sheriff Ace gazed at the departing helicopter, bewildered, and turned to Martin. "Wait, Martin, why is the Apache leaving? Was it not here to support us?" Martin looked back at Sheriff Ace in astonishment, unable to fathom the dire state of Lake City that led the sheriff to genuinely believe an armed helicopter would come to their aid. "That Apache belongs to the governor. It was only temporarily dispatched to assist me. Sheriff Ace, please enlighten me about the current situation in Lake City." Upon hearing this, Sheriff Ace's demeanor shifted abruptly. Growing noticeably colder, he let out a long sigh and then patted Martin on the shoulder. "Come on, let us return to the precinct first. I will elaborate once we arrive." Chapter 50, Disguise, Surveillance. In pursuit, Martin followed Sheriff Ace into the police car, which drove along County Road 245 southeast towards the city. After a series of twists and turns, the police vehicle arrived in the bustling downtown of Lake City. The police station was situated in the very heart of this vibrant area. Throughout the journey, Martin keenly observed the circumstances of the downtown. To his astonishment, he discovered that the most prevalent buildings in the area were hotels and restaurants, with one appearing almost every short distance. Outside each hotel, a few scantily clad women loitered, of various ethnicities. Their expressions were vacant, their faces pale and devoid of color, and their demeanor lacked vitality. Whenever a vehicle passed slowly by, their gaze would languidly follow its movement. In stark contrast, the situation outside the restaurants was markedly different. At each establishment, a sharply dressed white man stood sentinel. They were fashionably attired, their exposed skin adorned with various tattoos, and their hair uniformly styled in black curls, exuding a distinctive Italian model-like charisma. However, such a uniformity raised Martin's suspicions. "Sheriff Ace, have you noticed these hotels and restaurants?" Ace turned his gaze in the direction Martin pointed, his expression transforming into one of surprise. "Martin, what is peculiar about these hotels and restaurants?" "I don't see anything particularly unusual." Momentarily taken aback, Martin's mind raced with countless questions. Was this the esteemed detective sergeant that Sheriff Luke had always praised? Could it be that this seasoned detective, a figure of excellence in criminal investigation, was unable to perceive such obvious clues? Sheriff Ace, consider this. Each hotel has a group of women in front, and each restaurant has a man stationed at its entrance. If there are no peculiar customs at play, wouldn't you find this unusual situation rather suspect? Once again, Ace directed his gaze outside the car window, and a glimmer of excitement began to illuminate his eyes. Oh, I see now. They must be the eyes of the Italian mafia, tasked with surveilling our every move. Martin, I knew my instincts were correct. You truly are a genius in criminal investigation. Martin couldn't help but tug at the corners of his mouth. In this day and age, was genius so undervalued? It seemed that tackling the formidable task of eradicating organized crime was beyond the capabilities of Sheriff Ace and his ilk. For the rest of the journey, Martin remained silent, not wishing to be struck by another of Ace's offhand remarks. Soon, the police car came to a steady halt at the precinct entrance, and Martin, along with Sheriff Ace, stepped out. Upon entering the station, the atmosphere was stifling and oppressive, making it hard to breathe. The officers appeared weary and dispirited, resembling wilted eggplants under frost. Captain Ace escorted Martin to his office. Once the door was shut, he began to elaborate on the investigation concerning Lake City. The roots of Lake City's troubles can be traced back to 1966, the year the Cuban Adjustment Act was enacted. This legislation aimed to attract talent from Cuba, with the intention of fostering a divide within the country. However, the individuals attempting to flee Cuba were not solely Cubans. There were also individuals of African descent, Italians, and immigrants from various nations. Among them, many of African descent congregated in Miami, while a small portion of Italians arrived in Lake City, with the majority settling in New York. Many of these Italians were affiliated with mafia organizations. Over the course of more than 2 decades, they established a comprehensive network of interests in Lake City, encompassing finance, gambling, film, and narcotics. They also cultivated political figures such as Senator Enzo DeLuca and Sheriff Dominic, who provided them with protection and support, allowing their illicit enterprises to flourish openly and expand unabated. The situation took a darker turn after the assassination of Dominic, as these criminal enterprises transitioned from overt to covert. Despite ongoing investigations, we have yet to uncover even a shred of illicit evidence. It is as if they possess foresight regarding our every move, concealing incriminating evidence beyond our reach. Captain Ace lamented his frustrations to Martin, feeling despondent as he lit a cigarette and took a deep drag, enveloped in swirling smoke as he continued his narrative. Our team has been thoroughly exhausted by several false alarms. Today was no exception. The 911 dispatcher received a call reporting a burglary in progress on County Road 245. Upon my urgent arrival, there was no sign of the burglar, but I was confronted by over 20 motorcycles rushing towards us, each carrying armed assailants who opened fire without hesitation. Had we not reacted swiftly, several lives could have been lost, including my own. Through Captain Ace's account and the scenes observed along the way, Martin's mind began to race. However, as he pieced together the clues, he felt overwhelmed. The situation in Lake City was far more complex than he had anticipated. If his suspicions were correct, Lake City was verging on a state of universal hostility. The populace could roughly be categorized into 4 groups, the first being members of the Italian mafia who had entered illegally. The second comprised Italians who had crossed the border but were not affiliated with the mafia, much like the men outside the restaurant. Their initial motivation for coming to Lake City may have been merely to seek camaraderie and warmth. However, after years of development, these individuals must undoubtedly possess intricate connections with the mafia. The third category comprises the local residents of Lake City who have already been ensnared by the mafia, such as the women loitering at the hotel entrance offering their services. Regardless of whether they are coerced into participation, these individuals have become mere instruments of mafia crime. The fourth category consists of the local inhabitants of Lake City, who uphold the basic functioning of the community, preventing it from devolving into a true Gotham. Among these 4 groups, the first and second are undoubtedly targets that require intervention. The third group necessitates careful evaluation. Once Martin clarified the targets at hand, he couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief. Sheriff Ace, should there be any further reports of disturbances, please inform me. I will personally lead a team. Sheriff Ace was overjoyed at Martin's willingness to take on this daunting task and promptly agreed. Certainly, Martin. I will notify you immediately should any calls come in. Suddenly, Sheriff Ace appeared to recall something, rummaging through his drawer before producing a set of car keys. Ah, Here are the keys to your assigned police vehicle. Now that you are a police chief, you ought to have a patrol car. The department's finances had been squandered by Dominic, leaving little equipment available. Moreover, Lake City was currently experiencing a shortage of officers, making it impossible to allocate any to Martin at this time. Once we expand our recruitment, you will certainly be provided with one. Martin understood that each chief could command 10 to 15 officers. However, with fewer than 100 officers total in Lake City and over 10 chiefs, the allocation was severely lacking. Furthermore, these chiefs were all loyal to Sheriff, making it unlikely they would part with any personnel for Martin's benefit. Nevertheless, Martin was indifferent to this and held little regard for those officers. He would address that matter later. Sheriff, I shall take my leave now. Do not hesitate to call if an urgent matter arises. Grasping the car keys from the table, Martin hefted 2 gun cases and strode out of the Lake City Police Department. He successfully located his assigned patrol car in the parking lot outside, which turned out to be a brand new Buick. Unbeknownst to Martin, these police vehicles had been confiscated from Dominic's estate. Otherwise, he would have had no vehicle to drive. After entering the car and starting the engine, he drove directly towards the Blanche Hotel, not far from the station. It was here that he and Charlotte had once spent a night. This hotel could be considered one of the few safe establishments in Lake City, devoid of Italian guards at the entrance. Martin spent the entire afternoon in a flurry of activity. He rented a room for himself, purchased various disguises, along with hair dye, eyebrow pencils, and similar items. After a considerable effort, Martin transformed his once golden locks into a deep brown, adorning his neck and exposed arms with tattoos drawn with the eyebrow pencil. With a mere touch of makeup, he transformed from a quintessential British gentleman into a darkly stylish Italian youth. As dusk descended, Martin secured a Glock 19 at his waist and concealed 3 standard magazines within his pockets. Marking his door, he sauntered out. Already devising a plan to infiltrate the mafia's stronghold, he leisurely approached a bustling restaurant guarded by Italian men, striding confidently inside. The Italian at the entrance greeted Martin with a smile and a nod, to which Martin responded warmly before stepping through the threshold. Upon entering, he was met with an eerily quiet dining hall. Despite the throngs of patrons milling about, the number of seated guests was surprisingly scant. This peculiar atmosphere heightened Martin's vigilance. After all, the juxtaposition of leather pants and cotton trousers must have its reasons. At that moment, an Italian man emerged through a side door, his demeanor despondent as he muttered angrily while hastening outside. Though Martin could not comprehend the Italian language, the man's expression conveyed his evident fury. True to his demeanor, he headed straight for a nearby hotel, lingering momentarily beside a group of women, surveying them as if selecting wares. With a lascivious grin, he lifted one girl, who was barely half his height and possessed a youthful, delicate beauty, and made his way into the hotel. A blaze of rage ignited within Martin. The citizens of Lake City truly lived in dire straits. Taking several deep breaths to quell his murderous intent, he turned toward the hall's side door. Passing through it, he navigated a narrow corridor, soon hearing a cacophony of shouts. Quickening his pace, he ventured inside, his eyes widening at the spectacle before him. In a room comparable in size to the main hall, 3 large gambling tables were surrounded by an eager crowd of both men and women. Their eyes were bloodshot and wild, yet their spirits were undeniably high. Martin moved closer to observe. The largest table in the center hosted games of blackjack and baccarat, while the left table featured sickbo and craps, and the right table offered American roulette. Behind the tables, a row of booths housed couples indulging in revelry, smoking, drinking, and brazenly engaging in drug use. To avoid drawing attention, Martin mimicked the Italian gamblers, shouting indistinct phrases in their language. After a period of discreet observation, he identified 3 key figures. One was a middle-aged man stationed beside the dealer at the central table, with a gaunt face and piercing gaze. He exuded an air of calmness, unconcerned as he leisurely smoked a cigarette. Amidst a throng of fervent gamblers, Martin felt distinctly out of place. He surmised that he was likely either the proprietor or the authority figure of the casino. Opposite him at the gaming table sat a young man who, throughout the evening, enjoyed a streak of wins with minimal losses. However, each time he faltered, it was when others placed their heaviest bets on him. It was evident that he was in cahoots with the casino, orchestrating the game seamlessly. The last notable figure was a youthful individual nestled deep within a private booth. Despite his youthful appearance and the palpable distance he maintained from those around him, the boisterous patrons treated him with utmost reverence, indicating that he too held significant stature. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, the young man in the booth rose, ushering a group of individuals out with a whirlwind of energy. Seizing the fleeting opportunity as they brushed past one another, Martin discreetly slipped a tracking device into the folds of the young man's jacket. He then followed suit, exiting the casino in their wake. Once outside the restaurant, the young man stood still while his companions dispersed in various directions. From his vantage point within the establishment, Martin found this behavior perplexing, utterly oblivious to their intentions. However, it wasn't long before enlightenment struck. The thunderous roar of motorcycle engines reverberated through the streets surrounding the restaurant. The group returned, riding their motorcycles back to the entrance. One individual offered his motorcycle to the young man, opting to sit behind another. Under the young man's leadership, they sped away on their bikes. Martin remained unhurried, waiting until the sound of the motorcycles faded into the distance before leisurely exiting the casino. He ambled to a car rental agency, paid the deposit, and rented a Chevrolet Camaro. He then drove back to the Blanche Hotel. Upon reaching the door of his room on the 3rd floor, Martin meticulously examined the hair he had placed in the door frame. Finding it undisturbed, he used his room key to unlock the door. The room appeared unchanged, exactly as it had been when Martin last left. Without lingering, he grabbed 2 gun cases and exited, ensuring to replace the hair in the doorframe once more. Descending to the Chevrolet parked below, Martin opened the gun cases and skillfully assembled the Barrett 8.21 and 4 carbines. He then retrieved a device resembling a calculator from the cases. This was the tracking locator he had procured from the county police department. Chapter 51. The Mafia and Yakuza Organizations. After activating the device, 2 dots, a red and a green, immediately appeared on the screen. The green dot represented the location of the tracker, while the red dot indicated Martin's current position. Confirming the functionality of the tracking device, Martin drove the Chevrolet towards the location marked by the green dot. Following the device's guidance, he sped northward, swiftly exiting Lake City. After approximately 20 minutes of travel, they gradually approached the location marked by a green light. Martin parked the vehicle by the roadside and, clutching the Barrett rifle and .44 Magnum, ascended the nearby hill. He activated the night vision scope of the Barrett and began to survey the surroundings. Below the hill lay a small ravine, flanked by mountains on 3 sides, within which stood a vast expanse of warehouses constructed from bricks and concrete. The ravine was merely separated from Interstate 75 by the hill upon which Martin stood. He could even faintly recognize the terrain, realizing it was indeed the ambush site set by Dominic's son. The individuals present here must certainly be affiliated with Dominic's faction. Given their considerable numbers, it would be prudent to notify Sheriff Ace for a coordinated assault. Martin promptly retrieved his radio earpiece, tuned into the police frequency, and initiated a call. "This is Officer Martin, calling Sheriff Ace." After a considerable wait, the radio crackled to life, revealing a groggy and yawning voice. "Ah, this is Ace. Martin, why are you looking for me at this late hour?" Martin was momentarily speechless. He had never noticed before how this fellow exhibited even less dedication than Sheriff Luke. However, the matter at hand was urgent, so Martin hastily relayed his discovery to Sheriff Ace, providing the coordinates of the warehouses. Instantly, Ace became alert. "Excellent, Martin. You truly are the person I have faith in, a genuine genius in criminal investigation. In my opinion, even the agents pale in comparison to your prowess. I will gather my team and head over right away." After shutting off the radio, Martin lay flat on the hill, continuing to observe the warehouses. After about 15 minutes of waiting, lights began to flicker along the road leading to the entrance of the ravine. Initially, Martin assumed it was Sheriff Ace arriving with his team. However, upon further reflection, he realized that a large police force could not possibly arrive so swiftly at this hour. He then redirected his rifle and peered through the night vision scope towards the entrance of the ravine. Before him, a Nissan Mazda, accompanied by 8 Nissan Isuzu 150 trucks, slowly approached, coming to a halt in the open space in front of the warehouses. The door of the Mazda swung open, and 4 individuals dressed in kimonos, with samurai swords at their sides, emerged from the vehicle. Through the night vision scope, Martin could only make out vague shapes, and he couldn't help but ponder silently, could this be yet another presence of the Japanese Yakuza? Was this a meeting point for a transaction between the Yakuza and the Mafia? Moments later, the large doors of the warehouse swung open, and the young man Martin had previously tracked emerged, accompanied by a group of subordinates. The 2 factions met in the open area in front of the warehouse, appearing to engage in jovial conversation. After 2 minutes, one of the Japanese men opened the trunk of the Mazda, retrieving 2 boxes and handing them to the young man. The young man then passed one of the boxes to a nearby subordinate, who placed it on the ground and opened it with a knife. From his vantage point on the hill, Martin struggled to see the details clearly through the night vision scope. The young thug appeared to be holding something in a dagger, bringing it close to his nose. After a mere whiff, he gave a thumbs up to the Japanese men. The youth then clapped his hands, and a throng of individuals emerged from the warehouse. To Martin's astonishment, several thugs led out over 100 girls by ropes. Could it be that the Japanese were trafficking drugs in exchange for women with the Italian mafia? A modern-day slave trade? This was utterly outrageous. As Martin pondered this, the Japanese began inspecting the girls one by one, wielding flashlights as if examining livestock. They pried open the girls' mouths to inspect their teeth and scrutinized their bodies for signs of development. Once all the girls had been thoroughly examined, the Japanese again gave a thumbs up to the youth. Although Martin could not hear their words, it was likely something akin to good job. It was evident that both parties were exceedingly satisfied with the transaction. What a malevolent Axis power! As the Japanese started to herd the girls, preparing to load them into trucks in batches, Martin hesitated, contemplating whether to fire a shot to at least impede their progress. At that moment, Sheriff Ace finally arrived with the police, fulfilling everyone's expectations. Over 30 police cars, sirens blaring and lights flashing, rushed towards the entrance of the ravine. In front of the police vehicles were 2 light armored cars equipped with 240 machine guns, effectively blocking the Japanese's exit. Sheriff Ace and Lieutenant Carter took cover behind the armored vehicle's door. Sheriff Ace produced a loudspeaker and began addressing those inside. The gangsters, hearing the announcement, realized they were surrounded and had nowhere to escape. They were given an opportunity to surrender and lay down their arms, or risk losing their precious lives when the police stormed in. As Sheriff Ace spoke, the Japanese, caught in a moment of panic, hastily boarded their vehicles. Seizing the opportunity, they sped into the warehouse, promptly shutting the large doors behind them. However, a square hole, the size of a human head, appeared in the door. Just as Sheriff Ace was astonished and prepared to issue an order for a forceful assault, 6 barrels of a formidable weapon, a Gatling gun, emerged from the square opening. Martin, lying atop the hill, could see it clearly through his night vision scope. He quickly activated his radio earpiece to alert everyone. "This is Officer Martin. The gangsters have a Gatling gun. Please take cover." His voice came through the radio like a splash of cold water, instantly dousing Sheriff Ace's ambitions. He barely had time to shout for everyone to duck before the sound of gunfire drowned out his voice. In the darkness of night, the Gatling gun unleashed a relentless barrage of fire. The bullets raced through the air like shooting stars, incessantly striking against the armored vehicles and police cars. The armored vehicles, fortified with thick armor, could only sustain shallow indentations from the 7.62 by 51 mm rounds fired by the 134 Gatling gun. However, the police cars were an entirely different story. Despite being constructed from specially reinforced materials, more resilient than their standard counterparts, it was indeed fanciful to expect them to withstand the continuous fire of the Gatling gun. One by one, the police vehicles succumbed, erupting in flames, illuminating the entrance of the ravine as if it were daylight. At this moment, Martin could not remain a passive observer. If Sheriff Ace were to be eliminated, how could he possibly seek refuge in Lake City? He hurriedly aimed the Barrett's night vision scope at the square firing port of the Gatling, pulling the trigger without hesitation. The thunderous crack of the Barrett momentarily drowned out the cacophony of the Gatling gun. Sparks of metal clashed within the firing port, fleetingly visible in the night. Subsequently, the chilling sounds of the Gatling ceased. After a considerable pause without the resumption of gunfire, Sheriff Ace exhaled a sigh of relief. Struggling to his feet, he surveyed the grim scene strewn with the bodies of his officers, a surge of fury coursing through him. These were the very individuals he had painstakingly trained, the ones he relied upon for support. The loss of so many was unbearable, fueled by righteous anger. Sheriff Ace seized the 4-carbine rifle from Lieutenant Carter and unleashed a hail of bullets toward the warehouse door. He bellowed with fervor, "Shoot them all. Eliminate those little bastards and the Japanese dogs. Spare no bullets. I'll write the report later." The remaining police officers, inspired by their leader's valor, charged forward, firing their 4 carbines at the warehouse door with wild abandon. Meanwhile, the members of the Sea Leopard assault team aboard the armored vehicle began to operate the 240 machine gun, indiscriminately spraying fire into the warehouse. In an instant, the air was thick with the sounds of gunfire and the acrid scent of smoke, reminiscent of a battlefield in Syria. Before long, the warehouse door was riddled with bullet holes, resembling a sieve. It was uncertain whose bullet severed the door's hinge, but one half of the door crashed inward. The Japanese and mafia members inside the warehouse retaliated, returning fire upon the police. A fierce exchange unfolded between the two sides, one inside the warehouse and the other outside. engaged in a fierce struggle for territory. Martin, lying on the hillside, noted the stalemate between the factions and decided to provide sniper support for the police using his Barrett. Each time a Japanese or mafia member dared to expose themselves to return fire, the unmistakable crack of the Barrett echoed, claiming another life. Under Martin Barrett's suppression, the Navy SEALs swiftly advanced to the entrance of the warehouse. 367 fragmentation grenades were hurled into the warehouse through the main door. Boom, boom, boom. The cacophony of explosions was interspersed with the anguished cries of individuals. Subsequently, the SEAL team members alternated their charges into the warehouse, engaging in fierce close-quarters gunfire with the gang members. The sporadic gunfire echoed within the warehouse. At this moment, the police dared not follow the SEALs into the fray, for they had not undergone the requisite professional training to contend with such chaos, and thus remained steadfast at the periphery of the warehouse. Martin crouched atop a hill. Due to the warehouse's obstruction, his Barrett had become ineffectual. He could only manipulate the night vision scope, continuously surveying the area surrounding the warehouse. After a while, he suddenly spotted multiple figures emerging on the hillside behind the warehouse. Dressed neither in police uniforms nor in camouflage, they could only be gang members. Martin activated his radio. "This is Officer Martin. I have spotted several gang members fleeing the rear hillside of the warehouse, requesting permission to engage." Shortly thereafter, the voice of Sheriff Ace crackled through the radio, "Permission granted to fire." Receiving the response, Martin promptly shut off the radio and aimed at the highest figure on the hillside, decisively squeezing the trigger. Bang! The distinctive sound of the Barrett reverberated throughout the valley, momentarily freezing all movements. The figure Martin had targeted suddenly seemed to shrink, collapsing to the ground and rolling down the slope. Martin did not relent. He continued to direct his aim at the next highest figure, sending it a greeting, and systematically began to take aim from high to low. The fervor of the Barrett 821 was both passionate and unforgettable. Bang! Accompanied by the deafening report of the Barrett, various components tumbled down the hillside, and the scent of blood permeated the air. The gang members below finally awoke from their stupor, horrified to realize that ascending the hill was undoubtedly a path to doom. However, the front entrance of the warehouse had already been firmly sealed off by the Navy SEALs, resembling an impenetrable fortress, leaving no possibility of escape. In an instant, these gang members found themselves ensnared in a dilemma, their faces awash with hesitation and fear. Nevertheless, the seasoned Japanese members quickly devised a third option. Without hesitation, they discarded the firearms provided by the mafia, hastily shedding the fabric from their kimonos to drape over their katanas. They then raised a white flag, shamelessly surrendering to the Navy SEALs. With the surrender of their Japanese allies, the resolve of the mafia's gang members began to waver. Following Mussolini's dictates, they made what they believed to be the wisest choice, discarding their weapons and shamefully trailing behind the Japanese. After all, this way, they need not utter the shameful word surrender. Following the capitulation of all his subordinates, the youthful member of the mafia instantaneously lost his protection. He was soon captured by the agile SEAL team. Thus, this thrilling operation appeared to conclude perfectly. Martin meticulously checked once more through his night vision scope. Assured that no adversaries had escaped, he finally exhaled in relief and began to pack his gear as he descended from the hill. However, he momentarily forgot the elaborate camouflage he had meticulously crafted. At that moment, he resembled nothing short of a dapper Italian gentleman. Consequently, as he descended, cradling the Barrett and carrying the 4 carbines, he had yet to greet anyone when 2 vigilant SEAL team members apprehended him. Not only were his weapons confiscated, but his hands were also tightly bound behind his back. "I'm Martin," he exclaimed, tears of frustration welling in his eyes. "Release me, Lieutenant Carter, Sheriff Ace. Come quickly to my aid." Upon hearing Martin's familiar voice, Lieutenant Carter and Sheriff Ace rushed over in haste. Their eyes widened as the beams of their flashlights flickered across Martin's face. Sheriff Ace scrutinized Martin, his expression filled with suspicion. "Is that really you, Martin? What has happened to you? Your hair has darkened, and you have tattoos." At that moment, the 2 SEAL team members recognized Martin's voice as well. Guilt washed over their faces, and they repeatedly apologized. Hastily, they used a knife to cut the bindings, freeing Martin. He rubbed the deep imprints on his wrists, casting them an annoyed glance as he indignantly replied, "I dyed my hair this afternoon, and the tattoos were drawn with an eyebrow pencil. If I hadn't transformed myself like this, how could I have successfully infiltrated the enemy and discovered their stronghold?" Chapter 52. The Mafia's Counterattack. Lieutenant Carter clicked his tongue and couldn't help but give Martin a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Martin, do you have some time in the next couple of days? I would like to invite you to teach the team a couple of camouflage classes." Your skills in disguise are simply extraordinary, far surpassing those of our trainers. Martin, unwilling to encroach upon another's livelihood and gain an unnecessary adversary, tactfully declined, saying, I have been exceedingly busy lately. Perhaps we can discuss it when I have more time. All right, Lieutenant Carter nodded, seemingly oblivious to Martin's subtle refusal, naively believing that Martin was simply overwhelmed with busyness. At 11 o'clock that night, the darkness enveloped the surroundings like thick ink, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Silence reigned, as if even the sound of time passing could be distinctly heard. After the officers and their team cleared the scene, they remarkably rescued over 800 young girls from several warehouses. The multitude of individuals, coupled with the apprehension of several gang members, clearly indicated that a mere handful of vehicles could not effortlessly transport them back. Sheriff Ace, filled with trepidation, sensed that returning to Lake City at this juncture might invite unforeseen complications. Thus, with resolute determination, he waved his hand and systematically organized a contingent of officers to escort the injured officers to the hospital. Simultaneously, he instructed them to properly tend to the bodies of the fallen officers. The remaining officers commenced an intensive interrogation of the captured gang members. Martin was also assigned a task. He, along with a female officer named Vivian Stern, was responsible for interrogating these gang members. In the dimly lit interrogation room, transformed from a warehouse, the feeble light shone directly upon the faces of the gang members. The atmosphere within was oppressive and taut, as if it could stretch the heartstrings to their utmost limit. The first individual they interrogated was a Japanese man. You are Japanese, are you not? I advise you to be forthcoming, or I shall send you to a prison where individuals like you are quite popular, Martin declared, his gaze piercing like twin beams of cold light, fixated on the Japanese man. What is your name? The Japanese man trembled slightly, akin to a leaf shivering in the cold wind, and answered in a hushed tone, Kikukawa Kiku. Upon hearing this name, Martin momentarily faltered, internally scoffing at the peculiarity of it. What an odd name. Could he possibly be? Noticing Martin's brief distraction, Vivian maintained her stern demeanor and, with frost-like seriousness, inquired, What is your identity? Kikukawa Kiku, head bowed, dared not meet their gaze, his voice barely above a whisper, akin to the sound of a mosquito, replied, I am a member of the Yamaguchi-gumi Kikukawa faction. Our leader is Kikukawa Miki. Vivian nodded slightly, her pen swiftly recording the information before she continued. What brings you to Lake City? Kikukawa Kiku shuddered, as if struck by an electric shock, stammering in response, Our faction is in need of actresses. Our leader, through an intermediary, made acquaintance with a mafia don. He introduced us to this place for a transaction. $3 million worth of heroin in exchange for 120 pure maidens. Martin's rage ignited upon hearing this revelation. He could hardly fathom the depths of depravity exhibited by these Japanese individuals. He slammed his hand upon the table, the resounding noise reverberating in the confined space like a thunderclap. How did you arrive here? Kikukawa Kiku flinched at Martin's sudden outburst. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead. His lips quivered like leaves in the wind as he stammered. We arrived through the mafia's channels. They arranged for us to disembark at Jacksonville Port, and we drove directly here. By the time Martin and the others finished interrogating several gang members, dawn had already begun to break. The faint light of morning pierced through the clouds, dispelling the darkness and ushering a glimmer of hope into the world. He and Vivian hurriedly handed the interrogation records to Sheriff Ace. With a furrowed brow, Sheriff Ace meticulously compiled all the information, only to find himself beset by a headache as he convened a meeting with Martin and several other officers. Thanks to Captain Martin's infiltration into the enemy's ranks, we successfully located the stronghold of the mafia. A hint of fatigue and relief colored Sheriff Ace's voice. Through everyone's collective efforts, we achieved significant results in our crackdown. However, according to the information provided by these gang members, this was merely the tip of the iceberg of their dark industrial chain. His expression grew increasingly grave, his eyes revealing profound concern. The most notorious figure captured, Le Caruso, was merely the Lord's nephew. The path to completely eradicate the gang presence in Lake City is indeed a formidable challenge. Sheriff Ace sighed deeply. All right, everyone, let us wrap things up here. We will return to the station shortly. Before long, several officers arrived from Lake City in buses, bringing back over 800 rescued girls. Sheriff Ace, along with the officers, escorted the apprehended gang members, marching forward with great determination. Meanwhile, Martin drove back to the Blanche Hotel in his rented Chevrolet Camaro. As the police convoy, a formidable line of dozens of vehicles, entered the city, it immediately drew the citizens' attention. Particularly striking was the shock and disbelief of those who recognized their daughters among the girls on the police buses. Their expressions were beyond words. The Italian doorman at the restaurant stood frozen in astonishment, wide-eyed and speechless. The women gathered outside the hotel beheld the girls on the bus, and the vacant, numb look in their eyes was rekindled with the fire of hope, glistening with tears. The convoy soon arrived at the Lake City police station. Parking in an orderly fashion in the lot, the onlookers surrounded the area from a distance, yet none dared to approach. Just as Sheriff Ace stepped out of the patrol car, holding a megaphone and preparing to address the citizens, a sudden and violent explosion erupted from the police station behind him, producing a deafening roar. A colossal orange mushroom cloud ascended from the station, instantly transforming the sky into a fiery inferno. The force of the explosion overturned two nearby patrol cars. Alarms from the vehicles in the parking lot rang out in a chaotic symphony. The gathered citizens erupted into pandemonium, their screams and cries intertwining in a cacophony of terror. The entire scene descended into extreme panic and confusion. At that moment, Martin had just returned to the hotel, enjoying a leisurely shower in the bathroom. Upon hearing the deafening explosion, he hastily rinsed off the soap suds and rushed to the window. Through it, he witnessed the terrifying mushroom cloud of the explosion, along with the roaring shockwave that seemed poised to engulf everything in its path. Martin hurriedly closed the window, yet the glass continued to vibrate ominously, as if it were on the verge of shattering from the force of the blast. Once the explosion subsided, Sheriff Ace clumsily rose from the ground. His forehead lacerated by shrapnel, blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining half of his face in a gruesome spectacle. Lieutenant Carter, however, remained composed, swiftly directing the SEAL team to maneuver two light armored vehicles to either side of the parking lot, safeguarding the entire convoy against any opportunistic attacks from the chaos, aiming to prevent the escape of gang members. Unexpectedly, as the light armored vehicles reached their designated positions, two rocket-propelled grenades were launched from the hotels flanking the street. One struck directly at the 240 machine gun of an armored vehicle, twisting it into a grotesque shape, while the other slammed into the tire of another light armored vehicle, the tremendous impact instantly misaligning its rear axle. Subsequently, a swarm of motorcycles surged forth from both sides of the street, each bearing a menacing gunman. Weaving recklessly through the convoy, the air was suddenly filled with the staccato of gunfire, ruthlessly perforating several officers who had momentarily been caught off guard. The gang-S assault was shockingly unexpected, leaving the convoy in disarray. Martin, standing before the window, observed the fierce gunfight erupting in the police station parking lot from a distance. Without a moment to ponder, he hastily donned a bathrobe and seized the Barrett 821. Rushing out of his room, he ascended the stairs to the rooftop of the Blanche Hotel, scaling the elevator shaft with urgency. Activating his danger perception, he peered through the scope, clearly spotting the ruthless gang members in the police parking lot. Without a trace of hesitation, he aimed at a motorcycle barreling forward and decisively pulled the trigger. The thunderous crack of the Barrett resonated like a clap of thunder, echoing through the sky, causing the vehicles below in the hotel vicinity to erupt in a cacophony of alarm. The motorcycle rider had no time to glance back. The bike erupted in a fiery explosion beneath him. The two individuals aboard were instantly engulfed in flames, their bodies mercilessly shredded by countless fragments. When they fell to the ground, they had been reduced to a smoldering heap of charred remnants, exuding a pungent odor of burnt flesh. Unrelenting, Martin continued his deadly assault, the Barrett serving as the Reaper's scythe, precise and lethal. One shot after another, he coldly harvested the lives of the gang members. A minute later, Lieutenant Carter and his SEAL team, regaining their composure from the shockwave of the rocket explosions, disembarked from the light armored vehicles, armed with M4 carbines, launching a fierce counterattack against the motorcycle gunmen. Just as the SEAL team joined the fray, Martin suddenly felt an involuntary twitch in his heart. He was acutely aware that a dire threat had been signaled. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt from the elevator shaft, clutching the Barrett 821. Upon reaching the rooftop, he rolled forward in a disheveled manner. Boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted behind him, causing Martin to experience a piercing ringing in his ears, while his vision began to blur, making the entire world seem to sway. After a struggle to regain his composure while crawling on the ground, he gradually collected himself. Enduring the discomfort in his body, he cast a glance toward the elevator shaft. The portion that had once jutted out 2 meters from the rooftop was now reduced to less than 1. The elevator's top hoist was utterly destroyed. A grim sight to behold. Without a doubt, the elevator had plummeted, and Martin could only silently pray that no one had been inside moments ago. Who dares to attack me? Martin seethed, his teeth clenched in fury. If I don't take you down today, then my Barrett isn't worthy. Clutching the Barrett, he crawled to the edge of the rooftop. Utilizing the scope and his heightened sense of danger, he concentrated intently on locating the position of the rocket launcher operator. After a thorough search, he finally spotted the assailant on the second floor of a hotel diagonally opposite the police station. A triumphant smile crept across his face. I've got you now. With steely resolve, Martin aimed at the rocket on the man's shoulder and, without hesitation, pulled the trigger of the Barrett. Bang! The unmistakable sound of the Barrett echoed as the bullet, trailing fiery sparks, shot forth, striking the rocket with precision. Boom! A fierce explosion erupted from the hotel window, forming a massive fireball outside. After dispatching one rocket launcher operator, Martin swiftly began searching for another. However, none of the visible danger signals were relevant, and the remaining threats were concealed behind buildings, making it impossible to verify their locations for the time being. In that brief moment, he witnessed the police apprehending Caruso, only for a motorcycle rider to seize the opportunity and whisk him away. Martin's heart raced upon realizing that the young mobster had been captured. This was unacceptable. He was well aware that he had disguised himself as an Italian to gather intelligence. If Caruso returned to disclose this, he would surely become a target in the eyes of the mafia. Consumed by anxiety, Martin swiftly adjusted his aim towards the fleeing Caruso, dismissing all distractions. Determination and resolve shone in his eyes as he decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! Caruso sat confidently on the back of the motorcycle, an arrogant smile plastered across his face. Exuding a sense of triumph, he brazenly flashed a double middle finger at the police, sticking out his tongue in a mocking gesture. His actions were frivolous and provocative, as if proclaiming himself the true victor. However, before his hand could descend, the bullet from the Barrett rifle pierced through his chest like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, instantly tearing a gaping, horrific wound that exposed the mangled flesh and blood beneath. The gruesome sight revealed the stark white bones and shattered organs enveloped in blood. Blood gushed forth from the wound like an unbridled spring, rapidly staining his garments crimson. The motorcycle continued to race wildly down the street, carrying away nothing but the soulless body of Caruso. After Caruso's demise, the other motorcycles scattered in terror like startled birds. The Italians gathered at the entrances of nearby restaurants bowed deeply in the direction Caruso had departed, seemingly engaging in a strange, silent mourning for his death. The roar of engines gradually faded away until it vanished completely. The sound of gunfire abruptly ceased, leaving an unsettling silence in its wake. Everything appeared to return to tranquility. Chapter 53. The Lord. I want him dead yet. The surroundings relentlessly reminded everyone that the events that had just transpired were no mere figment of a dream. The Lake City police station continued to blaze with fierce flames, towering infernos threatening to reduce it to a heap of ruins. 2 police cars, overturned by the powerful shockwave of the explosion, lay mangled and deformed. Several officers were trapped within, contorted in agony, their cries piercing the air with sorrowful despair. At that moment, Sheriff Ace pressed tightly against the wound on his forehead, blood seeping through his fingers. He bellowed at the officers standing nearby. What are you waiting for? Call for ambulances and fire trucks immediately. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with an overwhelming mix of fear and rage. Although he had anticipated a retaliatory strike from the gangsters, he never imagined their depravity would reach such heights, brazenly planting bombs in the police station, bombarding armored vehicles with rocket launchers, and audaciously abducting prisoners. Each act was a blatant provocation against the police force. Fortunately, a single bullet from the Barrett rifle had ended Caruso's life. Otherwise, Sheriff Ace could only envision the ridicule he would face from his fellow sheriffs. While Sheriff Ace and Lieutenant Carter busied themselves with the aftermath, Martin had already returned to his room. He stepped into the bathroom once more, meticulously cleansing himself, particularly scrubbing away the tattoo drawn with an eyebrow pencil. Only then did he don a crisp, neat police uniform, grasping 2 heavy gun cases, and sauntered towards the police station. By this time, the fire truck had arrived, and several firefighters were tightly gripping the hoses, valiantly battling the raging inferno engulfing the station. The officers trapped in the overturned police cars were successfully rescued, lying weakly on the ground, anxiously awaiting the arrival of the ambulances. As Martin appeared in the parking lot, impeccably dressed in his pristine police uniform, he starkly contrasted with the other officers, who were disheveled and covered in grime. In that moment, he stood out like a crane among chickens. Just as Martin contemplated finding a place to hide, a female officer rushed towards him in a frenzy. "Martin, it's all your fault. If you hadn't provoked those gangsters, Dodge wouldn't have been killed in that explosion. You owe me for Dodge. He was so young. And we don't even have children yet. She cried, her voice hoarse and her tears streaming forth like a torrent, her demeanor nearly unraveling. At that moment, Sheriff Ace, his head bandaged heavily, hurried over. He directed 2 officers to exert considerable effort to restrain the almost deranged female officer before turning to Martin to explain. Martin, please don't take it to heart. Vivian is simply overwhelmed with grief. Her emotions have spiraled out of control. Her husband, Captain Dodge, was on duty at the precinct yesterday. Although his body is yet to be found, it is highly likely that he perished in that explosion. Sheriff Ace's voice was low and heavy, etched with helplessness and sorrow. Martin glanced at the female officer, noting her disheveled hair and the soot covering her hands and face, rendering her utterly unrecognizable compared to the poised Vivian he had encountered yesterday. It's all right. It's only human nature. I bear no ill will, Martin said, gently shaking his head, his expression imbued with understanding and compassion. After all, her husband had died, and there was no reason to hold a grudge against her. Subsequently, Martin followed Sheriff Ace into the makeshift tent. Upon entering, he found Lieutenant Carter already inside. The moment Carter laid eyes on Martin, he launched into a lament. Martin, I deeply regret not bringing you back with us. If we had, we wouldn't have been caught so off guard. Sheriff Ace looked astonished at these words, utterly perplexed as to what extraordinary capabilities Martin possessed that warranted such esteem from Lieutenant Carter. Noticing Ace's expression, Carter understood that he was entirely unaware of Martin's unique abilities. However, he refrained from divulging too much information immediately and first cast a glance at Martin. After receiving a nod of assent, he briefly recounted the situation as he knew it. Upon hearing this, Sheriff Ace's face was suffused with regret. Had he known earlier of Martin's extraordinary talents, he would have ensured that Martin remained by his side, no matter the circumstances. Reflecting on this, Sheriff Ace spoke with deep sorrow. Martin, from now on, you must participate in every operation. Had I known sooner, we wouldn't have lost so many officers. Lieutenant Carter profoundly understood the sheriff's sentiments in that moment. He slowly settled beside Sheriff Ace, giving a firm pat on the shoulder as a silent gesture of comfort. After what felt like an eternity, Sheriff Ace finally extricated himself from the depths of sorrow and regret. His eyes glinted with fierce determination as he gritted his teeth and proclaimed, "We must retaliate. We cannot allow these gangsters to act with such impunity. This is America. The America of Americans, not their Italy." Lieutenant Carter was stirred by Sheriff Ace's impassioned words and eagerly chimed in. Well said. I shall prepare for battle at once. However, just a few steps out of the tent, he paused, returning with a perplexed expression directed at Sheriff Ace. Sheriff Ace, may I inquire what our next course of action is? The question momentarily stifled Sheriff Ace, causing his breath to hitch as he stared incredulously at Lieutenant Carter, then cast a look of desperation toward Martin. Martin, unfazed, leisurely opened the Barrett's case, retrieving a tracking device from within. 2 lights, one red and one green, flashed rhythmically on its surface. What is this? Sheriff Ace asked, his face a mask of confusion. Martin carefully placed the tracking device on the table, meticulously comparing it with a map of Lake City, accurately pinpointing the location of the green light. He patiently explained the origins of the device to Sheriff Ace and Lieutenant Carter. Oh, I discreetly planted a tracker on Luca last night, although I shot him earlier. His body was taken away by the motorcycle. At this moment, I suspect his corpse is displayed before that mafia lord. After some precise calculations, the green light was ultimately located near a lake, 5 kilometers south of Lake City. Sheriff Ace, now intimately familiar with Lake City, exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the area Martin had circled. The Verona estate by Crocodile Lake? Yet, knowing the gangster's location did little to lift Sheriff Ace's spirits. The Verona estate was expansive and privately owned, not only protected by law but also armed with semi-automatic weaponry sanctioned by the state police. Unlike typical estates that might feature a row of trees or a simple fence, the Verona estate had invested heavily in a 2-meter-high stone wall. Contemplating these factors, Sheriff Ace felt an immense headache brewing. If they were indeed gangsters, they undoubtedly possessed more than just the legally requested semi-automatic weapons. They likely concealed additional arms, perhaps even heavy weaponry. Ultimately, Sheriff Ace, with a heavy heart, conceded, "This matter is beyond our capabilities. We must call for military support." Verona Estate. Inside a Gothic-style Christian church, the grand doors and windows were tightly shut, allowing not even a sliver of light to penetrate the gloom within. The church seemed entirely consumed by darkness, enveloped in a profound silence, devoid of any signs of life. Suddenly, the door creaked open. A narrow gap revealing a brilliant beam of light that pierced the room like a sword, gradually illuminating the surroundings. At the far end of the hall, a vivid mural depicting the Passion of Christ adorned the wall. In front of this mural stood an exquisite marble statue, carved to depict a man in formal attire. Seated serenely upon a sofa, his expression tranquil and his gaze unwavering. Before the statue lay a chair, upon which a man was seated. At that moment, a shadowy figure stumbled through the door, awkwardly falling to his knees before the chair. He reverently grasped the hand adorned with a ring, bowing his head to bestow a gentle kiss upon it. "My lord, we have failed. We could not save the young master. He was shot dead by the police. We have brought his body back, and it is now in the small chapel. Would you like to see?" The man's voice trembled, saturated with fear and guilt. Upon hearing this news, the man's hand involuntarily shook. Yet, his voice remained as calm as the depths of a frozen lake, chilling to the bone. "No need. Go and find out which officer fired the shot. I want him dismembered, his eyes gouged, his tongue severed, subjected to every conceivable torment. Then, clad in cement shoes, cast into the crocodile lake to be torn apart." "Yes, my lord." The kneeling man dared not hesitate, hastily rising and scrambling out of the church. The heavy door was slammed shut once more, plunging the church back into an unyielding darkness. The efficiency of the mafia was always remarkable. Soon, dozens of motorcycles carrying heavily armed gunmen sped out of the estate, racing toward Lake City in tight formation. Their singular objective was clear: to locate the officer who had used the Barrett rifle and capture him alive to bring back to the estate. As the mafia commenced their investigation into Martin, Sheriff Ace had already contacted Deputy Chief Sam. Sam was taken aback to hear Sheriff Ace request assistance, for in his mind, Lake City was merely a remote backwater. Even if there were mafia elements present, they would likely only possess rudimentary weapons, easily manageable by the police. However, seeing that Sheriff Ace sought help, especially with Lieutenant Carter advocating on his behalf, Sam felt compelled to lend his support. Moreover, he resolved to bring Major David, Carter's superior, along as well. Otherwise, it would be rather dishonorable to reap the benefits alone. Soon, Sam convened a brief meeting with the agents of the counterterrorism unit. Fully armed, they swiftly arrived at the SEAL training base in Virginia aboard a Black Hawk helicopter. Subsequently, alongside Major David, they boarded a Hercules C-130 transport aircraft, heading straight for Lake City. An hour and a half later, the C-130 soared over the skies of Lake City. From the aircraft, Major David and Deputy Director Sam gazed down to find a significant area in the northern part of Lake City enveloped in yellow smoke from smoke grenades. Upon reaching their destination, everyone prepared to parachute. At Major David's command, the SEALs and counterterrorism agents leaped from the plane one by one, diving swiftly towards the area shrouded in yellow smoke. At approximately 400 meters above ground, they deployed their parachutes, descending gracefully. At this moment, Sheriff Ace and Lieutenant Carter, accompanied by Martin, had been eagerly awaiting their arrival. Upon witnessing Deputy Director Sam and Major David safely land, they swiftly approached them. "Deputy Director Sam, Major David. It's been a long time," Sheriff Ace exclaimed with joy. After exchanging pleasantries, Sheriff Ace led everyone to a makeshift tent established by the police outside the city, where he began to provide a detailed account of the current situation. Upon hearing about the mafia's establishment of illegal casinos, drug trafficking, and the sale of young girls to the Japanese Yakuza, Deputy Director Sam was infuriated. He slammed his fist on the table and exclaimed vehemently, "These mafia thugs are utterly lawless." As the Deputy Director of the Counterterrorism Unit, he was appalled at the thought of a catastrophic incident occurring, one that could draw media attention and result in him being scapegoated by the director to quell public outrage. This was not merely a matter of gangsters. It was akin to a blade hanging perilously over his neck. Meanwhile, Major David was more concerned about the firepower configuration of the gangsters. From Sheriff Ace's account, he learned of two types of heavy weaponry: the GU-19 Gatling gun and rocket launchers. These weapons were strictly regulated, and he was perplexed as to how the gangsters had acquired them. Lake City cannot harbor such formidable gangsters. Deputy Director Sam's declaration set the tone for the upcoming operation against organized crime. Under Major David's guidance, the group began to strategize and discuss how to effectively eradicate this gang of criminals. The raid was ultimately scheduled for 1 o'clock in the morning. Why the specific time? Major David provided the rationale. On one hand, both the SEALs and the police were equipped with night vision goggles and scopes. While the gangsters were unlikely to possess such technology, an evening assault would naturally grant them a significant advantage. On the other hand, 1 o'clock in the morning was when individuals were most fatigued. At this moment, human vigilance is notably diminished, thus enhancing the likelihood of successful actions. Through the introduction by Major David, the Assembly gained clarity regarding the operational status of the Navy SEALs. A fully staffed company of 180 personnel had arrived, comprising 10 special operations teams, each consisting of 16 members, totaling 160 individuals. Each team is composed of 1 team leader, 2 snipers, 2 observers who also serve as vehicle drivers, 2 demolitions experts, for machine gunners, and 5 assault rifle operators. Additionally, there is a fire support team of 20 members, equipped with 3 60mm mortars and each armed with a grenade launcher, along with a backpack containing 4 remotely detonated plastic explosives. Such formidable firepower instantly bolstered Sheriff Ace's confidence. Chapter 54. Ambush and counter-ambush. He was resolute in his belief that after tonight, a magnificent future awaited the entire Lake City. As the military and police clandestinely plotted against the Verona Manor, chaos reigned in Lake City. Sheriff Ace and Lieutenant Carter led the majority of their forces to the northern suburbs to welcome Deputy Director Sam. Following the firefighters' efforts to extinguish the blaze, the police station lay in ruins, reduced to mere remnants. Sheriff Ace deduced that the mafia would not strike again, leaving only 1 inspector and 5 officers to handle the aftermath, including Inspector Vivian, who had recently lost her husband. As the mafia's motorcycle gunmen arrived in Lake City, they began to mobilize forces to locate Officer Barrett. The 6 officers left behind became their targets for investigation. 7 motorcycles roared past the police station's parking lot. The tent erected there torn asunder by the gunmen, collapsing in disarray. Inspector Vivian, along with her 5 officers, emerged from the wreckage of the tent in a state of disarray. Already in a profoundly distressed state, she unleashed a torrent of invectives upon the motorcycle gunmen. After an outburst of expletives, including a particularly colorful phrase, the gunmen abruptly turned their motorcycles around. Suddenly, the sharp crack of 74 assault rifles erupted, and the 5 officers surrounding Vivian were instantly transformed into riddled corpses. They could not fathom why it was they who fell, despite Vivian being the one hurling insults. As Vivian witnessed her officers collapse into pools of blood, a chilling realization dawned upon her regarding the malevolence of her assailants. Her heart filled with an overwhelming dread. Her legs turned weak, and she instinctively knelt upon the ground. "Please don't kill me. My husband has just died. You cannot take me too," she pleaded with a quivering voice, her tone steeped in desperation. The 7 motorcycles encircled Vivian, coming to a gradual stop after circling her several times. One of the assailants dismounted from his motorcycle and slowly crouched down before Vivian. He extended his gloved hand and gently lifted her chin. "Ah, quite an attractive one. And a police inspector no less," he remarked with a sinister grin, his English laced with a heavy Italian accent. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically, and he delivered a sharp slap across Vivian's face. The sound echoed, and she let out a pained cry, collapsing onto the ground, her hands covering the bruised area of her face as she sobbed softly. At that moment, the man grasped her shoulder, forcefully pulling her back up to her knees before continuing his inquiry. "Do you wish to live?" "Yes," Vivian replied dutifully, her head bowed. The man again seized her chin, lifting her gaze to meet his piercing eyes as he asked, "There is an officer in your precinct who frequently carries a Barrett. Do you know him?" Upon hearing the man's mention of Martin, Vivian's demeanor instantly shifted to one of fervor, and she eagerly nodded. "I know who you mean. His name is Martin Rakes. He just transferred from the county police yesterday." The man abruptly interrupted her, pulling her into his embrace. Once seated on the motorcycle's rear, he instructed the driver, "Let's go back and report." In the early hours of the morning, as dark clouds obscured the moon and fierce winds howled, a vast convoy comprising police and military personnel sped toward the southern outskirts of Lake City, consisting of over 70 police vehicles. To evade detection by the mafia's watchful eyes, the convoy did not traverse through Lake City directly but instead took a deliberate detour to Interstate 10, then transitioned to Interstate 75, thereby artfully circumventing the city. As the convoy approached Crocodile Lake, a sprawling estate came into view, shrouded in darkness with not a single light illuminating the oppressive surroundings, evoking the image of an enormous, ancient crocodile silently lurking by the water, poised to strike with lethal intent. The convoy pressed onward, and as the lead vehicle drew within 15,000 meters of the estate, Martin's heart began to flutter uneasily. His heightened sense of danger, already activated, was signaling a warning. It appeared the Mafia had laid an ambush 5,000 meters from the estate. After the convoy had traveled another 8 or 9,000 meters, Martin abruptly turned to Deputy Director Sam in the front passenger seat and said, "Deputy Director Sam, order the convoy to halt immediately." Sam, puzzled, glanced back at Martin without issuing an immediate command. Just as he was about to inquire about the reason for the stop, Lieutenant Carter, who was driving, had already taken up the radio. "All vehicles, cease movement. Repeat, all vehicles, halt your advance." Deputy Director Sam was utterly perplexed, his mind swirling with questions. Yet, the convoy gradually came to a stop. Major David quickly disembarked and rushed over to Lieutenant Carter, inquiring with urgency about the situation and the reason for the sudden halt. Lieutenant Carter felt quite helpless. It was not his decision to stop the vehicles. He was merely a conduit for communication. Martin, observing the reactions of Major David and Deputy Director Sam, felt an increased admiration for Lieutenant Carter and Agent Jack. He remembered how he had shared his insights with them previously, and they had kept his counsel confidential without reporting it. These two were truly dependable allies. As Lieutenant Carter faced Major David's reprimand, Martin swiftly intervened to defend him. "Major David, Deputy Director Sam, I sense potential danger ahead. We may be ambushed." Major David, taken aback, struggled to comprehend Martin's cryptic warning. At that moment, Sheriff Ace, seated beside Martin, hastily reiterated the words Lieutenant Carter had shared with him earlier that morning. Both Deputy Director Sam and Major David's eyes lit up in unison as they exclaimed, "Martin, would you be interested in joining the SEAL team?" "Martin, how about coming to the counterterrorism unit?" Fearing that Martin might genuinely consider their offers, Major David quickly retorted to Deputy Director Sam, "Sam, don't you already have similar individuals on your team? There's no need to compete with us for personnel." Deputy Director Sam, undeterred, shot back with equal fervor. "Having those individuals does not mean they belong to the counterterrorism unit. They are part of the Criminal Investigation Department. We can't utilize them even if we wanted to." At that moment, Sheriff Ace interjected, his eagerness palpable, concerned that Martin might suddenly switch allegiances. The dire situation in Lake City relied heavily on Martin's contributions. "Major David, Deputy Director Sam, please cease your contention. Martin will undoubtedly remain with the police department. Let us not forget his connection with Governor John." With that, both Major David and Deputy Director Sam ceased their rivalry, recognizing they could not compete with Governor John's influence, especially as neither of them had any fairy tale-like daughters to stake their claims. Deputy Director Sam lamented, smiting his thigh in regret over not having sought a beautiful wife in his youth to bear a lovely daughter. "That John is truly fortunate." Martin, watching the trio with a bemused expression, wondered whether they were there to tackle crime or merely engage in idle chatter. "Ahem, Major David. Shouldn't we dispatch someone to scout ahead?" Major David suddenly snapped back to reality, exclaiming as he grasped the radio beside Lieutenant Carter. "Team 1, disembark and scout the area ahead. There may be an ambush. Proceed with caution." After a brief pause, a response crackled through the radio. "Team 1 acknowledges. We will act immediately." After Major David had arranged his personnel, Martin, filled with curiosity, turned to Deputy Director Sam for inquiries. "Deputy Director Sam, earlier you mentioned there are others with similar abilities. Could you elaborate on that?" Lieutenant Carter and Sheriff Ace also exhibited keen curiosity, their ears almost perked up in anticipation. Such information was undoubtedly classified, well beyond their current access. Deputy Director Sam hesitated for a moment, but after some contemplation, he whispered, "This matter is classified at the highest level, on par with Area 51. What you hear today must remain strictly confidential. Not a word is to be uttered outside this circle." The gravity of Sam's expression startled Sheriff Ace, who immediately waved his hands in a flurry. No. We wouldn't dare breathe a word." Satisfied with Ace's reaction, Deputy Director Sam continued, "There is an Asian investigator in the Criminal Investigation Department, whose name I cannot disclose. He possesses the ability of telepathy. Indeed, it is precisely the kind of telepathy you envision, even more astonishing than what is depicted in fiction. Whatever thoughts reside in your mind, he can transcribe them verbatim. Anyone, yes, anyone, before him is as exposed as if unclothed, devoid of any secrets." Upon hearing Deputy Director Sam's words, Martin felt cold sweat bead on his forehead, inwardly contemplating that headquarters would henceforth be his forbidden zone, an area he could never approach. Especially regarding this investigator in the Criminal Investigation Department, he would have to steer clear in the future. Otherwise, if his soul were to traverse and the secrets of his system were revealed, it would be catastrophic. In truth, it was not only Martin who harbored such thoughts. Major David, Sheriff Ace, and Lieutenant Carter shared the same concern. Who among them did not possess a few secrets? If exposed by someone's telepathy, it would surely lead to social embarrassment. After a brief discussion among the group, suddenly, the voice of the first team leader crackled through the intercom. This is Team 1. We have discovered 12 German landmines ahead. The individuals who laid them are quite professional. 2 anti-tank mines are positioned on the road, while the other 10 anti-personnel mines are laid on either side. Oh, good gracious. They even have our 181 wide sword mines. Look at this intricate layout, everyone. Be cautious not to trip the wires. Major David pondered for a moment before seizing the intercom to issue a command across all channels. Team 1. Mark the minefield and then withdraw 100 meters to establish defensive fortifications. The fire support team will dispatch 10 personnel to flank and encircle the enemy from the sides, while the remaining members will regroup with Team 1. Set up a mortar position at the defensive site to provide artillery support for the other teams. If they dare to ambush us, we shall first eliminate those who lay in wait. With a command from Major David, the SEAL team sprang into action like a finely tuned machine. Each squad disembarked and, under the leadership of their captains, began to stealthily maneuver in various directions. In an instant, what had been a bustling crowd vanished into the darkness of the night. At that moment, Deputy Director Sam suddenly reached out, crossing over Lieutenant Carter, who was at the wheel, and seized Major David from outside the vehicle. David, this is not fair. You've organized your people, but what about us? Major David glanced at the somewhat irritated Deputy Director Sam and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I forgot. How about this? Our SEAL teams will sweep through like a fishing net, inevitably missing some. The agents and officers from Lake City can form several small teams to assist us in covering any gaps on the perimeter. Deputy Director Sam pondered this for a moment, finding it a reasonable suggestion. It would allow his team to engage in real combat while minimizing casualties. All right, David, we shall proceed as you suggested. I will coordinate with the police. Soon, under Deputy Director Sam's direction, the agents and officers from Lake City were fully armed and set off in pairs. Meanwhile, Sam retained Martin and Lieutenant Carter, assigning them an important task. Your mission is to protect Deputy Director Sam, and also Sheriff Ace. Martin glanced at the Barrett 821 in his hands, sometimes feeling a sense of injustice for the weapon. At Verona Manor, within the Christian church, a row of candles flickered gently on a long table, their flames bright and warm, illuminating a solemn marble statue. The statue cast a deep shadow, completely obscuring the depiction of the crucifixion of Jesus behind it. As the candlelight swayed, the shadow danced back and forth, rendering the mural more grotesque and terrifying, as if something nightmarish were about to break free from within. Seated before the statue was the crime lord of Lake City, who remained composed, barefoot. He had a woman at his feet, carefully tending to his toes. This woman was none other than Inspector Vivian, abducted from the police parking lot earlier that day by the Mafia. Vivian was clad in a black and white nun's outfit, though it was far from conventional. As she moved, the garment twisted and turned, failing to conceal her form. Yet, she dared not make any excessive movements, fearful of incurring the wrath of the imposing crime lord, Maura Rousseau. Vivian, should this plan succeed, I will permit you to join the Mafia and elevate you to one of the 10 deacons, commanding 100 operatives. Vivian promptly knelt beside Maura Rousseau, with great care. She cradled his hand and reverently kissed the ring that symbolized his lordship. Thank you, my lord. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to serve you and the Mafia. Chapter 55, The Siege of the Verona Manor. Molly nodded, a trace of derision flickering across his face, as he once again pressed his foot heavily upon Vivian. Continue. Vivian, your skills are lacking. You must practice further. Darcy, my steward, arrange for a few maids to instruct Vivian tomorrow. Standing upright like a statue. The bald steward Darcy smiled and nodded. Of course, my lord. As Molly contemplated the evening's plans, a wave of exhilaration washed over him, prompting him to inquire, Darcy, how long have we been in Lake City? Without hesitation, the bald steward replied, My lord, it has been 25 years, 3 months, and 16 days. Molly nodded, his voice darkening as he reflected, Indeed, 25 years, 3 months, and 16 days. Since our arrival in Lake City, I have never encountered such disarray. But it matters not. Since this sheriff refuses to comply, we shall install another. Tonight, I will ensure that all in Lake City understand one truth. Lake City is mine. As Molly's words echoed, a sudden cacophony of explosions and gunfire erupted outside the manor. The sounds intertwined like the festive clamor of the Luyang River during the New Year, instilling a sense of panic. Yet to Molly's ears, it was a most melodious symphony. 3 minutes prior, 10 minutes had elapsed since Major David had given his orders. The 5th Squad of Navy SEALs traversed the woods, making a wide detour before finally spotting the gang members lying in ambush. These individuals appeared to be natural-born artists, clad in stylish, tailored suits, striking dashing poses as they crouched in freshly dug trenches. Their firepower, however, was formidable. Each wielded a .74 assault rifle. Some were equipped with rocket launchers, and a 134 Gatling gun was mounted in the center of the trench. Were it a direct confrontation, this squad would undoubtedly incur great losses to overcome these adversaries. However, forewarned of the ambush and having maneuvered to their rear, the 5th Squad leader began to communicate through his radio earpiece. Buzz, the 5th Squad has reached the rear of the Mafia personnel. We can see the enemy and are ready to fire at any moment. After a 5-second pause, Major David's voice resonated through the radio. Confirming the time, it is 1:12:21. We shall commence fire precisely at 1:15. Understood. The 5th Squad leader switched off his radio earpiece and waited in silence. As the clock approached 1:14:50, he issued a command in the squad channel. Prepare grenades, await my order. As the command was issued, every member of the team promptly produced their 67 fragmentation grenades. Throw. At the captain's order, all members swiftly removed the safety pins and hurled the grenades. Due to the proximity, most of these grenades landed in the trenches dug by the gangsters. Boom. Boom. The explosions of 16 fragmentation grenades reverberated in succession, sending the gangsters in the trenches tumbling. Without regard for whether the gangsters were dead or alive, the captain of the 5th Squad immediately commanded, all units, assault formation. Alternate fire. Consequently, all team members formed into 3-man units, providing mutual cover as they advanced. Upon sighting any gangsters, regardless of their status, they executed the prescribed Mozambique drill, 2 shots to the chest and 1 to the head with their M4 carbines. Such meticulous instructions stemmed from past painful lessons, aimed at preventing the enemy from springing back and causing unexpected casualties. By the time the 5th Squad concluded their battle, the other 8 squads were also wrapping up their engagements simultaneously. Major David, upon receiving reports from the squad leaders via radio, clenched his fist in excitement. After years of service, it was the first time he had fought such a smoothly coordinated battle. Reflecting on the forthcoming skirmish, Major David opened the radio to all channels and began to direct operations. All squads, take note, squads 2 to 9, in coordination with the fire support team of 10, are to advance orderly to the perimeter of the estate walls. Install demolition charges on the walls and await further orders. Squad 1 will assist the remaining members of the fire support team in clearing mines and moving to a position 100 meters outside the estate. Establish defensive fortifications and a mortar position to provide artillery support for the other squads. After issuing orders, Major David approached Martin and his team, smiling as he spoke. Sam, the gangsters lying in ambush outside the estate have been entirely eliminated. I've instructed the squad to clear the mines on the road. Shall we continue our advance? Deputy Director Sam looked at Major David's jubilant expression, feeling somewhat discontented. It was sheer folly to believe Major David's words. The notion of any potential stragglers or the need for further checks were nothing but empty reassurances. It was also unfortunate that the gangsters were so inept. They had displayed no basic vigilance and had not noticed their rear being approached. However, Sam found himself unable to vent his frustrations at the moment. He would have to wait until they breached the estate to seek an opportunity to claim some credit for his subordinates. All right, David, I will call the men back, and the convoy will proceed. Deputy Director Sam issued a command over the radio to recall the agents and police officers patrolling outside. As these individuals returned to the convoy, David also returned to his vehicle. The convoy then continued along the road toward the estate. The convoy halted on a grassy expanse 200 meters from the entrance of the estate. Here, the dense woodland vanished, replaced by a meticulously maintained lawn that allowed a clear view of the estate's imposing walls. At this juncture, everyone disembarked from the vehicles to deliberate their assault strategy. The tactical plan had already been established in the afternoon. The primary objective now was to ascertain if Martin had uncovered any new insights. Martin, do you believe our planned assault is feasible? Martin shook his head, sensing a circle of perilous signals beyond the walls. It was evident that a direct approach was unwise. He crouched down, picking up a stick to draw a line on the ground, subsequently encircling it with 8 concentric circles. Upon completing the diagram, He gestured towards it to elucidate his findings. This line represents the estate's perimeter. I can sense that every 50 meters beyond the walls lies a zone of intense danger. These could either be fortifications made of sandbags or concrete bunkers. The specifics remain unclear to me. Nevertheless, it is exceedingly perilous. If we proceed with our afternoon's assault strategy, we could incur significant casualties. The group fell into contemplative silence, recognizing that substantial losses were wholly unacceptable. Suddenly, Deputy Director Sam conceived an idea and addressed the assembly. David, I have a suggestion. We could bombard these areas with mortars, and then have Martin assess the safety. Major David clenched his fist against his palm, his expression radiating excitement. Sam, your ingenuity is remarkable. I can't believe you thought of that. Let's commence at once. Major David led Martin to the mortar position, where 3 60mm Type 224 mortars were stationed. Admittedly, the 60mm mortars appeared rather diminutive, their shells light enough, approximately 3.5 pounds, to be handled with ease. Martin indicated the required direction and distance for the bombardment. The members of the fire support team promptly adjusted the mortar's aim and elevation. One high-explosive shell, loaded for launch. With a command from one team member, another swiftly released the shell, allowing it to slide freely down the mortar tube. Boom. Upon the explosion, Martin attempted to sense the aftermath, only to discover that the danger signals still persisted. He turned to Major David and advised, let us launch 3 shells simultaneously. One does not seem to suffice. Major David naturally acquiesced. The 60mm mortar shells were compact and lightweight, with a single ammunition box capable of holding 12 rounds. They had brought 10 boxes, ensuring that the 120 shells would be more than adequate for their needs. Under the command of Major David, 3 60mm Type 224 mortars unleashed their shells towards the position indicated by Martin. Boom. The resounding explosions echoed thrice. As Martin sensed again, the danger signal from that location had inexplicably vanished. He immediately gave Major David a thumbs up. It's done. That one has disappeared. Let us target the next. Subsequently, the process grew increasingly straightforward. Martin merely needed to indicate a direction and specify a distance, while the fire support team adeptly maneuvered the mortars to launch 3 rounds. Once Martin confirmed there were no issues, he began directing towards the next danger signal. In no time, all 8 danger signals behind the estate's walls were obliterated by the mortars. Only then did Martin address Major David and Deputy Director Sam, declaring, it's time. Let us commence the demolition assault. Major David promptly activated the full-channel radio headset, issuing orders to his team. Teams 2 through 9 coordinated with the fire support team of 10 to synchronize their timing. It was now 1:37:41. The command was to detonate precisely at 1:40. Following the explosion, each team advanced into the estate, annihilating all resisting forces. Those who surrendered were handed over to agents and police. Deputy Director Sam also began assigning tasks to the agents and police, instructing them to follow behind the SEALs and provide necessary assistance. In truth, the agents and police understood that engaging in such fierce combat relied heavily on the SEALs. They were merely there to pick up the pieces. A single kill could grant them an administrative leave, leading to promotions and raises upon their return. Soon, the clock struck 1:40, and the estate's walls erupted with thunderous explosions. As the blast resonated, the towering walls crumbled, unveiling the true nature of the estate. Behind the walls lay layers of barbed wire, and beyond that, the collapsed concrete gun emplacements. One could still discern the twisted remnants of a 6-barreled 134 Gatling gun that had been shredded by mortar fire, along with the corpses of gangsters. The SEAL team members, witnessing this scene, were filled with trepidation. Had these fire points not been neutralized in advance, a barrage of gunfire could have spelled their doom. However, that concern was now alleviated, as their mortars had preemptively eliminated them. Observing the barbed wire behind the walls, the captain of the 5th SEAL team produced a fragmentation grenade, removed its safety pin, and hurled it with force. Boom! With a resounding blast, the grenade tore through the barbed wire, creating a breach. The captain immediately led his team in a low crawl through the opening. Upon entering the estate, the captain spotted several gangsters suddenly rising in a nearby small garden. They brandished their Type 74 rifles, weaving erratically while unleashing a hail of gunfire in their direction. The captain managed to fire a single shot, barely having time to ascertain whether he had struck any of them. He swiftly turned and rolled to evade, rapidly seeking refuge behind the concrete bastion. Unfortunately, the other team members were not as fortunate. The comrade trailing behind the captain, while crawling beneath the barbed wire, was caught directly by several gang members. In an instant, He was riddled with bullets, transforming into a mere sieve. Those who had yet to scale the wire began to retaliate with their carbines. However, the unfavorable angle of fire resulted in only one gang member being struck. Nonetheless, this was sufficient to compel the others to crouch down in fear. The remaining SEAL teams found themselves in similar predicaments, all encountering sudden assaults from gang members while traversing the barbed wire after scaling the walls. Each team suffered casualties to varying degrees. In no time, the sound of gunfire erupted around the estate, plunging the battle into a stalemate with both sides incurring losses. Meanwhile, the radio channels echoed with the urgent pleas for assistance from the team leaders, causing Major David to feel a rising sense of urgency. "Martin, do you have any ideas?" Martin, disdainful of Major David's hasty desperation, felt compelled to play the role of a reluctant strategist. After a moment's contemplation, utilizing his considerable intellect, he suggested a straightforward countermeasure. "Major David, the primary issue lies in the barrier of barbed wire behind the wall, which is segmenting our team. We cannot storm in together, thus failing to create a cohesive fire network, leaving us vulnerable to concentrated attacks from the gang members inside. The crux of the matter is how to neutralize the advantage that the wall and barbed wire afford the gang." Listening to Martin's analysis, though logically sound, Major David was eager for more immediate solutions. "Come on, Martin, just tell me how to even the odds." Without further ado, Martin pointed rapidly at the convoy vehicles. "Have them park these vehicles against the wall, allowing our personnel to stand atop the cars to suppress the gang members within the estate, thereby covering our team as they advance. The firepower positions inside have already been neutralized by us, while standing on the vehicles may expose part of their bodies. At least they won't have to worry about machine gun fire." Major David pondered this for a moment, growing increasingly convinced of its viability, and promptly summoned the police and agents to move the vehicles. Soon, the convoy's police cars were stationed alongside the wall. Officers and agents climbed atop the vehicles, unleashing a barrage of fire towards the gang members within the estate, successfully suppressing their fire. However, standing atop the cars, with an average height of 1.7 meters, exposed their chests. A few officers, neglecting their cover, were struck by bullets shortly after opening fire, plummeting from the vehicle roofs. This sight pained Captain Ace immensely. This truly constitutes the political capital upon which he built his foundation. "Everyone, exercise caution. Fire a couple of shots and then take cover. Hey, you lot. Refrain from shooting from the same position, move laterally." Under Sheriff Ace's vigilant oversight, the casualty rate among the police has indeed diminished considerably. With the protection of the police and agents' firepower, the SEAL teams managed to breach the perimeter walls and secure a small garden not far from the walls. From this garden, they began to allocate personnel positions, constructing a firepower network to eliminate the armed forces of the gangsters. Just as the situation appeared to be improving, and victory seemed within reach, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The thunderous roar of motorcycle engines outside the estate drew everyone's attention. Martin's heightened sense of danger detected numerous perilous signals rapidly approaching them. He urgently called out to Sheriff Ace and Deputy Chief Sam, warning them of the Mafia's motorcycle gunmen and instructing everyone to dismount and take cover. Sheriff Ace and Deputy Chief Sam swiftly communicated through their radio earpieces, ordering everyone to jump from their vehicles and lie down. Although the officers and agents were bewildered, they obeyed the higher command, as all lay prostrate on the ground. Over 70 motorcycles raced in with alarming speed. Gunmen perched on the rear seats unleashed a barrage of gunfire toward the convoy. Bullets rained down like confetti, mercilessly striking the police vehicles. The officers and agents, refusing to be outdone, retaliated from their prone positions. Yet, against the swift motorcycles, their efforts proved futile, yielding little effect. Seizing the moment, Martin fired several rounds from his carbine, successfully hitting 2 motorcycle riders, sending them crashing to the ground. The gunmen on the motorcycles soon fell victim to the return fire from other officers and agents. In no time, the motorcycles sped past the convoy, howling as they departed. Sheriff Ace and Deputy Chief Sam exhaled deeply in relief. "Martin, thanks to your warning, we might have avoided a dire fate," they remarked, appearing relieved. However, Martin sensed that the situation was far from resolved. These motorcycle gunmen were likely the Mafia's reinforcements. If they could launch a first wave, a second wave would undoubtedly follow. Before long, our police vehicles might be reduced to rubble. Sheriff Ace, trembling with apprehension, glanced back and indeed observed that the police cars were riddled with bullet holes. Some vehicles had even been pierced through the gas tanks, dangerously leaking fuel onto the ground. Upon witnessing this, he hastily activated his radio earpiece, urgently instructing, Everyone, check your vehicles and keep your distance from those with ruptured gas tanks. After relaying the warning, he turned to Martin, anxiously inquiring, Martin, do you have any ideas at this point? Martin stroked his chin in contemplation, pondering a strategy. Standing outside the walls, they were effectively sitting ducks for the motorcycle gunmen. The police vehicles are precarious. At any moment they could erupt in flames. Should they all enter the estate, there may be hidden machinations of the mafia within. Indeed, the mafia proves to be more troublesome than drug traffickers. Remaining outside the unprotected walls is no longer an option. The only viable course of action is to seek refuge within the estate. However, once inside, one must proceed with caution to avoid falling into the mafia's trap. After Martin expressed his thoughts, Deputy Chief Sam, Sheriff Ace, and Major David voiced no objections. They commenced the arrangement for officers and agents to traverse the barbed wire and enter the estate. Yet, with such a multitude, it would take time to get everyone inside. Just as less than a third had made it in, the gang of motorcycle gunmen reappeared. Despite Martin's prior warning, those yet to enter dropped to the ground. Unfortunately, the police vehicles could not withstand the onslaught and began to explode, sending flames skyward and thick smoke billowing. Several individuals crouched near the police cars were hurled away, landing lifelessly. Witnessing this, Sheriff Ace clenched his fists and slammed them into the ground. These officers were his labor of love, now perishing under the mafia's gunfire. Deputy Chief Sam placed a reassuring hand on Ace's shoulder. We must hasten to usher everyone into the estate, or the toll will be even greater if we remain outside. Under the urging of Deputy Chief Sam and Sheriff Ace, the pace of officers and agents entering the estate quickened significantly. Even as the barbed wire tore at their skin, they disregarded the pain and scrambled into the sanctuary of the estate. Soon, a third wave of motorcycles was poised to strike again. With only a third of the personnel remaining outside, Martin informed Deputy Chief Sam to instruct the officers and agents to disengage the handbrakes of the police cars and push them away from the walls. The cars were unevenly parked on the grass, yet this was precisely the outcome Martin desired. Everyone outside, take cover. Martin did not wait for Deputy Chief Sam to issue the command. He activated his radio earpiece. Though it was not Sam's voice emanating from the radio, the officers and agents recognized Martin's and promptly followed his directive, dropping to the ground. The distant roar of motorcycle engines grew louder, approaching swiftly. The riders, spotting the police vehicles from afar, were not foolish enough to crash into them. They swiftly maneuvered to adjust their course. However, their speed inadvertently diminished. As the motorcycles surged into the cluster of police cars, Martin immediately activated his radio earpiece, instructing everyone shoot at the police cars, aim for the fuel tanks. As Martin's voice echoed through the earpiece, the officers and agents, not lacking in intelligence, grasped his intent. They raised their carbines and began firing at the fuel tanks of the police vehicles. The gangsters, witnessing the officers and agents concealed in the grass retaliating, also opened fire in response. However, they failed to realize that the officers and agents were not targeting them, but rather the fuel tanks of the police vehicles. These police cars were already riddled with bullet holes and could scarcely withstand such a barrage. Like gasoline bombs, they began to explode one after another with a deafening roar. Moreover, as some police vehicles were positioned closely together, the explosion of one often triggered a chain reaction, resulting in a cacophony of cries from the motorcycle gunmen navigating through the wreckage. In the aftermath of a series of detonations, over 60 police cars were reduced to flaming spheres of metal. The fierce blaze illuminated the sky above the estate as if it were midday. Of the 70 motorcycles, only a handful managed to flee, while the majority were engulfed in the inferno. Deputy Director Sam remained unclouded by the momentary victory. Rising from the ground, he promptly instructed everyone via his radio earpiece to enter the estate. Martin was the last to pass through the barbed wire. By the time he entered the estate, the first teams of Navy SEALs had already occupied the entire garden and commenced their assault on the first building within the estate. 2 Gothic towers loomed there, each towering 3 stories high, approximately 15 meters from base to pinnacle. They were modest in size, measuring 5 meters in length and 4 meters in width, occupying merely 20 square meters, akin to the master bedroom of an average household. They stood as vigilant sentinels, steadfastly guarding the path beyond the estate's gates. At the end of this path lay the main structure of the estate, a magnificent 8-story Gothic villa. Beyond the villa stretched Crocodile Lake in Lake City, home to numerous ferocious American alligators. At that moment, these 2 towers concealed several gang members, who, from their elevated positions, recklessly fired upon the SEALs, causing considerable disruption. However, the SEALs were no easy prey. They alternated their suppressive fire, providing cover for two team members to reach the base of the towers, followed by the deployment of two fragmentation grenades. Boom, boom. Simultaneous explosions erupted from both towers, sending several gang members hurtling from the third floor. Falling from a height of over 10 meters, even if they escaped the blast, their internal organs would likely be ruptured from the impact. Their chances of survival were exceedingly slim. Subsequently, several SEAL team members swiftly stormed the towers, commencing the clearing of any remaining gang members inside. By the time Martin and his team arrived, the towers had already been secured by the SEALs. Following Deputy Director Sam, Martin ascended to the third floor of the tower, where they found several snipers stationed beside the windows, armed with the .25 lightweight sniper rifle, aiming towards the distant villa. Nearby, an observer was using a monocular to help confirm their targets. The .25 lightweight sniper rifle is an improved version of the .21 sniper rifle, jointly developed by the United States Army and Navy, officially entering service in 1991, primarily allocated for use by the United States Special Operations Command. This equipment is employed by various elite forces, such as the Rangers, Green Berets, Delta Force, and the Navy SEALs. The lightweight sniper rifle, measuring 1,125 millimeters in overall length with a barrel length of 639 millimeters, weighs 4.9 kilograms. It is capable of firing 7.62 by 51 millimeter NATO standard ammunition, with a standard magazine capacity of 10 rounds. The muzzle velocity reaches 853 meters per second, and the effective range extends to 900 meters. Ah, the thrill of sniping. Martin, too, has a penchant for this art. He found a position at the vacant window and set his Barrett 821 upon it, peering through the night vision scope towards the villa. All the windows of the villa seemed to be shrouded with curtains, cloaked in darkness, devoid of any human presence. In contrast, several gang members emerged below, maneuvering with serpentine agility while exchanging fire with the SEAL team. Occasionally, one could be seen brandishing a rocket launcher. These gang members, wielding heavy weaponry, became the primary targets for the snipers. Recognizing that the SEAL snipers were focusing on the armed gangsters, Martin chose to redirect his aim towards those elusive figures darting about. Bang! The report of the Barrett echoed from the tower, resonating throughout the estate and drawing the attention of nearby SEAL snipers. A gang member, armed with a .74 assault rifle, had just leapt from behind a flower bed, ready to fire, only to be instantly torn apart by Martin's ruthless bullet. At that moment, Colonel David approached and placed a hand on Martin's shoulder. Martin, while your Barrett possesses formidable power, it also makes you conspicuous. Remember, a sniper's foremost duty on the battlefield is not to eliminate others, but to conceal oneself. Should those mobsters possess sniper rifles, your position could become precarious. Upon hearing this, Martin glanced at the other snipers, noting that their rifles were indeed equipped with suppressors. However, unlike his peers, he harbored no fear of exposure, for he had his skill to rely on. Should a sniper target him, his danger perception ability would promptly alert him. He would have ample time to take cover before a shot was fired. For instance, by simply crouching down, the wall beneath the window would shield him. Unless faced with a 30mm cannon, it would sufficiently block bullets of calibers below 12.799 millimeters. Rest assured, Major David, you seem to have forgotten my capabilities. I will safeguard myself. Colonel David was momentarily taken aback by Martin's words, then chuckled self-deprecatingly, feeling an acute sense of embarrassment. He quickly activated his radio earpiece, calling across all channels. Attention, Teams 2 through 9, prepare to assault the villa. Team 1 will assist the support units in establishing a mortar position, providing covering fire. After 5 minutes, the Navy SEALs had eliminated the gangsters surrounding the villa. Subsequently, 3 mortar shells soared from a small garden near the tower, directly striking the villa's entrance. The iron-welded gate, seemingly robust, was utterly incapable of withstanding such heavy firepower. In the wake of the explosions, the once tightly sealed gate contorted into a twisted shape. At the junction where the gate met the wall, a gaping hole, half the height of a man, emerged. The SEALs formed a breach formation and streamed through the opening. My lord, the men below are barely holding on. Shall we retreat? Implored the bald Italian butler, Desai, standing beside Maury. Listening to the cacophony of gunfire and the intermittent explosions from downstairs, he could not help but urge caution. Maury remained silent, fervently wielding his whip, channeling his pin-up rage onto Vivian. 2 minutes later, having vented his fury, he accepted a handkerchief from Desai to wipe away the stains on his hands. Desai, are the bombs installed? Desai nodded respectfully. Rest assured, my lord, I personally oversaw the installation. There are no issues. Morley nodded, discarding the whip, and strode toward the church entrance. As he walked, he instructed Desai, "Dispose of this woman from upstairs. She is no longer of use." Desai glanced at Vivian, who lay sprawled on the table, and without a moment's hesitation, agreed. "Very well, my lord." He watched as Morley pushed open the church doors and stepped outside. Once Morley had departed, Desai approached Vivian, casting a gaze of pity upon her. "May the Lord love all mankind. I hope you ascend to heaven after your demise, serving at the Lord's side with my master's blessings." Vivian, utterly weakened, struggled to articulate a plea, her voice barely rising above a whisper. "Please, I beg you. I can be your slave. Do not kill me." Desai disregarded her words, aware that while he could save her, her current predicament offered him nothing of value. He lifted Vivian and brought her to a window on the side of the church, casting her out without hesitation. Crash! The colorful stained glass shattered instantly. Clad in a nun's habit, Vivian plummeted from the top of the Gothic villa. Thud! She landed on the grass outside, her body contorted grotesquely from the immense impact. Fractured bones protruded from her flesh, transforming her once alluring form into a nightmarish sight. Chapter 57. Investigating the black industry chain. The shattered window also caught the attention of Martin and several snipers. Martin quickly aimed his rifle at the figure within the window, and within a second, he pulled the trigger of the Barrett 821. Bang! The thunderous gunfire of the Barrett reverberated throughout the estate, sending shivers through the souls of all the gangsters present, including the butler, Darcy, who had just abandoned Vivian. He strained to maneuver his wretched body, feeling an overwhelming urgency to escape, yet he sensed he was not swift enough. The bullets whistled through the air with ferocious winds, transforming the entire scene into a slow-motion spectacle. He seemed to witness the bullets shatter 2 fragments of glass before mercilessly striking his arm, pulverizing flesh and bone, and subsequently crashing into the window on the opposite side. The excruciating pain surged through his nerves to his brain, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream from the butler. Yet, he dared not linger. He pressed forcefully on the gaping wound of his severed arm and sprinted toward the church's exit. Martin's gaze withdrew from the Barrett 821 night vision scope, muttering a lament of disappointment. He had missed by a mere 3 centimeters. Had the muzzle been angled slightly to the left, he could have succeeded. Alas, time was of the essence, and with his current proficiency in advanced weaponry, he had done all he could. As Darcy staggered out of the church, he stumbled along the corridor, taking over 4 minutes to traverse a mere 100 meters. Although he pressed his hand against the severed artery, blood continued to ooze out in a thin stream, leaving a distinct trail of crimson droplets in his wake. Upon reaching the door at the corridor's end, he emerged onto the helicopter pad atop the villa. At a glance, he spotted Morley standing beside a Bell 206 helicopter, smoking and gazing at the scenery of Crocodile Lake behind him. Upon hearing the door creak open, Morley did not turn around but began chastising him. "Darcy, I tasked you with handling a woman. Why are you so slow? I trust you weren't engaging in a dalliance with her?" As he turned to face the one-armed butler, his expression morphed into one of shock. "Darcy, how have you sustained such injuries?" Darcy's complexion was ashen, his lips trembling from the loss of blood, yet he dared not exhibit a trace of weakness. In the Mafia, being a burden was tantamount to being ruthlessly discarded. "Master, I am fine. Let us depart." Morley cast another glance at Darcy's severed arm and, without a word, retrieved his cherished Beretta 92 pistol. "No, Darcy, you are injured." Bang! The Beretta 92 discharged a crisp shot, and the bullet instantaneously penetrated Darcy's skull. "May God bless the world. Darcy, you shall ascend to heaven." After eliminating the butler, Morley rifled through his belongings, discovering an electronic remote control nestled within his jacket pocket. With a final glance at the villa that had been his home for 2 decades, he gritted his teeth and pressed the remote's button. Beep. Casually discarding the remote atop Darcy's lifeless body, Morley deftly climbed aboard the Bell 206 helicopter. "I shall return." The helicopter departed from the villa's helipad, soaring swiftly over Crocodile Lake, leaving the Verona Manor behind. Meanwhile, the remote control display on the butler Darcy's device flickered with the number 312. A second later, the number diminished to 311, continuously shrinking thereafter. As Morley pressed the button on the remote, Martin's acute sense of danger began to alert him. In his perception, the Gothic villa ahead was rife with perilous signals. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the radio earpiece to all channels. "This is Martin. Everyone evacuate the villa immediately." "I repeat, this is Martin. Everyone evacuate the villa immediately." At that moment, the entire team placed their unwavering trust in Martin. Most were unaware of his extraordinary abilities, yet they recognized his uncanny knack for foresight. Upon hearing his urgent call, they sprang into action. Even the Navy SEALs engaged in a firefight with gang members within the villa took turns providing cover as they began their descent. The moment they escaped the gang's line of sight, they sprinted with all their might. Once everyone had evacuated the villa, Major David and Deputy Director Sam approached to inquire. "Martin, what transpired that necessitated the withdrawal from combat?" Martin himself was uncertain of the situation inside, but the ominous danger signals were undeniable. "I don't have the specifics, but the situation inside the villa is extremely hazardous. It is a lethal threat." Just as Martin uttered the words lethal threat, a massive explosion erupted from the Gothic villa. Boom! A deafening roar rendered everyone momentarily deaf, as if the world was reduced to that singular sound. The 8-story Gothic structure was engulfed in flames from the explosion. A colossal mushroom cloud ascending from the villa. Subsequently, the shockwave from the blast began to radiate outward violently, akin to a fierce hurricane. Martin and his companions were at the forefront of this chaos, with some lighter individuals actually being lifted off the ground. In the wake of the explosion, the entire city of Lake City seemed to shudder violently. Residents, who had been anxiously awaiting the end of the gunfight, were suddenly startled by the thunderous noise, followed by their homes shaking and hanging light bulbs swaying perilously. Then, a fierce wind swept through, causing windows to rattle ominously. The terrifying spectacle resembled a calamitous fusion of an earthquake and a hurricane. Once the aftershocks of the explosion subsided, the 8-story Gothic villa had collapsed to a mere 2 stories. Debris and rubble were strewn everywhere, accompanied by flames and billowing smoke. Coughing, Martin slowly rose from the ground, shaking off the thick layer of dust that coated him, which triggered a fit of intense coughing. As others gradually emerged from the chaos of the explosion, they were covered in dust and debris, resembling victims of a terrifying sandstorm. Although Sheriff Ace appeared disheveled, his elation was unmistakable. This explosion had nearly obliterated the criminal elements of Lake City. With my presence, such malevolent forces would no longer plague Lake City. However, Deputy Director Sam doused his enthusiasm with a cold reality check. "You ought to focus on how to report today's events," he remarked. "Such a significant explosion would surely be visible from satellites above." Sheriff Ace chuckled wryly, then began directing officers to photograph and document the scene, while calling for fire and ambulance services. Unfortunately, all police vehicles had been incinerated, along with their equipment, consumed by the raging flames. A few unfortunate officers, named in the aftermath, had no choice but to return to Lake City on foot to summon the fire and ambulance services. On their way back, they commandeered a few reserve police vehicles from the station to transport equipment. Once the police completed their procedures, Martin was finally able to escape Sheriff Ace's grasp. He was not compelled to do much, merely tasked with serving as a bodyguard. Sheriff Ace, still apprehensive, feared that any remaining threats might emerge to inflict further harm. At 4 a.m, with the full moon hanging high and the clouds dispersed, 5 individuals, Martin, Major David, Deputy Director Sam, Sheriff Ace, and Lieutenant Carter, gathered in a police tent set up on the grassy expanse outside the gates of the Verona estate. "The losses are substantial," Sheriff Ace began, his brow furrowed in a knot of distress, his expression resembling that of a bitter gourd. "In total, we deployed 92 officers, including myself, along with 73 police vehicles. We lost 12 sergeants, 9 officers, and suffered 13 serious injuries, with countless others sustaining minor wounds. All police vehicles were destroyed." Deputy Director Sam's expression mirrored the gravity of the situation. Although the operation yielded significant results, the toll was equally severe. The counterterrorism unit, including myself, deployed 42 personnel, with 11 agents sacrificed, 3 severely injured, and a staggering 33 casualties. Major David maintained a more composed demeanor, accustomed to perilous missions. He had grown somewhat indifferent to the loss of personnel. "What do we do when the troops are thin?" "Recruit more." "What if the Navy SEALs are short-staffed?" "Select from the ranks." With sufficient funding, who would hesitate to join? The SEAL operation involved a total of 182 personnel, resulting in 37 soldiers, 6 non-commissioned officers, and 1 second lieutenant lost, with 15 soldiers and 3 non-commissioned officers severely injured. Though the sacrifices are great, we have also eradicated a greater number of gang members. They served their country and fell honorably. Deputy Director Sam expressed his agreement with Major David, reflecting, "Great men build their legacies upon the bones of the fallen. Those who lament the passing of seasons cannot hope to accomplish anything." "Sheriff Ace, do you think we should report this to Governor John? Moreover, Given the magnitude of this matter, it would be prudent to hold a press conference to inform the media. Otherwise, we may encounter considerable complications later. Upon hearing this, Sheriff Ace hastily rose and picked up the satellite phone to make the call. After about 2 minutes of ringing, the other end finally connected, and the voice of Governor John came through. "Hello, this is John. Who am I speaking to?" Sheriff Ace promptly bowed slightly and addressed the phone. "Governor John. I am Sheriff Ace from Lake City. I sincerely apologize for calling you at this late hour." There was a brief silence on the line before Governor John responded. "Is there an urgent matter at hand?" Sheriff Ace quickly summarized the events that had transpired in Lake City over the past few days, emphasizing Martin's pivotal role. He concluded by stating that this was a joint operation involving the counterterrorism unit and the SEAL team. "Governor John, we are preparing to hold a press conference tomorrow to inform the media and the public about the case. Would you be available to attend?" The sound of a computer keyboard echoed through the line, and it was surprising that the clatter of keys was more pronounced than the spoken words. After a moment, Governor John's voice returned. "All right, I will shift a few appointments and will be in Lake City by 10 a.m. tomorrow. Please coordinate with my secretary regarding the specifics." "Oh. And do reach out to Congresswoman Elena to see if she has availability." Sheriff Ace promptly acknowledged, and once the call ended, he set the phone down, wiping away the non-existent cold sweat from his brow. He then began dialing the governor's secretary to inform them of Governor John's attendance at the press conference. He subsequently placed a call to Congresswoman Elena. To Martin's surprise, Elena was still awake at this hour. The phone was answered almost immediately. Sheriff Ace reiterated the details of his previous conversation, and upon receiving a positive response, he breathed a sigh of relief. Faced with such influential figures, he felt utterly intimidated. After concluding the calls, Sheriff Ace set about mobilizing his officers to prepare the venue for the press conference. The backdrop would naturally be the now-ruined Verona Manor, as nothing could be more compelling than this. It was time to officially communicate to the public through the media that the criminal forces in Lake City had crumbled. Much like this Gothic villa, morning dawned anew. Lake City welcomed yet another day. Sheriff Ace had arranged for officers to take patrol cars into the city at 6:30 a.m. to disseminate the news, informing citizens that the police had dismantled the mafia stronghold at Verona Manor in the southern part of the city, and that all gang members had been neutralized. The announcement, accompanied by the police's press conference scheduled for 10 in the morning, invited any available citizens to attend. Simultaneously, Martin, armed with a search warrant authorized by Sheriff Ace, led a specialized task force comprised of agents, officers from Lake City, and Navy SEALs. They escorted a relatively cooperative gang member apprehended in a warehouse in the northern part of the city, initiating the identification of his accomplices within Lake City. As Martin had anticipated, every hotel and restaurant in the bustling downtown area was under the control of the mafia. The team split into smaller groups, meticulously searching each establishment. Naturally, some gangsters resisted arrest, attempting to draw their weapons in retaliation. However, they were unfortunate to encounter Martin, a figure endowed with a heightened sense of danger, surpassing human speed, and possessing advanced firearm skills. He aimed precisely, never wasting bullets on extraneous targets. A few terrified gang members surrendered early, raising their hands while protesting their innocence, claiming all transactions were consensual. Martin, however, remained indifferent to their pleas. Apprehending them all, questions of guilt or innocence would be left to the courts. After clearing the hotels and restaurants, the team followed leads to capture gang members associated with the Dominic financial and film companies. The gangsters from these establishments were undoubtedly elite operatives, fiercely loyal to the mafia. Upon seeing the police arrive with their comrades, they shockingly opened fire with shotguns without uttering a word. Martin showed no mercy to such individuals. Following an intense gunfight, all gang members were eliminated. Unfortunately, casualties were unavoidable on Martin's side as well. The gang member they had brought along became a focal point of attention, weighing in at 130 pounds before the operation, but now tipping the scales at 135, a grim reminder of the fate that befalls traitors. His demise was nothing short of horrific. Early that morning, the citizens of Lake City were awakened by the cacophony of gunfire, reminiscent of a war zone in Syria. Though they had long suffered under the oppressive thumb of criminal forces, they had never experienced such chaos. Yet, this method of demonstration proved more persuasive than any loudspeaker. The citizens finally believed in the downfall of the mafia. Martin's frantic endeavor, despite the division into several teams, consumed a total of 2.5 hours. They searched 246 restaurants, resulting in the elimination of 39 gang members and the arrest of 432. Additionally, 73 hotels were scrutinized. leading to 44 gangsters being killed and 127 apprehended, alongside the successful rescue of 823 women and girls. Lastly, the pursuit of gang members within the financial and film companies resulted in the demise of 32 additional gangsters. 1/10 of those who were shot dead fell into Martin's hands. And the reason was quite simple: his proficiency. Chapter 58. The peculiar lucid dream is Martin, accompanied by the police officers responsible for the public relations, made their way to the press conference. The convoy turned out to be far more extensive than anticipated. A total of 10 medium-sized buses were employed to transport the gang members, in addition to 4 trucks designated for carrying the bodies of the deceased. With so many casualties, it was only fitting to display the evidence to the media, otherwise, it would be a waste. As time swiftly approached 9:30, when Martin and his team arrived at the entrance of the Verona estate, they found it surrounded by a throng of curious citizens from Lake City. After enduring numerous trials over the years, they finally awaited the dawn of fairness and justice. The convoy passed through the gates, maneuvering through the gathered crowd, and halted beside the media section located beneath the estate's tower. Before the inquisitive gazes of the citizens and reporters, one by one, the gang members disembarked from the buses, hands behind their backs and shackled. 1 individual, 2 individuals, 1 vehicle, 2 vehicles. A staggering total of 559 gang members occupied a vast area beneath the tower, a sight that was both chilling and overwhelming. Even Sheriff Ace and Deputy Chief Sam stepped down from the podium to approach Martin, inquiring about the identities of these individuals. Surely, they could not all be gang members? Martin nodded, a smile gracing his face. These are the owners of hotels and restaurants in the bustling district of the city. Following the identification by the apprehended gang members, it became clear that these individuals, while posing as legitimate business owners, were in fact the henchmen of the mafia. They managed casinos, facilitated drug trafficking, organized illicit services, and engaged in human trafficking, thereby providing financial support to the mafia. In addition to these individuals, there were 4 trucks transporting 115 gang members' corpses, including those from hotels, restaurants, financial firms, and film companies. Deputy Chief Sam gazed at the throng and couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. This year's performance metrics were undoubtedly secure. The number of arrests made on this day nearly equaled 1/3 of his total from the previous year. Sheriff Ace patted Martin's shoulder with enthusiasm, his grin nearly reaching the back of his head. Excellent, excellent. Martin, you are truly my lucky star. Go and have the bodies of these gang members displayed as well. The previous night's gunfire was so intense, with explosions everywhere. There were hardly any intact bodies. This will certainly enhance the spectacle. Martin nodded in agreement, as this was indeed his intention. He then began instructing the officers to transport the corpses from the trucks and dignifiedly encase them in body bags. The display of 115 corpses created an even greater shock than the 559 gang members. The reporters surged forward, eager to capture the moment, with some even climbing the tower to obtain a better vantage point. After many years of reporting, they had never encountered such a multitude of corpses outside of war zones. Soon, the clock struck 10 in the morning. On the road outside the Verona estate, 4 police motorcycles forged a path ahead, their red and blue lights flashing as they roared toward this direction. Following closely was Governor John S. armored Maybach 600 Pullman, but unlike the last occasion, this time it was accompanied by a Cadillac Fleetwood armored vehicle. Under the guidance of the police motorcycles, the 2 cars drove directly into the venue. Once the vehicles came to a complete stop, 2 bodyguards, 1 male and 1 female, emerged from the passenger seats. They approached the rear doors of the cars and respectfully opened them. Subsequently, 2 individuals alighted from the vehicles, Governor John and Senator Elena. Today, Governor John donned a tailored gray suit, standing tall and poised. Though his complexion bore a hint of fatigue, he still greeted the assembled crowd with warmth. Senator Elena, in a refined black gown, exuded an extraordinary elegance, her face perpetually adorned with a confident and approachable smile as she stood quietly beside Governor John. Upon the arrival of these political luminaries from Florida, reporters hurriedly rushed forward, vying for the best positions to capture the moment. The sound of camera shutters clicked incessantly, and the flashes merged into a dazzling spectacle. A minute later, Sheriff Ace, Deputy Director Sam, and Colonel David entered hand in hand, ushering Governor John and Senator Elena into the venue and guiding them to their designated seats. As the reporters shifted their attention toward the interior of the venue, the rear door of the Cadillac suddenly swung open, and a blonde, blue-eyed policewoman quietly stepped out. This officer was Charlotte, who had accompanied Elena. Though it had only been 3 days since they last met, It felt as if a year had passed. Thus, upon learning of Elena's visit to Lake City, she had called Sheriff Luke late at night to request leave, insisting on joining her. Charlotte maneuvered through the crowd and stealthily approached Martin from behind, covering his eyes with her hands. "Guess who I am?" Martin, playfully poking her in the belly, chuckled. "I knew it was you the moment you stood behind me." As Martin turned around, Charlotte immediately leaped into his arms, enveloping him in a koala-like embrace to express her longing. Clinging to Martin, she leaned closer to his ear and curiously whispered, "How did you figure it out?" Holding Charlotte, Martin gently swayed her back and forth. "It's undoubtedly your scent. Your fragrance is etched deeply into my very being, and I shall never forget it." As Martin's sweet words washed over her, Charlotte felt as if her heart was overflowing with honey, sweet enough to brim over. In that moment, she felt that her longing was entirely justified. While Martin and Charlotte were immersed in their affectionate and blissful moments, Elena caught a glimpse of them from the corner of her eye. In stark contrast, her heart brimmed with envy. Soon, the press conference commenced in earnest. Sheriff Ace ascended the podium first, his countenance resolute and his gaze confident and unwavering. His speech diverged significantly from that of Sheriff Luke. Disdaining the embellishments favored by journalists, he chose to present a narrative grounded in reality. After duly commending the officers for their diligent efforts upon arriving in Lake City, Sheriff Ace particularly lauded Martin's extraordinary talent, stating unequivocally that without Martin's involvement, Lake City would not have achieved its current magnificent accomplishments. Following his remarks, he began to enumerate the myriad crimes perpetrated by the mafia over the past 2 decades in Lake City. The evidence in the police's possession indicated that the mafia operated illegal gambling establishments under the guise of restaurants and engaged in drug trafficking therein. They disguised themselves as hotels, unlawfully offering illicit services, and colluded with Japanese yakuza to traffic domestic women. More alarmingly, the mafia manipulated voters' ballots through their nefarious influence, supporting gang members to become sheriffs and even state senators, thus providing them with political protection. Just as Sheriff Ace articulated this, a reporter in the audience promptly stood to inquire, "Sheriff Ace, what you have described constitutes a political scandal. Do you possess conclusive evidence?" Unperturbed by the interruption, Sheriff Ace responded with poise, "We have compelling evidence. The documentation concerning the senator was submitted to the Federal Supreme Court a month ago. Additional evidence will be submitted collectively to the Federal Supreme Court following the conclusion of this conference." After Sheriff Ace addressed this question, another reporter stood to ask, "Sheriff Ace, are the senator and sheriff you mentioned associated with the current governor's term or the previous one?" Sheriff Ace shifted his gaze thoughtfully and replied with a smile, "The previous one. Let's first finish discussing the case. We shall address this question shortly." Governor John observed Sheriff Ace's clever maneuvering from the stage, perceiving it as somewhat clumsy, yet not detracting from his already established approval of the sheriff. Soon, Sheriff Ace unveiled the full extent of the case's developments, revealing the staggering number of individuals involved and the vast scope of the investigation. The reporters were taken aback, hearing for the first time that such criminal enterprises could operate unchecked in a nation as developed as theirs. The second speaker was neither Governor John nor Senator Elena, but rather a member of the mafia, specifically selected for his cooperation during interrogation. Upon taking the stage, he recounted in detail his journey from Italy to Cuba and subsequently his clandestine arrival in Florida, how one was introduced to the mafia by a fellow villager, how to commence the operation of a casino, engage in drug trafficking and extortion, pressuring individuals into selling their wives and daughters until apprehended by the police. The journalists in attendance, diligently recording and scribbling notes, were left in sheer astonishment. Such occurrences, once published, would undoubtedly captivate the majority of readers, potentially warranting a dedicated publication. The third to take the stage was Avril, the daughter-in-law of Dominic, who recounted her personal experiences from the perspective of a victim. Another bombshell dropped upon the hearts of the reporters. After Avril's testimony, the journalists gained a clearer understanding of the misdeeds of Sheriff Dominic and the mafia. Subsequently, Deputy Director Sam and Major David addressed the audience in turn. Once they completed their remarks, Governor John took the stage to deliver his summary. He sincerely congratulated the Lake City Police for successfully dismantling a significant criminal organization, acknowledging the achievements of Sheriff Ace and his team in maintaining public order since their arrival in Lake City, and expressing earnest hopes for their future objectives. Governor John's speech was logically coherent and resoundingly impactful, earning him a round of applause from the journalists present. Once he concluded, Senator Elena stepped up to the microphone, offering a fresh perspective on the summary. The press conference reached its successful conclusion only after Senator Elena had finished speaking. The clock struck 1 in the afternoon. This time, the journalists did not linger to pose questions. Instead, they hastily departed from the Villa Verona. The urgency was clear. They were all eager to return to their newsrooms to publish the story. In such explosive news, the early birds would reap the advantages. After the reporters left, Governor John and Sheriff Ace exchanged a few words before bidding farewell to the crowd. Unfortunately, as the governor, his schedule was exceedingly packed, leaving no room for delays. Even attending the press conference in Lake City required him to cancel several prior engagements. Elena and Charlotte, however, chose to remain behind. The two accompanied Martin to the Blanche Hotel, where a room was secured for Elena. At this juncture, all three were famished. So they went to a restaurant to take out some meals, returning to the hotel to enjoy their repast. Elena even retrieved a bottle of unlabeled red wine from the trunk of the car, claiming it was to celebrate Martin. Back in the room, the trio began to indulge in food and drink. Exhausted and hungry, the meal was devoured with great fervor, and the entire bottle of red wine found its way into Martin and Charlotte's bellies. Whether it was the potency of the wine or sheer fatigue from the night's endeavors, Martin soon found himself drowsily drifting into slumber. He entered a dream, a lucid dream. He was acutely aware that he was dreaming, yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not awaken from this dream. In his dream, only he and Charlotte existed, free from cares and constraints. Time seemed to slip away as he sank deeper into slumber. When the world gradually regained its brightness, Martin finally became aware of his own body. He opened his heavy, bleary eyes, only to squint again at the piercing golden sunlight. After a while, he adjusted to the light and glanced around. Indeed, it was the very room of the Blanche Hotel where he was staying. A clock hung on the wall opposite the bed, indicating that it was merely 7 o'clock in the morning. He turned his gaze to the side, where Charlotte was nestled in his arms, her lips pursed in sleep. Undisturbed by the glaring sunlight, Martin studied Charlotte's face and gently pinched her cheek, finding her sleeping visage utterly endearing. A stark contrast to the alluring and dignified Charlotte of his dreams. As if sensing Martin's touch, Charlotte stirred slightly, murmuring indistinctly in her sleep. Her eyelashes began to flutter rapidly, and she slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Martin, she appeared momentarily dazed, but soon her face lit up with joy. "Martin, I had a dream last night," she exclaimed, recounting her dream, which astonishingly mirrored his own, as if the narratives were intertwined. They lingered in each other's warmth for a while, but soon the clock indicated that it was already 9 o'clock in the morning. They then indulged in a leisurely and time-consuming bath together. By the time they dressed, it was nearing noon, and feeling a pang of hunger, they hurried to the adjoining room to find Elena and have lunch. However, after knocking on the door for quite some time, they received no response. Just then, a housekeeper passed by, and Martin stopped her. "Excuse me, can you tell me if the guest in this room has come out today?" The housekeeper, initially taken aback, replied truthfully, "The guest checked out last night at 10. "Oh." She seemed unwell when she left, being supported by someone. Upon hearing this, Charlotte's expression shifted dramatically. Fearing that Elena was ill, she rushed back to their room to make a call. First, she dialed Elena's office, but there was no answer. She then called Elena's room in the villa. After a moment, the call connected. "Mom, the hotel staff said you checked out last night. They mentioned you were unwell. How are you now?" Elena's voice on the line sounded weary and weak. "Charlotte, I'm fine. I might have eaten something contaminated yesterday and upset my stomach. I had a stomachache in the evening, so I had my bodyguard take me back.